A thunderclap split the clear sky. A purple light blazed above the Tianqi kingdom, transforming into a ball of light that dragged a meteor-like tail toward the horizon. 1,000 li from the capital by the Qingshui River, a brilliant glow of auspicious light scattered across the ice. A golden beam shot out from the whole Guandahu, had broken, then quickly returned to calm. The villagers were all home for winter, so almost no one saw this marvel. A pale small hand appeared in Guandahu's view. In a flash his large pincer-like hand reached into the water. He grasped Su Nuoqi's small hand with precision, pulled hard, and rescued a plump round girl from the water like a New Year painting doll. Only Guandahu saw the ominous red light enveloping Su Nuoqi. As she left the water, the light shot into the red spider lily birthmark on her chest. This honest and loyal man felt a chill in his heart, recalling the fairy tales told by the storyteller outside the tea house when he was a child. Su Nuoqi had a headache and fever, her whole body icy cold. Countless chaotic memory fragments flickered her past lives, grandparents' kind smiles, the lavish palace of this life, the cold lake bottom, a blurry figure of a young man. Finally the image froze on a girl's shoe sole. Why the shoe sole? What did she forget? And who was that handsome young man with an unclear face? Heavenly anomalies appeared. The royal families of the 4 kingdoms divined, and reached the same conclusion. The phoenix star appears. The people are safe. The world will be unified. The 4 royal families became restless. Spies moved frequently, searching everywhere for the phoenix. A month later, in the main eastern room of Uncle Guanqi's house, old Master Guan frowned, holding a pipe with no tobacco, sucking on it habitually. Guandahu's wife, Yikuehua, hugged her 2 daughters, bitterly pleading, "Father, mother, please don't sell my girls. They'll do anything, Wu." The 2 little girls' eyes were swollen from crying, clinging tightly to their mother, trembling with fear. Old Lady Guanma Laotai turned her head away, wiping tears where no one could see. Su Nuoqi, saved by Guandahu, struggled to the main house and peered through the... A month ago she had nearly drowned. Fortunately, the honest man Guandahu saved her, and she had a vision of her grandparents from her past life. Indeed, the features of old Guan and Ma Laotai were exactly the same as Su Nuoqi's past life grandparents, which made her very excited. Perhaps due to being in the icy lake too long, Su Nuoqi had developed a chronic condition. Even walking a few steps left her out of breath, her joints stiff and aching. She had lain on the Kong for over 10 days before barely managing to get out. At this moment her movements were still stiff, her mind slow, and she needed to recuperate for a while longer. Guandahu, the house is on fire. If you want sell your daughters, what's wrong with selling the girl you picked up? We fed her for free for a month. It's time for her to repay us. Guandahu's outburst interrupted Su Nuoqi's thoughts, and a trace of panic crossed her heart. No, she couldn't be sold. Su Nuoqi pushed the door open and walked in, moving awkwardly, arms and legs out of sync, and stood behind Guandahu. Her star-bright eyes looked at the man like a pitiful little thing. Guandahu's heart instantly melted. Poor thing, when he rescued her, she was as plump as a little pig. In just a short time, due to lack of food in the Guan family, she had already become thin and changed. The eldest brother Guan Dajiang couldn't stand his 3rd brother's protective attitude. He slapped Su Nuoqi down, speaking harshly, "She's just a wild girl you picked up. Why does 3rd brother treasure her so much? Our family owes Master Dao over 200 copper coins. Big brother has decided to use this girl to pay the debt to avoid having an extra mouth to feed." Su Nuoqi was speechless. Was she only worth 200 copper coins? Guandahu's eyes sharpened. He stepped forward and stood in front of Su Nuoqi. The 2nd brother Guan De grabbed Guandahu's collar, glaring at him furiously. "3rd brother, you dare to look at big brother with such hatred? You've grown bold rebelling, huh?" The 3 brothers wrestled and fought, while old Guan and Ma Laotai's heads throbbed with pain. Yikuehua hugged her 2 daughters and huddled into a corner. No one noticed a sharp stone on the ground cut Su Nuoqi's palm. The birthmark on her chest emitted a brilliant light that only she could sing. Congratulations to the master for opening the system space. Required items can be exchanged for silver taels of this world. As a reward for opening the system, the master is given a mysterious potion that can strengthen the body. Su Nuoqi's injured hand healed at invisible speed, and a small green potion in a 10 milliliters test tube appeared in her hand. Su Nuoqi was stunned for a moment, then asked joyfully, "Does this thing have side effects?" The system replied, "Expiration date unknown, side effects unknown." A series of unknowns buzzed in Su Nuoqi's ears. Well, the system treats her as a lab rat. Drink or not? Su Nuoqi looked at the fighting Guan family. She was about to be sold anyway. She downed the green potion in one gulp and the test tube disappeared instantly. Wow, can't you be more stingy? Recycle a broken test tube. Su Nuoqi felt her mind in chaos, splitting headache, intense cold, then burning pain all over, extremely uncomfortable. Sweat soaked her clothes. As Su Nuoqi gradually regained consciousness, some memory fragments seemed to appear in her mind. She tried to move her limbs. Her body felt light. The frozen meridians had been reshaped, pain disappeared. The frost-bitten skin under her sleeves was as smooth as a peeled egg. Wow, this mysterious potion is amazing. Can I have another bottle? Suddenly, with a loud bang, the main door of the Guan house was kicked open. The bitter wind and snow poured into the room. A man with a scarred face accompanied by a few burly men swaggered inside. The Guan family who had been fighting suddenly fell silent and rushed to hide behind Guan Dao. The scar-faced man kicked over a straw stool, viciously stepped on the edge of the Kong, brandished a sharp dagger, and sneered coldly. Waving the sharp dagger, he sneered grimly, Guan Dajiang Guan Dai, when are you going to repay the money you owe me? Every day it's delayed, interest piles up. Why not give me these 2 girls and it'll reduce the interest, what do you say? No, you can't sell them. Yi Kuehua hugged her 2 daughters, tightly shaking her head, like a rattle, tears streaming down. Right, no selling. Guan Dao stepped forward, standing in front of Su Nuoqi, his wife, and daughters, his gaze firm. The scar-faced man felt a chill at that stare. He shifted his target, grabbing Guan Zixin, the eldest grandson of the eldest branch who was trying to sneak away. Since you want sell the girls, the boy will do. He. Guan Zixin burst into tears. Grandpa, Grandma, save me. Old Master Guan was horrified, his pipe clattering to the floor. He waved his hands frantically. Sir, let's talk this out, don't scare the child. Guan Dajiang, desperate to save his son, suddenly found courage, pointing at the ground. Master Dao, sell her, let my Shiner go, okay? Whoa. Su Nuoqi longed to leap up and slap Guan Dajiang across the face. Following the scar-faced man's gaze, she saw Su Nuoqi with a dirt-smudged face blankly chewing. With a sharp crack, the scar-faced man dealt Guan Dajiang a blow that left him reeling. He bellowed, damn you, are you tired of living? Daring to fob me off with a worthless fool? They'll chop you to pieces. Oh. The crowd gasped and stumbled back as the scar-faced man raised his blade high. In a flash, old man Guan cried out, good sir, spare us. Tell us how much silver you want, and we'll pay it. We'll pay it right away. The scar-faced man raised an eyebrow and lowered his hand, wiping the blade across Guan Zixin's sallow, gaunt cheek. If the old master had spoken up sooner, none of this would have happened. He produced a slip of paper from his robe. Guan Dajiang and Guan Dai owe 21 taels and 8 qian of silver from our Hui gambling. With the interest for these past days, it comes to 56 taels and 7 qian. Will you settle the whole sum now, or just the interest for now? What? Old Madame Ma let out a gasp and fainted. Yi Kuehua and the 2 girls in a panic revived her by pinching her philtrum and soothing her, allowing Su Nuoqi, who had been ready to spring into action, to breathe a sigh of relief. Old man Guan's knees buckled as he kowtowed, pleading, Master Blade, we are but poor peasants. We can't even scrape together 1 tael of silver in a year, even if we go without food or drink. Please reduce the amount. Guan Dai erupted in fury, that's not right. We only owe 281. When did we ever owe 21 taels and 8 qian? They'll take you to court for extortion. The scar-faced man let out a sinister chuckle. Huh, go on then if you dare. Think I'm afraid of you. Su Nuoqi was momentarily blinded by the glint of his dagger. Guan Da's face turned ashen as he took 2 steps back, muttering in disbelief, but when we signed the IOU, your man clearly said 281. Is that so? The scar-faced man turned to his cronies. Did they sign an IOU for 281? The burly men roared with laughter. The black and white is right here. They've signed and fingerprinted it. How could the IOU be false? Losing patience, the scar-faced man pressed the blade against Guan Zixin's neck. Old man, for every moment you delay, the interest rises by another tael. So what will it be? The quartz or the silver? Good heavens. Such exorbitant usury. They'd be paying it off for a lifetime. Su Nuoqi's mind was a stampede of frantic thoughts. Borrowing 281, but signing an IOU for 21 taels and 8 qian. Were these brothers' heads filled with straw? Illiterate, and still borrowing from a gambling den. That's like lighting a lantern in a latrine, looking for shit. She was now a part of the Guan family, a fish on the scar-faced man's chopping block. How could she break this deadlock? Urgent. She touched the manjasaka flower on her chest, silently calling out to the system, but it ignored her completely. Was it because she was penniless now? The world was going to the dogs when even the system had become a money grubber. Utterly unreliable. Just as Su Nuoqi was fuming, she heard a ding. A system notification sounded. The system can currently only unlock items under 10-1. Would the host like to make an exchange? Su Nuoqi looked closely. Glass cups, steamer racks, cheap bowls, and plates. Weren't these just the trinkets from a 10-yuan store? Her eyes lit up. In this era, even a single glass cup could fetch a fortune. But the problem was she didn't have a single copper coin, let alone 10. Suddenly, old man Guan spoke with the finality of a man with nothing left to lose. All right, old woman, let's risk it all. Su Nuoqi's heart clenched. After decades of marriage, the old couple had a silent understanding, and old Madame Ma understood his intention instantly. With reddened eyes, she tremblingly reached into the inner pocket of her waist, and after a long moment painfully produced a key. Her legs weak, she struggled to climb onto the Kong, failing several times and nearly falling. Luckily, Yi Kuehua gave her a push from behind, allowing old Madame Ma to reach the Kong cabinet. She painstakingly unlocked it, and took out the family's entire savings including the dowry jewelry she had treasured for most of her life. It was heartbreaking. Old Madame Ma's fingernails were turning white from the grip. The scar-faced man snatched it away rudely, unwrapping the cloth that held the silver and jewelry, and sneered, "There's 3 taels and 7 chien of loose silver here. Rounding up, we'll call it 3 taels." Su Nuoqi. Having lived 2 lives and studied for over 20 years, this was the first time she knew that's how rounding worked. The Guan family was stunned. Old man Guan shuffled forward on his knees, protesting, "No, Master Blade. If you round 3 taels and 7 chien, it should be 4 taels. Before he could finish, the scar-faced man's dagger was at his throat, his voice cold, and brooking no argument. "I say it's 3 taels, so it's 3 taels. Do you want to quibble with me?" Old Madame Ma kowtowed frantically on the comm. No. Whatever you say, sir, is what it is. We accept it all. Please spare my husband, sir. Whatever you say goes." The scar-faced man sheathed his blade with satisfaction, wiping it on Guan Zixin's clothes, then fiddled with the 2 silver earrings and a pair of openwork silver bracelets from the bundle. "These trinkets aren't bad. He'll be generous and count them as 2 taels. What?" Old man Guan's eyes bulged as he blurted out, "But those are my wife's dowry jewelry. They cost us 5 taels of silver to make." His voice trailed off, dwindling into silence as he saw the blade at Guan Zixin's neck. Su Nuoqi cursed inwardly. Throughout history, the common folk have suffered, especially in ancient times, with no rights and no sense of security. From over 201 to over 50 taels. They had to pay whatever the scar-faced man dictated, and he had even conveniently waived a few taels to make it an even number. It was worse than outright robbery. Yet one must bow one's head when under someone's roof. With a house full of the elderly, women and children, survival was the most critical thing. Su Nuoqi suddenly remembered that when she had transmigrated to this other world, she had brought with her a spatial realm. The small Western-style house with a rooftop garden she had bought in her previous life. That space, like the system, could be activated through the Manjusaka flower. She had a vague memory that her parents in this world were of noble status, and that after arriving here, she had stored a safe full of gold ingots in the house's space. Su Nuoqi's heart pounded with excitement, yet she couldn't help but complain. Why hadn't she stored some loose silver and copper coins for emergencies? If she were to produce such solid gold ingots, wouldn't she become a prime target for bandits? Then she remembered. In a few drawers of the wardrobe there were all kinds of custom-made jewelry, each piece a valuable masterpiece. Who exactly was she? Apart from the secret of the space, Su Nuoqi couldn't remember anything else. Ding. To ensure the host's safety, the energy of the owner's house space has been greatly depleted and has been sealed. Huh. Su Nuoqi was stunned. So all the treasures she had hoarded in her space were useless. Seeing the host's disappointment, the system immediately offered a consolation. When the system points reach 100,000, the master can unlock the villa space. Su Nuoqi. That was not sweet at all. 100,000 points. When would she ever earn that? She needed money urgently. The system, 1 silver tael equals 1 point. When the master's transaction volume reaches 100,000 taels, the space can be opened. She might as well not have said it. It was infuriating to have a universal system and mountains of gold and silver, but not be able to use them. Just then the scar-faced man's voice rang out again. Let's call the previous 5 taels. You still owe 51 taels and 7 chien. Do you plan to repay in a few days, or find a way to scrounge it up? Scrounge it up right away. We'll pay it all back today. Old man Guan's voice trembled, but was resolute, ringing through the main room. Su Nuoqi felt sorry for the old man. Out of the corner of her eye she scanned every robber, engraving their faces deeply into her memory. The old man knew that if they didn't find a way to pay off all the money today, even selling their entire family tomorrow wouldn't be enough. The eldest daughter-in-law, Lu Yonghui, offered the only valuable old dowry box, nervously staring at Guan Zixin, who was being trampled on the ground. Worried about her son's injury, she unconsciously slowed her breathing. Guan Da's wife, Li Guifan, tremblingly held a pile of copper coins so dirty that they seemed to have been scraped from some. The scar-faced man sneered with disgust and gave a wink to his underling. Understanding immediately, the underling stepped forward to count the 2 women's money, then mimicked the scar-faced man's tone. The dowry box has 3 taels and 601. The table has 596 won. Rounding up, let's say 3 taels. No need to thank us. Huh. Who wants to thank you? This one was even more ruthless. Together it was 4 taels and 196 won, but they directly discarded over 1 tael of silver. Su Nuoqi felt like leaping up and beating the hell out of him, but unfortunately her small body could only be a lamb to the slaughter. Calm down, calm down. I'm a cultured person, use brains not fists. A gentleman seeks revenge, even after 10 years. One day I will make this man spit out double the money he swallowed. Oh no, later when the scar-faced man leaves this courtyard, I'll make him spit it all out. Lu Yonghui's heart was bleeding. A whole box of dowry jewelry was worth at least 5 or 6 taels. Plus the few hundred when she had saved from selling embroidery. How did they come up with 3 taels and 601? Old Man Guan and Old Lady Ma were furious, but looking at the burly men and their knives they could only grit their teeth and swallow the blood. The scar-faced man slapped Guan Zixin's bottom, making a pa-pa sound, and said, "Old man, your money doesn't even cover the remainder. For the rest, are you going to borrow from someone or sell your children?" Guan Zixin bit his lip hard, tears streaming down, but he dared not make a sound or any extra movement, afraid that the scar-faced man might accidentally hurt him. Yi Kuihua's face turned pale. She quickly pulled her two daughters behind her, shielding them like a hen protecting her chicks. Guan Dahu still stood in front of his daughters, and Su Nuoqi. Old Lady Ma sat dejectedly on the ground, her face ashen, so heartbroken that she couldn't even cry. Borrow? How? Most families in the village are poor, living from hand to mouth. Who can we borrow such a large amount from? Old Man Guan's teeth chattered, and old tears flowed uncontrollably. He shook his head repeatedly. All right, since things have come to this, old woman, take out all the land deeds. Old man, the land is our only hope for survival. Woo-woo. Old Lady Ma screamed hoarsely, clutching Old Man Guan's sleeve, her palm bleeding from the grip. Su Nuoqi felt bitter at heart. Common people had it hard. Without power or influence, they were like little chicks. Anyone could snap their neck. She needed to think carefully about how to survive in this strange world. At least she had to build some power so that no one would dare to provoke her grandparents, or Uncle Guansan's family. Not like today when others bullied them to their faces and they didn't dare utter a single word. The scar-faced man had clearly lost patience. His face darkened. So have you made up your mind? Old Man Guan let out a heavy sigh. He pulled himself up by the edge of the Kong, tremblingly fished a land deed out from under the pillow. The scar-faced man snatched it away, raised an eyebrow, and said with great satisfaction, 7 mu of top-grade fields. At 8 taels per mu, that barely counts as your Guan family paying off the debt. With that, the scar-faced man kicked Guan Zixin into a faceplant through the IOU at Old Man Guan and waved his arm. Brothers to Tsiun Tower. Today I'm treating. We drink until we drop. Alright, haha. The group came in a flurry and left in a flurry, taking away all of the Guan family's possessions and Old Man Guan's life. Su Nuoqi, taking advantage of the distraction, followed the scar-faced man out. She took a detour along the back mountain path to get ahead. On the path that the scar-faced man and his men had to take back to the county town, she set up several hunting traps. Hee. If I can't win in a fair fight, then dirty tricks work too. Boss, we made a killing this time. How to split the money and land, you decide, ha. A man with yellow teeth and a sinewy body laughed, his flabby flesh jiggling. Whoosh. Smack. A branch carrying a gust of wind struck the muscle-bound man with irresistible force, sending him flying. The scar-faced man stopped and turned to look. The man's face was torn and bleeding. He had already fainted without even a cry of pain. Smack. Up. Whoosh. The scar-faced man turned around, hearing sounds, but seeing no one. The brothers following behind him without knowing what happened let out a scream and then disappeared. The remaining two underlings, their legs trembling, backed up several steps. Ryup. Up. Both felt a tightness around their ankles as different ropes yanked them, and with a whoosh they were hung upside down from a tree. Thin long branches, as if guided by eyes, rained down on the two men's bodies, faces, and heads. Before the scar-faced man could react, both brothers were unconscious. Who? Come out. I know where you are. I see you. Get the hell out. The scar-faced man gripped his broadsword with both hands, spinning in place, shouting hoarsely. Su Nuoqi rolled her eyes. A grown man playing the same tricks as kids in hide and seek. You see me? Then why don't you just come and catch me? Close. Step on it. Su Nuoqi stared at the scar-faced man's feet, watching the dry vine that controlled the trap right beside his foot, but he avoided it perfectly every time. Come out. Stop playing tricks. Get out and fight me fair and square. The scar-faced man, furious, spun in place, yet again perfectly avoiding Su Nuoqi's traps. Time was running out. If she delayed any longer, the unconscious men would wake up. Su Nuoqi, quick-witted, crouched and rolled to a nearby sapling, then kicked off the ground with force, sending a cascade of snow from the tree. Who's there? The scar-faced man, nerves taut, stumbled backward. A crisp snap rang out as the dry vines, unevenly stressed, shattered into pieces. Freed from the stone's weight, the vine shot up from the ground, and a highly resilient branch swung down directly at the scar-faced man. In less than 10 seconds, the scar-faced man, without even a chance to react or shout, was struck by the branch and slammed into the thick snow, knocked unconscious instantly. Su Nuoqi patted her hand, stood up, and slid down the slope. She emptied the pockets of the scar-faced man and all the bandits, retrieving Grandpa Guan's land deed and Granny Ma's belongings, along with an extra 30-odd taels of silver. Su Nuoqi kicked the scar-faced man's head. You little rascal, daring to rob my family. He'll teach you a lesson. Ding. The system announced. Host has gained 100 wealth points. 1 supermarket storage locker unlocked, rental period 6 months. Su Nuoqi's eyes sparkled. Wow, the system has this feature. Awesome. She placed all the items into the storage locker, then dismantled the unused traps to prevent harm to innocent people. She also scattered snow to erase her footprints and traces, then returned the same way she came. Grandpa Guan's heart felt as if a piece had been gouged out, his pain unbearable. Premium land cost 9 taels per mu. He had worked as an apprentice accountant calculating accounts for others, toiling tirelessly for over 30 years, amassing only 80 plus taels. Back then he had bribed officials, processed official deeds, and spent every last coin to acquire this land. Now it was gone. Gone. Grandpa. Grandfather. The desperate cries of Guan Pundi and Guan Zhaodi roused the Guan family. Su Nuoqi, she had just entered the house, not yet having a chance to share her triumph. She saw Guan Dahu catch the fainting Grandpa Guan, preventing him from hitting the ground, and vigorously pinching his fill. When the old man didn't wake, Guan Dahu quickly carried him horizontally to the Kong, pulled a quilt over him, and covered him. Granny Ma's heart seemed to stop, her gaze fixed on the old man whose face had instantly drained of all color. She silently resolved that if anything happened to the old man, she would not live on, but would follow him into death. Guan Zhaodi shook Grandpa Guan, wailing heartrendingly, Grandpa. Grandpa, don't let anything happen, don't leave us, woo-woo. Wake up, open your eyes, and see Zhaodi. Zhaodi will massage your legs, Grandpa. Woo-woo. Guan Daqing reached out to feel the old man's breath, was so frightened he fell to the ground with a thud, then turned over and knelt, banging his head loudly, howling, Dad. Dad, I was wrong, truly wrong, Dad. Don't go, open your eyes, and see your son, woo-woo. Guan Dae grabbed Guan Daqing by the collar, yanked him up, and roared with swollen eyes. Big brother, what nonsense are you talking? How could Dad be in danger? Are you even his son? Guan Dahu pushed his two brothers aside, fiercely pinching Grandpa Guan's philtrum, while muttering incessantly, Dad, wake up, and see your son, don't abandon your son, Dad. I beg you. His lips moved, tears streaming uncontrollably, and Guan Da didn't even realize he was crying. Granny Ma, as if her soul had left her body, stared fixedly at the old man beyond joy or sorrow, her grief so profound that her tears had long since run dry. The entire roomful of grandchildren were sobbing uncontrollably, their cries echoing far and wide. Su Nuoqi's eyes, small frame, tried several times before she pushed through the Guan family to the front. Move aside, all of you, don't crowd around, let the air circulate. The Guan family members dazed stepped back, not knowing what to do. Su Nuoqi, she swiftly climbed onto the Kong, knelt beside Grandpa Guan, checked his pupils and carotid artery. Then she laid him flat and began performing CPR, pressing down on his chest with all her might. The corners of Su Nuoqi's eyes reddened involuntarily, and she murmured in her heart, Grandpa, wake up. I beg you. Come back. In her past life her parents were divorced. She was a pitiful child, unloved by either father or mother, raised solely by her grandparents. Later, when she had a good job and bought a house and car, her grandparents had already passed away, never having enjoyed a single day of their granddaughter's filial piety. It wasn't until she was rescued by Guan Dahu and met Grandpa Guan and Granny Ma, who were the spitting image of her grandparents from her previous life. That Su Nuoqi, she found a sense of belonging. How could she let her grandparents face danger again before her eyes? Guan Dae was the first to snap out of it, grabbing Su Nuoqi's arm and glaring as he demanded, You wretched girl, what are you doing to my father? He's already like this, and you want to make his passing even more troubled. At that moment, a faint red light emanated from the birthmark on Su Nuoqi's chest, traveled through her hand, and entered Grandpa Guan's heart. Su Nuoqi's heart trembled. She could clearly sense that the red light was rapidly devouring the black stagnant energy around Grandpa. However, only Su Nuoqi, she could perceive that red light. It was invisible to everyone else. Seeing that Su Nuoqi, she ignored him and continued pressing on the old man's chest. Guan Dae yanked her off the Kong and raised his hand to slap her. You damned girl, are you asking for death? Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? Guan Dahu's iron-like grip caught his second brother's wrist, and he snapped, Dad is in this state, and you're still causing trouble, second brother. Going to fetch a doctor to treat Dad is the right thing to do. Guan Daqing crouched on the ground, clutching his head, his hair a mess, and muttered incoherently, We have no silver left, how can we fetch a doctor? No, Dad is gone. Even if the doctor comes, Dad won't come back. He won't return. Woo-woo. Granny Ma suddenly sprang up and slammed her head violently toward the edge of the Kong. Su Nuoqi, she was terrified, lightning fast. She wrapped her arms around Granny Ma and soothed her softly, Grandma. Grandma, Grandpa can still be saved. You must not let anything happen to yourself. If you fall, this family will fall apart. We all have to stay strong. Everyone was stunned by Granny Ma's outburst. Su Nuoqi's words brought back the scattered souls of the frightened family. The entire household, grandchildren, and all hurriedly tried to calm Granny Ma, creating a scene of utter chaos. Granny Ma beat her chest beyond despair. Let go, all of you, let go. The land is gone, the old man is gone. What meaning is there in living for me? I won't live on. Let me follow the old man and be done with it, so you unfilial creatures won't have the chance to torment me to death. Cough. Cough. Grandpa Guan coughed, the deathly pallor fading from his face, gradually regaining consciousness, and slowly opened his eyes. He's awake, Grandpa's awake. Grandma, Grandpa's awake he. Guan Pundi quickly climbed onto the Kong, and together with her sister Guan Zhaodi, helped Grandpa Guan up propping 2 pillows behind his back. Tears glistening on their faces, the 2 sisters smiled like silly little fools. Old man. Woo-woo. Old Lady Ma finally burst into tears as she threw her arms around Old Man Guan. Guan Zhaodi turned around and kowtowed to Su Nuoqi with loud thuds. Thank you for saving my grandfather, thank you. Woo-woo. You saved our entire family, woo-woo. Su Nuoqi hurriedly supported Guan Zhaodi with both hands, preventing her from continuing to kowtow. What kind of habit was this kneeling at the drop of a hat? Guan Zhaodi was simply too overwhelmed with emotion, not knowing how to express the gratitude that overflowed within her. Old Lady Ma looked at Su Nuoqi, her chest swelling with an indescribable sense of thankfulness. Guan Dai felt somewhat awkward. This girl had saved his own father, yet he had just been harsh with her, and had even considered selling her off earlier. He couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Guan Dajiang's hand trembled involuntarily. He had personally checked the old man's breath. It was clearly gone. How had she revived him? Only Guan Dahu lowered his head, and eyes knowing full well just how miraculous the girl he had rescued truly was. Guan Zixin looked at Su Nuoqi, a trace of inexplicable admiration emerging in his eyes. The eldest daughter-in-law Lu Yonghui and the second daughter-in-law, Li Guifan, breathed a secret sigh of relief. The old man was the pillar of the family. With the household in its current state, if he were truly gone, how could they survive? In the corner, Yi Kuehua loosened her clenched fists, her palms bloodied and raw. The commotion in the Guan household was too loud. The neighbors craned their necks to peer inside the house, and the already stale air grew even more stifling under this blockade. Old man Guan, who had just recovered, gasped heavily, his aged face flushed crimson, on the verge of suffocating at any moment. Su Nuoqi grabbed Guan Dahu's sleeve and said, "Uncle, make the villagers step back to let more air into the room. Look, grandfather is struggling to breathe. We just saved him. We can't let anything else happen." Guan Dahu took one look and immediately walked to the door, speaking a few words to the crowd. Upon hearing that a life was nearly lost, the neighbors gasped in alarm. They hastily retreated a few steps, moving away from the door of the main. Old man Guan's breathing eased considerably. Su Nuoqi tugged at Old Lady Ma's sleeve and said, "Grandma, stop crying. Let go of grandfather so he can recover. If we lose money, your granddaughter will earn it back for you. But if you let your anger ruin your health, no amount of silver can restore it." Guan Dahu wiped the wetness from his face and swore, "Father, mother, don't worry. They'll go up the mountain and hunt right now. They'll sell the game and slowly buy back the land we lost." With that, he turned and left, disappearing within a few breaths. Old man Guan waved frantically. Go bring Da back. The snow and ice cover everything. Going up the mountain at this time, is he looking for death? Yi Kuehua turned pale as death. Letting go of her 2 daughters, she stumbled after him. The villagers murmured among themselves, and someone muttered in a low voice, "The Guan family is broke now. What if they come asking us for money?" With a whoosh, the crowd that had filled the Guan family's courtyard vanished in an instant. If not for the messy footprints in the snow, Su Nuoqi, she would have thought the villagers' gathering had been just an illusion. In the end, Yi Kuehua and her 2 daughters who had chased after him were no match for Guan Da's pace. They could only watch helplessly as a small figure disappeared into the distant mountain forest. The 3 women collapsed onto the snowy ground, hugging each other and weeping in terror, praying incessantly that nothing would happen to Guan Dao. Even if he returned empty-handed, just as long as he came down the mountain safely. Old Lady Ma trudged through the deep snow to the gate, leaning against the doorframe, as she stared anxiously at the snow-covered mountains, her heart in turmoil. Last year at this very time, Damao, the son of old Guan Diao's family, had gone up the mountain and never returned. The village head had organized all the able-bodied young men to search for days, but they only found Damao's tattered clothes, and she dared not think further. In the bitter cold, Old Lady Ma's back broke out in a cold sweat of fear she hadn't felt even when the scar-faced man had robbed them. The scar-faced man and his gang gradually coming to shook off their bonds. Unable to find the ones who had ambushed them, their anger only grew. A lackey clutching his injured arm said, "Boss, do you think it's that Guan family getting back at us? Maybe we should go back to the village and find them." The scar-faced man pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Back to the Guan family. Whoever dared to ambush me, I'll make them pay." Bloodied and ferocious, they looked no different from vengeful ghosts crawling out of hell. When they reached the village entrance, they overheard a few villagers returning home, sighing in regret. Our old Guan Chi's family is really suffering. The gambling den just came to collect debts, and the old man was so angry he might not make it. Exactly. I was just outside their courtyard gate. Old Lady Ma tried to kill herself by banging her head against the wall. Guan Dahu went up the mountain to hunt to save the old couple. He might be lucky to go up, but not so lucky to come back. Damn that gambling den. They ruin lives and do all kinds of evil. Aren't they afraid of going to hell? The discussion faded as the villagers walked away. A lackey peeked out from behind a tree and asked uncertainly, "Boss, should we still go to the Guan family?" The scar-faced man smacked the lackey on the back of the head. "Go where? If we go now, and that old man and his wife die, the authorities will come after us for their lives, won't they?" The gambling den men had come in high spirits, but returned with long faces, never having felt so humiliated in their lives. "He's back. Uncle Dahu is back. Su Nuoqi," she ran out to greet him. Old Lady Ma shuddered, puzzled as to when this girl that Guan Dahu had rescued had come to stand behind her. Yi Kuei-hua and her two daughters scrambled to their feet, wiped away their tears, and hurried out joyfully. However, when they saw the young man slung over Guan Dahu's back, they were all dumbfounded. What was wrong with him? A month ago he had fished a 15 or 16-year-old girl out of an ice hole. Now in just a short time, he had carried back an 18 or 19-year-old youth on his back. Their Guan family was already in such dire straits. How could they afford to help others? And really, what kind of luck did Guan Dahu have? Why couldn't he pick up game or silver coins instead? Why did he keep picking up people? Su Nuoqi, she ran to Guan Dahu, reached out, and felt the pulse of the youth on his back, clicking her tongue in amazement. "Wow, Uncle Dahu, where did you find this guy? He's frozen solid, yet he's still alive." Shan Tianlin, suffering from the cold poison, let out a comfortable moan. So warm. He had never felt such warmth in his entire life. Su Nuoqi, she withdrew her hand, staring in surprise at her own fair fingers as her eyelids twitched involuntarily. The red thread had appeared again, and it was thicker than when she had saved the grandfather. What was this mysterious power inside her? And what were those white clotted substances inside this youth's body, and why did they release such intense cold? While she was lost in thought, Guan Dahu had already carried the youth into the courtyard. After a moment's hesitation, he took him to the woodshed, and said, "Kuei-hua, quickly tidy up the woodshed, bring 2 quilts, and light a fire to warm this youth up. He's nearly frozen to death." Yi Kuei-hua, a woman who lived entirely for her husband, immediately sprang into action with her 2 daughters upon hearing this. Guan Dajiang and Guan Dea, displeased by the sight, blocked Guan Da's path, and spoke in turns. "Dahu, you haven't even figured out what to do with the girl you found, and now you bring back another grown man. What are you thinking? Third brother, it's not that we're heartless, but our family can barely make ends meet. This young man looks deathly ill. If he dies in our home, not only would it bring bad luck, but would never be able to explain why a strange young man was here, even with 100 Who knows if this boy is good or bad? Listen to your brothers. Take him back to where you found him. Whether he lives or dies is up to fate. Let's not meddle in affairs that don't concern us." Old Madame Ma hesitated, then advised, "Son, all our silver is gone. Your father just recovered, and the grain we have stored will only last the family until the end of the month. We don't have the means to save this person. Why not take him to the village head's house, and let the elders decide what to do?" Guan Dahu was stunned. He had found the young man unconscious halfway up the mountain, and carried him back without a second thought. He truly hadn't considered the consequences. Now, hearing his family's objections, he hesitated. Su Nuoqi's voice sounded from behind him. "Grandma, Uncle Da, put this man in the woodshed, and let me take care of him. He's frozen stiff, and can't be left out in the cold. Anyway, he's already crossed our threshold. Judging by his clothes and bearing, he must be of high status. If something happens to him and questions are asked, we won't be able to bear the consequences, right?" Old Madame Ma's head throbbed. She frowned and said, "Girl, I'm grateful you saved my husband, but how many times must I tell you? I'm not your grandmother. Don't call me that. Can you just call me Grandmama?" Su Nuoqi pouted. Why wasn't she her grandmother? If she weren't, why did Madame Ma have a tiny brown mole the size of a sesame seed on her right earlobe in the exact same spot as her grandmother from her past life? And old man Guan, when he frowned, a small dimple the size of a pinprick would appear between his left eye and the bridge of his nose, just like her grandfather in her past life. Even their little habit of smacking their lips was identical. Never mind. Even if they weren't her past life grandparents, they might be their past life reincarnations. In her previous life, she failed to let them enjoy their later years. In this life, she was determined to give them a good life. Su Nuoqi pouted, pitifully fidgeting with her fingers. "Uncle Dahu gave me a chance to live. In the past few days, even though you two haven't liked me, you haven't thrown me in my heart, you two are my grandparents. Why not just consider it as having one more granddaughter to dote on you?" This. Old Madame Ma was troubled. Old Man Guan, supported by Guan Zixin, walked out and said, "Enough. Saving one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Let the young man stay until he wakes up, and then he can leave." With that, Old Man Guan coughed and went back inside. Guan Dahu hung his head in silence, having gone hunting to earn money for the family, but returning empty-handed and causing trouble for his parents instead. Su Nuoqi tugged at Guan Dahu's sleeve and said, "Uncle, don't just stand there. The woodshed is ready. Take him inside quickly, or he won't—" "Oh." Guan Dahu snapped back to reality, carried the young man into the woodshed, and busied himself again. Soon after, Guan Zixin called Guan Dahu, his wife, and daughters away. In the main room of the eastern house, the brothers argued heatedly over Guan Dahu's act of rescue. Taking advantage of everyone's absence, Su Nuoqi bolted the woodshed door from the inside and tiptoed over to the makeshift bed built from wooden planks. The young man on the bed had features so perfectly chiseled they seemed carved by divine craftsmanship, his skin as fair and smooth as white jade. How could he be more beautiful than a woman? Su Nuoqi's heart fluttered wildly. She was indeed a sucker for good looks. However, Su Nuoqi's appreciation for the young man was purely aesthetic. She hadn't forgotten why she was there. Placing her hands on the young man's waist, Su Nuoqi attempted to channel the mysterious power within her. In an instant, crimson threads surged from her palms, greedily devouring the white substance inside his body. Su Nuoqi was delighted. She did indeed possess a mysterious power capable of healing. In his coma, Shan Tianlin suddenly grabbed Su Nuoqi's wrist, yanking her with unconscious force and pulling her tightly into his embrace. Shan Tianlin, still in a daze, suddenly found an endless source of warmth and let out a comfortable sigh. Su Nuoqi struggled desperately trying to get up from the bed, but couldn't break free from Shan Tianlin's hold. My goodness, handsome, were you raised on fertilizer? You're impossibly strong. Shan Tianlin wasn't about to let the heat source slip away. He held on stubbornly, his arms like iron clamps, thick and solid. These were all unconscious actions driven by his bodhi's instinct to cling to the warmth. Su Nuoqi felt like crying, but had no tears. She had only wanted to use this man to test the effects of the mysterious power within her while the Guan family was away from. She had barely released the red threads when he pulled her into his arms. Honestly, she was a girl. Handsome, are you sure you're not taking advantage of her? The crimson threads flowed continuously into Shan Tianlin's body, rapidly devouring the white masses like a hungry snake. Shan Tianlin only felt that the heat source in his arms was soft, warm, and fragrant. It was incredibly comfortable to hold, and he had no intention of letting go. Suddenly, a figure flashed into the woodshed. Seeing the two on the bed, he stumbled, nearly falling. Wow. Master, have you been swapped with someone else? You who would rather retreat 3 feet away from any woman are actually clinging to a girl and refusing to let go. It even looks like the master is forcing himself on the girl. How surreal is that? Su Nuoqi, who had been struggling, stopped and stared at the newcomer, 1,000 escape plans racing through her mind. However, the first words out of the black-clothed man's mouth were, "Miss, my master has mistaken you for someone else. Please forgive the intrusion. This is a small token of apology." Without waiting for Su Nuoqi to respond, Shan pulled 2 silver ingots from his robe and placed them on the woodpile. He then stepped forward, grabbed Shan Tianlin's wrist, and helped him up. Taking the opportunity, Su Nuoqi slipped out of the young man's embrace, nimbly sliding off the makeshift bed, and backed away a few steps to give Shan. Deprived of the heat source, Shan Tianlin irritably lashed out with a palm strike. Shan dodged quickly, sealed his master's acupoints, and muttered, "You're definitely my master, not swapped. Your vigilance hasn't changed a bit, heck." Su Nuoqi watched helplessly as the black-clothed man carried the young man away. She walked over to the woodpile, picked up the 2 tintal silver ingots, and could only ask the departing figure, "Are you a joker sent by monkeys?" Su Nuoqi scratched her head. That black-clad man seemed like a clever young lad. How could he have lost his own master? After finding the master, shouldn't he have interrogated her to find out why his master was here? Forget it. At least the visitor wasn't a vicious criminal. The Guan family, at the end of their rope, now had some silver to tide them over. Moreover, that mysterious red power within her body couldn't be bought with any amount of silver. 20 taels. Su Nuoqi had taken a huge loss. Just as Su Nuoqi turned around on the straw bed where the man had lain, there appeared a thumb ring of dark iron inlaid with jade of superb quality. Su Nuoqi stepped forward, quickly picked up the thumb ring, and examined it inside and out. Seeing nothing special about it, she slipped it into the small hidden compartment used to store silver during system trials. If it was an important item, that man would surely come back for it. She could return it then. Remembering her despairing grandparents, Su Nuoqi clutched the silver and dashed toward the main room. Would the sight of silver lift the old couple's spirits? At the thought, Su Nuoqi ran even harder. Even the thick snow couldn't slow her. But the moment she pushed open the door, Su Nuoqi swiftly tucked the silver into her sleeve. Before her eyes, the 3 Guan brothers were all bruised and swollen, their wives' hair, disheveled faces, and hands covered in scratches. Even Yi Kuehua, usually so docile, had her hair tangled like a chicken's nest. Guan Pundi and Guan Zhaodi were sobbing and trying to break up the fight, while Guan Zixin anxiously sought an opportunity to separate them all in vain. Old Madame Ma slapped her thigh and wailed, "Enough! Stop fighting, you bunch of worthless brats, stop it!" Old man Guan clutched his chest with one hand and pointed a trembling finger at his sons and daughters-in-law locked in battle, seemingly on the verge of fainting. Su Nuoqi avoided the tangled mass of fighters and rushed to the Kong, supporting Old Man Guan. A crimson thread of energy flowed through her palm into his back as she soothed him. "Grandpa, don't be angry. Getting upset only harms your own health. It's not worth it." The red energy devoured old man Guan's pent-up frustration, and he finally caught his breath. He grabbed the earthen bowl on the Kong table and hurled it to the ground. With a sharp crack, the bowl shattered into pieces. The Guan family members halted their fight, staring blankly at old man Guan. He bellowed, "What are you doing? The silver is gone, the land is gone, and still you can't find peace. Are you trying to anger your mother and me to death before you'll calm down?" The tangled group immediately separated, standing aside, with heads bowed, not daring to utter another word. But Su Nuoqi sensed that everyone was looking at her strangely, and instinctively felt the fight had something to do with her. Perhaps it was also connected to the young man Uncle Dahu had carried home on his back. Sure enough, old Madame Ma sighed heavily, wiped her swollen eyes with her sleeve, and turned to Su Nuoqi. "Girl, when our Dahu brought you back, you were wearing boots on your feet, and clothes finer than anything this old woman has ever seen. You were plump and fair like a New Year doll from a painting. At first glance I thought your family must be filthy rich." Su Nuoqi blinked, a bad feeling rising in her heart. Was Grandma planning to kick her? Indeed, old Madame Ma's next words confirmed Su Nuoqi's suspicion. The Guan family is just common folk. We can't afford to offend those wealthy and powerful households. We were worried that your family might come looking for you and blame us for not treating you well and then mete out punishment. So we just went along with it. Your grandpa and I agreed to let Dahu keep you here and take good care of you. We planned to wait until you woke up and tell us your home address so Dahu could find a way to send you back. Who would have thought you couldn't remember where you lived? Or who your parents were? Day after day the matter of finding your family got delayed. But now, with our family in this state, let's not even talk about it. Old Madame Ma had all but said, "Girl, you should leave," though the meaning was clear. Old man Guan spoke bluntly. "Girl, we've never had enough to eat from one meal to the next, and now it's even worse. You were plump and fair a month ago, and now you've lost more than 10 gene. Your once round lucky face has turned into a pointed chin. If you stay you'll only suffer. Sending you home is beyond our strength, harder than reaching the sky. How about we take you to the county office tomorrow and ask the magistrate to find a way for you?" No way. She would rather die than leave Grandpa and Grandma. Su Nuoqi played the pitiful girl, twisting her fingers, staring at the old man with bright eyes, and said softly, "Grandpa, could you keep me for just 10 more days? If after 10 days I still can't remember where my home is, then take me to the county office." Sigh. As she finished, Su Nuoqi lowered her head, looking like a forsaken kitten, utterly helpless. But beneath her downcast eyes no one could see the twinkling stars of determination. She refused to believe that if old man Guan and old Madame Ma were the grandparents from her past life, she couldn't win them over in 10 days now that she had regained her mobility. Old man Guan and old Madame Ma were both troubled. The Guan family could barely afford an extra mouth to feed. Yet Su Nuoqi's pitiful expression softened the hearts of the two honest, simple elders. In the end, old man Guan coughed twice and agreed, "Since you've said so, then stay in Pundi and Zhaoda's room for another 10 days. These days with us have truly been hard on you. I wonder if you can get used to it." Su Nuoqi's eyes sparkled, and she nodded happily. Get used to it? How could she? Even if she wasn't used to it, she would make herself. Just as long as she could be with Grandpa and Grandma, anything was fine. Guan Daqing couldn't bear to let the matter drop. With the family strapped for cash, the quickest way to get money was to find this girl's family and extort a ransom. He urged, "Girl, think hard. Your family is definitely filthy rich. If you can remember, your uncle will take you back." Guan Da's eyes darted around. He leaned close to Su Nuoqi and whispered, "If I help you find your family, how much reward will you give your second uncle?" Guan Da stepped forward, shielding Su Nuoqi behind him, and said disapprovingly, "Big brother, second brother, I never expected any reward for saving her. How can you pressure a young girl like this?" "What do you know?" Guan Da shoved Guan Dao. "Look at our family situation. Why should we do good deeds without expecting anything in return?" Guan Daqing grabbed Guan Dahu by the collar, his small eyes wide, and said roguishly, "Your righteousness is useless. Can it fill our stomachs? Can it help our family get through this crisis? Without savings we might run out of salt and grain at any moment." Guan Dahu shook off his brother's hand, his eyes sharp as he glared at the two. "No matter how hard it gets, as long as we're willing to work, we won't starve." "Easy for you to say." Guan Da cut off Guan Dahu, and it looked like another fight was about to break out. Old man Guan slammed his fist on the Kong edge. "Enough. Cough, cough." Su Nuoqi quickly soothed him while Guan Zhaodi kicked off her shoes, climbed into the inner side of the Kong, and gently patted Grandpa's back. The neighbors, curious about why the Guan family had started uproar again after just calming down, crowded into the yard, standing on tiptoes to peer inside the house. Old man Guan kept glancing toward the door, secretly lamenting his descendants' lack of pride. Today's shame had reached his ancestors. Guan Da, unwilling to let his prize slip away, pressed forward to speak. Old Madame Ma stomped on his foot, shoved him into a corner, and hissed a threat. "If you act up again, see if I don't beat you to death, you worthless wretch." "What's the situation now? How many people are standing outside the door?" Haven't you caused enough shame today, and isn't the silver you've lost already too much? Old Master Guan's gaze swept over his bruised and battered sons and daughters-in-law. His eyes reddened, and with a clenched jaw he made the most difficult decision of his life. "Da, go and fetch the village head and the clan elders." "Yes." Guan Dao shot a glare at his two worthless elder brothers, then turned and strode out the door. The gossiping neighbors parted to make way for him, and some kind-hearted ones even offered to help spread the word, heading off separately to find the elders. The main room fell into a profound silence. After such an incident, everyone needed a moment to collect themselves, and no one spoke. The neighbors outside, stifled by the oppressive atmosphere, barely dared to breathe, fearing that their idle chatter might provoke the old master into another fit. Guan Dajiang and Guan Dai shrank their necks, trying their best to fade into the background. Su Nuoqi thought to herself, grandfather must be furious. He's not thinking of dividing the family. Knowing the elders were on their way, the Guan sisters swiftly scrambled down from the Kong and joined Su Nuoqi, standing quietly in the corner. Guan Lijing, the village head, entered with the clan elders of Guanjia village. Taking in the scene of disarray, he asked with concern, "Brother Guan, what's wrong? What has happened in your household?" Old Master Guan rose to welcome them, politely offering the village head and elders the seats of honor while he settled on a straw stool. He recounted the day's events in full detail. "It's a family disgrace making a spectacle for you all. But after what happened today, I've come to a realization. A large tree must branch out, and a grown family must divide. My line has been led astray with my sons. I've invited you here today to bear witness to the division of our family." Just as she had guessed, Su Nuoqi mentally gave her grandfather and herself a pat on the back. "Father, your sons were wrong. Let's not divide the family. We can't split up." Guan Dajiang and Guan Da's pupils contracted in unison as they fell to their knees, knocking their heads against the floor with heavy thuds. Before long, large bumps swelled on both their foreheads, seeping blood mixed with tears of regret as they sobbed uncontrollably. With parents alive, a family shouldn't be divided. If they were truly cast out, wouldn't the villagers point fingers at them and talk behind their backs until they were dead? Smack. Cough, cough, cough. Old Master Guan slammed the table hard, a fit of coughing overtaking him. Soon his aged face was flushed a deep red. Su Nuoqi hurried over, patting Old Master Guan's chest with her palm, trying to use that red thread of energy she had seen earlier to soothe his breathing. However, no matter how she tried to channel her energy, that power seemed to have vanished, refusing to manifest. A line of crows seemed to fly over Su Nuoqi's head, cawing. So her superpower could just malfunction. Seeing Old Master Guan's condition worsen, Guan Lishang's eyes turned sharp as he glared at the kneeling brothers and roared, "Shut up. If you two want to anger your father to death, go right ahead." The two immediately fell silent, shrinking their necks with reddened eyes, not daring to utter another word. Their father had nearly died just moments ago. If they provoked another episode, they truly wouldn't deserve to live. Once Old Master Guan caught his breath, he said with unwavering resolve, "In my life, I have had 3 sons and 1 daughter. Each of them is married with children of their own. After today's disturbance, all our family assets have been paid out. All that's left is over 400 gene of coarse grain in the kitchen, 2 gene of pork bought for New Year's, but not yet eaten, 4 laying hens, 2 roosters, and some eggs my old wife had stored away." Old Master Guan paused, took a breath, and continued, "My daughter is married off. I have no means to support her further. They'll give her 30 eggs as a small token of her parents' Each of my 3 sons will receive 100 gene of coarse grain along with the houses they currently live in. As for anything else, I wash my hands of it. I no longer have the ability to manage it." Guan Lijing and the assembled elders sighed deeply, their hearts aching for Old Master Guan. At the same time, they made a firm resolution. Upon returning home, they would strictly discipline their own families and clan youths. They must never get involved with gambling dens, and they must never borrow money from them or loan sharks. Guan Lijing let out a heavy sigh. He took out the clan genealogy and his portable ink and brush, spreading them on the Guan family's dining table, a habit he had developed as village head. Whether or not the family he visited needed writing supplies, he always carried them with him. After writing a few characters, he looked up with a worried expression. "If we go by your wishes, who will take care of you and your wife in your old age?" Old Master Guan glanced at Guan Dahu and said, "We'll live with Dahu from now on. He will be the one to support us and see to our final This." Guan Lijing hesitated, the brush hovering above the paper. He wrestled with his thoughts before tentatively suggesting, "Your Dahu is an honest and good child. He has certainly been very filial to you all these years. But he only has 2 daughters. There's no one to carry on his line. Are you sure you want to reconsider the matter of your care?" Su Nuoqi's eyebrow twitched. She instantly understood the village head's meaning. In ancient times, unlike the modern era, there was the saying, there are 3 unfilial acts, and having no offspring is the greatest. Old Master Guan's 3rd son Guan Dahu had no male heir, and thus couldn't stand tall. When Old Master Guan passed away, there would be no grandson to smash the mourning bowl or carry the funeral banner. People in ancient times were highly superstitious about this, especially the elderly. However, old Master Guan's tone was resolute. My mind is made up. Village head and elders, there is no need to persuade me further. This. Guan Lijing and the other elders were all taken aback by old Master Guan's decision. But old Master Guan said, Dao may not have a son, but he has 2 daughters. Once Pundi and Zhaodi come of age, we can have one of them bring in a son-in-law to marry into the family. After all the trouble that Blade Lord caused at our house, I've come to my senses. Rather than rely on those 2 good for-nothings and be dragged down until we don't have a scrap left. It's better to stick with the honest one, live a steady life, and perhaps even enjoy a peaceful old age. Excellent. Su Nuoqi mentally gave her grandfather countless thumbs up. The old man was truly wise. Clap, clap, clap. Guan Lijing and the clan elders cast sidelong glances at the bruised and swollen Guan Dajiang, and Guan De let out heavy sighs and ceased their attempts to dissuade the old man. As he began to write the division document, he muttered the composition of old Master Guan's family. Old Master Guan was the 7th in his generation, so everyone called him Uncle Guanqi. In his youth he had been an apprentice to an accountant surnamed Ma. Because of his hard work, endurance, and honest character, accountant Ma took a liking to him and betrothed his daughter to him. The 3 sons old Master Guan and old Madam Ma raised were named after rivers, lakes, and seas. The eldest Guan Dajiang married Lu Yonghui, the daughter of Lu Laogan, and they had 2 sons, 15-year-old Guan Zixin and 13-year-old Guan Zixin. The second son married Li Guifan from the neighboring Li family, and they had 1 daughter and 2 sons. 15-year-old Guan Yuandi, 12-year-old Guan Zimiao, and 80-year-old Guan Zian are currently staying at Li Guifan's parental home, where they are in the process of arranging a marriage for the eldest sister. The names of the Guan family's grandchildren were chosen by the fortune-teller old man Guan hired following the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, corresponding to Xian's son Miao Yin, and Yao symbolizing the completeness of the 5 elements and the prosperity of the family. As for the 3rd branch of the Guan family, Guan Dahu, who had saved Su Nuoqi, she had been married for several years, but only had 2 daughters, 13-year-old Guan Pundi and 12-year-old Guan Zhaodi. Yet they had failed to produce the long-awaited Guan Xiao, the one corresponding to earth. The ancient people's deep-rooted preference for sons over daughters meant that without a son one had no confidence. Therefore the 3rd branch of the Guan family took on all the hardest, most tiring, and dirtiest chores, eager to do everything. Especially Yi Kuehua, the more she failed to bear a son, the more uneasy she became, fearing that Guan Dahu would divorce her or take a concubine, so she worked even. Su Nuoqi shook her head. That won't do. If you want to have children, you must take good care of your body. Overexertion is absolutely unacceptable. As for old man Guan's daughter Guan Damei, she married a hunter in the mountains. Because life was hard, she rarely came down the mountain to visit her parents. Seeing how meticulously Guan Lijing was recording every word Su Nuoqi, she suddenly thought of the household registration issue. She vaguely remembered hearing someone say that in the Tianqi kingdom people without household registration could be bought and sold, at will becoming the lowest slaves. After Su Nuoqi, she narrowly escaped death. The Guan family had never registered her household. In fact, no one in the Guan family had ever asked her name. They had always called her girl or daughter. Just the right opportunity to solve her own household registration problem. Since her grandparents in this life were surnamed Guan, she would also adopt the surname Guan, so living in this village would not seem too out of place in terms of surname. Su Nuoqi's eyes twinkled, and she quickly thought of a name for herself that meant peace and joy. Unconsciously a smile tugged at her. Guan Lijing was recording details in the family genealogy with swift strokes. Just as he finished writing Guan Zhaodi's name, Su Nuoqi, she suddenly spoke. Grandpa Lijing, under Uncle Guan San's household the name Guan Lixin is still missing. It's the Lixin from the Luo Xiafu, the joy of festival animals, the delight of all living beings. Guan Lijing was absorbed in writing, and without noticing followed Su Nuoqi's words, and wrote the 3 characters Guan Lixin on the family division document. After finishing writing, Guan Lijing looked up in surprise, scrutinized Su Nuoqi, and asked old man Guan, old 7, is the girl your family picked up going to be registered too? Well, old brother, I knew you were a man of benevolence. No other family in the village could match your kindness. Old man Guan opened his mouth, somewhat embarrassed. He had never considered registering this girl. So from the very beginning, he never even asked the girl's name. All along she was an outsider to their family. Now with Guan Lizhang's words blocking him, how could he respond? Old man Guan was tongue-tied, licked his dry lips, and tacitly accepted Guan Lizhang's words. Su Nuoqi, she quick-witted, hurriedly poured bowls of water for the village head and the clan elders. Finally, she handed a bowl of warm water to her grandfather's lips, and said, Grandpa, you've been talking a lot, you must be thirsty. Drink slowly, no rush. Guan Lijing nodded with satisfaction, and said, Old 7, the girl your family picked up is much more filial than your own sons and grandsons. The Guan family members. Awkward. After all that had just happened, who in the Guan family could pay attention to the detail of pouring water? Old man Guan's face flushed red. He tried to force a smile but failed. His facial muscles twitched, and his old face involuntarily burned with shame. Guan Lijing, having been the village head for many years, was a shrewd man. He immediately noticed old man Guan's discomfort and changed the subject. Brother, take a look at the family division document. Is there anything else that needs to be added? Old man Guan had been an apprentice to an accountant in his youth. As long as it wasn't a pedantic 8-legged essay, he could understand ordinary He took the document and read it through, staring at the 3 characters Guan Lijing under the 3rd branch's household, feeling a bit irritated. Yet he said nothing, handed the document back to Guan Lijing, and said, village head, your record is very detailed. I have no issues. Let the children sign and seal it. The heads of the Guan family all agreed, so the others had to swallow their objections. Guan Dajiang and Guan Dai knew that the trouble they had caused today was too great. If they opposed further, their parents would surely be furious. Moreover, in front of the village head and the clan elders, they dared not make a scene, so they reluctantly pressed their fingerprints. Guan Dahu was filial and always obeyed old man Guan. Since old man Guan would live with the 3rd branch, he didn't leave his father, so he pressed his fingerprint without hesitation. In fact, Guan Dahu also had his own selfish motives. Being able to live separately from his 2 brothers was a relief in his heart. Guan Lijing signed his name on the document, then had the clan elders sign and seal, and everyone acted as witnesses. Guan Lijing blew on the ink of the document to dry it carefully, put it away, and said, I'll keep this for now. Tomorrow morning after the yamen opens, I'll go to file the case, separate your household registration, copy it into the village records and the family genealogy, and then return it to you, brother. Old man Guan cupped his hands. Then I'll have to trouble you, village head. My body is weak, and I'm afraid I'll have to rely on you, old brother. But the silver for handling the household division. Guan Lijing patted old man Guan's hand and interrupted, let's not speak of such formalities among us brothers. Taking care of your health is the real priority. As for the silver, do I not trust you, old brother? You can pay me back when you have more money. Guan Lijing was not foolish. Old man Guan was good at accounting. Many financial issues in the village required his calculations, especially during tax season. Moreover, old man Guan was very concerned with face. He wouldn't take advantage of such a small favor. In the future, when old man Guan had money, he would repay doubly. In life, it's hard to provide timely help, but easy to add flourishes to the icing. Giving old Seven a little benefit now would make it easier to ask him for favors later, wouldn't it? It must be said that Guan Lijing was a man who knew how to handle things. Not only did he make old man Guan deeply grateful, but he also gained a wave of goodwill in Su Nuoqi's heart. Indeed, Guan Lijing was a good man worth befriending in the future. Thus the Guan family in Guan Family Village became the first family in the village to divide the household while the elders were still alive. The neighbors watching outside sighed. They had another topic for gossip over tea and meals. Most said that the Guan family was unlucky to have 2 idle sons, bringing them 8 generations. Without money and land, they probably wouldn't even survive the summer, and so on. After the village head left, the 1st and 2nd branches of the Guan family returned to their rooms, and behind closed doors inevitably had a quarrel. Yi Kuehua brought out the midday meal, but old man Guan and old lady Ma had no appetite. Old lady Ma waved her hand, looking dejected, and said, you eat, you I can't. Su Nuoqi, she knew the root of the old lattice distress. She quickly took out a silver ingot from her sleeve and placed it before old lady Ma. Hiss! The Guan family members sprang to their feet in shock. Old Master Guan demanded urgently, Lachine, where did all this silver come from? Old Madame Ma's face turned pale with fright. Guan Dahu and his wife and daughter stared at Su Nuoqi, she with complex expressions, their hearts pounding wildly. Such large silver ingots were beyond anything they had ever seen in their lives. Su Nuoqi, she calmed the old couple down and seated them, then explained that the youth from the woodshed had been taken away by someone, and that the person who fetched him had given her 10 taels of silver as a token. Of course, Su Nuoqi, she omitted the part where the youth had held her in his arms, and concealed the fact that the man in black had given her 20 taels instead of 10. For 10 taels was already a fortune to the Guan family. If she suddenly produced 20 taels, Su Nuoqi, she feared it would burden the 2 elders and Guan Da's family with too heavy a psychological weight. Hadn't they nearly been scared out of their wits just seeing the 10 taels? Secondly, the moment Su Nuoqi she received the silver, the system's prompt chimed once more, unlocking a convenience store benefit for her. In other words, with silver in hand, she could not only purchase items from the 10 yuan store, but also freely select goods from a small convenience store. Keeping the other ingot with Su Nuoqi, she rather than with old Madame Ma would allow it to realize its full value. For using money to generate more money is the fastest way to create wealth. As for the items she had snatched from the scar-faced man, she couldn't show them to her grandparents just yet. She was merely a frail woman. How could she explain the manner in which she had reclaimed those belongings from him in such a short time? Old Master Guan, old Madame Ma, and Yi Kuihua's family stared at the silver on the table, their hearts surging with emotion. Truly good deeds were rewarded with good fortune. They looked at Su Nuoqi anew, finding her honest and steadfast. To bring out 10 taels of silver without a hint of selfishness was indeed a rare and commendable act. Old Madame Ma asked herself honestly. Had she been in Su Nuoqi's shoes, she would have guarded that silver with her life, not even telling her old. After all, when the young master and his servant had given Su Nuoqi the silver, she had been alone in the woodshed. Even if she had secretly kept the silver, none of them would have known. Su Nuoqi served rice to old Master Guan, and old Madame Ma sang, "Grandpa, food is the foundation of life. If we miss a meal, hunger gnaws at us. If the money is gone, we can earn it back. But if our health collapses, no amount of silver can buy it back, right?" Yi Kuei-hua snapped out of her daze and quickly said, "Father, Mother, I had set aside some food for the youth in the woodshed. Since he's gone, I'll fetch that food now." With Su Nuoqi's gentle persuasion, old Madame Ma carefully stowed away the silver ingot. The two elders glanced at Su Nuoqi with complex expressions, their heavy hearts easing somewhat as they managed to eat a little. The quarrel between the eldest and second branches of the Guan family continued unabated, growing louder by the moment. Old Master Guan and old Madame Ma ate with their heads down, pretending not to hear, resolute in their decision to stay out of the dispute. Su Nuoqi looked at her grandparents, barely past 50, yet with hair already white, and felt her eyes burn and her nose sting, a pang of sorrow gripping her heart. A bowl of coarse grain porridge, more water than grain, with a small dish of pickled vegetables, was the Guan family's midday meal. In truth, Su Nuoqi had been eating like this for the past few days. The working people of ancient times had it hard. Crop yields per mu were low, taxes were high, and the yearly harvest barely staved off starvation. Even then, they had to supplement their diet by hunting in the mountains and digging for wild vegetables just to scrape by. In the dead of winter, there were no wild vegetables to be found. Even the tenacious little blades of grass had withered yellow. The Guan family had to ration their food even more strictly. Without careful planning and daily budgeting, they would simply starve. The coarse porridge mixed with wheat bran scraped the throat with every swallow, making eating a veritable ordeal. Su Nuoqi's tears fell silently into her bowl. She gulped down the porridge without leaving a single drop, her chest tight with a suffocating ache. In her past life, she had inherited her grandmother's habit of hoarding supplies. Before she was transported here, her small Western-style house was stocked with rice flour, cooking oil, biscuits, bread, instant noodles, and more. Both the Chinese and Western kitchens had two oversized double-door refrigerators crammed full of fruits, vegetables, meats, and eggs. The storage cabinets on the balcony held various drinks, snacks, and bottled water. The small house had a preservation function, so everything was exactly as it had been before she came here. Unfortunately, it was sealed and couldn't be opened. Otherwise, she could have secretly supplemented the Guan family's meals. Of course, Su Nuoqi could also use those 10 taels of silver to buy rice flour and oil from the system to supplement the Guan family's provisions. However, old Madame Ma and Yi Kuei-hua were extremely frugal and kept meticulous track of every grain of rice and drop of oil in the house. If food suddenly appeared that didn't belong to the Guan family, how would she explain it? No, Su Nuoqi resolved to make a trip to the nearest town, Tiao Town, in the near future. She would earn some silver, legitimize the food she bought from the system, and give her grandparents and Uncle Da's family a proper meal. The others, seeing Su Nuoqi's downcast demeanor, simply assumed that the young lady from a wealthy household was unaccustomed to the coarse fare of a poor family. For the past month, hadn't she been like this at every meal? The Guan family had long grown used to it. It must be said that the third branch of the Guan family was quiet, hardworking, and always found things to do. After everyone finished eating and set down their bowls, Yi Kuei-hua led her two daughters in bustling about cleaning and scrubbing everything in sight. Guan Dahu fetched his carpentry tools and went about repairing things here and there. Before long, the eastern main room was as tidy as ever. Meanwhile, the eldest and second branches hadn't even managed a warm meal. Old Madame Ma's sister-in-law from next door, old woman Zhao, seeing the third branch bustling in and out, boiling water and mending doors, leaned over the wall and gloated, "Sister-in-law, what's going on with your family? I heard you lost all your silver and even the land that seventh brother had saved up to buy. Tisk, what a tragedy. With things this dire, why is your third son still letting that adopted girl eat at your table? If only she were a boy. She could be registered under Da's name, become his son, and when Dahu passes head, have someone to smash the bowl and carry the banner at his funeral, wouldn't he yet?" With that, old woman Zhao covered her gap-toothed mouth and burst into raucous laughter, as if she had just heard the most amusing joke. Old Madame Ma had barely managed to catch her breath when she heard this. She flipped off the Kong, shoved her feet into her shoes, and stormed outside, one hand on her hip and the other pointing at old woman Zhao as she shouted, "Zhao, how did my third brother end up marrying a worthless thing like you? At least you married my third brother, which makes you my third sister-in-law. But look at yourself. Do you act like a sister-in-law at all? You have to stick your nose into everything I do. I collect and wash clothes in Tiao Town at 2 per piece, but you undercut me at 1 when having the price. When my little grandson had a fever in the middle of the night, I asked to borrow a thumb-sized piece of ginger from you, and you charged me 51. Why don't you just go rob someone? Old woman Zhao's smug expression instantly vanished, her nostrils flaring with fury. Ma, if I can wash clothes for one when that's my skill. If you want to wash clothes, go ahead and charge whatever you like. It's not like I'm stopping you. As for your grandson's fever-needing ginger, did that ginger grow legs and walk to your house by itself? I risked being attacked by wolves and wild beasts to dig it up from the mountains. Selling you that ginger in the dead of night was an act of kindness on my part. Who else in this village would have ginger on hand? Su Nuoqi was displeased. In the few days she had stayed with the Guan family, old woman Zhao had constantly picked fights with old Madame Ma. Being fiercely protective of her own Su Nuoqi, she couldn't stand to see her grandmother bullied. Neighbors craned their necks, peering over with a glint of schadenfreude in their eyes as they watched old Madame Ma. Su Nuoqi, she stepped forward with a smile that didn't reach her eyes and said, "Third grandmother, shouldn't you return the water buckets, wooden basins, and plows that third grandfather borrowed from our house? Oh wait, you've used them for years, so they must be worn out by now. Let's estimate their value based on the price you charge for ginger. We'll give you a discount and count them as 101. Thinking about it, if third uncle were to sell them at the market, we'd actually be at a loss." Zhao Pozi was left speechless. Guan Dahu knew carpentry. Every year, he took wooden buckets, basins, and chairs from seventh brother's family. No small. Selling them at the market would indeed fetch more than 101, but between brothers, why keep such meticulous accounts? The neighbors turned their gazes back to Zhao Pozi, murmuring in hushed voices that Zhao Pozi is nothing but a shameless freeloader. She borrowed a handful of wild greens from us last year and still hasn't returned them. How brazen. Exactly. How many things has she taken from 7th Uncle Guan's family over the years? Has she no shame taking a whole lump of ginger for Zhao Pozi's face is thicker than a city wall. Why would she be embarrassed? The neighbor's gossip turned into a one-sided mockery of Zhao Pozi, and her aged face flushed crimson. She scrambled down the ladder from the wall and slunk back home in disgrace. Every time Zhao Pozi came to bully old Madame Ma, she relied on being the elder sister-in-law to throw her weight around. For the sake of third brother's face, old Madame Ma could only endure it. It was truly suffocating. Now old Madame Ma's mood was absolutely jubilant. After decades of sparring wits with Zhao Pozi, she had finally savored a moment of sweet vindication. Old Madame Ma turned to Su Nuoqi, she with a beaming smile tinged with awkwardness and a hint of embarrassment, her emotions a tangled mess. Moments ago she had wanted to send this adopted girl away, yet now this girl named Guan Luoxian was giving her silver and defending her honor. Even her own grandchildren had never done such things for her, but this girl had accomplished it all. If only she were her real granddaughter. Old Madame Ma felt a deep pang of regret, reluctant to let this girl leave the Guan family. Suddenly a thought struck old Madame Ma. She slapped her thigh and hurried toward the backyard. Oh no. The clothes I collected yesterday were supposed to be delivered tomorrow. I've already dawdled too long. If the Kong isn't dry after washing, how can I deliver them on time? Yi Kuei-hua's face turned pale with worry, and she hastily called to her two daughters, Pan Di Zhao, Di, come help. If we can't deliver the clothes, we'll have to pay double the compensation. We can't afford to lose even a single one now. Su Nuoqi, she followed the four of them into the backyard. Seeing over 20 buckets of clothes, she gasped sharply. Oh my heavens. This was ancient times. No washing machines, no laundry detergent, no soap. Everything was washed by hand, and they'd taken on this much. In the dead of winter, with freezing cold water, grandmother, are you trying to ruin your hands? Old Madame Ma directed Pan Di, go boil 2 pots of hot water. Zhao Di, sort the clothes by their marks and colors. They'll fetch the big basin, and Kuei-hua, you go draw water. We probably won't get any sleep tonight. You two call your mother and hurry it up. Tomorrow when I deliver the clothes you can catch up on rest. Su Nuoqi's eyelids twitched, her mind churning with one thought. If only she had a few washing machines and dryers plus some stain removers, she could finish all this in half a day at most. Ding. The system chimed. Soap 3, when each laundry powder 25 when a pack. Would you like to purchase? Su Nuoqi, she grinned. Right, she had the system, what was there to fear? How much is a non-electric manual washing machine? The system replied, apologies master. Your points are below 1,000, so the manual washing machine cannot be purchased. Su Nuoqi was speechless. The working principle of a washing machine was simple. She had used several manual ones in her dorm during her school days, and had even taken one apart for repairs. She knew the internal structure perfectly well. If she couldn't buy one, why not build it herself? Su Nuoqi, she snapped her fingers, dashed to the main house's east room, and dragged Guan Dahu to his carpentry shed. She picked up a thin piece of dead wood, crouched down, and quickly sketched a diagram of the manual washing machine with spin dryer that her dorm had used in college, complete with parts breakdown. Uncle, can you craft these parts from wood and assemble them into a complete device following these steps? Pay attention to this inner drum. It must have evenly spaced small holes to spin dry the water out of the clothes. Otherwise the whole thing will be useless. Guan Dahu studied the diagram for a moment and nodded. This is simple. We already have a ready-made barrel like this, and drilling holes isn't hard. With the cold weather lately there's no farm work, so I've been idle, and made quite a few buckets to sell at the market in Tiao Town. If Grandpa helps we can finish it in about half an hour. Old man Guan couldn't sit, still feeling restless. When he saw Su Nuoqi dragging Guan Dahu away, curiosity got the better of him, and he followed. Hearing Guan Dahu's words, and having nothing better to do, he nodded in agreement. Su Nuoqi happily tossed aside the deadwood, and said, "Thank you, uncle. Once it's done, could you move it to the backyard, and put it where grandmother does the Guan Dahu nodded in agreement. Su Nuoqi dashed out of the shed and into the kitchen, where Guan Pan Di was blowing air into the stove with a bamboo tube to stoke the fire. A wisp of steam was already rising from the big. Su Nuoqi scanned the room, and spotted a pile of plant ash in the corner meant for fertilizing the fields come spring. A grin spread across her face. She found a wooden bucket filled 2 heaping loads, and carried them outside. As any modern person knows, extracting calcium hydroxide from lime, and reacting it with potassium carbonate from plant ash produces high-quality handmade soap. Lime was easy to come by. The Guan family's woodshed was stacked with it, used for plastering walls and raising pigs. Yi Kuei-hua saw Su Nuoqi crushing the plant ash and adding water, and frowned in disapproval. A young lady from a wealthy family knows nothing of the hardships of poor folk. The household is in such a state, and all she does is play around. Look at her. She even scrubbed clean the pig feed pot that hasn't been used in ages just to play with plant ash. Sighing in resignation, Yi Kuei-hua picked up her buckets and trudged toward the well, shaking her head. It was cold, and the first and second branches of the Guan family were huddled by their fires indoors. Every member of the third branch was busy with their tasks, and no one noticed Su Nuoqi's little scheme. Not even when she carried off the family's only jar of lard saved for the new year from the kitchen. Su Nuoqi happily stirred the potassium soap that had completed its saponification reaction. Suddenly a teenage boy's cracking voice sounded behind her. "Hey, why did you set up a little earthen stove in the corner of the kitchen? What are you steaming over a water bath?" Su Nuoqi nearly jumped out of her skin, plopping down onto the snow-covered ground. She patted her chest and snapped, "Guan Zixian, didn't anyone tell you it's rude to spy on others?" Guan Zixian scratched his head sheepishly and said, "I just got here, haven't been watching long. Just curious what you're up to. Need any help?" Su Nuoqi stood up, brushed the snow off her skirt, and said, "Go find me a few bowls about this big." "Okay." Guan Zixian skirt. He was truly curious about what Su Nuoqi was doing. If he brought the bowl over, would she tell him? Seeing the person run far away, Su Nuoqi poured the finished potassium soap into various molds prepared in advance, clapped her hands, and thought to herself, "Little rascal trying to play mind games with me. You're still too green." The method of making soap was a secret. As long as she couldn't protect the formula, the fewer people who knew the better. Once she had enough strength, she intended to use this method to lead the Guan family to prosperity. Even the final step of pouring into molds and solidifying, Su Nuoqi did not intend to let the untrustworthy Guan Zixin and others know. Why not buy ready-made soap from the system space? It wasn't because she feared old Madame Ma would dig into the matter, and she couldn't explain it properly, causing people to mistake her for a monster. The ancients were superstitious. Su Nuoqi didn't want to be strung up on a wooden rack and roasted like barbecue. Due to time constraints, the molds Su Nuoqi prepared were all abandoned bamboo joints of various sizes, with grooves left over from Guan Da's bamboo crafts. The molds were not great, but Su Nuoqi's soap was excellent. However, the jar of lard in the kitchen was gone, and she needed to give her grandmother an explanation. She could have used the system to buy vegetable oil, but if her grandmother asked about the soap-making method and found the lard still intact in the kitchen, how could she explain where the oil for making soap came from? Alas, Grandma was too shrewd. My heart is so tired. Inside the huge karst cave on the back mountain of Guanjiakan village, the man rescued by Guan Da sat cross-legged, surrounded by several fire basins. A dark guard draped in a white cloak knelt on one knee and reported, "Master, the one who carried you down the mountain is indeed a native villager of Guanjiakan named Guan Da. This man is honest and kind, often helping others, and has a good reputation and popularity in the village. Your subordinate infiltrated his home, searched the woodshed where you rested several times, and investigated all members of the Guan family, but found no tiger tally. The Guan family split up today. Your subordinate copied a copy of their family division document and found no irregularities. Please instruct, Master." Shan Shi awkwardly touched his nose and cautiously approached Shan Tianlin, saying, "Master, you see, your subordinate was right, wasn't I? That Guan family had no ill intentions toward us. Your being carried away was pure coincidence. Your subordinate swears that no matter what happens next time, I will stay close to you and never leave your side. The tiger tally must have been lost on the road while being pursued. We need to investigate the entire route from the capital." Shan Tianlin finished reading the Guan family's division document, without speaking, playing with a piece of translucent warm jade in his hand. He thoughtfully recalled when he last saw the tiger tally. After the cold poison attack in the Guan family's woodshed, where did that inexplicable warm current come from? Shanxi chattered on. Master, this time was really an accident. There were too many people chasing us. Your cold poison attacks on the road were too frequent. We should hurry to the northwest camp and make plans there. With his slap, Gofeihu irritably smacked Shanxi on the back of the head. Shut up, you talk too much. Does the master not know? Do you need to command? When you carried the master back from the Guan family, did you notice anything unusual? Shanxi rubbed the back of his head, remembering that the master had held the Guan family's girl and wouldn't let go, saying it would be too embarrassing for the master, so he selectively omitted it and said, "What's unusual? Just an ordinary farm family that doesn't know where their next meal is coming from. To thank the Guan family, I gave them 20 taels of silver, enough for them to live comfortably for several years." Shan Tianlin suddenly stood up and went down the mountain like a gust. "Hey, master." Before Shanxi and the others could chase after him, Shan Tianlin's figure had already disappeared into the vast snowy Guan Dahu, and old Master Guan worked very quickly. In less than half an hour, a brand new foot pedal washing machine was assembled. Old Madame Ma Yi Kuehua and others were extremely busy. When they saw the two men carrying a half-a-man-high strangely assembled barrel, old Madame Ma's face immediately lengthened, and she shooed them away. "Go, go, go. You two are really idle. Don't you see we're extremely busy? And you bring this big thing to take up space." Old Master Guan and Guan Dahu felt awkward. Looking at the red frozen hands of old Madame Ma and the others, their hearts clenched. The father and son exchanged a glance, dejectedly prepared to lift the newly assembled washing machine and leave. Su Nuoqi carried a piece of linen softened by warm soapy water, walked to the backyard with a huff, and exclaimed in surprise, "Grandpa, uncle, is it done so? That's wonderful. Let me try your work." With that, Su Nuoqi without further ado opened the outer and inner lids, poured the soapy water and linen, and all at once closed the lid and stepped on the pedal. Splash! Splash! The inner drum of the mechanical washing machine, driven by wooden gears, began to turn. Although pedaling was a bit strenuous, it worked. Guan Zhaodi threw down the clothes in her hands, ran over to watch, and asked curiously, "What is this? What are you doing?" Su Nuoqi chuckled. While pedaling the washing machine, she explained the working principle. "I'll first test if the linen at home can be washed clean." Yi Kuihua's face turned cold. "Zhaodi, don't be lazy. There are so many clothes, if we don't finish, we'll have to pay compensation." Guan Zhaodi kept looking back as she returned to her basin beating clothes, while saying, "Mom, the thing Sister Lixin made looks interesting. Maybe it can wash the linen clean." Yi Kuehua rolled her eyes at her daughter. "Your mother has washed more clothes than you've eaten rice. I've never seen anyone pour clothes into 2 big buckets, shake and turn them, and get them clean. Hurry up, it's almost afternoon. It gets dark early in winter. If we can't see clearly whether the clothes are clean at night, the client will complain when we deliver." Guan Pundi tugged at her younger sister's sleeve and whispered, "Hurry and wash. Sister Lixin is a young lady from a wealthy family different from us. She can play, but we can't." "Oh." Guan Zhaodi reluctantly picked up the cold clothes and lowered her head to beat them again. Old Madame Ma shook her head. Just now she thought this girl was reliable and had helped her a lot. Now it seems that someone from a wealthy family knows nothing, can't do anything, only knows how to play, and is truly unsuited for mountain village life. When the 10 days are up, it's better to send her away. Su Nuoqi didn't care about others' opinions. She completed washing and drying in one go. To be fair, Guan Dahu, even on his first try, grasped the essence of the washing machine. However, the entire washing machine was made of wood, so its durability couldn't be guaranteed, and the press rod and gears were prone to breaking. It didn't matter. Given the current conditions, if it broke, they would fix it. There was nothing else abundant on the mountain but plenty of wood. Grandma, it worked, I did it." Su Nuoqi took out the half-dry linen from the washing machine, ran to old Madame Ma, like she was showing off, crouched down, and spread it out like a child wanting candy, and said happily, "Grandma, look, isn't our linen especially clean? How does it compare to what you beat with a stick?" Old Madame Ma's wooden mallet clattered to the ground. With trembling hands, she took the linen from Su Nuoqi, turned it over and over several times, and was so excited that she couldn't utter a single word. After washing clothes for decades, old Madame Ma saw for the first time that a dish rag could be washed so clean. Guan Zhaodi dropped the clothes and whisked over to Su Nuoqi, exclaiming in astonishment, "Heavens, Sister Lixin, how did you do that? This rag was covered in grease that even hot water couldn't scrub off, yet it's been washed so clean with a faint, pleasant fragrance." Yi Kuehua and Guan Pundi were bewildered and exchanged glances, then stepped forward in disbelief, unable to trust what they were seeing. Coming. I've brought the bowls." Guan Zixin ran over excitedly with several earthen bowls, saying, "Guan Lixin, I brought the bowls you asked for. Can you tell me what you were just doing?" Su Nuoqi waved the rag in front of Guan Zixin and said, "I'm making something to wash the rags." Guan Zixin choked, then snorted. "I thought you were secretly making something delicious. Women are just women. All they know is washing clothes, nothing else." With that, he cast a disdainful glance at Su Nuoqi and returned to the kitchen with the bowls. That girl had seemed so impressive when she saved Grandpa. I thought I misjudged her, but it turns out she's no different from my two younger sisters. Everyone present ignored Guan Zixin's words, still curiously examining this marvelous laundry device. Old man Guan touched the dampness of the rag, and the pent-up frustration in his chest dissipated. He smiled. Excellent. The clothes can be quickly dried after washing. If this saves you, old woman, so much trouble. Old Madame Ma's eyes sparkled, and as she looked at Su Nuoqi, a hint of admiration she herself hadn't noticed flickered in them. Guan Dahu slapped his palm with the back of his hand, and exclaimed excitedly, "This thing is so useful. He'll make a few more right away so Mother and Kuei-hua and her daughters won't have to suffer in the cold winter." His words still hung in the wind and snow, but Guan Da's figure had already disappeared. Old man Guan laughed and chased after him, saying, "I'll go help Da, we can make them faster." Su Nuoqi was filled with joy but then felt a chill down her back. She abruptly turned her head to look at the roof, partially hidden by the jujube tree. A small face smeared with plant ash beyond recognition, and adorned with several painted whiskers suddenly appeared before Shan Tianlin's eyes. Shan Tianlin nearly burst out laughing, but managed to suppress it, hiding his figure. He thought, what a clever little kitten. Her face is a mess, but her eyes are as bright as stars, not at all like a child of a farming family. Suddenly Shan Tianlin's smile slowly faded. He rubbed his face with mixed emotions, stroking his chin. He couldn't even remember how long it had been since he last laughed. Why did he feel an involuntary cheerfulness upon seeing this girl? Except for not searching the girl herself, the other places had indeed been checked, and as the shadow guards had said, there was no trace of the tiger tally. Could it have really fallen on the road? Su Nuoqi stared at the jujube tree, glanced at the roof, and swept her gaze around, but detected nothing unusual. Her dark eyes were deep and unfathomable. Just now she clearly felt a sharp gaze fixed on her, so why was there nothing? Had she been mistaken? A flicker of inscrutability passed through Shan Tianlin's eyes. How could a girl in this farmyard know the art of craftsmanship? What was the thing she made to remove stains? How could a farm child know such things? Lixing, what are you looking at? Old Madame Ma's voice sounded behind Su Nuoqi. Nothing. Su Nuoqi suppressed her inner doubts and turned to look at old Madame Ma. Just then a gust of wind blew and Su Nuoqi looked back again, but found that the gaze had vanished. Was someone on the roof just now? Su Nuoqi's heart suddenly tightened. She silently warned herself to be more careful in the future. Fortunately, she hadn't used the system space just now. Even if the method of making soap and the mechanical washing machine were revealed, it wouldn't matter much. At worst, she wouldn't use these methods to make money, as she still had plenty of creative ideas. With that thought, Su Nuoqi breathed a sigh of relief and told Yi Kuei-hua and the sisters Guan Pundi how to boil soap water and use the washing machine, and so on. The three picked it up quickly and soon learned. Yi Kuei-hua felt ashamed. Just now she had thought Guan Lixin was ignorant of the hardships of life. Unexpectedly, the girl had quietly imparted such exquisite craftsmanship to them. Who wouldn't keep a skill to themselves, hoping to pass it down through generations? How could she give away the craft to the Guan family without any regard for gain or loss? Not to mention anything else, the method of making the washing machine alone would be more than enough to repay a life-saving debt 10 times over. Although their family branch had saved Su Nuoqi, seeing how quickly the girl had won over the old lad's heart, Yi Kuei-hua felt a subtle unease. Unaware of the turmoil in Yi Kuei-hua's mind, Su Nuoqi left Yi Kuei-hua and her daughters to wash clothes, and pulled old Madame Ma aside to a corner by the wall. Sure that no one would eavesdrop here, Su Nuoqi took out a piece of formed soap and said, "Grandma, this is what I used to clean the rag just now. I call it soap." Old Madame Ma took it, looked it over left and right, but couldn't make sense of it. Su Nuoqi said, "Do you know how much silver a tael of bath bean used by wealthy families costs?" Old Madame Ma shook her head. How could common folk like them who had never even heard of bath beans know its price? Su Nuoqi held up 2 fingers and said, "At least this much." Old Madame Ma's heart skipped a beat. 201. Su Nuoqi shook her head. 2 taels of silver. What? Old Madame Ma choked, almost unable to breathe. What thing is so expensive? Su Nuoqi smiled. Grandma, you don't understand the world of the rich. The more expensive something is, the more they like to use it. It's a symbol of status and wealth. The soap in your hand has stronger cleaning power than bath beans, is easy to use, has a simple formula, and low cost. What do you think if we take it to town and sell it for 1 tael of silver per piece? Hiss. Old Madame Ma's hand trembled, nearly dropping the soap. She swallowed hard and said uncertainly, "Can this thing really sell for that much silver? Does making it require a lot of expensive materials?" Here it comes. Finally the point was reached. Su Nuoqi had been beating around the bush to lead old Madame Ma to realize that the most expensive ingredient in making soap was lard. As long as old Madame Ma understood that this thing could earn back dozens of times the cost of lard, she certainly wouldn't blame Su Nuoqi for using the contents of the oil jar without permission. Ah! A cry of surprise interrupted Su Nuoqi. Old Madame Ma hastily stuffed the soap into her pocket and pulled Su Nuoqi into a trot toward the kitchen where the sound came from. Li Guifan hugged the large jar furious and rushed toward Old Madame Ma crying out, "Mother, look! That damned thief has stolen every last drop of oil. How are we supposed to live from now on?" Boo-hoo. With that, Li Guifan plopped down on the ground, threw the jar aside, and beat her thighs, wailing loudly. Old Madame Ma panicked, bent down, and snatched up the jar. She held it up to the light, turning it over, and even reached inside to scrape it, refusing to believe her eyes. Then she cursed too. What a heartless scoundrel. Our family is already in such a state, and they still won't spare our last jar of lard. Damn it all. Boo-hoo. Grandmother. Soon as she stepped forward to pat Old Madame Ma's back, whispering in her ear, so only the two of them could hear, "Stop crying. I used the lard to make soap. Remember what I told you? 1 tael of silver per bar. That's enough to buy a good deal of lard. Don't fret over it." Old Madame Ma was stunned. It was lard after all, greasy no matter where it was applied. How could it possibly be turned into soap with such strong cleansing power? No matter how hard she tried, Old Madame Ma couldn't wrap her head around it. Making soap from lard. Wasn't that just nonsense? As one problem was settled, another arose. Just as Old Madame Ma calmed down, Old Man Guan rushed into the kitchen, snatched the lard jar from her arms, and stumbled back several steps, his face ashen. If not for Guan Dahe's steadying hand, Su Nuoqi had every reason to believe her grandfather would have fainted on the spot. Su Nuoqi patted Old Madame Ma's hand, and quickly turned to soothe Old Man Guan. "Grandfather, don't worry. I took the lard. What I made with it can earn us a fortune. We were in a hurry, and I planned to buy a few caddies of fatty meat at the market tomorrow to render more. It was my fault for not discussing it with you first. Please don't be angry, all right?" Old Man Guan's mind went completely blank. He couldn't fathom what Su Nuoqi had done with the lard. Guan Zixin pointed at Su Nuoqi, fuming. "So that's it. I wondered why you secretly set up a stove to brew something. You really were keeping it all? You wretched girl, give us back our lard." Li Guifan sprang up, her eyes red with fury, charging at Su Nuoqi, as if to beat her. Old Madame Ma let out a sharp cry. "Enough. Second daughter-in-law, and delaying the lard in that jar was for Lexin's use. When the family divided, these items were never allotted to you. What right do you have to make a fuss here? This matter ends here. If any of you dares to let it slip, don't blame this old woman for turning on you and casting you out of this household." The Guan family was speechless. Wasn't the old lady's change of heart a bit too sudden? Having been married to her for years, Old Man Guan knew Old Madame Ma's temper all too well. Even a single spoonful of lard used without her permission would send her into a fury that could tear the sky apart. Why today was she letting it go so? Old Madame Ma hastily pulled Su Nuoqi out of the kitchen and into the main room, completely ignoring the countless question marks hanging over everyone's heads. After locking the door, Old Madame Ma pulled out the bar of soap the size of a baby's fist from her pocket and asked, "How much lard does it take to make just one of these?" Su Nuoqi smiled ingratiatingly. "Well, grandmother, 1 caddy of lard can make about 12 bars this size. Aside from the lard, which is the priciest ingredient, things like plant ash and lime cost next to nothing. If we want fragrance once spring blooms, we can extract some floral or herbal scents, turn them into essential oils, and add them in. Then we'd have wonderfully scented. The scented ones can be made more exquisite and sold for 2 or 3 taels of silver each without a problem. After all, rarity drives up value, doesn't it?" "What? Two or three taels? Made from lard." Old Madame Ma was utterly stunned, her heart pounding wildly, unable to string together a single coherent sentence. Once she processed what she had heard, Old Madame Ma's eyes flew wide open in disbelief. "You know how to make fragrances too?" Su Nuoqi rubbed her nose and said, "Only a little, but it's more than enough for the soap." Old Madame Ma was speechless. Heavens, what kind of treasure had her Daha brought back? Was there anything this girl couldn't do? Old Madame Ma clasped Su Nuoqi's soft fair hand, opening her mouth several times, yet unable to voice the words, asking her to stay and not go back. No, how could she be so selfish? To keep the girl from returning home for her own gain. Wouldn't that be terribly unfair? In a mountain hollow behind Guan family village, Shan Tianlin, before mounting his horse to depart, said, 11. Keep an eye on the Guan family." He paused mid-sentence, recalling Su Nuoqi's uniqueness. Suddenly unwilling to let anyone discover such an extraordinary girl, he concealed the deep glint in his eyes and said, "Never mind. They're just a peasant family. No need for surveillance. Feihu released the men to search along our previous route for the tiger tally once more. Move out. As you command." Gu Feihu clasped his fists in acknowledgement and vanished into the forest. Shanxi was bewildered. A mere peasant household, and their master, usually so decisive and resolute, was acting so irresolute. Hiya! Before anyone could snap out of their shock, Shan Tianlin had already galloped away, his silhouette disappearing into the vast snowy expanse in the blink of an eye. The guards hurriedly spurred their horses to follow. To make it to the morning market, Old Madame Ma, Su Nuoqi, Guan Dahu, and the others set out before dawn, pushing a cart laden with clothes. The snow-covered road from the previous night was treacherous. Su Nuoqi wore deerskin boots covered with straw overshoes woven by Guan. From the outside it looked as though she wore simple straw boots. Old Madame Ma had used the last scraps of cloth to make Su Nuoqi a set of coarse linen clothes worn over her thick mink fur. Thus Su Nuoqi appeared as an ordinary commoner from head to toe with no hint of her noble origins. Su Nuoqi wasn't cold, but Old Madame Ma and Guan walking alongside her were a different story. Their clothes were padded with willow catkins, which offered little warmth. Their footwear consisted of thick-soled hemp shoes stuffed with chicken feathers, also fitted with waterproof straw overshoes. Yet no matter how tightly woven straw was still straw. After a long time treading through the snow, the shoes inside would inevitably become soaked. Su Nuoqi lowered her head, silently pushing the cart, with all her might vowing to buy a pair of leather shoes today for her grandfather, grandmother, and Uncle Dao. Jingle, jingle, jingle. A series of bell sounds rang out from behind. Old Madame Zhao and her youngest son driving an ox cart caught up with them. Oh, if it isn't sister-in-law and Dao. Old Madame Zhao pretended to just notice them speaking with malicious glee, going to town and still dragging along that stray you fished out of. Old Madame Ma ignored Old Madame Zhao, too exhausted to bother with her. Old Madame Zhao, as if finding some amusement, pressed on relentlessly. Tisk tsk. You'd think with all the silver old Seventh earns from his bookkeeping he could afford to buy the family an ox. Look how worn out you are. If my cart weren't so loaded down with clothes that there's no room, I'd give you a lift into the city. Old Madame Ma stopped, straightened up, and released the cart. Zhao, out of respect for third brother, I call you third sister-in-law. Don't push your luck. You know very well how your family got that ox. When we bought it, our family contributed the most money among the brothers, yet we used it the least. Before father fell ill, it was agreed the ox would go to our family. But you threw a fit, crying and threatening suicide, and brought your Zhao family to fight us. To avoid aggravating our ailing father's condition, my husband reluctantly gave up the ox to third brother. Otherwise, with your Zhao family's penniless state, do you think you'd be riding in an ox cart today? Old Madame Zhao sneered coldly. No matter what, the ox is in our yard. I can drive the cart into town and deliver goods, and I can take in more laundry to wash. Old Madame Ma's chest heaved with anger. From the corner of her eye she caught sight of Su Nuoqi, she beside her recalling her granddaughter's words from the night before. Suddenly she declared, "Fine, you enjoy washing clothes. From now on, all the laundry in Tiao Town is yours. I won't compete with you." With that, Old Madame Ma ignored Zhao, entirely bent down, and pushed the handcart with twice the vigor as before. Old Madame Zhao was dumb. Wait, that's not right. Didn't Seventh Brother's family lose all their land and money? Last night Seventh Brother even had to borrow 10 coppers from the village head just to pay the city entry fee. Washing clothes was their only source of income now. How could they simply give it up? Could the shock have driven her mad? Su Nuoqi, she bit her lip knowing her grandmother was upset. She had pleaded with her for a long time the night before, but the old woman had refused to budge, insisting on taking in the laundry. Now her goal of sparing her grandmother the hard work was achieved, but it had left a fire of resentment burning in the old woman's heart. Su Nuoqi narrowed her eyes at the ox cart ahead, shooting a venomous glare at Old Madame Zhao's retreating back. Dare to bully my grandmother. You'll regret this. Upon arriving in Tiao Town, Su Nuoqi, she realized it wasn't a town in the traditional sense, but a county seat that simply bore the name. The county had 2 gates north and south with a river flowing through its heart. Homes lined the riverbanks, giving it a quaint antique charm reminiscent of a Jiangnan water town, though the climate was far less temperate. In this season, thick snow blanketed the roads, and the town was almost entirely devoid of greenery. After paying the 6-coin entry fee, Old Madame Ma led Su Nuoqi directly to the households that had given them laundry. She returned each piece of clothing, collecting a total of 209 coppers. While returning the clothes, many families mentioned they had more laundry that needed washing. Old Madame Ma politely declined each one, using the very arguments Su Nuoqi had presented to her the night before. Su Nuoqi, she had said, "Grandma, to earn a single copper per garment, Uncle Dao has to brave the snowstorm to chop firewood. You auntie and the 2 girls would have to boil water and scrub clothes day and night, and then use the heated brick bed to dry them. Even if we used a washing machine to spin them dry, the whole family would still be up until the middle of the night, only getting a couple of hours of sleep before having to deliver them. If we ruin our health, the medicine will cost far more than a copper. It's just not worth it." As Old Madame Ma went from house to house declining the work, she slowly convinced herself. The heavy feeling in her chest lifted. The townsfolk had plenty of dirty clothes, and no one wanted to wash them in such cold weather. The town's residents didn't mind the extra copper or 2. With Old Madame Ma refusing the work, it was a golden opportunity for Old Madame Zhao, who took in twice as much laundry as usual. Old Madame Zhao's heart was singing with joy, but her youngest son Guan's heart sank. Washing this much laundry in such freezing weather meant his wife and his daughter could kiss their sleep goodbye. Meanwhile, Old Madame Ma hurriedly pulled Su Nuoqi aside and asked, Lixin's grandma listened to you and gave up the laundry. Shouldn't we go and sell the soap now? In old Madame Ma's mind, selling soap meant visiting the grand households, knocking on their doors, and explaining the product to the stewards in detail. Or perhaps going to embroidery shops or clothing stores to recommend it to the shopkeepers. It was a novel item unfamiliar to everyone. It would be normal if they couldn't sell any. They could cut off a small piece for people to try. They might not make a single sale today. That was fine. Familiarity breeds success. Once the stewards of these wealthy households discovered the benefits of the soap, they were sure to seek them out to buy more. If people thought the soap was too expensive, they could lower the price. Lard costs 12 coppers a caddy and can make 12 to 15 bars of soap. If necessary, they could drop the price to 20 coppers a bar and still make a decent profit. She had thought the night before that 1 tael of silver per bar was far too expensive. Lixin, having been born into a wealthy family, didn't understand what a single copper meant to the common folk. That silly girl had set the price too high, and they probably wouldn't sell a single bar. She would have to persuade Lixin to sell them for 20 to 25 coppers each. That way they could have a steady loan. However, Su Nuoqi's method of selling soap was quite different. She led old Madame Ma and Guan asking for directions, and after a series of twists and turns they arrived at the back kitchen of Tsuyun Tower. She asked the kitchen steward for several dirty rags, promising to return them clean for free. The steward, delighted by such an offer, immediately agreed and brought out half a basin of filthy rags. He practically wished Su Nuoqi and old Madame Ma would wash every single thing in their kitchen. Looking at the mountain of rags, a herd of unmentionable horses stampeded through Su Nuoqi's mind, but she kept a cheerful smile on her face as she requested 2 buckets of hot water from the kitchen. The steward was generous, filling the buckets for Guan, and even sent a young apprentice to follow them as they made their way to the Su Nuoqi directed Guan to park the cart against the wall across from Tsuyun Tower. She secured the wheels with stones and started yelling, "Come one, come all. Take a look. This incredible stain-removing soap leaves your laundry smelling fresh. It makes your hands soft and smooth. Better than soap pods, stronger than cleansing beans. Don't miss out, folks. You'll be waiting years for another chance like this." This was the wealthiest street in town where no one ever raised their voice. Su Nuoqi's shouts quickly drew a curious crowd. She held up a dirty rag for all to see, causing many to pinch their noses and step back in disgust. A slight smile played on Su Nuoqi's lips. She wet the rag, lathered it with soap, and scrubbed it vigorously on the washboard. In no time, she rinsed away the dirty suds and held the clean rag up for everyone to see. Wow, amazing. How can such a thing exist? It looks even better than cleansing beans or soap pods. A plump woman pushed through the crowd, rolling up her sleeves. "Here, let me try. Are you sure you're not fooling us, little girl?" Su Nuoqi handed the rag to the woman, made a go-ahead gesture, and stepped aside. Her young face radiated sunshine and confidence. The plump woman gave it a try and was full of praise. My. It's clean, so clean. Girl, how much does this thing cost? It must be more expensive than cleansing beans, right? Su Nuoqi shook her head. My soaps come in different sizes. The one you used costs 1 tael of silver and can clean a great many things. It's far more economical than cleansing beans. Indeed, the plump woman chuckled. Girl, to be honest, in the purchasing steward for the Yi household, I came out today to buy half a caddy of cleansing beans, but now that I've seen your soap, I'm quite tempted. Tell you what, I'll buy less cleansing beans and take 3 taels worth of your soap instead. If it works well, I'll come back to you for more. Guan and old Madame Ma were stunned. Did they just make a sale? Without even giving a detailed introduction, Su Nuoqi cheerfully accepted the silver and handed it to old Lady Ma, then tied up the wooden box of soap and passed it to Aunt Pang, saying, "Take this. I can't say for certain when I'll be able to come back and sell again. If you find the soap to your liking, it would be wise to buy a few more." Aunt Pang took the soap, her smile fading as she asked, "Such a fine product. Why stop selling it?" Su Nuoqi replied, "You've said it yourself, it's a fine thing, so the supply is tight. I got these from a traveling peddler. I agreed to help him sell them for a bit of travel money, but who knows when he'll have more stock. So if you like it, you'd best buy a few extra. You'll use them often anyway, won't you?" Aunt Pang and the onlookers grew anxious at this. Whether they were stewards or errand runners, they began snatching up the soap in 2s and 3s. Old Lady Ma and Guan were dumbfounded. Good heavens, is that how you sell things? What sorcery is this? Money piling up faster than we can count. How delightfully absurd. A head poked out from the window of the 2nd floor of Tsuyun Tower, exclaiming, "Interesting, most interesting. Dongzi, have you ever seen the goods that girl is hawking?" Dongzi leaned over, glanced down, and said with a whimper, "Young master, it's a bit too interesting. We can't take it all in at once. We've been out for days now. If we don't return soon, the mistress will have my hide. Please have mercy and come back to the manor with me." Lu Jinghing tapped Dongzi on the head with his jade flute and said, "I rarely get to slip out like this. Do you have to ruin my fun? Go buy me one of those things the girl calls soap." Dongzi trudged downstairs near tears, only to find the crowd so thick he couldn't squeeze. In just a few breaths, Su Nuoqi spread her hands and announced, "Everyone, we've run out of soap. The peddler only gave me this much." Those at the back who missed out called out anxiously, "Miss, go tell the peddler to bring more next time. We didn't get any." "Exactly. You only brought a few dozen bars. Those of us at the back couldn't even get a scrap. You can't cut off your supply like this." Dongzi, sweating profusely, shoved through the crowd to the front. Leaning against the cart, he panted, "Miss, please sell me one today, no matter the cost. Our young master will pay you double." Su Nuoqi's heart stirred. She did have more stock. The system sold large bars for just 4 when each, even finer than her handmade ones. But her grandmother and Uncle Dahu had meticulously counted every item Shed brought from home. How could she explain even one extra bar appearing out of nowhere? Seeing Su Nuoqi shake her head, Dongzi trudged back to Tsiyun Tower in defeat. Old Lady Ma's pockets were now stuffed with silver, over 60 taels in all. In all her life, she had never held more than 10 taels at once. Now with such a fortune on her, she felt it wasn't safe anywhere, her heart racing with anxiety. Standing between Su Nuoqi and Guan Dahu, she eyed every passerby, with suspicion, convinced they were all thieves. Guan Dahu fared no better. He was used to counting copper coins, and now his hands trembled at the sight of silver. He even wondered if he'd taken the wrong payment or sold the wrong goods. Seeing them like this, Su Nuoqi shook her head with a smile and said, "Grandmother, let me hold the silver. I have more pockets and it won't get lost." Old Lady Ma instinctively clutched her pocket tighter, but Guan Dahu whispered in her ear, "Mother, the soap was made and sold by Lachine. The silver is hers by right." Old Lady Ma winced inwardly, reluctantly handing the pouch of silver to Su Nuoqi. It wasn't hers to keep true, but couldn't she at least savor the feel of it for a moment longer? Su Nuoqi found it amusing, just like her grandmother from her past life, a natural hoarder. Poverty did that to people. She was determined to earn plenty of silver, so her grandmother could get used to handling it. This was only the beginning, and already her hands were shaking. Unlike Old Lady Ma's reluctance, Su Nuoqi took the silver without a second thought and slipped it into her pouch. In truth, she was stashing it into a hidden compartment in her system designed for storing money. No one else could access this place. Though small, the compartment could easily hold 1,000 taels. If the silver stayed with her grandmother, she'd never dare spend it and would hoard it until with it in her own hands, she could take advantage of the remaining daylight to explore the county town and buy gifts for her grandparents and Uncle Da's family. Glancing at the thumb ring in the compartment, she remembered the young man Uncle Dahu had rescued. Why had no one come looking for the ring last night? Was it not important? Ding! A system task activated. Within 10 days you must purchase grain worth 500 taels of silver from the system. Failure to do so will result in a full system lockout. What the? Su Nuoqi was stunned. Earn 500 taels in 10 days, all while evading her sharp-eyed grandmother and the rigid Guan Dahu, and buy grain equivalent to 500,000 yuan in modern times. Heavens, where would she even store it? And the real problem, system grain was cheap in bulk, but she could never explain where it came from to anyone she sold it to. System, are you playing with me? Or just toying with me? The system remained silent. It felt rather wronged, honestly. A shop assistant sent by the kitchen steward interrupted Su Nuoqi's days. "Miss, didn't you say you'd wash all our rags clean? You're only halfway done, and the water's gone cold. Are you going to finish or not?" "Wash, of course, well, wash." Guan Dahu rolled up his sleeves, grabbed the sample soap, and scrubbed the rags clean one by one. Dongzi appeared before Su Nuoqi once more and asked, "Miss, will you sell that used bar of soap?" Old Lady Ma and Guan Dahu exchanged bewildered looks. Were they hearing things? Selling a used bar of soap? As Dongzi's question hung in the air, Manager Chun of Tsiyun Tower, who had been watching the spectacle, brightened and chimed in. "Yes, will you sell the used one? He'll pay 501. Dongzi's expression sharpened. Without waiting for Su Nuoqi's answer, he slapped a total silver ingot on the cart, snatched the soap box, and bolted, terrified the manager would catch up and snatch it away. Su Nuoqi was speechless. Old Lady Ma snatched up the silver ingot and carefully tucked it into her waistband, her heart pounding with disbelief. A fortune. A used bar of soap sold for 2 taels. She'd pack up right now, buy some fatty meat, and make another batch of soap. Su Nuoqi leaned closer to Old Lady Ma and whispered, "Grandmother, relax. The way you keep glancing at my pouch and patting your own waist, anyone can tell you're carrying money. They'll know exactly where it is just by watching you. If a thief spots you, he'll zero in on the target and snatch it while you're not paying attention. So ease your mind. Stop fixating on the silver, or you'll draw the wrong kind of attention." Guan Dao nodded and said, "Mother Lu Xian is right. Let's all relax. The silver was earned by Lu Xian. Why not return the 2 taels to her as well?" Old Lady Ma choked up. The silver hadn't even warmed her hands yet, and her son had already doused her with cold water. She clutched her money pouch, reluctant to part with it. "Miss, our young master invites you to the Green Cloud Pavilion for tea." Su Nuoqi looked up. Wasn't this the servant who had bought the trial soap? Old Lady Ma grabbed Su Nuoqi and pulled her behind, shielding her. My granddaughter isn't going any. The village often whispered tales of rich young masters who abducted innocent girls and bullied the weak. If they fancied a girl, they would invite her to their manor or take her for tea, and the girl's fate was all too predictable. They were just common folk unable to provoke the powerful, so they chose to avoid them. Su Nuoqi's nose tingled with emotion. Her grandmother was still the same, shielding her first when danger arose. Guan Dahu stepped forward, shielding his mother, and Su Nuoqi, she behind him, his eyes blazing as he fixed them on Dongzi. Don't think, because we're mud-footed peasants, you can bully our girl. Tell your young master. If he dares lay a finger on our girl, I'll risk my life to make his household miserable. Dongzi stepped back, stammering. Good man, misunderstanding. Our young master simply wants to discuss the soap trade with the young lady. No ill intent. Guan Dahu's fury subsided a little. Dongzi swallowed hard. Good heavens, this man was terrifying. Little did Dongzi know that Guan Dahu, having hunted in the deep mountains for years, had developed a muscular build and could even fight tigers barehanded. If anyone dared harm his family, Guan Dahu would seek justice even at the cost of his life. Dongzi forced a smile. If the good man is worried about the young lady, he can accompany her upstairs. Our young master truly means no harm. There was no one more upright than their young master. What were these people so afraid of? Su Nuoqi tugged at Guan Dahu's sleeve. Uncle, let's leave the cart and goods at the inn stable. We'll go up together. Guan Dahu and old lady Ma exchanged a glance. Following Su Nuoqi's suggestion, they paid 5 coppers to store the cart and items, then followed Dongzi upstairs. Huh. Lu Jingheng, standing by the window on the second floor, grinned. Interesting. This family is really interesting. The one calling the shots is a girl of 14 or 15. The door opened, revealing a handsome young man with peach blossom eyes. Despite the cold weather, he had the window open, leaning against the frame, tapping his palm with a jade flute. His dark eyes glimmered with a sharp light like a cunning fox. Lu Jingheng's pupils contracted imperceptibly. From above, he had noticed the soap-selling girl's agility and intelligence. Now up close, her delicate face was pure and lovely, with a touch of baby fat that made her look endearing. The more he looked, the more captivated he became. Moreover, the girl exuded an aura of authority, something he had never seen in ordinary peasants. Miss, please have a seat. After sizing each other up, Lu Jingheng spoke first. Su Nuoqi, she helped the nervous old lady Ma sit down, adjusted Guan Dahu's chair, and then took a seat across from Lu Jingheng. Thank you, young master. May I ask why you have invited us here? Admiration flickered in Lu Jingheng's eyes. This girl was no ordinary person. Facing someone of his status, she was neither humble nor arrogant, and spoke with poise. Interesting, very interesting. The waiter served tea and snacks to everyone, then bowed and withdrew. Old lady Ma and Guan Dahu stared at the delicate pastries on the table, unconsciously swallowing. They had set out before dawn, pushing the cart without even a sip of hot water. Now they were famished, having eaten nothing all day. Su Nuoqi, she however kept her eyes straight ahead, expressionless, unmoved by the pastries. Her composure seemed genuine, not feigned. Not bad, not bad. Lu Jingheng moved gracefully and sat opposite Su Nuoqi, she tapping the half-used soap on the table with his jade flute. Miss, you are remarkably astute. Let's not beat around the bush. How about selling me the soap formula? No. Su Nuoqi's reply was curt, shutting him down. Old lady Ma and Guan Dahu's hearts jumped, and they wished they could dig a hole in the floor with their toes. Yet they forced themselves to remain still, sitting rigidly like wooden statues, not daring to move their eyes. Instead of getting angry, Lu Jingheng's smile widened. Since you want to sell the formula, how about we discuss a partnership? Su Nuoqi shook her head. Young master, I have sold all the soap I had, even the last piece you used. Your servant bought it. Without stock, how can we discuss cooperation? Please don't trouble me. If there's nothing else, we shall take our leave. With that, she stood up, pulling old lady Ma and Guan Dahu to leave. Su Nuoqi needed money, but she wasn't foolish. She was new here, relying on fragmented memories, and was uncertain about many things. Rashly cooperating with a stranger, one so wealthy and powerful that he could crush the entire Guan family with a single finger, was far too risky. She would rather earn less and proceed slowly, prioritizing safety. Lu Jingheng's smile faded. Guessing her concerns, he moved quickly to block her path. Hey miss, don't leave in such a hurry. Guan Dahu stepped forward, shielding his mother, and Su Nuoqi, she a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Lu Jingheng quickly clasped his hands and bowed. I was too abrupt. My apologies to all of you. He then took a seal from his chest and flipped it over, letting Su Nuoqi and the others see clearly. I am the youngest son of Magistrate Lu of Yulin Prefecture. My name is Lu Jingheng. I failed to introduce myself earlier and directly discussed business with the young lady. That was my rudeness. I hope the elder, the strong man, and the young lady will forgive me. Old lady Ma's face turned even paler. Guan Da's face turned green, little better than hers. The magistrate was far more powerful than the county chief. The biggest official they had ever seen was the village head. The Guan family had never even met the county chief, so how could they contend with the magistrate's son? A sharp glint flashed in Su Nuoqi's eyes. Since the young master has been honest, I won't hide anything. My name is Guan Lixin. You may call me Miss Lixin. When I was selling soap downstairs, I made it clear I got my goods from a peddler from a neighboring country, and I've sold out. If you wish to cooperate, I'm afraid you'll have to wait. Lu Jingheng stared into Su Nuoqi's eyes as if trying to discern whether she was lying. Tianqi was surrounded by the great Yuning and Yin kingdoms. Among them, Tianqi was the weakest, often bullied by its neighbors. The Dayu kingdom was renowned for its skilled artisans, the Ning kingdom for its bountiful harvests, and the Yin kingdom for its abundant mineral veins. Yet, Tianqi, lacking such rich resources, boasted the highest prices among the four nations. As the saying goes, scarcity breeds value. In recent years, the emperor, showing compassion for his people, had opened several border crossings, and indeed many had taken to trading goods between the four nations. By all accounts, Guan Lixin, a mere farm girl, shouldn't have known how to make soap. It was highly likely she had imported it from another country to resell. Yet intuition told Lu Jingheng that the young woman before him was no simple soul, and the true story behind the soap remained to be seen. Suddenly a shiver ran through him. Good heavens! Here he was, a master negotiator, and from the moment this girl had walked in, she had been leading him around by the nose, even his thoughts swayed by a mere woman. And now, as long as he wished to pursue the soap trade, he had no choice but to follow her lead. What a formidable woman! Lu Jingheng let out a helpless, self-deprecating sigh, pulled 2 banknotes from his chest, and presented them with both hands. Miss, here are 200 taels of silver. For such a large order, could the price of the soap be reduced a little? What a cunning man, disregarding all conventional rules by leveraging his status and his money. If she didn't lower the price or make the sale, she might find it hard to move freely in Yulin Prefecture. Su Nuoqi, she didn't take the banknotes. Instead, she led Old Lady Ma and Guan Daho back to their original seats. Lu Jingheng raised an eyebrow. Well, this little girl was sharp, seeing through his intentions at a single glance. What was he to do? It seemed his interest in this girl was eclipsing his interest in the soap. With a swift movement, Lu Jingheng returned to his seat and personally refilled Su Nuoqi's teacup. Dongzi's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He could hardly believe what he was seeing and hearing. His young master was pouring tea for a girl. Furthermore, this girl, a mere farm lass, spoke to his master using the informal I. His master was most particular about etiquette. Had he not heard her, or simply not, he seemed utterly unconcerned. Su Nuoqi, she lifted her teacup, gently nudged the tea leaves aside with the lid, and took a delicate sip. Young Master Lu, what discount would you consider appropriate? A smile played on Lu Jingheng's lips as he pointed to the soap on the table. For such a sizable bar of soap, you could retail it for 1 tael of silver each. Those who see a profit will swarm to trouble you. Why not entrust the sale of the soap to me? You could profit through higher volume at a lower margin. Wouldn't that be splendid? A true negotiator. He wasn't naming his base price. He was waiting for her to make an offer, hoping to drive the price down from whatever she proposed. Glancing at the sky outside, Su Nuoqi, she decided against beating around the bush with this man. For a soap this size, 500 won each. Delivery in 5 days with an initial order of 500 taels worth. If you wish to proceed, we sign a contract. You pay a deposit of 200 taels in advance. No bargaining. Lu Jingheng found himself blocked again. In any deal, he was used to being in a position of power, holding the advantage. Yet here he was at a disadvantage before a young girl, having no choice but to accept the terms. Lu Jingheng shook his head in resignation and slid the 200 tael notes across the table to Su Nuoqi. Deal. The two quickly signed the contract based on their agreed terms. Lu Jingheng was astounded that Su Nuoqi, a farm girl, could not only read and write, but possessed a bold, unrestrained calligraphy. Suddenly the words tumbled out of him. Miss, you are no farmer. Who are you? Old Lady Ma and Guan Daho's hearts lurched, nearly leaping from their throats. In truth, their hearts had been in their mouths from the very beginning. Su Nuoqi leaned back lazily in her chair, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she looked at Lu Jingheng. Young Master Lu, are you taking a census? If you're so curious, you are welcome to investigate thoroughly. Find out who I am and where I come from. Lu Jingheng was speechless. He felt a subtle threat in her words. The world was full of reclusive masters who hid their identities, and his own grandfather. Some matters should not be probed too deeply. The more one knows, the quicker one meets their end. Feeling he had grasped a profound truth, Lu Jingheng's gaze towards Su Nuoqi, she shifted, now tinged with a hint of reverence. Su Nuoqi, she was taken aback. She had genuinely wanted someone to look into her background. Why had the look in this man's eyes suddenly changed so drastically? Lu Jingheng tucked away the contract and said with a complex air, Dongzi, serve the meal. Shortly after, waiters filed in with trays, clearing the tea and snacks and laying out a table laden with food. Please. Lu Jingheng made an inviting gesture, bidding Su Nuoqi and the others to eat. Su Nuoqi, she didn't stand on ceremony and immediately picked up her bowl. Guan Dahu raised a hand to stop her, whispering, so only she could hear, Lixin, be careful. It's fine. Su Nuoqi, she ladled a bowl of chicken soup for Old Lady Ma and said, "Uncle, please eat without worry. This meal is safe." Lu Jingheng smiled, and shook his head, introducing the various signature dishes of Tsuyun Tower to everyone. These dishes might seem exceptional to others, but to Su Nuoqi, she the fair at Tsuyun Tower, was merely passable. They weren't even as good as many common home-cooked meals from a later era, and their presentation left much to be desired. She ate gracefully yet with surprising speed, and frequently attended to the elderly woman and the burly man at the table. Her innate table manners seemed etched into her very soul, executed with effortless naturalness. Unconsciously, Lu Jingheng compared Su Nuoqi to his own sister, and found his sister lacking. This only solidified his suspicions. He silently admonished himself not to probe into her origins, and to curb his curiosity. The meal ended pleasantly with Guan Dahu, an old lady, Ma having eaten more than they realized, feeling rather stuffed. A waiter brought over tea, and the two, feeling a bit embarrassed, hastily took the cups, and took a big appreciative gulp, praising, "Excellent tea." Su Nuoqi was too late to stop them. She smiled, rinsed her own mouth with her tea, dabbed her lips, and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, young Master Lu. In 5 days please bring your people to the agreed location to collect the goods. Also, could you kindly ask the kitchen to prepare another table of the same dishes? I'd like to take them home for my grandfather and family to enjoy." Old Lady Ma and Guan Dahu's expressions froze, staring at Su Nuoqi, she in bewilderment. Good heavens! Was such fine tea meant for rinsing one's mouth? Oh no, they had thoroughly embarrassed themselves. The two were so lost in their mortification that they completely missed what Su Nuoqi, she said to Lu Jingheng afterwards. As they dazedly followed Su Nuoqi out of Tsuyun Tower, they accepted the 3 food boxes handed to them by the waiter, still not quite registering what had just transpired. "Grandma, Uncle Dahu, snap out of it." Su Nuoqi, she waved her small hand in front of them, drawing their attention back. She led them to retrieve their card and other belongings, then said, "Grandma, Uncle Dahu, go check the meat stall for any pork. They'll go to the grain shop to buy some salt and provisions. Let's meet at the city gate in 2 hours, all right?" "These are troubled times," old Madame Ma said, pulling Su Nuoqi close. "It's not safe for a young woman to wander the county town alone. Whatever you need to buy, well, go together. As long as the 3 of us stay together, it doesn't matter if we return home a little late." Guan Dahu securely fastened the food container to the cart, and said, "Mother's concerns are valid. Until we find your family, I'll keep you with me. You mustn't act alone." Su Nuoqi, she had originally planned to use the system space to cheat, but hearing her grandmother's words, she reconsidered. There were no surveillance cameras here, and as long as no one reported it, the authorities wouldn't investigate. Human trafficking was legal, so it was better to be cautious. As for the grain the system wanted her to purchase, she could take her time. There was no need to rush. The 3 of them circled most of the county town, buying up all the leaf lard from the butcher, yet they only managed to gather about 7 or 8 caddies. To make soap worth 500 taels of silver, they still needed a large amount of lard. Old Madame Ma grew anxious. Loexian, in winter there are no wild vegetables, and few families raise pigs. It's a matter of luck to find someone selling a pig. Without lard, can we still make the soap? Su Nuoqi, she comforted her gently, "Grandma, don't worry. When we get back, let Uncle Dahu ask around the neighboring villages to see if anyone is slaughtering or selling a pig. There are always more solutions than difficulties." "That's right, Mother." Guan Dahu patted his chest, and said, "Even if no one is slaughtering pigs, I'll go up the mountain and hunt wild boars. I know the mountains well. I've already scouted several wild boar dens. They'll bring brother-in-law and the Daya and area brothers along, and we'll clear out the whole lot." "Duh." Old Madame Ma shook her head disapprovingly. "The mountains are always dangerous no matter the time. Every time you go up, your father and I worry ourselves sick." Su Nuoqi, she said with confidence, "Uncle, don't go to the mountains. If the neighboring villages won't sell lard, we can travel a bit farther. We'll find some eventually." With the system in her possession, Su Nuoqi, she could even purchase soap base, not to mention lard. But these things had to be done secretly. She would wait for the right moment to quietly slip things in under the radar. Guan Dahu nodded, letting the matter drop. Old Madame Ma and Guan Dahu prepared to head home, but Su Nuoqi, she pulled them to explore the county town instead. Su Nuoqi, she had a clear goal. She led the 2 of them, asking for directions along the way straight to the largest fur shop in the county. Guan Dahu waited outside by the cart with the food container and other items, while Su Nuoqi, she half-dragged the hesitant old Madame Ma through the shop door. A young shop assistant was dusting the shelves with a feather duster, occasionally glancing toward the inner room. He wondered who was the esteemed guest the shopkeeper was receiving. Why had the shopkeeper's legs nearly given way when he saw the visitor? "Shop assistant, do you sell finished leather shoes here?" Su Nuoqi's eyes' clear, sweet voice rang out behind the young man. The assistant turned around with a grin, but when he saw the visitor, a woman in coarse linen clothes, arm in arm with a farm grandmother whose clothes were covered in patches, his smile vanished instantly. He waved his hand impatiently and shooed them away. "Go, go, go. If you're begging, take it somewhere else. This isn't a charity house." Su Nuoqi's beautiful eyes flashed with anger, and an imposing aura radiated from her. Where did this dog of a servant come from judging people by their clothes? Where is your shopkeeper? Call him out. I'd like to ask him directly what kind of business drives away customers who come through the door. Inside the inner room, Shan Tianlin's ears perked up. In his mind, the image of the little kitten smeared with plant ash appeared, and his mood inexplicably lightened. Go out and see. Give the girl outside a discount. Shopkeeper Lu froze. He glanced at Shan Tianlin's expression, trying to confirm if he had heard correctly. Shanxi kicked shopkeeper Liu's backside, and said, that girl saved the master's life. Hurry up. If she leaves in a huff, you'll be in. The shopkeeper's scalp tightened, a strange panic gripped his chest. He bowed and backed out. Shan Tianlin shot Shanxi a fierce glare, and said coldly, report for 20 strokes of the cane when you return. Shanxi slapped himself on the cheek with a smack, and muttered bitterly, curse this loose tongue of mine. How could I blurt out that the master was rescued? This month my backside is going to bloom again. Emerging from the inner room, shopkeeper Lu hurried forward to greet them. The assistant failed to recognize a true person. Please forgive him, miss. May I ask what you wish to purchase? The young assistant couldn't stand seeing the shopkeeper grovel before two paupers in linen and straw sandals. He protested, shopkeeper Lu, they can't afford. Shut up. Shopkeeper Lu silenced the assistant with a sharp glare. He had been learning the fur trade since he was 12. He had seen all kinds of people. This young lady could not be judged by ordinary standards. Just now when he bowed, he had noticed that the straw boots on her feet revealed deerskin at the edges. And the collar of her garment, the rough linen outer coat, didn't fully cover it, exposing a bit of marten fur. In the Tianqi kingdom, were these things ordinary people could casually wear. Although they were hidden beneath the outer layer, cleverly disguised, any family that could afford marten fur and deerskin boots could hardly be impoverished peasants. Moreover, hadn't the guard Shanxi said that this girl was Prince Yun's savior? Setting aside everything else just for her connection to Prince Yun, he couldn't afford to be negligent. Old Madame Ma had wanted to persuade Su Nuoqi to leave, but the young assistant's words, can't afford, had pricked the old woman's heart. She closed her mouth and let Su Nuoqi do it. Shopkeeper Lu bowed in apology. The assistant doesn't know the rules. They'll discipline him properly later. Please forgive him, miss. Su Nuoqi thought to herself that this shopkeeper was admirable. He understood that the customer is king. This fur shop had boundless potential. Having grown up in peacetime Su Nuoqi, she was mistaken. The fur shop had no need to cater to the faces of poor commoners like them. Its clientele were the influential figures of the town, officials, nobles, landowners, and gentry. Shopkeeper Lu also bore the task of gathering intelligence for Prince Yun. Without the prince's explicit words of favor towards Su Nuoqi, she would not have bothered to attend to her personally. Su Nuoqi said, no matter. Do you have any shoes suitable for my grandmother? Shopkeeper Lu immediately beamed, and walked behind the counter, taking out several pairs of boots and introducing them one by one. Miss, women's shoes are usually made to order. We have only a few ready-made leather boots. Pigskin ones are 15 taels a pair, cowhide 20 taels. As old Madame Ma listened to the shopkeeper's prices, she nearly had a stroke from the shock. Her ears were filled with numbers like 15, 20 rolling back and forth. Her head spun, as she couldn't follow what the shopkeeper said next. From the fragments of memory Su Nuoqi she had recovered, she knew the prices of fur goods. The shopkeeper's prices were fair, even so. Knowing that old Madame Ma had never bought anything so expensive, Su Nuoqi, she chose the styles for her directly. She pulled out a coil of hemp rope and said, I measured everyone's sizes before we left. These 4 lengths are for women's styles, and these 2 for men's. That makes 6 pairs in total. Please help me select them, shopkeeper. If you have any in stock, you'll buy them. If not, I'll place an order. Shopkeeper Lu gestured the sizes and said, Miss, we only have 2 pairs of men's boots in stock, and they happen to match the measurements you provided. Men's boots are pricier, so they'll be 19 taels per pair. As for the 4 pairs of women's shoes, they'll need to be custom-made. Would you be willing to wait a few days? That's fine, Su Nuoqi replied readily. Since they're custom-made, let's use cowhide for all of them. With that, she placed a 100 tael banknote on the counter. Erase the payment and deposit for the shoes. Refund or charge the difference as you see fit, shopkeeper. The shop assistant's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Su Nuoqi with a complex expression, never expecting that these 2 shabby-looking people could produce 100 taels without batting an eye. Old Madame Ma raised her hand to stop Su Nuoqi, but was too late. With the shopkeeper present, she couldn't very well rebuke the girl, leaving her caught in a dilemma. How could the child spend so much money on shoes? Su Nuoqi, however, believed that nothing mattered more than one's health. In such freezing weather, her grandparents' shoes would be soaked through the moment they stepped out. Cold creeps up from the feet. The elders had worn stiff, frozen shoes for years, which must have left them with chronic joint pain. Such aches and rheumatism were not easily cured by medicine. She might not have been able to control how her grandparents lived before she came here, but now that she was here, she refused to let them suffer any longer. Seeing Su Nuoqi pay so readily, shopkeeper Lu set down the shoes and retrieved a piece of cowhide from a cabinet. Miss, cowhide is quite rare. Usually one only gets a hide or 2 when an ox dies of old age or illness. I happened to receive one just yesterday. Take a look. Are you satisfied with the quality? If so, I'll offer you a discount 50 taels. Women's shoe sizes are small, so this hide will be more than enough for 4 pairs with plenty left over. If you'd be willing to leave the scraps to my shop, I'll waive the tailoring fee. Deal. Deal. Su Nuoqi agreed without hesitation. Shopkeeper Lu beamed and handed her 12 taels in change. That'll be 88 taels total. Your order will be ready in 3 days. Deal. Su Nuoqi agreed without hesitation. Shopkeeper Lu beamed and handed her 12 taels in change. That'll be 88 taels total. Your order will be ready in 3 days. I want that cowhide. A young lady draped in fox fur radiating wealth and privilege stepped into the shop with a middle-aged beauty on her arm. Shopkeeper, use that cowhide in your hand to craft a woman's saddle. Deliver it to the garrison commander's residence in 3 days. A retinue of maids and matrons trailed behind them, an imposing display. Outside, Guan was held back by a group of soldiers and shooed far away. He could only clasp his hands anxiously and crane his neck toward the leather goods shop. Shopkeeper Liu's face twisted with dismay. The cowhide was already sold. How had this little terror walked in? He quickly set down the hide, bowed, and clasped his fists. I had no idea the garrison commander's wife and Lady Gu were coming. Forgive my failure to greet you properly, Madam Lady. Gu Yanjiao tilted her chin up, casting a haughty sidelong glance at Su Nuoqi. The shopkeeper's standards are getting lower and lower. Any stray cat or dog can wander in here now. Su Nuoqi, the so-called stray cat or dog, was speechless. What the hell was wrong with this woman? What an attitude. Old Madame Ma wanted to stand up for Su Nuoqi, but lacked the means. She could only tug the girl back 2 steps, making way for the maids and matrons trailing the mother-daughter pair. Gu Yanjiao grew even more smug, cooing to the woman. Annie, look at these 2 paupers. How can Zhao Zhao possibly pick out anything with them here? In 3 days him to perform a dance for His Highness the Cloud King and accompany him riding. If I can't find a suitable saddle, I'll manage, but I fear displeasing the prince could harm uncle's career. In the back hall, Shan Shi stole a glance at Shan Tianlin and thought to himself, my master has always avoided women like the plague. Who would want to ride with you? Shan Tianlin's face remained impassive, but his fingernails pressed white against his palm betrayed his true feelings. Su Nuoqi was thoroughly disgusted. She had nothing to do with this so-called Cloud King the woman mentioned. Why was she stepping on her to play the frail damsel in front of this lady? Anyone with half a brain knew that a man of noble standing wouldn't be staring at a woman's saddle in public. What a joke. Shopkeeper Lu wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow. In business, peace was paramount. He didn't want to offend either Su Nuoqi or the garrison commander. Besides, the Cloud King they kept mentioning was right now sitting in his back hall. If they wanted to court death, they could at least pick a better place. Don't drag him into it. He glanced at Su Nuoqi again. Instinct told him that though this girl seemed meek and agreeable, if he offended her today, he'd regret it bitterly later. When had his master ever paid attention to women? It was always those women throwing themselves at him, and the prince either ignored them or kicked them away. For the prince to regard this girl differently, she must have something special. Shopkeeper Lu chose to side with Su Nuoqi. Madam Lady Gu, that cowhide has already been sold. In business, integrity is everything. Please take a look at our other hides. There are plenty that would suit Lady Gu. Gu Yanjiao's smile vanished as she shrieked, what? I've set my heart on that cowhide. Are you declaring war on the garrison commander's residence? This? Shopkeeper Lu was filled with disgust, but kept it from his face. Lady Xie's brow furrowed slightly. She glanced at her niece, but ultimately said nothing against her unreasonable demands. Her elder brother doted on Gu Yanjiao, and she, a married daughter, still relied on her natal family for support. How could Gu Chunlian stand against Gu Yanjiao over trivial matters and offend her brother? What good would that do her? Besides, it was just a peasant girl. Crushing her would be like crushing an ant. The choice was obvious. And anyway, whatever price the girl paid, they could simply pay the same. Even if they took the hide without paying, what could a peasant girl do? Old Madame Ma tried to pull Su Nuoqi away from this brewing storm, but Su Nuoqi stood her ground. If Shopkeeper Lu gave that cowhide to this scheming flower, then as far as Su Nuoqi was concerned, she had never set foot in this shop. The book on premium leather crafting and dyeing techniques in her system mall could gather dust for all she cared. Su Nuoqi wasn't particularly attached to that cowhide anyway. Her system mall had plenty of cowhide in every color, better quality, and cheaper too. She just needed a reasonable excuse to buy waterproof leather shoes for her grandparents and Uncle Da's family. Shopkeeper Lu clasped his fists and bowed deeply. Lady Gu, that cowhide has been sold. The transaction is complete. How could we go back on it? We do have finer hides in stock. Might I suggest you consider another? A smile tugged at Su Nuoqi's lips despite herself. This Shopkeeper Lu was a good man. She'd have to patronize his shop more often in the future. Gu Yanjiao felt deeply insulted. How dare this tiny fur shop defy the garrison commander's estate? The shopkeeper had the audacity to humiliate her in front of all these servants and 2 country bumpkins. This was utterly intolerable. Gu Yanjiao released Lady Xie's arm and stepped closer to Su Nuoqi saying, I want that fur. Name your price. Not for sale. Su Nuoqi's face was icy, revealing nothing. Gu Yanjiao's face flushed crimson. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Nothing the garrison commander's estate sets its sights on has ever slipped away. A shop assistant chimed in. Miss, you should kneel and thank Miss Gu for saving you money. Judging by your clothes, you don't have much to spare. You've probably spent your family's entire life savings just now, haven't you? Your family works hard for their money. This is no way to spend it. Take this chance to let Miss Gu have the cowhide, and you'll get your money back, while doing the garrison commander's estate a favor. Am I right? Shopkeeper Liu's face turned green with anger. He barked, Shanzi, who gave you permission to speak here? Get back. Gu Yanjiao was displeased with Shopkeeper Liu's attitude, and defended Shanzi saying, Shopkeeper, your assistant makes a very good point. Why should he? The ones who should leave are them. As she spoke, she pointed a finger directly at Su Nuoqi's nose, looking utterly arrogant. A small stone appeared in Su Nuoqi's hand. With a snap it struck Gu Yanjiao's arm. She warned, Miss Gu, are you using the garrison commander's name to make enemies everywhere? Does the garrison commander know about this? Lady Xie, your niece, is bringing disaster upon your husband. Will you just stand by and watch? Gu Yanjiao clutched her wrist, tears streaming down her face. With a twisted, furious expression, she raised her other hand to strike Su Nuoqi across the face. Su Nuoqi seized Gu Yanjiao's wrist. Though anger stirred within her, her expression remained serene as she said, My. I never knew the garrison commander of Yulin Prefecture wielded such immense power. He can disregard the law, seize people's property in broad daylight, and acts as if he owns the entire Yulin Prefecture. If nothing the garrison commander's estate desires is ever out of reach, does he intend to take over the whole world? Does His Majesty know the garrison commander is plotting rebellion? Oh dear, if Prince Yun knew about this, he would surely thank Miss Gu for her loyalty in exposing her own family. At these words, Lady Xie's legs nearly gave way beneath her. A cold dread seized her heart, scaring her out of her wits. Su Nuoqi released her grip. Gu Yanjiao's face turned pale as she stumbled back a few steps, her voice trembling. You're spouting nonsense. A mere peasant girl twisting the truth. Guards, seize this person and throw her into prison. Several guards rushed in from outside. Unfazed, Su Nuoqi pulled old Lady Ma behind her and took a step forward saying, Oh, seems I've hit a nerve. Is the garrison commander's estate trying to silence me? Well, my life is worthless anyway. If I can expose this monstrous conspiracy before I die, then my death will not be in vain. Go on, arrest me. Let the people of Yulin Prefecture see whether the garrison commander's estate is truly the parental guardian of the region or a butcher harboring treacherous intent. The servants of the garrison estate had completely forgotten their duty to protect their mistress. They stared at Su Nuoqi in stunned silence, their hearts filled with admiration. This girl was remarkable, truly remarkable. Hearing this, none of the guards dared to move an inch. They turned their gazes towards Gu Yanjiao. From the inner hall, Shan Tianlin, who had been on the verge of rising from his seat, unconsciously curled his lips into a hint of a smile. He settled back down, his mood greatly improved as he leisurely washed his hands and brewed a pot of tea. Shan Shi was so excited he nearly jumped for joy. Brilliant. This girl was absolutely brilliant. With one master stroke of shifting the blame, she had put the Yulin garrison commander squarely in the hot seat. It was incredibly satisfying. They had entered the military camp last night. Garrison Commander Xie and his officers had paid lip service to their orders, and the military expenditure reports they presented were all falsified. Over the past 5 years, the shortfall in military funds had reached tens of millions of taels of silver. Yet the forged accounts were so meticulously done that Shan Shi, along with over 20 accountants, had worked through the night until noon today without finding a single flaw. That's why the prince had come out in a bad mood to clear his head and to seek out the mathematical expert Shopkeeper Liu for help with the accounts. Who would have thought they'd witness Su Nuoqi's stunning verbal takedown of the garrison commander's wife and niece? What a cathartic sight. Ha ha. Shan Shi was howling with laughter inside, barely able to contain his urge to share a few words with his master. He turned his head. Oh heavens. Heavens, heavens, heavens. What was he seeing? His master was smiling. His master was actually smiling. Was his vision playing tricks on him? Shan Shi rubbed his eyes. Shan Tianlin, realizing his lapse, quickly suppressed his smile. What's wrong with him? In just 2 days he had smiled twice, more than he had in his entire life combined. Was he possessed? Shan Shi lowered his hand from his eyes and looked at Shan Tianlin again. Yes, he had been mistaken, just as he thought. Their master was still the same eternally frozen block of ice, with that same expressionless handsome face. Outside the inner hall. Stop. Everyone stand down. Lady Xie, her face deathly pale, dismissed her subordinates, saying, Miss, we have no grudge against you. This was merely a few words exchanged between you and Jiao. How can you pin such a grave accusation on the garrison commander's estate? If you take back your words, we'll pretend none of this ever happened. We don't want that cowhide anymore. Su Nuoqi was particularly disgusted by people like this who acted sanctimoniously and were perpetually self-centered. Even their apology lacked any sincerity. Who were they putting on this haughty air for? My lady says take it, we take it, and my lady says don't want it, we don't want it. The garrison commander's estate truly wields supreme power. There's no place left for us common folk in Yulin Prefecture. Alas. Su Nuoqi, she put on a mournful air, lowering her head and shaking it slightly. We lowly commoners can't afford to offend you. We have no choice but to yield to the garrison commander's estate. It's just a piece of leather after all. Whatever my lady says goes. Oh, I wonder if Prince Yun knows that the garrison commander has set his sights on his majesty's throne, and that in Yulin the garrison commander's estate outranks everything else. Shut up. Shut up. I order you to shut up. Lady Xie screamed hysterically, her face drained of all color. Ignoring her niece Gu Yanjiao, she stormed out of the shop. She had to report this matter to her husband immediately and figure out how to deal with it. If this peasant girl's words were allowed to spread, their entire family would lose their heads, even if they had 10 of them. What a disastrous day. She should have checked the almanac before leaving. Lady Xie could never have imagined that a mere peasant girl could fluster her so completely with just a few words. The maids, servants, and guards of the garrison estate followed their mistress out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This left Gu Yanjiao standing alone, utterly bewildered in the wind. Su Nuoqi, she crossed her arms and watched her with an air of leisurely amusement, reminding her, Miss Gu, your aunt has gone back to report the garrison commander's treason to her husband. Shouldn't you hurry off to warn your dear Prince Yun to prepare? Haha. Shanxi couldn't contain himself any longer and sprayed out a mouthful of tea. Shan Tianlin moved back in distaste, his displeased gaze fixed on the door leading to the outer room. What does she mean by dear Prince Yun? Since when is she on such close terms with me? Outside the inner hall, Gu Yanjiao looked as if she had swallowed a fly. Her face darkened as she spat out, just you wait, before lifting her skirts and fleeing the shop in tears. Fortunately, her maidservants and chaperones had not forgotten their place and were still waiting outside the door. Otherwise, Su Nuoqi truly worried that such a delicate young lady might be snatched away by human traffickers. Shopkeeper Liu and his young assistant were both stunned speechless. Since when did peasant girls possess such formidable combat prowess? Shanzi, the fur shop's assistant, suddenly erupted in fury, pointing a trembling finger at Su Nuoqi. You've offended the garrison commander's wife and Miss Gu. You're finished. Just wait for the garrison estate to silence you for good. Shopkeeper Liu's brows knitted tightly. He grabbed 50 coppers from the drawer and tossed them at Shanzi. From this moment on, you no longer work here. Go back to wherever you came from. Shanzi stared at the shopkeeper in disbelief, his knees buckling as he moved to kneel and kowtow. Liu kicked him squarely, sending the man tumbling out the door. The insolent fool had repeatedly overstepped his bounds as a mere assistant, arrogantly butting in to help customers. Just who did he think he was? Su Nuoqi shot shopkeeper Liu an appreciative glance, then turned to support the trembling old Madame Ma, guiding her to a seat. Grandma, don't be afraid. Not only will the garrison estate not dare to touch us, they'll be forced to send men to protect us. Why, oi? Old Madame Ma asked, bewildered, staring at Su Nuoqi with pleading eyes, desperate for a definitive answer. Su Nuoqi smiled and crouched by her feet. Grandma, didn't I just tell? If the garrison commander dares to make a move against me, it would be an admission of guilt and an attempt to silence a witness. Every powerful family has both enemies and allies. The commander's political rivals would seize this opportunity to fan the flames and blow the matter out of proportion. At that point, the garrison estate would find itself in deep trouble, possibly even drawing suspicion from the emperor himself, potentially leading to the confiscation of their property and the execution of their entire clan. To avoid such a scandal, the garrison commander has no choice but to protect us. What Su Nuoqi left unsaid was that this protection would be fleeting. Once they weathered the storm, the first target they would turn on would undoubtedly be her Su Nuoqi. So she had to use this brief window of time to strategize and plan, at the very least turning the entire Guan family village into her ally, a united front against external threats. Old Madame Ma was somewhat reassured by Su Nuoqi's confident tone, letting out a small sigh of relief. Lachine, your grandmother is past her prime and can't handle such scares. Promise me don't be so impulsive next time, alright? Well, alright. That had indeed been a bit rash. Su Nuoqi nodded in agreement, inwardly delighted. Grandma had finally acknowledged her as a granddaughter. Habit was indeed a terrifying thing. Call her grandma enough times, and Shed were down the old lattice ears with it. Old Madame Ma shook her head in helpless resignation. It was clear the girl hadn't taken her advice to heart at all. This girl they'd taken in was clever and spirited, possessing remarkable skills. Perhaps she came from a distinguished family, given her extraordinary courage and fortitude. But what would happen if she ran into an even tougher adversary? Inside the inner hall, Shanxi shook his head as well, muttering to himself in complaint. Ah, what a pity. This girl is smart, but she doesn't know the true character of Garrison Commander Xie. Within half a month at most, once Commander Xie has his hands free, a mere peasant girl won't even be a match for the pressure of one of his fingers. Not necessarily. Huh. Shanxi stared blankly at his master. Had those two words just come from the prince's mouth? In the outer hall, shopkeeper Lu personally handed old Madame Ma a cup of tea. Old Madam, please calm your nerves. There's no need to be overly worried about this matter. The garrison commander is surely not an unreasonable man. Old Madame Ma accepted the tea, but her legs were so weak she tried several times before she could stand. Su Nuoqi patted her grandmother's shoulder reassuringly, then rose and curtsied gracefully to Shopkeeper Lu. Shopkeeper Lu, flustered by the gesture, waved his hands hastily. Miss, please, you flatter me. This is too much, you'll do me an injustice. Su Nuoqi smiled, and without a sound, opened the system marketplace in her mind. She spent 25 coppers to purchase a book on fur crafting and dyeing techniques. Shopkeeper Lu, I'm grateful you sided with my grandmother and me today. Might you have a brush and some ink I could borrow? A flush of embarrassment crept up Shopkeeper Liu's neck. Miss, there's no need for such courtesy. The brush and ink are right here. Please help yourself. Following Shopkeeper Liu's gesture, Su Nuoqi walked to the counter where the writing implements were kept. Taking up the brush, she began to transcribe the book she had just purchased, rendering its contents in clear and simple language. For particularly obscure passages, she even replicated the book's illustrations, drawing detailed step-by-step diagrams. The result was incredibly thorough. Since no one else could see the original book, to any onlooker it appeared she was simply writing from memory. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Unable to contain his curiosity, Shopkeeper Lu stepped forward to see what Su Nuoqi was writing that required so much paper. The moment he looked, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. By all the ancestors! Would someone please tell him where this girl had descended from? She actually possessed such exquisite knowledge of leather crafting. And how on earth did she remember all that? Her memory was simply too formidable. Wait. No, that wasn't right. Shopkeeper Lu let out an embarrassed chuckle, carefully placing the paper he had picked up back in its original spot and weighing it down with a paperweight. He thought to himself, any skill is a family's closely guarded secret, and something as marvelous as this was even more so. He hadn't meant to pry. Su Nuoqi's wrist moved with fluid grace, her brushstrokes flowing like clouds and water, finishing in one seamless go. She hadn't realized her Buddhist mastery over the brush had reached such a state of perfect harmony. She was able to effortlessly incorporate her own hard-pen calligraphy habits into the original owner's brush technique, resulting in strokes that were softer and more delicate, lending her characters a sense of strength and elegance like iron hooks and silver strokes. Su Nuoqi mused that the original owner's calligraphy must have been a skill honed since childhood. This body hadn't even reached the age of 15 and yet possessed such accomplishment. If she continued to practice diligently, she might one day develop a style entirely her own. Su Nuoqi couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity about the original owner's background. How was it that she could remember the maps, culture, commerce, and customs of Tianqi, but not the people and events she had interacted with? Oh well, what is meant to be will be, and what is not meant to be is futile to chase. If it's forgotten, so be it. Finding her grandparents in this life was a blessing from heaven. Contentment brings happiness, and that was good enough. Su Nuoqi set down her brush after writing the final character. Looking up, she saw Shopkeeper Liu's cautious demeanor and smiled warmly. It's fine, shopkeeper. Feel free to look through it. This was meant as a gift for your establishment all along. Shopkeeper Lu had been feeling a bit embarrassed at being caught, but when Su Nuoqi's words registered, he nearly stumbled and collapsed. He barely managed to steady himself against the counter before stammering, a gift. For my shop. Miss, do you have any idea of the value of this? This book? Su Nuoqi nodded. Of course. That's why I'm giving it to you as a token of my gratitude, shopkeeper. Shopkeeper Lu was overwhelmed, hardly daring to believe his ears. He felt as if he were walking on air, floating in a daze, the whole situation feeling utterly surreal. He was born into a family of furriers, having been exposed to leather crafting from a young age. After his family's fortunes declined, he became an apprentice and was eventually saved by the prince. In all his years, he had encountered many different tanning and crafting methods, but never one as detailed and comprehensive as what this book contained. In truth, every single page this young lady had written was a treasure of the leather crafting arts, and she was simply giving it all to him. Su Nuoqi raised her hand and waved it in front of Shopkeeper Lu. He finally snapped out of his shock, stumbled back to the counter, took out a thick stack of banknotes, and pushed them toward her without counting, saying excitedly, I am deeply honored that you think so highly of me as to transcribe such a precious book for our shop. If you do not mind, please accept this silver as a token of my appreciation. Su Nuoqi looked down and saw that the first note was for 500 taels with a thick stack beneath it. Although she didn't know the denominations of the others, they were certainly not insignificant. If the fur shop's owner behind the scenes knew about this, wouldn't the shopkeeper be risking his business? The shopkeeper is an honest man. Oh, I shouldn't take advantage of him, right? Su Nuoqi smiled and pulled out the top note, saying, Since you don't want to owe me a favor, shopkeeper, let's make it a fair deal. 500 taels for the book, and well be... Shopkeeper Lu was so moved, he almost cried. What a wonderful girl. Why did the world have such a clever, kind, and understanding woman? Without waiting for the emotional shopkeeper Lu to come to his senses, Su Nuoqi put away the banknotes, helped Granny Ma to her feet, nodded to shopkeeper Lu, and left the fur shop. Shanxi waited until Su Nuoqi had been gone for a long time before coming out from the inner hall. He slapped shopkeeper Lu on the shoulder and said, "Hey old pal, snap out of it. The girl's long gone." Shopkeeper Lu started and looked at Shanxi in shock. "Why are you still here? Has the master not left either?" Shanxi. "Oh come on old brother, what are you thinking? The master has been waiting all along, wanting to see what was in the manuscript that Miss Guan gave you. What could it be that made you break the principles you've held for half your life and give away all the shop's silver?" Shopkeeper Lu stared at Shanxi's outstretched hand, momentarily unable to react. This guy usually talked a lot, but now he wasn't saying. What did he mean? Was he expecting him to guess? What a character. Shopkeeper Lu wasn't going to indulge him. He sidestepped Shanxi and ran into the inner hall, presenting the thick stack of manuscript that Su Nuoqi had left behind with both hands like a treasure. "Master, take a look. If this leather-making technique appears in Tianqi, can you imagine how much our business could expand?" Haha. Shan Tianlin took the manuscript and carefully flipped through it page by page. What first caught his attention was not the content of the manuscript. Rather, it was Su Nuoqi's bold and unrestrained calligraphy. Even the word stunning was insufficient to describe Shan Tianlin's feelings at that moment. Like a curious child, Shanxi craned his neck and leaned in to ask, "Master, what did Miss Guan write that made shopkeeper Lu give away 500 taels and still feel grateful?" Only then did Shan Tianlin shift his attention to the content. The moment he looked, it startled him so much that he abruptly stood up. Realizing his loss of composure, he slowly sat back down, unable to tear his eyes away from the paper. No wonder shopkeeper Lu had nearly emptied the shop's savings. A manuscript like this would fetch a sky-high price anywhere. If any family possessed such a thing, it would surely be enshrined as a family heirloom in their ancestral hall. Did that girl just sell it at half price without even blinking? Either she didn't know the value of the book's content, or she knew so much that she simply didn't care about this book. Shan Tianlin had a hunch that it was likely the second. How could a peasant girl know so much? What secrets did she hold? Shan Tianlin stood up, folded the writings of Su Nuoqi neatly, took some oil paper from the table, and wrapped them carefully. She investigate the garrison's accounts within 3 days. No mistakes. Off. Shanxi felt like hitting the wall. Shopkeeper Lu smiled like a blooming flower, bowing and reaching out his hand ready to take the oil paper package. But Shan Tianlin walked right past him, as if he hadn't seen, casually tucking the package into his chest pocket. Shopkeeper Lu watched helplessly as Shan Tianlin took away the papers Su Nuoqi had transcribed. His smile froze on his face, slowly faded, and disappeared. He turned to Shanxi and asked, "Wait, the prince took away the leather-making and dyeing techniques. What does that mean? Does the prince want to replace the manager of all the fur shops nationwide? Even if he wants to replace someone, couldn't he let me study the material first?" Shanxi. He had no idea. Right now his mind was full of the task of clearing the accounts in 3 days. How was that possible? Even increasing the number of accountants wouldn't necessarily make it happen, right? Not to mention that the accountants in Yulin Prefecture were already few in number. It would be difficult to select accountants of upright character, clean backgrounds, and tight lips within 3 days. Let alone calculating the accounts clearly and finding the deficits. If fraudulent accounts were so easy to detect, would they still be called fraudulent? This morning the prince said there was no rush, that there would be plenty of time to investigate slowly, and that the old fox would eventually show his tail. But in just a few hours, how did you change your mind? Usually, your highness, you are a man of your word, never like this. Why are you doing such incomprehensible things today? Shopkeeper Lu was even more tearful. He had just gotten the treasure, and before it could even warm up in his hands, the prince took it away. Who could he complain to? The prince never used to take other people's things, right? Granny Ma walked out of the fur shop with stiff, synchronized steps, her soul still floating far away, unable to return to her body for a long time. Guan Dahu rushed forward anxiously and asked, "Mother, what's wrong?" "After that noble lady left, I went in and saw you and Lixin. You were both fine, weren't you?" "This." Granny Ma grabbed Su Nuoqi and asked for confirmation. "Child, we went into the fur shop to buy shoes, right?" "Yes, that's right." Su Nuoqi nodded, puzzled as to why Granny had asked. Granny Ma stammered, "We spent 88 taels on shoes. When we left, shopkeeper Lu gave you 500 taels. Granny isn't mistaken, is she?" No mistake." Su Nuoqi nodded seriously. Now it was Guan Dahu's turn to be bewildered. What did it mean? They went in and spent 88 taels on shoes, and when they came out, the shopkeeper gave them 500 taels. 500 taels. That shopkeeper didn't look like a fool, did he? Su Nuoqi laughed. "Granny, Uncle Dahu, before we left, I sold a family secret recipe to shopkeeper Lu, and that's how I got the 500 taels. Could you two please not be so dramatic? It's getting dark and we still need to buy grain and cloth. We should hurry. Oh, Granny Ma and Guan Dahu agreed, pushing the cart and trotting along after Su Nuoqi, but their minds were in a state of shutdown, completely unable to think. Echoing in their ears was Su Nuoqi's phrase, sold for 500 taels of silver. In just a few hours, what had they been through? First they sold soap and earned over 60 taels in less than half an hour. Then they met young Master Lu and after a meal signed a contract for 500 taels and received a deposit of 200 taels. Finally they entered the fur shop fully prepared for all their money to be squandered by Lachine, but instead there was a huge reversal. They earned 500 taels. Was this girl they had picked up the reincarnation of the god of wealth? The girl they had picked up? Was she the reincarnation of the god of wealth? Old Madame Ma and Guan Dahu had never imagined that making money could be so effortless. It was almost unbelievable. Seeing that old Madame Ma and Guan Dahu were still dazed and disoriented, Su Nuoqi found the perfect opportunity to take the lead. When they arrived at the cloth and grain stores, Su Nuoqi asked the two to wait outside while she went in to inquire about the prices. It was at this moment that Su Nuoqi learned this dynasty had no cotton, let alone cotton cloth. The wealthy wore garments of silk and brocade, and in winter they kept warm with various furs. The common folk, however, could only rely on layers of cloth sewn together into jiai, or gui garments padded with straw or willow catkins. Every winter countless commoners froze to death. After inspecting the cloth, Su Nuoqi entered the grain store, growing familiar with the local crops. Ning State possessed high-yield crops, such as potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes, but when sold to Tianqi State, these crops were always processed to prevent them from being planted. For instance, Ning State would dry and grind corn into flour, cook sweet potatoes into dried strip slice, and bake potatoes and roast and grind chili peppers. In short, they always sold these items as prepared food to neighboring states, ensuring no one could ever obtain their high-yield seeds. Food is the paramount necessity of the people. If the citizens of Tianqi couldn't eat their fill, how could the economy develop rapidly? However, Su Nuoqi couldn't ponder such matters for now. Her immediate concern was for her grandparents and Uncle Da's family. After some inquiries, Su Nuoqi gained a general understanding of the grain prices in Yulin Prefecture. Ordinary polished rice cost 25, when per caddy medium-grade polished rice 35, when top-grade polished rice 58, when brown rice 18 and coarse grains 12 For an average person without land, even coarse grains were a luxury. Wheat bran selling for 9 per caddy was still being eagerly snapped up by the starving poor. No wonder most tenant farmers had no choice but to endure exorbitant rents, suffering humiliation at the hands of landlords like livestock forced to bear it all. The common people were truly too bitter, too miserable, and too poor. The most exorbitant price, however, was salt. Tianqi lacked salt mines and the knowledge of salt production, relying entirely on imports from Yin State. Being dependent on others meant being at their mercy. Whether in ancient or modern times, imported goods were always exorbitantly priced. Even though the emperor decreed that salt prices not be marked up, selling it to the people at the exact import cost, and often even subsidizing it. Even so, there were still many who could not afford salt. The imported refined salt was far inferior in quality to modern iodized salt. The best available was a coarse-grained salt with a faint yellowish tint. And this inferior salt sold for over 100 yuan per liang, more than 100 times the price of the 5 yuan per caddy iodized salt in her system. Su Nuoqi couldn't help but think of the salt sold for a mere 2.5 yuan per caddy in any modern convenience store. In Tianqi, where the average monthly income was less than 200 yuan, this translated to over 1 tael of silver per caddy. No wonder people said the poor couldn't even afford salt. Many of them had unsteady legs, swollen necks, red, irritated eyes, and a general air of sickness, all symptoms of salt deficiency. Su Nuoqi yearned to help the people here, but she was of humble status and limited means, so she could only offer her sympathy for now. To avoid being thrown out by the grain store clerk, Su Nuoqi spent 1 tael of silver on 9 liang of refined salt, ignoring the clerk's shortchanging, and walked out of the store. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, she slipped into a nearby alley, glanced around to ensure she was alone, and then Su Nuoqi warily opened the system's marketplace, and a black and white electronic screen materialized, visible only to her. A system chime sounded. Ding. How may this system assist you, master? Su Nuoqi replied, I'd like to purchase 200 caddies of the cheapest rice, 2 caddies of iodized salt, 6 antique-style earthenware spice jars, 200 caddies of brown rice, and 100 caddies of sorghum. Also 1 bolt each of fine linen in navy sea green, sky blue, and spring green, 100 caddies of vegetable oil, and 50 caddies of cotton. As her words faded, sacks of grain, cotton, and other goods piled up all around her. Ding. The total comes to 5 taels and 791. Shall I proceed with the payment, master? Compared to the local prices, the system was incredibly cheap, so Su Nuoqi decisively clicked to pay. The system proved reliable, providing packaging that didn't look out of place in this era. Looking at the mountain of goods packed in burlap sacks, Su Nuoqi slapped her forehead, realizing that the small cart Guan had pushed was far too small to carry everything. She asked, "Do you have any ox carts or horse-drawn carriages available?" The system replied, "Master's points are insufficient, and you haven't reached level 1. You are only eligible to purchase a mule and a simple uncovered cart." Su Nuoqi didn't mind as long as it could haul the goods. She immediately placed an order for 3 mules. Ding! The system chimed again. "Before upgrading, you are limited to purchasing 2 mules and 1 cart. Would you like to proceed?" Su Nuoqi decisively clicked to purchase, thinking something was better than nothing. She then asked the system, "How do I upgrade?" The system responded, "Complete the first grain purchase mission to level up and receive a mystery gift pack." Su Nuoqi was speechless. If she could buy this much for just over 5 taels of silver, she wondered if she'd need to rent a warehouse to store the 500 taels worth of grain she was supposed to buy. The 500 taels were ready, but the biggest problem was where to store all that grain. She decided to worry about it tomorrow. For now, she should buy some high-quality fodder to feed the mules. Su Nuoqi then ran out of the alley, feigning a spoiled tone. "Grandma, Uncle Dao, I've been calling you for ages. Why didn't you answer me? Young Master Lu sent someone to buy all these things for us. He even arranged for 2 mules since he knew we had no cart. Let's hurry and load everything up. We need to get home before it gets too dark. The roads are hard to travel at night." Guan slapped his thigh in self-reproach. "It's my fault. I was so lost and thought I didn't hear you calling. They'll pay more attention next time." Old Madame Ma also looked troubled and quickly asked, "Where is young Master Lu? We just met him, and he's already treated us to a meal and even packed food for us, and now he's gone out of his way to help us buy all these supplies. We must thank him in person." Meanwhile, the unwitting scapegoat Lu Jingheng let out a huge sneeze. He rubbed his nose and wondered, "Did I catch a cold from standing by the window in the draft earlier?" When old Madame Ma and Guan stepped into the alley and saw the pile of goods on the ground, they were stunned. Guan stammered, "This is all this for us? How much silver did it cost?" Su Nuoqi was speechless. She realized she had only thought about what her family urgently needed and had forgotten to measure the value against local prices. Buying so much might have been a bit excessive. Old Madame Ma's face turned pale. She wasn't overjoyed by the sudden windfall. Instead, she pulled Su Nuoqi aside and warned her, "Child, we shouldn't take what isn't rightfully ours. He'll go with you to find young Master Lu and return all these things to him." Su Nuoqi's scalp tightened. One lie required countless more to cover it up. She had dug this pit herself, and now she had to fill it back, and even if it meant crying while doing so. She quickly shook her head to soothe him. "Grandma, I paid for all of these with my own money. Young Master Lu merely had his servant help arrange everything. Though it was cheaper than market price, I didn't let young Master Lu suffer a loss. It's already afternoon. Let's pack up and head home early. Grandpa and Aunt are still waiting for us at home." Old Ma was so astonished her eyes widened, her voice trembling. "Girl, in the blink of an eye you've spent nearly 56 taels of silver." Su Nuoqi. "Oh my goodness, how could I have forgotten that Grandma was the daughter of an accountant? Can't you be less shrewd? With just one glance you can calculate the value of everything. How am I supposed to cheat in the future?" Upon hearing Su Nuoqi's explanation, Guan felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Without a word, he rolled up his sleeves and began loading the goods onto the cart. As a sturdy man, it was utterly shameful that he had allowed a young girl to toil for the family's livelihood. Little did he expect that the woman rescued from the frozen lake a month ago would bring such great help to the household. Old Ma approached and began moving the items alongside Guan, her heart overflowing with gratitude. Su Nuoqi, she didn't idle either, flitting about like a diligent little bee, shuttling between the goods and the cart. Old Ma opened her mouth several times, wanting to say something to express her thanks to Su Nuoqi, but each time she swallowed the words. A mere thank you was utterly insufficient to convey the gratitude she felt for this girl. From yesterday till now she had helped the Guan family far too much. To be honest, if Lu Xian hadn't drawn the blueprints last night and Dao hadn't made that thing called washing machine to spin-dry the clothes, there was no way they could have left the house so early today. If they had failed to deliver the clothes, the Guan family would have faced a fine of several hundred coppers and lost the trust they had built up over decades. Not to mention, this girl had bought so many things for the Guan family without even batting an eye. After everyone loaded the goods and securely fastened them with hemp ropes, Guan suddenly asked in puzzlement, "Mother, did you bring a lot of hemp ropes when you left home? Why didn't I notice them before?" Su Nuoqi's heart skipped a beat. Just now she had noticed there were no ropes to tie up the goods, so she had hastily purchased several bundles from the system mall. Who knew that Uncle Dao would be so observant, catching such a tiny detail? What to do? Baby doesn't want to lie. Baby's heart is so tired. Old Ma helped Guan tie the last knot and said, "Do you think your mother has the power of prophecy? How could I have known that we would need these? It must be that young Master Lu left them for us considerately when he had the goods delivered." "Yes." Su Nuoqi cheered inwardly, giving Grandma a huge mental thumbs up, her heart brimming with joy. Not bad, not bad. Using young Master Lu as the scapegoat was such a wise move. Achoo. After young Master Lu sneezed for the umpteenth time, the physician concluded, "Young Master, you are in robust health, no signs of cold. No medication is needed." The scapegoat Lu Jingheng. "Wait, I've been sneezing nonstop. Are you sure you haven't misdiagnosed my pulse, doctor?" Guan Dahu and Old Ma each drove a mule cart. Su Nuoqi climbed onto Old Ma's cart and sat beside her, a blissful smile spreading across her young face. How wonderful! To be reborn in this life, able to help Grandma with her work and be with her. Thank the heavens for giving me this chance to start anew. As they reached the entrance of Willow Tree Lane, Guan Dao suggested, "Mother, should we go see Zisen at the paper offering shop, where he's apprenticed? That child didn't even come home for the new year, and Big Brother didn't bring him back for a reunion dinner." Old Ma nodded and turned the mule toward Willow Tree Lane. After all, he was her own grandson. How could she not miss him? Every time she came to the county town, when Old Ma thought about visiting Guan Zisen, she recalled her eldest son's words, "Mother, if you go to see Zisen too often, he won't be able to concentrate on learning his craft. Please let him focus on acquiring a skill to make a living. That way he'll have a secure future, don't you agree?" Her eldest son's family didn't appreciate her interference. Children and grandchildren have their own destinies, and Old Ma had given up meddling. Every time she came to town, she would take a detour to avoid passing by. Today, since they had packed quite a few pastries from Ziyun Tower, she decided to bring some to her grandson. She wanted to see how he was faring as an apprentice so that her anxious heart could be put at ease. "They'll beat you, you useless thing. How many lanterns have you ruined today? Can you even afford to pay for them?" From afar came the sound of a bamboo rod striking flesh, accompanied by an old woman's furious roar. A sudden sense of dread washed over Guan Dao. He urged the mule to trot faster. Rounding the corner, he saw a thin boy of 12 or 13, clutching his head, lying motionless on the ground. "Whoa!" Guan Dahu reined in, the mule leaped agilely off the cart and rushed to the child's side in a few strides. He scooped the boy into his arms, shielding him from the old woman's bamboo rod. Old Tian hadn't expected anyone to appear at this hour. Startled, she barked rudely, "Who are you? Move aside. Don't get in the way of me disciplining my servant." "Third uncle," the child called out weakly before losing consciousness completely. Guan Dahu shook him anxiously, softly calling, "Zisen, third uncle is here. Third uncle is here. Don't fall asleep. Wake up and look at me." Old Ma threw down the whip, leaped off the cart, and stumbled over to Guan Zisen. She reached out to touch her grandson, but didn't know where to start. With red eyes and trembling lips, she murmured heartbrokenly, "Zisen, Grandma has come to see you. Open your eyes and look at Grandma. Grandma brought you some delicious food. Get up and eat something." "Woo-woo. Child, wake up. Woo-woo." Su Nuoqi rushed forward, took Guan Zisen's pulse, and tried to use that mysterious power to heal him. But that mysterious red power had vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, still unusable. Su Nuoqi, she did not dare delay. She opened the system and bought a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao wound medicine with a red pill for 25 coppers. She unscrewed the cap and fed the red pill into Guan Zisen's mouth. Ding! The system notified host has saved a life. Reward space upgraded to level 1 and a medical gift pack. At the same time, a mandatory quest is issued within 15 minutes. Punish the wrongdoer without spending a single coin and successfully rescue the victim to complete the quest. If the quest is not completed within the time limit, or if money is used to solve the problem, the quest will be considered failed. The system will reclaim the medical gift pack, and the host will be forbidden from using the system and the silver stored within it for 10 days. Additionally, the host will suffer from 1 day of asymptomatic physical weakness. The quest countdown begins now. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of a second hand echoed in Su Nuoqi's mind. "Hey, wait, hold on." Su Nuoqi's brain froze. "I didn't agree to accept the quest." Tick-tock, tick-tock. The timer continued relentlessly, completely ignoring. Silence was the system's ultimate weapon. Damn it, to encounter such a scam of a system. Was it bad luck or good fortune? What a mess. Crack. Old Madame Tian's bamboo cane slammed against the ground as she roared, spittle flying. "Where did this pack of paupers come from? How dare you block me from disciplining my servant?" Old Madame Ma spun around abruptly, one hand on her hip, and the other pointing at Old Madame Tian as she bellowed, "Look closely. Who is your servant?" "This is my grandson. He was sent to your paper effigy shop as an apprentice, and in just 3 months you've tormented him to this state. I haven't even demanded compensation from you yet." "Oh my!" Old Madame Tian laughed in disbelief, pointing her bamboo cane at Old Madame Ma. "You old hag, you need evidence when you speak. We bought this boy for 5 taels of silver. So what if he's your grandson? The sale contract is written in black and white. He's our family's slave. Even if we beat him to death, the authorities wouldn't dare interfere." Old Madame Ma choked on her words, clutching her chest as she began to topple backward. Su Nuoqi quickly steadied her gaze turning icy as she demanded, "Empty words prove nothing. Show us your contract. Who sold Guan Zisen to you?" And did you register it with the authorities to obtain the official Red Seal deed? Old Madame Tian's heart skipped a beat. After a pause she retorted, what does it matter if we didn't exchange it for the official deed at the government office? The person is already bought and paid for. The indenture contract is signed. Guan Zixin is our family's slave. No matter where you go you must abide. Su Nuoqi nodded in feigned agreement. Indeed. Then please produce Guan Zixin's indenture contract. Let us see exactly who sold him. Despite her calm facade Su Nuoqi, she was a frantic mess inside. Damn it system, is your timer moving faster than usual? Old Madame Ma, tears streaming down her face, and unaware of Su Nuoqi's eyes' inner turmoil, nodded vigorously. That's right. Bring out the contract. My granddaughter can read. Let her see it. My son Daqing is Zixin's own father. How could he ever sell his own flesh and blood? Guan Dahu, having wrapped his outer robe around the unconscious Guan Zixin, spoke coldly. My eldest brother might be unreliable in many things, but his love for his son is beyond question. He even borrowed usury money to pay for the boy's apprenticeship fee. How could he possibly sell his own son for a mere 5 taels of silver? Su Nuoqi, she suddenly understood. So Guan Daqing had borrowed from the gambling den for this apprentice son. Then what did Guan Dai need the money for? Ding. 10 minutes remaining. Damn it. Su Nuoqi, she made a snap decision. Grandma, Uncle Dahu, let's go. We're taking Zixin to the physician, and tomorrow we'll report this to the county magistrate. I refuse to believe there's no place for justice in this world. With that Su Nuoqi, she made to leave, and Guan Dahu, and old Madame Ma followed her lead without hesitation. Hearing they intended to report to the authorities, old Madame Tian panicked slightly, but still blocked their path. Humph. You think you can just waltz out of Willow Lane unscathed? Are you bold from skill, or just foolishly ignorant? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several lean dark-skinned men wielding clubs surrounded Su Nuoqi, she, and her group. Old Madame Tian swaggered forward swinging her bamboo cane, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth in a sinister grin. Why stop now? Aren't you going to report us? This old lady will wait right here. Let's see if the authorities beat you for striking the drum, or arrest us. Guan Dahu's pupils constricted. Cradling the unconscious Guan Zixin, he stepped forward shielding old Madame Ma and Su Nuoqi. Humph, overestimating yourselves. Old Madame Tian waved her weathered hand. Get them. Kill. The men charged at Guan Dahu swinging their clubs. Thud thud thud. Despite holding Guan Zixin, Guan Dahu twisted, agilely kicking several of them flying. However, with his arms full and having to protect both old Madame Ma and Su Nuoqi, she couldn't cover all sides. One lean man screamed and swung his club viciously down at old Madame Ma's head, closing in fast. In the nick of time, Su Nuoqi, she darted forward, bent at the waist, fist clenched with her middle knuckle protruding, and struck a precise, skillful blow to the man's zhongwang. Ow! The man let out a pig-like squeal, his body going limp as if shocked before he crumpled to the ground, curling up. Think you can mess with me? Su Nuoqi, she was a top surgeon from a medical university. O'Shed definitely studied the human Bodis acupoints. When strength is lacking, brains prevail. Su Nuoqi, she blew on her fist, feeling rather pleased with herself. System alert ding. Host hurry. 5 minutes remaining. Tick. Tock. Oh come on. A wave of tension shot through Su Nuoqi. She lashed out with a kick, striking the Zhongmen acupoint of a man sneaking up on Guan Dahu. The man lost his balance and toppled over, crashing into the shrieking old Madame Tian. Thud. Unable to dodge, old Madame Tian's nose was smashed, her head spinning as both of them hit the ground and lay sprawled out. Su Nuoqi, she rolled with the momentum, dodging the men attacking Guan Dahu, and reached old Madame Tian. She clamped her fingers around the old woman's throat. Everyone stop. Move a muscle, and it'll send this hag to meet her ancestors. Everyone froze in place, turning to stare. The scene fell deathly silent. Old Madame Ma and Guan Dahu were speechless with shock. Just who was this girl they'd pulled from the water? Did she even know martial arts? Old Madame Tian, paralyzed with fear and unable to move, gasped for air as the grip on her throat tightened. A terror she had never known flooded her being. She croaked out a plea cough. Miss, this old woman failed to recognize your greatness. This was all a misunderstanding. Please spare me. Cough. System alert ding. 1 minute remaining. 60. 59. Damn it. Su Nuoqi, she tightened her grip. Hand over Guan Zixin's indenture contract, or I won't be responsible for how rough I get. Old Madame Tian's face was flushed crimson. She fumbled inside her robes, pulled out a contract, and handed it to Su Nuoqi, she completely unable to speak. Old Madame Ma and Guan Dahu were so tense their toes were curling in their shoes, watching Su Nuoqi's hand with bated breath, terrified she might squeeze too hard and kill the woman. A life for a life wasn't worth it for someone like that. Besides, after all this time together, old Madame Ma and Guan Dahu had come to see Su Nuoqi, she as family, and didn't want anything to happen to her. With one hand gripping old Madame Tian's throat, and the other trying to unfold the paper, Su Nuoqi, she was sweating profusely despite the cold winter day. System alert 30. 29. 28. With less than 30 seconds left, the more flustered Su Nuoqi, she got the more difficult it seemed to unfold the simple contract. This damn system didn't give her a single extra second. Time was just flying by. 10-9-8-7. 3. Wait. I have Guan Zisin's indenture contract, and it's clearly forged by old Madame Tian. I can free him at any moment. Mission complete. Su Nuoqi, she frantically hit the complete button, the timing just barely landing on the final second. The system remained unresponsive, and she stared blankly at the gray screen awaiting its verdict. If the mission failed, she'd suffer a day of full-body paralysis without any symptoms. What would that be like? After being pulled from that frozen lake, she'd lain still for far too long. She didn't want to endure that kind of suffering again. To Old Lady Ma and Guan Dahu, Su Nuoqi's reaction seemed quite peculiar. Old Lady Ma stepped forward, her voice laced with concern. Lachine, is there something wrong with the indenture? Your grandmother can't read. Could you read it out loud for me? Seeing Su Nuoqi remain silent, Guan Dahu grew agitated. He kicked the obese Tian woman squarely in the stomach and bellowed, "Hand over Zisin's real indenture. If you don't, I'll drag you down to the underworld with me, even if it costs me my own life." With a muffled howl, the Tian woman coughed and sputtered, her throat constricted with fear, her eyes filled with terror. She pleaded, "I swear that's the only indenture for Guan Zisin. Please just let me go. Spare me, I beg you." As her cries continued, a mechanical voice echoed in Su Nuoqi's mind. Ding. Mission complete. Medical package successfully delivered. System upgrade commencing in 5 seconds. System will be unavailable for 24 hours. Countdown 5, 4, 3. Su Nuoqi cursed inwardly. Damn this system. With lightning speed, Su Nuoqi retrieved only 60 taels of loose silver and the medical package from her storage space. Then she could only watch helplessly as the system screen went dark, replaced by an agonizingly slow upgrade progress bar. Su Nuoqi was furious. The system was utterly unreliable, going offline without any warning and leaving her unprepared. She hadn't even taken out the banknotes, let alone the pork soap or soap base. She was supposed to deliver 1,000 bars of soap to Lu Jingheng in 5 days. With the system down for 2 days, how could she possibly fulfill the order on time? Old Lady Ma and Guan Dahu noticed a black bundle that had appeared beside Su Nuoqi. They assumed she had snatched it from the Tian woman amidst the chaos. Old Lady Ma took the bundle and held it protectively, naturally claiming it for herself. After all, this woman was responsible for her grandson's injuries. It was only fair she compensated them. Su Nuoqi's eye twitched slightly, but she ultimately decided to let her grandmother's assumption stand. It was convenient for them to believe the medical kit was the Tian woman's, saving her from having to explain its true origin. Guan Dahu, still seething with anger, raised his foot again, intending to kick the woman once more. Su Nuoqi snapped out of her thoughts and quickly intervened. "Wait, Uncle Da, stop. The indenture is indeed the one she forged. It's the only one. She is guilty of terrible crimes, but it's not worth risking your life over. Evil will be repaid with evil. Let's just wait and see what fate has in store for her." Old Lady Ma grabbed Guan Dahu's arm and said, "Saner, let's listen to Lachine. Those who commit many evils will be judged by heaven. There's no need to throw your life away for this woman." Su Nuoqi then looked down at the Tian woman and said, "You've beaten my brother like this. His treatment will cost a lot of money. You will compensate us 10 taels of silver, or else." She bent down, leaning close to the woman's ear, and whispered menacingly, "We have nothing to lose. We can't touch you now, but tonight is a different story. Don't you think? He'll pay. He'll pay." The terrified Tian woman fumbled with the money pouch at her waist and hastily grabbed a handful of loose silver. Su Nuoqi took the money, weighing it in her hand. It felt like 11 or 12 taels. She smiled with satisfaction. "Smart choice. Hey, raise some advice, do less evil and more good. Otherwise, next time you might run into someone less reasonable, and you'll be left with nothing but bones." Su Nuoqi straightened up, tucked the silver into her inner pocket, and scrubbed her hands clean with a handful of snow. "Grandmother, uncle, let's go." Guan Dahu carried Guan Zisin while Old Lady Ma clutched the black bundle, and they each climbed onto the mule cart. They urged the mule cart on, racing towards the best medical clinic in the county town. Guan Dahu rushed inside with Guan Zisin in his arms. 2 burly men emerged from the clinic, blocking Guan Dahu at the entrance. "Get out of here. We don't treat penniless beggars. Don't bring your bad luck to our doorstep." Guan Dahu was speechless. He hadn't even said a word or stepped a foot inside, so how could they assume he had no money? Su Nuoqi whispered to Old Lady Ma, "Grandmother, let me go see what's happening." Old Lady Ma nodded, her gaze filled with worry. If she weren't afraid of leaving their belongings unattended, she would have gone to check on the situation herself. Su Nuoqi, with her sharp hearing, caught the murmurs of the onlookers. "This is the 9th poor family turned away today. It's a sin. This hall of benevolence is a sham. Last time my aunt had a miscarriage, they charged 2 taels for a couple of ordinary prescriptions. They are utterly heartless and greedy." "Exactly. When my son hurt his leg, they charged us 501 for a bone-setting fee, even though it was just a bruise. We only found out the truth when Dr. He from the west side gave us some medicine for the swelling. Yes, Dr. He is a good man with fair prices. He's always courteous even for midnight visits. Not like this benevolence hall. It's a shame they tarnish the meaning of benevolence. Su Nuoqi's eyes lit up. Dr. He, huh? Before coming to the clinic, she had considered cleaning and bandaging Guan Zisin's wounds herself. However, in this ancient era, a woman practicing medicine was unheard of. Ordinary girls were only taught to be good wives and mothers skilled in needlework and cooking. Wealthy families might have their own physicians, but they would never allow their daughters to study medicine. If she were to treat Guan Zisin herself, how could she possibly explain it to old lady Ma? So she had to rely on a clinic. But it seemed these ancient clinics were not so great. They were judged by their clothes before they even got through the door. Guan Dahu was furious and was about to barge in with Guan Zisin when a gentle hand pulled him back. Su Nuoqi said, Uncle Dahu, let's go to a different clinic. There are too many people watching, and we shouldn't cause another scene. Though reluctant, Guan Dahu turned and followed Su Nuoqi. They asked for directions and made their way to the west side of town, entering a very narrow alley. At the very end, they saw the tattered banner of the He Medical Clinic. The clinic was extremely small with only enough room for a few people to stand besides the medicine cabinets and the consultation area. An old man with a ruddy complexion and white hair was holding a medical book explaining pharmacological principles to a handsome young man of 15 or 16. The old man was lecturing intently, and the young man was listening earnestly, jotting down key points from time to time. Neither noticed their arrival. Guan Dahu felt a sense of reverence upon seeing the old man. He spoke in a hushed, respectful tone, Please, doctor, he saved my nephew. Hearing this, doctor, he looked up and immediately saw Guan Zisin's pale, unconscious face. His expression turned serious. Quick, bring him into the back room. The young man, He Xiao, held open the curtain to reveal a small bedroom, furnished with only a bed and a couch. Guan Dao hesitated, unsure where to place the boy. He Xiao pointed to the couch and said, Place him here. Guan Dao nodded gratefully and carefully laid Guan Zisin down. He then briefly recounted how his elder brother had been deceived into sending his nephew away for training only to be tricked into signing a life indenture. Doctor, he sighed. What could he say? The common folk had such a hard life. What else could they do to secure a future for their children? Guan Dao gently uncovered the child's clothes, stepped aside, and made room for divine healer He. To let his grandfather see clearly, He Xiao lit several more oil lamps. Divine healer, he drew a sharp breath, carefully examining Guan Zisin's pulse and injuries, and said, Did you give the child some miraculous pill? Otherwise this child would not have lasted until I saw him, he would have already. The words left unsaid were understood by all. Old Madame Ma and Guan Dahu looked at Su Nuoqi with gratitude. Su Nuoqi lowered her head and said nothing. Yunnan Baiyao was remarkably effective for external injuries, and the emergency pill was a life-saving medicine in critical moments. If the system were activated, she would buy a bottle for divine healer He to study. Now a bottle of Baiyao contained only a rice grain-sized emergency pill, which had been given to Guan Zisin and was now gone. Moreover, the bottle holding Baiyao was a glass, one unheard of here, and old Madame Ma and Guan Dahu were unsophisticated, while Willow Tree Lane was chaotic. At that time when she took out the medicine bottle, everyone's attention was elsewhere, so no one noticed. Now if she produced it before divine healer, how many lies would she need to tell to cover her story? Divine healer, he, seeing the three silent, understood, and said, I am merely curious with no intention of prying into your prescription. The child has severe external injuries, and having gone without food for a long time, is extremely weak. First prepare some rice porridge for him. I will prescribe some medicines for external wounds to clean and dress them, and some internal ones to regulate the spleen and stomach. He will need to recuperate for several months. As for the cost, divine healer, he glanced at their clothing, looking somewhat troubled. One dose of internal medicine costs over 201, and the external medicine over 101. These are the cost prices of the herbs. I wonder if the elder and this strong man agree. Will you buy the medicine to treat him? Divine healer, he directly ignored Su Nuoqi and looked at old Madame Ma and Guan Dao. There was no help for it. Women held low status, and in public they relied on their elders and men. Su Nuoqi sighed inwardly, but on the surface she smiled and said, Divine healer, please prescribe the medicine. Here are 5 taels of silver. Tonight I fear I must trouble you to use your kitchen to cook the porridge. As she spoke, Su Nuoqi took out another tael of silver and handed it to He Xiao. It's getting dark and the curfew is approaching. We need a proper place to store our purchased goods and the mule. Please trouble yourself to help brew the decoction and look after my grandmother and younger brother. I entrust them to you. He Xiao had never been so close to a woman in his life. His face flushed scarlet like a monkey's rear, and he hastily waved his hands. No, the 5 taels you've given are already plenty. Rest assured, leave your grandmother and brother here, I can take good care of them. Su Nuoqi smiled faintly, placed the silver on the nearby table, ran out of the pharmacy, and poured out 5 caddies of rice from the cart, packing it into a spare small sack. She turned back, handed it to old Madame Ma, whispered a few instructions, grabbed Guan Da's clothes, and walked out of the pharmacy. The entire sequence was fluid and effortless, leaving the He family stunned. What? This family silver was kept by a girl. For such a major matter, she paid without consulting the family, and no one objected. Su Nuoqi and Guan Dahu walked to the mule cart. Guan Dahu, still uneasy, offered some tips on driving the cart and precautions, then suggested, "When I sold mountain goods, I got to know the chief escort of the Hushuan escort agency. They are known for their integrity, very reliable. You can leave your things there with complete peace of mind." Su Nuoqi naturally trusted Guan Dahu. She drove the mule cart, following him through winding alleys to the Hushuan escort agency. Just then, Chief Escort Song was seeing a guest out. When he saw Guan Dahu, Song beamed with joy and hurried over, embracing Guan Dahu with a hearty laugh. "Brother, long time no see. You haven't brought mountain goods for a while. I've missed you, old brother." Su Nuoqi sized up Chief Escort Song. He was a robust man around 40, slightly taller than Guan Dahu, with a short beard. He looked vigorous and full of energy. Guan Dahu hugged Song in return and said, "I've been busy with family matters and haven't been up the mountain lately, so I haven't hunted much. Today I need to trouble you, old brother, with a favor." Chief Escort Song said generously, "Even if you have no mountain goods, you can still come for a cup of tea. Whatever it is, just say it, brother. If I can help, I will spare no effort." Guan Dahu pointed at the mule cart and recounted his nephew's situation. "Please look after these 2 carts of goods for me, old brother. I would be deeply grateful." Chief Escort Song slapped Guan Dahu on the shoulder. "If you have things to do, go ahead. Leave the goods with me, they won't be lost." Su Nuoqi stepped up to them and asked, "Chief Escort, how much would it cost to store these items until tomorrow afternoon?" Chief Escort Song was taken aback. He glanced at her, a girl of about 14 or 15 with a touch of baby fat, not yet fully grown, and said in surprise, "Brother Guan, is your daughter this grown already?" Guan Dahu shook his head. "This is my distant niece. Her family suffered a disaster, and she came to take refuge with my mother." Su Nuoqi gave a graceful bow and said, "Chief Escort Song, please name your price. Brotherhood is one thing, but business is business. They should not be mixed." Chief Escort Song was momentarily stunned, then waved his hand. "No need. Brother Guan and I are old friends. Storing a few things is nothing. Why charge? If it weren't for his family responsibilities, I would have invited him to join the escort agency long ago. With Dahu here, the agency would be even stronger." Su Nuoqi shook her head disapprovingly. "Chief Escort Song, that's not how business is done. An escort agency should have its rules. As the chief escort, you are a role model for all the guards. Today you make an exception for a brother. Tomorrow others in the agency will follow suit. If everyone makes exceptions, how will you keep your business running?" Chief Escort Song was stunned. He had never considered this before, nor had he made exceptions for anyone. At Su Nuoqi's reminder, he quickly clasped his hands in salute. "I am taught. Thank you for the reminder, miss. Please accept my bow." Su Nuoqi hurriedly waved her hand and made a slight gesture to support him. "You are too kind, Chief Escort. Since you are a brother to Uncle Dahu, I am your junior. I do not deserve such a great courtesy. To earn Big Brother Song's recognition and a bow. Remarkable, truly remarkable." Guan Da's heart pounded and his face flushed. He looked at Su Nuoqi with increasing fondness, as if she were his own daughter. Deep down, he had already come to regard her as the daughter he had brought home. Chief Escort Song was a straightforward man. He immediately had the mule led into the agency and handled matters officially. He summoned the agency's accountant, who inventoried all items and matched them against the records. A storage fee of 1 tael and 5 chien was paid, along with the fee for feeding the mule. Both parties confirmed the details were correct, signed, and affixed their fingerprints, and each kept a copy of the contract. Chief Escort Song said, "Dahu, this distant niece of yours is quite something. She can read and write, and is very good at arithmetic. Has she been betrothed?" "My son is about her age. How about?" Guan Dahu cut off Chief Escort Song before he could finish. "Brother Song, to be honest with you, Lexin's background is not ordinary. Her marriage is not something I as a younger brother can decide." Su Nuoqi was speechless. She was still young in this world. Girls were considered adults at 15, and she remembered this body was only 14 and a half, not yet 15. These ancients were terrifying, talking about marriage at 14 or 15 and trusting one's whole life away. She hadn't even thought about who she might want to marry. Chief Escort Song was reluctant to give up, for a good daughter-in-law was hard to find. He looked at Su Nuoqi, about to ask about her parents. Su Nuoqi quickly interjected. "Chief Escort Song, marriage matters require the command of parents and the words of a matchmaker. My marriage isn't something Uncle Dahu can decide, nor would even my grandparents have the final say. Please don't pressure him. It's getting late, and the curfew will soon begin. Uncle Dahu and I still need to return to the medical hall to check on grandmother and my younger brother. How about we invite you to our home for a drink another time, where you and Uncle Dahu can celebrate your brotherly bond?" "Ha ha ha. Good. Ha ha ha." Chief Escort Song threw his head back and laughed, liking Su Nuoqi more and more. What a clever girl. She had deftly sidestepped the topic of marriage using her parents as an excuse, even claiming her grandparents had no say. From now on, when visiting the Guan family, he could only discuss brotherhood, not matters of children or marriage. Impressive, truly impressive. Inside the He family medical hall, Divine Doctor, he learned from old Madame Ma the names of Guan Dahu and Su Nuoqi and their relationship with her. Of course, old Madame Ma was not lustung enough to reveal the incident of saving someone from the frozen lake, so Divine Doctor, he naturally remained unaware that Su Nuoqi was a child the Guan family had rescued. Su Nuoqi and Guan Dahu rushed back to the medical hall in a panic only to find Guan Zisun already awake. He was sipping rice gruel fed to him by old Madame Ma, his entire body wrapped in clean white cloth, like a mummy. The sight startled Su Nuoqi so much she choked, biting her tongue, tears welling up from the pain. Seeing Guan Dahu enter, Guan Zisun's eyes glistened with tears as he choked out a soft call, "Third uncle." He had thought he would be beaten to death by Granny Tian, but at the last moment his third uncle appeared and saved his life. Yet his parents and brother, whom he missed dearly, had not come. A dull ache throbbed in Guan Zisun's chest, and his mood inexplicably sank. After a day of turmoil, Su Nuoqi was utterly exhausted. The curfew had begun, making it impossible to go anywhere. She and Guan Dahu simply shared some thin porridge cooked by old Madame Ma, which served as their dinner for the night. "Divine Doctor," he said, "our home is humble. Since the bed is quite large, it can fit 4 men. To arrange everyone comfortably tonight, I must impose on the old Madame and Miss Lachine to share this soft couch over here." Su Nuoqi understood that one must adapt to circumstances. This was the best arrangement possible. Everyone would have a place to sleep and get the maximum rest. Su Nuoqi didn't hold the antiquated views of the ancients, fussing over trivialities like men and women not sharing a room. It wasn't as if they were sleeping in the same bed. She was with her grandmother, so what was the problem? This was a strictly feudal society. Anyone caught out after curfew by the soldiers would be killed without mercy. Su Nuoqi and the others never dreamed of clashing with the authorities or the rules, venturing out at this hour to find an inn. They had initially planned to make do with a makeshift bed on the floor of the pharmacy or sit through the night. Now having a proper bed and couch to sleep on was more than good enough. A curtain was drawn between the couch and the bed for separation, so it wasn't technically the same room. Su Nuoqi consoled herself. Everyone settled in for the night, unaware that danger was silently approaching. Just after the second watch around 13 a.m., Su Nuoqi woke up needing to relieve herself. Given the special circumstances, everyone was sleeping in their clothes. Su Nuoqi was no exception. She staggered to the backyard of the pharmacy, enduring the stench of the ancient outhouse. After finishing, she suddenly heard faint voices from outside the wall. "Have you scouted it out? Is it this medical hall? Are you sure Divine Doctor He and his grandson are at home?" "They are. There are a few paupers staying at the He family medical hall today, whom our own clinic refused to treat. Should we postpone the arson to another day? What's there to fear? Just a few paupers, a few more worthless lives." Hearing this, Su Nuoqi was instantly wide awake. She dashed back inside to rouse everyone. "Wake up! Quickly! Someone's outside planning to set fire to the medical hall." Divine Doctor He and He Xiao snapped awake, instantly darting to the outer room like arrows from a bow. As if they had done this many times before, they deftly swept all the medicinal herbs into several empty burlap sacks. Seeing this, Guan Dahu hurried forward to help. Old Madame Ma turned out to be a master at packing. In a blur of motion, she had already bundled up all of Divine Doctor He's quilts, silver, and valuables ready to carry. Even Guan Zisun, despite his frail condition, managed to gather Divine Doctor He's herbal digging hoe and tools into a basket and hoisted onto his back. Su Nuoqi was stunned. From the moment she alerted the sleeping group to the completion of packing, less than 2 minutes had passed, hadn't it? There was no time needed to shake off sleep. Were these ancients really so highly attuned to danger? She had claimed someone was setting a fire. Didn't they need to question her, verify the claim? They trusted her so readily. It defied logic. Soon Su Nuoqi had no time to ponder. Thick, billowing smoke began seeping through the cracks in the windows and doors. Su Nuoqi smelled a strong odor of wine. Damn, they were using alcohol to fuel the fire, ruthless. She grabbed He Xiao, who was preparing to move a ladder to climb the medicine cabinet. "Let's go. We need to leave. We'll be too late if we don't." He Xiao's face was full of reluctance. Up there are century-old ginseng and fleece flower root that Grandpa risked his life to collect. They're extremely rare. Su Nuoqi gritted her teeth. "It'll help you hurry." He Xiao nodded. Su Nuoqi steadied the ladder while He Xiao climbed. Divine Doctor, he stamped his foot in anxiety. "Leave them. Get out of here. Forget the possessions, all of them. Shower, I only have you left. If anything happens to you, I can't go on living. Come down for Grandpa's sake." "Got them." He Xiao retrieved the ginseng and fleece flower root, tossing them directly to Su Nuoqi. Without a word of discussion, they moved in perfect sync. Su Nuoqi caught them securely and placed the items into the basket with the herbs. Crackling. The fire quickly consumed the thatched roof, and the sound of burning, splitting roof beams crashed into everyone's ears with sharp popping reports. He Xiao scrambled down the ladder in panic. For his grandfather Sake, no matter how difficult, he had to do his utmost to preserve his own life. His family had been destroyed, their household ruined, leaving only him and his grandfather to depend on each other. With vengeance unfulfilled, and a wish unfulfilled, how could he abandon his grandfather and leave alone? A serpent of fire engulfed the pharmacy's roof, and sparks mingled with bits of straw rained down continuously. At this critical moment, Guan Dao shouted urgently, "Young master!" He jumped. Hearing this, He Xiao looked down, and without a moment's hesitation leaped toward Guan Dao. Guan Dao, worthy of being the most renowned hunter in the Guan family village, caught He Xiao with practiced ease. A loud crash echoed as the serpent of fire, as if finding its prey, slammed into He Xiao's back, instantly igniting his clothes. "Be careful!" Su Nuoqi grabbed a burlap sack and swiftly draped it over He Xiao's back, extinguishing the flames that engulfed him. The divine physician, he was so terrified that he nearly breathed his last on the spot. He Xiao hugged him nervously and whispered soothingly, "Grandfather, it's all right, I'm fine." Miss Lachine extinguished the fire quickly. "Oh, it didn't burn my skin. Let's hurry outside." Cough, cough. Cough. The crowd was choked by the thick smoke. Su Nuoqi quickly said, "Find water, wet your sleeves, cover your mouth and nose, bend over, and keep low. Don't take anything, just leave quickly." As she spoke, she grabbed the teapot from the medicine cabinet and poured some water on each person's sleeve. "The door is locked from the outside." Old Madame Ma shouted in panic, shaking the door frantically, as the chains outside clanked with a loud clang-clang. Guan Dao stepped forward and kicked the door down, shouting, "Quick, hurry. The roof beam won't hold, it's about to fall." Bang! Bang! Fire! Help! Fire! A gong sounded, and the night watchman cried out, banging the gong to alert the neighbors to wake up and fight the fire. Chaos erupted. People who had been asleep scrambled out of bed, some carrying buckets, others lifting basins, crying and shouting. A scene of utter disorder. "Everyone follow me." Having escaped the fire, Su Nuoqi carried a sack of medicinal herbs and led the group into a dark alley ahead. "Divine physician," I overheard the arsonist talking. "I suspect the fire is linked to the Rinshan Hall, but I have no evidence. They used wine to ignite the flames. The fire was too intense, and the smell of alcohol has already dissipated. Even if the authorities come without witnesses, it will be hard to find the real culprit. You and young master here are probably being targeted. The house is gone. Do you have anywhere to stay?" "Huh." The divine physician, he let out a cold laugh, lowering his head in a daze. He did not rage or weep, but tears silently streamed down his face, his eyes vacant and dead. He Xiao sighed heavily. "My grandfather and I have traveled from place to place, and every time we settle down we encounter various schemes. We opened the He family pharmacy in such a remote location just to avoid being framed by those with ill intentions. We've been here less than half a month, and yet again we've blocked someone's way to profit. Now where can we find a home?" Old Madame Ma handed the silver she had salvaged from the He residence to He Xiao, saying, "Young master, please count the silver to see if the amount is correct. We fled in such haste that we couldn't search thoroughly for lost items. I only brought a few everyday things. I'm not sure if they'll be of any use." The divine physician, he looking several years older, glanced at the silver in his grandson's hand and said, "I thank you, madam. My grandson and I have suffered many hardships, though our savings are nearly depleted. We only have these scattered dozen or so taels of silver left. If you hadn't stayed at the pharmacy tonight, I fear my grandson and I would never have seen the morning's rooster crow." Guan Dao, moved by the old physician's weary eyes, felt a surge of sympathy and said, "If you don't mind, divine physician, why not come back with us to Guanjia village?" Su Nuoqi nodded, yes. The Rinshan Hall is too powerful for us to confront. Once we're back in the village, we can plan our next move. Uncle Dahu is skilled in carpentry and has built several spare rooms. We can set up a kong for you to stay." Old Madame Ma hesitated, her heart filled with deep worry about the unknown. Their family was just ordinary folk. What if the Rinshan Hall found out something and wiped them all out? But the divine physician, he was a good man who had saved her grandson, and his medical skills were undeniably superb. Leaving him and young master he to fend for themselves in the freezing cold was a thought that old Madame Ma couldn't bear. In the end, she lowered her head and let Guan Dahu and Su Nuoqi decide. The divine physician, he hesitated. "My grandson and I are plagued by troubles. Every day brings new misfortunes. If we go to Guanjia village, we'll only bring trouble to you. It's better to forget it." Nearby, the noise of shouting and firefighting grew louder, and footsteps approached the dark alley where they stood. Su Nuoqi made a quick decision. "We can't stay here. The curfew will be over soon, and the authorities will certainly investigate the cause of the fire. Divine physician, it's better to come back with us for now to lie low. That's far better than staying here and being falsely accused." Guan Dahu shifted the sleeping Guan Zisan on his back and urged, "Let's hurry. People will be here soon." We'll take a detour past the escort agency. It's less likely we'll run into the night patrol guards. Su Nuoqi nodded. We must leave as soon as the city gates open. Otherwise, once the magistrate reacts and orders the gates closed to search for the arsonist, we'll be implicated. Old Madame Ma's face turned pale. What do you mean? We didn't set the fire, we almost died in it. Why would they investigate us? Su Nuoqi pulled the group along as she walked, speaking softly. Grandma, a fire is a serious matter. The magistrate bears a heavy responsibility and will need a scapegoat to satisfy the prefectural office. The fire started at the divine physician He's clinic. Once the flames are out and the bodies of the physician and He Shao are not found, the authorities will dig. The most convenient scapegoats would be the physician and his grandson along with us who stayed at the clinic last night. As she spoke, Su Nuoqi glanced back. Seeing He Shao sweeping the snow as he walked to cover their footprints, she smiled knowingly and continued. If the magistrate is an upright official who can find the real arsonist and bring him to justice, then fine. But if the magistrate sees us as nothing but poor country bumpkins and handles the case carelessly, we'll end up rotting in prison with no hope of ever getting out. Old Madame Ma gasped. Guan Dahu couldn't understand either. Why should the victims have to bear such a heavy burden? The divine physician, he looked at Su Nuoqi with a hint of curiosity. How could a village girl know so much about official affairs? They twisted and turned, walking from night until dawn, dodging several waves of soldiers heading to fight the fire. Finally, after the curfew ended, they safely reached the vicinity of the escort agency. Su Nuoqi pulled the honest Guan Dahu aside and gave him detailed instructions until he nodded that he understood. Only then did she and Guan Da go up to knock on the gate of the escort agency. The gatekeeper, Uncle Wang, asked in surprise, Dahu, why are you here so early? Aren't you supposed to pick up your belongings at noon? Guan Dahu followed Uncle Wang inside, explaining, the Rinshan Medical Hall turned us away because we looked shabby. When the curfew came, we found a corner to crouch in for the night. It was too cold, and I was worried about my injured nephew catching a chill. So as soon as the curfew ended, I decided to take my nephew home to recuperate. Alas! Uncle Wang sighed, patting Guan Dahu on the shoulder in understanding. Seeing a doctor was something only the wealthy could afford. Poor folk like them had to endure it. If they couldn't survive, it was just a handful of dirt, and it was over. Life was too hard. Before long, Uncle Wang brought Guan Dahu and Su Nuoqi to the pickup point. He checked the inventory with official formality, returned the items, and gave back the silver due to the early pickup. With the escort agency's help, Guan Dahu harnessed the mule carts, and he and Su Nuoqi each drove one out of the agency. With nowhere else to go, divine healer he and He Shao heeded Su Nuoqi's and Guan Dahu's persuasion and followed them to stay at Guan family village for a while. On the street, only a few merchants were visible, and sparse snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. The northwest wind howled, burrowing into people's collars. Even Su Nuoqi, bundled in the thickest clothing, couldn't help but shiver. The others fared even worse. The gate guard slowly opened the side gate for civilians, as usual, listlessly huddling in small groups. Su Nuoqi paid the exit fee and tolls for both mule carts, then smoothly passed through. After barely a few dozen steps, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the city gate. With a jolt of alertness, Su Nuoqi steered her cart off the main road. Guandu, following closely behind her, both carts slipped into a small grove by the roadside. Close the gates. The county magistrate has ordered the gates closed. Shouts rang out from within the city, accompanied by the creaking of the gates as Tuaotown city gates slammed shut and locked tight. The group turned pale, staring at Su Nuoqi. Had she not thought 3 steps ahead and made the swift decision to leave, they would likely have faced imprisonment today, just as she had suspected. Divine healer he and He Shao clasped their fists and bowed deeply to Su Nuoqi and the others. Su Nuoqi quickly steadied him, saying, Divine healer he, what is the meaning of this? You humble us. Old Madame Ma nodded hastily. Indeed, divine healer he, there's no need for such formality. We haven't even repaid the great kindness of your saving our Zisen. Divine healer he waved his hand. Aguan Zisen took the life-saving pill first, I merely treated him afterward and did little. Besides, you paid several times the cost of the medicine. Taking money and resolving calamities is only natural. Since I accepted the fee, healing the sick is my duty. Rather, it is you who saved my grandson and me from the flames and brought us through a brush with imprisonment. This courtesy is well deserved. Old Madame Ma was at a loss for words, unaccustomed to gratitude from such a revered figure. Guan Dahu hastily waved his hands. No, you're far too kind. These were merely our duty, not worthy of thanks. Divine healer he and He Shao were deeply moved, their eyes brimming with tears, their fondness for the family growing. Su Nuoqi said, Divine healer he, young master, let's hurry. Once the gates are sealed, the soldiers will surely conduct inspections. If they send pursuers to call back the citizens who just left, we'll have no choice but to return. Divine healer he slapped his forehead, in being foolish. We must set off at once. To avoid drawing the attention of the soldiers patrolling atop the city walls, the group did not return to the main road. Instead, they followed the forest path, traveling twice the usual distance, and slipped back to the Guan residence via a narrow trail near the cliff at the rear of Guan family village. The snow fell harder and harder. By the time they stepped into Guan family village, it was a blinding blizzard. Fortunately, this spared Su Nuoqi and the others the worry of covering their tracks and erasing their traces. Old man Guan had not slept a wink all night. Hearing the courtyard gate open, he rushed out, without even properly putting on his shoes. Yi Kuehua and her two daughters burst out of the house with swollen eyes. Before Guan Dahu could even step down from the cart, the three of them threw their arms around him, trembling so violently they couldn't utter a single word. Clearly the three women had frightened themselves, likely crying all night. Curse this archaic communication. With yesterday's emergency, there was no way to send word home, leaving Grandpa to worry. Su Nuoqi rushed to old man Guan and said, "Grandpa, we were delayed by the shopping. Please get inside. The snow is heavy outside. If you stand barefoot in the snow, you'll catch." Old man Guan, seeing old Madame Ma unharmed, followed Su Nuoqi back inside, murmuring repeatedly, "You're back, that's what matters." Perhaps finally relieved, he was hit by a wave of drowsiness the moment he sat on the heated bed, and soon soft snoring filled the room. Hearing the commotion outside, Lu Yonghui from the eldest branch nudged her husband Guan Dajiang. "Husband, should we go out and take a look? Mother and Dahu are back." Guan Dajiang rolled over and muttered irritably, "What's there to see? Mother's surely brought back another pile of clothes. If you're so idle, go help her wash them and stop bothering my sleep." Lu Yonghui, at the mere thought of a mountain of laundry, considered the freezing temperature outside, decisively blocked out the noise, and forced herself back to sleep. As for the second branch, the couple couldn't care less. Despite the racket outside, their snores thundered on, as if competing to see who could be louder. Guan Dahu settled Guan Zisin beside old man Guan to recuperate, while old Madame Ma led the He family's elder and grandson into the main room to warm themselves by the fire. Guan Zisin was utterly silent. He had come home, yet his parents hadn't even bothered to come out and see him. As a son, he seemed like an afterthought compared to his elder brother. Were it not for his striking resemblance to his elder brother, Guan Zisin might have been tempted to run away in search of his birth parents. Without a moment's rest, Guan Dahu bustled about, summoning his wife and daughter to tidy the cowshed for the mules and prepare a room for the He family. Su Nuoqi climbed the ladder outside and used a long bamboo pole to sweep the snow off the roof, lest it collapse the thatched covering. Seeing this, He Shao whispered something to Divine Healer, and followed old Madame Ma out to unload the cart. Despite his lean frame, He Shao was surprisingly strong. He hauled 100-pound sacks back and forth through the blinding snow without the slightest sign of fatigue. From her elevated vantage point, Su Nuoqi fixed her gaze on He Shao's feet, and was astonished to discover that he seemed to tread almost atop the snow's surface, as if he knew Lightfoot martial arts. Holy crap! Divine Healer, he and He Shao were no ordinary folks. Could she have stumbled upon two hidden treasures? While the Guan household bustled about, Tiao Town itself had descended into utter chaos. The western district was all slums, with houses mostly built of straw and timber. Yet the people there were remarkably industrious, keeping their homes and yards spotlessly clean. The snow on roofs and ground had long been cleared away by the diligent poor, leaving little thick snow to fight the blaze. Once the fire caught, dry straw proved the perfect fuel. Whipped by the crisp north wind, it spread like a single spark, igniting a prairie, swiftly engulfing the entire western district. People awoke from their slumber in panic and rushed to fight the flames, yet no one could tell where the fire had first started. The arrival of the bailiffs put immense pressure on the poor residents. Those who had been wailing fell silent, biting their lips to hold back their grief. Children who couldn't stifle their sobs were smothered by their parents' hands. Everyone huddled to the side, not daring to breathe too loudly. The county magistrate pressed his fingers hard against his temples, his voice harsh. "Investigate. Find out whose house this fire started from. They'll have that family rot in prison for this." King Yun had only arrived in Tiao Town yesterday, and today a once-in-a-century fire breaks out. His official cap was as good as gone. Clop, clop, clop. Horses' hooves thudded against the ground as a group of travelers braved the falling snow. At their lead, who else but the Cloud King? Having just finished inspecting the border defenses the previous night, he had barely rested for 2 hours before receiving an urgent dispatch. Despite his chronic ailment, he braved the snowstorm to come. It was clear just how devastating the fire was. Magistrate Yu knew he could not evade responsibility. Before the Cloud King even reined in his mount, he dropped to his knees with a heavy thud, kowtowing deeply. His entire body trembled like a sieve, whether from the cold or sheer terror, it was hard to tell. The yamen runners and common folk alike hastily knelt and moved aside. The atmosphere grew even more suffocating. As the fire gradually died down amidst the heavy smoking snow, Shan Tianlin did not spare Magistrate Yu even a single glance. He raised his hand and commanded, "Cordon off the entire western district. Investigate. Within 2 hours you must uncover the cause of the fire and give the people a proper explanation. Yes, my lord. Shanxi dismounted in one fluid motion and knelt on one knee to accept the order. A squad of infantry followed suit, kneeling in unison. The clatter of their heavy armor grated on Magistrate Yes' nerves, making him feel as if his own head might be next to roll. Wah, wah, sob, sob. A child unable to contain their terror finally burst into loud wails. The common folk who had been holding back their tears could no longer suppress their sobs. The people's mournful cries swelled into an uncontrollable chorus. Shan Tianlin let out a heavy breath and ordered, Gu Shun, take a squad of soldiers to help the people erect temporary shelters against the wind and snow. Make sure the elderly, children, and women have a place of refuge first. Understood. Gu Shun acknowledged, and his soldiers moved with impeccable discipline, clearly well trained. In no time Shan Tianlin's forces dispersed to their respective duties, bringing the chaotic scene under control. The people wiped away their tears and began the orderly task of rebuilding their homes with the soldiers' help. Only then did Shan Tianlin look down at the terrified magistrate, who seemed about to wet himself, and asked, Magistrate, have you grown tired of the head on your shoulders? Magistrate Yes' body swayed, nearly fainting. He thumped his head against the ground, repeatedly begging for mercy. Your Highness, this lowly official is incompetent. Please show mercy. I vow to do everything in my power to make amends. I beg you to spare my life. Shan Tianlin's gaze was as cold as ice, like an Azura crawling out of hell. He spoke with deliberate slowness. Magistrate, you had better think long and hard about where you will procure grain and supplies to keep the people of the Western District from freezing or starving to death. Magistrate Yu jerked his head up, staring at the Cloud King with utter despair. This punishment was far worse than any physical beating. The Cloud King's implication was clear. Tiao Town needed to find a way to purchase grain enough to feed the people for free until next spring, when wild vegetables and fruits could sustain them. But Tiao Town's harvests were always meager, and the county granary was empty. Where could one possibly purchase enough grain to feed thousands of people for 2 or 3 months? How much silver would it take to ensure not a single soul froze or starved to death? Shan Tianlin spurred his horse and rode away, leaving Magistrate Yu sitting dazed in the snow, his official robe soaked through by the melting snow, utterly oblivious to his surroundings. In the secret chamber behind the Rinshan Hall, a steward knelt on the ground, continuously wiping away the cold sweat beading on his forehead, trembling uncontrolled. A man in his 40s, his back to the steward, stood with his hands clasped behind him. He idly spun a pair of emerald carom balls in his palm. The occasional clack of the balls colliding struck fear directly into the steward's heart. The man spoke in a low voice. Have old man he and his grandson been? The steward swallowed hard, biting his tongue to steady his nerves before replying. To answer you, Master Doctor, he and his grandson are confirmed to have perished in last night's fire. You may send someone to verify. This morning the magistrate led his runners to the He family medical hall and carried out 2 charred male corpses. The man stood tall for a long moment, then coldly uttered, Since the deed is done, you may take your leave as well. The moment he finished speaking, numerous small holes appeared in the walls, and sharp arrows shot out with a whistling sound. In the blink of an eye, the kneeling steward was riddled with arrows pierced like a pincushion. He stared wide-eyed at the man dying without ever understanding why his master had ordered his death. But the man had acted too hastily, missing a monumental secret. The 2 men who perished in the He family fire last night were actually 2 ruffians the steward had hired and then murdered to silence them, ensuring they couldn't reveal the arson plot. At noon, the Guan family had finally managed to organize their belongings after a busy morning. Guan Lixin personally cooked, reheating the dishes they had brought back from Xian Tower the previous day. She set them on 2 tables in the main hall and went to wake her sleeping grandfather. Old man Guan Doctor He and Guan Dahu sat at the men's table, while old lady Ma Yikuehua Su Nuoqi and the 2 Guan sisters sat at the... Everyone was stunned by the lavish spread on the table. Guan Pundi and Guan Zhaodi, who had been helping with the chores, had been bursting with curiosity all morning. Seeing such a feast, they couldn't hold back their questions any longer. Su Nuoqi gave a brief explanation. They had gone to Tuyao Town to sell soap, struck a major deal with young Master Lu, and managed to secure Guan Zixin's release. Naturally, she omitted the part about the massive fire the previous night and their hurried escape from the city to avoid being implicated. Such matters were too sensitive. The fewer people who knew, the safer it was for everyone. On the way back, Su Nuoqi had already thoroughly explained the potential risks and benefits to old lady Ma Guando, Guan Zixin, and the others. Dr. He and He Xiao, clearly seasoned by experience, understood the gravity of the situation without needing further explanation and wisely kept their mouth. Everyone remained tight-lipped, vowing to take this secret to their graves. No one would breathe a word. Old man Guan and Yi Kuehua were completely dumbfounded, feeling as if they were listening to a fairy tale, a surreal sense of disbelief washing over them. Earning nearly 1,000 taels of silver in a single day? In their limited experience and understanding, it was utterly impossible. Yet it had truly happened right before their eyes. The 2 mules and the large sacks of grain in their home were undeniable proof that left no room for doubt. The aroma of the food was simply too tempting. Even with the heavy snow falling, the tantalizing scent seeped through the cracks in the doors and windows, wafting into the rooms of the eldest and second sons' families. Both families, as if on cue, sprang up from their beds. Soon a knock sounded on the main hall's door. Li Guifan pounded on it loudly and bellowed, "Father, mother, your son and daughter-in-law have come to pay their respects. We spent all last night reflecting on our mistakes and couldn't sleep a wink. That's why we rose a bit late today. Please forgive us." Yi Kuehua flinched like a frightened kitten. Old Lady Ma ignored the ruckus outside, gesturing to the food on the table. "Don't be scared, just eat. There's so much good food here, don't let it go to waste." "Yes, thank you, mother." Yi Kuehua replied weakly, but she only dared to bury her head in her bowl of rice. In her eyes, the plain white rice she held was already the best thing she'd ever eaten. She dared not hope for anything more. Seeing this, Su Nuoqi picked up a generous piece of stuffed tofu and placed it in Yi Kuehua's bowl. "Auntie, please eat. You worked hard all day yesterday, didn't sleep well last night, and we're out in the snow again this morning. You need to nourish yourself. What you eat is truly yours." Yi Kuehua's face flushed crimson at Su Nuoqi's teasing. She cast a quick glance at old Madame Ma, then hurriedly lowered her head to her bowl, burying her face so deep it nearly disappeared into the rice. Yet something struck her chest, a warmth, a heat that made her nose tingle and tears threatened to spill. In all her years married into the Guan family, this was the first time anyone had placed food in her bowl. Outside the door, Guan Dajiang splashed cold water on Li Guifan's excuse. Well, who would have thought it, second sister-in-law? You've got quite the talent for spinning tales. You and second brother snored like thunder all night. Everyone knows you slept like logs. Who are you trying to fool with these excuses?" Guan De bristled and shot back. "What exactly are you implying, eldest brother?" "My wife speaks the truth. Last night we were reflecting on our mistakes, which is why we slept late. Failing to rise this morning to greet mother was our fault, and we were just about to step inside and make amends to father and mother, weren't we?" Guan Zixing, quick of tongue and blunt of thought, tore away the veil of pretense between the 2 branches of the family. Second Uncle Yu and second aunt came for the scent of food, not to pay respects or apologize to grandfather and Before the divine healer, old Master Guan's face burned with mortification. He slammed his chopsticks down with a sharp crack, his eyes blazing with fury at the tightly shut door, aching to storm out and thrash both sons and the eldest grandson soundly. Divine healer, he, empathizing deeply with old Master Guan's turmoil, said, "Younger brother I may be, but a few years your senior, yet I have borne witness to far too much in my own life. The ruin of a family seldom comes from external conquest, but from the rot and discord festering within." Old Master Guan turned to look at him intently, his eyes beseeching for wisdom. Since losing everything yesterday, old Master Guan had been wrestling with where it all went wrong. Now divine healer, his words struck like a thunderclap, waking him from his stupor. He seemed to glimpse the threshold of the true ailment. Divine healer, he let out a self-deprecating laugh. "In my youth I was so consumed by medicine that I paid scant attention to family affairs. Before I knew it, my wife had worked herself to the bone and passed on in her early 40s. My sons and grandsons, left without proper guidance, were deceived by outsiders and betrayed the family secrets. I remained oblivious until I was ambushed during a house call. In a single night my family was shattered. What I could never reconcile was that one of the witnesses against me was the very son I had cherished since childhood." The Guan family sighed in collective lament. "Divine healer," he continued, "Brother Guan, matters concerning your descendants are no small thing. You cannot sever all ties simply because the family has been divided. They are your own flesh and blood. Break the bones, and the sinews still hold. Who among us can truly remain unmoved watching their descendants struggle without lifting a finger? When descendants err, the emphasis lies in guidance. Even if they have already established their own households, even if they are surrounded by their own children and grandchildren, you, brother, are still their father. Is that not so?" Old Master Guan nodded, gazing at divine healer, he with reverence. "In your esteemed opinion, elder brother, how should I discipline those worthless lads outside the door?" Divine healer, he waved his hand dismissively with a sigh. "Alas, I too was never skilled in raising children. I fear I can offer you little in the way of counsel." Old Master Guan and the rest of the family sat utterly dumbfounded, listening to the 2 elder branches tear into each other like dogs fighting over scraps, their heads pounding with the sheer absurdity of it all. Su Nuoqi rose and approached old Master Guan's side. "Grandfather, this granddaughter has an idea." Old Master Guan nodded, and Su Nuoqi leaned close to whisper something in his ear. Old Master Guan narrowed his hazy, clouded eyes, listening intently, until a sharp glint flashed within them, and a sly, scheming smile spread across. The rest of the Guan family exchanged bewildered glances, their curiosity nearly spilling over. Yet no one could fathom what scheme Su Nuoqi had whispered to old Master Guan. Su Nuoqi returned to her seat beaming. Old Master Guan picked up his chopsticks once more and urged everyone to continue eating, paying no heed to the clamor outside. Only when all had eaten their fill did old Master Guan speak. Go open the door and let your two brothers in. Guan Dahu obeyed without delay. With a creak of the door, Guan Dajiang and Guan De mid-tussle spun around, simultaneously released each other and scrambled into the room in a desperate rush. Kneel! Old Master Guan's voice thundered. The moment they crossed the threshold, Guan Dajiang, Guan De, and those who followed, Lu Yonghui, Li Guifan, and Guan Zixin, their legs gave way reflexively and they dropped to their knees. Yi Kueihua rose, habitually moving to clear the table. Su Nuoqi gently grasped her hand. Aunt Grandfather is disciplining the uncles. Let's step outside for now and tidy up later. Yi Kueihua glanced at old Master Guan's frost-laden face and old Madame Ma's stony expression, then quietly withdrew her hand. Following Su Nuoqi, she led her two daughters out of the room. Divine Healer He and He Shao, aware that old Master Guan was about to handle family matters not meant for outsider ears, rose to take their leave. Guan Dahu spoke softly. Divine Healer, if you don't mind, please rest by the Kong in my home for a while. Your and young Master He's room will be ready by this afternoon. Divine Healer, he accepted the offer gladly. Before long the main hall was left with only Guan Zixin still recuperating on the inner side of the Kong, old Master, Guan, old Madame Ma, and those kneeling on the floor. Outside the snow had ceased, leaving the world cloaked in a pristine blanket of white. Su Nuoqi led the two Guan sisters to the cattle pen. You two are in charge of feeding the mule. If we run out of fodder, go ask the families in the village who raise cattle and buy some from them. With that, Su Nuoqi pulled a handful of copper coins from her pouch, and without counting pressed them into the sisters' palms. Whatever's left after buying fodder, keep it for yourselves. If you need to buy needles or thread for the household, no need to trouble. We can't accept this. Guan Pundi shook her head in disapproval. All our earnings must go into the family coffer. How can we keep private? Su Nuoqi's expression turned stern. You put in the work, so you deserve the reward. Half of yesterday's laundry was done by you sisters. There's plenty more work to be done in this household from now on. Won't you need money of your own? Someday you'll marry. And if you've saved up some private silver beforehand, won't you be able to hold your heads high in your husband's? Guan Zhaodi clutched the copper coins tightly, tucking them into her pouch. These are a gift from Sister Lixin, so they don't count as private savings. Grandmother wouldn't scold us for this. Sister am also saving up to treat mother's illness, and to give father a younger brother. With that, Guan Zhaodi looped her arm through Su Nuoqi's. Sister Lixin, from now on I'm your little shadow. Any tough or tiring chore you don't want to do, just hand it over to me. Su Nuoqi chuckled with delight, pressing another handful of copper coins into Guan Pundi's hands, and saw the deep gratitude shimmering in her eyes. Step 1 of the plan: successfully recruited 2 little admirers. Not bad at all. Leaving the mule in the sisters' care, Su Nuoqi made her way over to Yi Kueihua, who was feeding the chickens. Aunt, my needlework is rather poor. Could I trouble you to handle a few things for me? Yi Kueihua quickly finished feeding the chickens, set down her wooden basin, and wiped her hands. As long as you don't mind my rough stitches, just tell me what needs mending. Auntie, come with me. Su Nuoqi beckoned, leading Yi Kueihua into the temporary storage shed. Pointing at the cotton and bolts of cloth, she said, these are the cotton that young Master Lu brought back from the state of Ning. I heard it can be made into padded jackets that are especially warm for winter. I'd like to trouble you, Annie, to use your spare time these days to sew a set of padded jacket and trousers for grandfather, grandmother, divine doctor, he young master, he Uncle Dahu, yourself, and the 2 younger sisters according to their measurements. If there's any cotton left over, please make some quilts as you see fit. They'll be heading to the county town in a few days to deliver goods to young Master Lu, and I can purchase more cotton from him then. Yi Kueihua stared at the cotton white as clouds, her face etched with anxiety and bewilderment. Su Nuoqi took her hand and plunged it into the sack of cotton, saying, It's all right, Annie. Feel it. Isn't it soft and warm? Yi Kueihua's heart trembled, and she nodded repeatedly. How could such a wondrous thing exist in this world? How much silver must this have cost? With all this cotton, Miss Lixin, you've been most generous. I never imagined that the girl Dahu, so kindly rescued, could help our family so much. Seeing the deep gratitude in Yi Kueihua's eyes, Su Nuoqi seized the opportunity to instill her ideas. She spoke of how a healthy body was needed to earn more silver, and how it was better to spend on warm clothing to avoid illness than to hand money over to. Before long, Yi Kueihua was fully persuaded, thinking to herself, Lixin is right. Even if I set aside other chores, I must finish these clothes first. As she was about to leave, Su Nuoqi remembered something and added, Auntie, village chief Guan did our family a great favor last time. If you can manage it, could you make a set for him as well? Oh, of course. Yi Kueihua nodded happily. Seeing that Yi Kueihua was capable and skilled with a needle with a clear sense of order for whom to sew first, Su Nuoqi smiled and walked out of it. Su Nuoqi smiled as she left the shed, intending to head to the main house to see how grandfather was disciplining the younger generation and to discuss the matter of the soap with him. As she neared the kitchen, a sudden chill gripped her wrist. A powerful yank threw her off balance, and she tumbled into a broad ice-cold embrace. Before Su Nuoqi could utter a sound, a calloused hand clamped over her mouth. The world spun as she was pressed firmly into the narrow crevice between the main house and the kitchen, unable to move. Now Su Nuoqi could see who it was. The handsome godlike man Uncle Dahu had rescued. Oh no, could he be here looking for his lost thumb ring? This is bad, this is really bad. The ring is in the system's hidden compartment, but the system is upgrading and I can't open it. Will he kill me to silence me? With my pathetic fighting skills, I could barely handle a few street thugs. Against a martial arts master like him, I'm nothing but a novice, not even worth a snack. What to do? What to do? Su Nuoqi's heart pounded with panic, unaware that Shan Tianlin's own heart was racing even faster than hers. He had finally found the mysterious source of heat he had felt while unconscious. Shan Tianlin could hardly believe it. The mysterious power that could devour the cold poison in his body came from a woman with no internal energy at all. Shan Tianlin, who had a severe phobia of women, found himself yearning to be close to this girl for the first time, wanting to draw more warmth from her. Su Nuoqi was pinned tightly, unable to move, her large grape-like eyes fixed intently on his. She was shocked that her mysterious power had returned so suddenly. She wondered if the man before her could sense its presence, and whether he might capture her as a test subject. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time passed, and the man before her seemed to harbor no ill intent, making no further move. Su Nuoqi glanced down at the thick hand covering her mouth, then looked up at the man who showed no sign of letting go and shot him a fierce glare. Shan Tianlin seemed oblivious to how improper his posture was. The woman's breath soft as orchid brushed gently against the back of his hand, a tender, indescribable calm. As long as he was near this woman, it felt like being immersed in a hot spring. Shan Tianlin couldn't remember how long it had been since his ice-cold body had felt such warmth. Su Nuoqi's body stiffened, but she mustered her courage, extended her small cat-like tongue, and licked the man's palm to remind him to let go. Shan Tianlin's heart raced with a thrill. He couldn't resist a tingling numbness spreading from his palm like an electric shock through his entire body. Only then did he realize what he had done to the young woman. He released her as if struck by lightning and stammered, I didn't. Su Nuoqi stretched her stiff neck and limbs, then shot him another withering glare. You didn't what? Can't you speak properly? Don't you know the rules about propriety between men and women? Is this how you treat a weak woman? No. Shan Tianlin broke out in a cold sweat. This was the first time he had sweated since being afflicted with the cold poison, and it happened after a heavy snowfall. Even Shan Tianlin found it incredible, a flicker of unprecedented panic in his eyes. Worried she might misunderstand, he remembered his purpose and quickly said, I came about the fire in the Western District last night. As he spoke, fearing she wouldn't believe him, he pulled a piece of leather from his chest. This is a scrap of leather that the first shop gives to customers for comparison after placing an order. Yesterday you happened to visit the first shop and bought the only cowhide there, ordering a few pairs of short boots. Am I right? Oh my god. Su Nuoqi's eyelids twitched. Who is this guy? Is he from the authorities? In just a few hours he's already found such a solid clue. Should I call this man impressive, or what? Su Nuoqi took a deep breath, composed herself, and said, I was indeed in the Western District last night, and I happened to escape from the fire. Shan Tianlin's heart tightened, an inexplicable wave of fear washing over him. He swallowed, unconsciously clenching his fists within the wide sable fur sleeves. Escaped from the fire. Shan Tianlin couldn't bear to imagine what he would have done if this girl had perished in the flames last night. No, from this moment on he would not allow any harm to come to her. Shan Tianlin had a feeling that the mysterious power within this girl was the key to expelling the cold poison from his body. Su Nuoqi, thinking he didn't believe her, looked him in the eye and recounted in detail everything that had happened after she left the first shop the day before. However, she omitted the part about lying to her grandmother and using Lu Jingheng as a scapegoat for the purchases. The man before her was too formidable. Su Nuoqi felt that any lie would be seen through in his presence. What if he checked with Lu Jingheng? How would she explain herself? Fortunately, Shan Tianlin didn't press further. He raised his hand, and Su Nuoqi instinctively recoiled, eyeing him warily. Hep. Shan Tianlin let out an involuntary laugh at this frightened little rabbit. Shan Tianlin plucked a strand of straw from Su Nuoqi's hair bun and waved it before her eyes. Miss, you look quite familiar. Haven't we met somewhere before? Well, what a familiar pickup line. So even the ancients flirted this way. Su Nuoqi naturally didn't believe Shan Tianlin. Last time, when Guan Dahu rescued him and brought him back, he remained unconscious until his guards took him away. Met her before. That was impossible. Unless Su Nuoqi had one of those common faces that everyone found familiar. Clearly the man before her wasn't face blind. Su Nuoqi smiled amusedly at Shan Tianlin and said, "May I ask, young master, besides coming to Guan family village 3 days ago, have you visited it any other time?" Shan Tianlin. That was true. Aside from 3 days ago when had been unconscious on the village's back mountain and was rescued by the kind and honest Guan Dao, he had never set foot in Guan family village before. Perhaps the feeling of familiarity was merely an illusion. The thought flashed by and Shan Tianlin quickly dismissed it, saying, "Since we haven't met before, let's get acquainted now. My name is Shan Tianlin. You may call me Shange. If you ever need help in the future, take this token to the first shop you visited before and ask for Manager Liu. As long as it isn't against your principles or morally reprehensible, he can help you resolve it. Doctor, he is highly skilled in medicine. If you don't mind the trouble, you could keep him by your side. Should you ever have a headache or fever, having a divine physician around provides extra security." Su Nuoqi's cheeks flushed. She was stunned for a moment, baffled. Weren't the ancients supposed to be reserved and strictly observe the separation between men and women? This man's flirting game. First he cleaned her hair bun, then he probed her with talk of familiarity. When that failed to get much reaction, he switched tactics, revealing his name and offering a gift. Even though she knew it was a tactic, Su Nuoqi's heart still fluttered uncontrollably and her cheeks flushed inexplicably. In her past life, she had been as round as a ball, ignored by all, subjected to constant mockery and pointed fingers, leaving her deeply insecure. Now a handsome man was giving her gifts. How thrilling was that? Shan Tianlin was amused by Su Nuoqi's adorable days. His ears twitched as he detected the soft sound of approaching footsteps. He suddenly leaned close to Su Nuoqi, his breath warm against her ear as he murmured, "Don't get too close to Yishao." "Why, oi?" The sudden rush of his masculine presence made Su Nuoqi's breath catch, her heart leaping into her throat. She was completely flustered by Shan Tianlin. Coming back to her senses, Su Nuoqi hurriedly said, "Your thumb ring." But before she could utter the words, "Is with me," Shan Tianlin had vanished like a wisp. Were it not for the faint, unique scent of grass that lingered in the air, a trace of Shan Tianlin's presence, and the token clutched in her hand. Su Nuoqi would have thought everything that just happened was an illusion. She was still reaching out, trying to stop him, but alas, she was a step too late. What kind of man was he, coming and going as he pleased, leaving only a name, without even clarifying his identity or status? Wake up, Su Nuoqi. A man like that, devastatingly handsome, of unknown origins, with top-tier martial arts and an impressive family background, is not your type. What were you just thinking? What's his status, and what's yours? To put it bluntly, you're worse off than an ordinary farmer's daughter right now. At least she knows her family's back. And what about her, Su Nuoqi? A poor soul who doesn't know who her parents or where her home is, and is temporarily lodging in a poor farming family. She was worlds apart from that aloof, godlike man. There was no connection at all. She didn't know why she was getting so worked up. Just now, in that man's dark, deep eyes, there was an unfathomable abyss hiding countless mysteries and a power that could see through one's heart. Provoking a man like that, you wouldn't even know how you died. A single piece of iron token had managed to stir her heart. Her willpower was clearly lacking. She needed to cultivate more. Get a grip, Su Nuoqi. Miss Guan, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. Yishao stood by the wall, smiling shyly like the boy next door. Su Nuoqi was startled momentarily, not realizing Yishao was calling her. After a brief daze, she remembered that to blend in with the Guan family, she had adopted the temporary name Guan Lexin, even changing her surname. Previously, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle Dahu, they all just called her Lexin, omitting the surname, and she had gotten used to it. So when someone suddenly called her Miss Guan, it was no wonder she didn't react. Wait, that's not right. Shan Tianlin seemed very familiar with the He family grandfather and grandson. Who exactly was he? Could Yishao know him? Sigh, what was she thinking? Her own name was fake, so that man's name might not be real either. Phew. Su Nuoqi slapped her forehead. Why was she thinking about that man again? Miss Guan, what are you thinking about? Yishao asked, noticing her daze, his voice laced with concern. Oh, it's nothing. Su Nuoqi shook her muddled head, put away the token, and walked out from the corner with a smile. Young master, what brings you here? Yishao scratched his head sheepishly. My grandfather and I are new here and not familiar with the village. Could you tell us if there are any taboos or forbidden places? After all, my grandfather and I often go up the mountain to collect herbs. After the snow melts, there are many rare medicinal plants worth digging up. If we inadvertently offend the customs of Guan family village or trespass into a forbidden area, it would be hard to explain to the villagers. As a modern person used to freedom, she really hadn't paid attention to such things. She said awkwardly, well, I'm not too sure about that either. Maybe I can go ask Grandpa later. It's certainly wise to be cautious. Yishao gave an awkward smile. Sorry, I forgot you were a woman. Family matters are generally not discussed with women. Su Nuoqi. What was this, killing the conversation in just a few sentences? Shan Tianlin flew a great distance in one breath, then suddenly stopped, realizing why was he running. It wasn't as if he had done anything shameful. He could just happen to run into Yishao, ask about their recent situation, and request that doctor he look after Lexin. With that thought, Shan Tianlin steadied his breath, turned around, and flew back, swiftly landing on the tall jujube tree behind the house. Seeing Su Nuoqi and He Xiao chatting amiably, he was so furious he could grind his teeth to dust. Shan Tianlin's famed self-control was on the verge of shattering. He longed to swoop down, drag He Xiao up the mountain, and beat him black and blue. He Xiao's interruption brought Su Nuoqi's thoughts back to the present. She hadn't expected that the boyish-looking He Xiao would be such a master of awkward small talk. Su Nuoqi smiled, gently said something, and turned to walk towards the woodshed. Shan Tianlin frowned, his hand moving to his chest. He had always prided himself on his strong self-control. Why was it that ever since he met this girl his emotions had been so uncontrollable? How many times had he smiled in front of her in just a few days? And in the end, he had even given away his only imperial iron certificate, a token bestowed by the late emperor, more powerful than an imperial edict. Shan Tianlin clenched his fists in reflection, convinced that Guan Lixin must possess some power that could alleviate his cold syndrome. Thus he paid more attention to this woman, but nothing more. Shan Tianlin consoled himself, casting aside the feelings he hadn't yet acknowledged, and left the Guan family village. From Guan Lixin, he learned that the arsonist was Rinshan Hall, and there were many matters to investigate. Distracted by Shan Tianlin, and He Xiao, Su Nuoqi remembered the short leather boots she had bought for her grandfather and Guan Dao. Since she had bought them, why let them gather dust in the woodshed? In the east room of the main house, Grandpa Guan's lecture to his children and grandchildren continued. Su Nuoqi, not wanting to disturb, decisively turned around and found Guan Dao. Seeing him covered in mud after building the Kong, she cheerfully handed him the shoes. Guan Dao's eyes instantly reddened. Though he had some expectation that Su Nuoqi had bought shoes for his family, this was the first gift he had ever received in his life, and such a precious one at that. His inner turmoil was beyond words. Guan Dao rubbed his hands on his clothes, then feeling they weren't clean enough, anxiously washed them with water before solemnly accepting the shoes with both hands. His lips trembled, and he stammered several times, but was choked with emotion and unable to utter a word. Years later, even when Guan Dao had become a renowned wealthy landowner, he could never forget the emotion of receiving his first gift. To lighten the mood, Su Nuoqi chuckled and said, "Uncle, could I ask you a favor?" "Sure, go ahead," Guan Dao replied, his lips trembling, agreeing before she even stated her request. Su Nuoqi twisted her fingers like a daughter coaxing her father and said, "When spring comes, could you build me a private bathroom? I haven't had a proper bath in a long time, and it's really..." Guan Dao instantly understood, slapped his forehead, and said, "Look how careless I've been. You're a young lady from a wealthy family, so naturally you're particular about such things. A bathroom is indeed essential. Why not also renovate the outhouse? I've heard that in wealthy families the outhouse is called a gongfang, and is vastly different from what we peasants use." Su Nuoqi's eyes lit up. "Thank you, uncle. They'll think about how to renovate it, and let you know in a few days." With that, she happily skipped away to find her grandfather and attend to the most urgent matter. As soon as she stepped out, she ran into old Madame Ma, who rushed over anxiously and said, "Lixin, how can you be so carefree? We've been back for a while now. Why haven't you started making soap? We need to deliver 1,000 pieces in 5 days, and 1 day has already passed. What if we can't make it in time?" Su Nuoqi sidestepped her grandmother, tilted her head, and glanced at the east room. The second branch of the family emerged, wiping their mouths with satisfaction. Clearly Grandpa had given them a carrot after a stick. After scolding them, he let them eat the leftovers from Xiyun restaurant. Guan Dai shoveled snow, Li Guifan cleaned the dirty dishes, Guan Zixin chopped wood. Guan Dajiang and Lu Yonghui, with red-rimmed eyes, busied themselves cleaning up, likely having just learned about Guan Zixin's ordeal, and cried. Every member of the first and second branches now had a clear division of labor, each doing their part with competence. Though compared to the third branch, they were somewhat lazy and cunning. They were changing, weren't they? Acknowledging their mistakes, having clear goals, and lured by the promise of food, clothing, and money, they could gradually be turned around. People are most afraid of having no goals, no correct outlook on life and values, and being uneducated and idle. Old Madame Ma waved her hand in front of Su Nuoqi. "Lixin, stop watching. The first and second branches have promised to change. Give them some time. Let's observe for a few days. As for the soap, what's your plan? At least let me know, so I can be at ease, okay? My heart is hanging by a thread. This is 500 taels of silver. If we can't deliver the goods, I can't imagine how young Master Lu will punish us." Well, she had forgotten again that this was a brutal feudal society where the son of a prefect was the embodiment of power, and there was no equality to speak of. Dealing with such a person, she must hurry to stock up and prevent him from suddenly changing his mind and demanding early delivery. "Grandma, don't panic. This matter requires Grandpa's help." With that, Su Nuoqi, carrying the shoes for Grandpa Guan, took old Madame Ma's arm and entered the main room. She presented the short boots with both hands and said, "Grandpa, this is a gift from your granddaughter. Wear them, and your legs will stay warm, and your old cold legs won't ache as much." Old Guan jumped up from the Kong in excitement. His calloused hands trembled uncontrollably. After a long while he reluctantly withdrew his hands, and said, Lachine, though you are not my biological granddaughter, you are more filial than any of my children or grandchildren. This is the best gift I've ever received. But imperial regulations forbid commoners from wearing leather boots. In a few days when I go to Earth Kiln Town, I'll return these to the leather shop. Regulations. Su Nuoqi, an outsider, had no idea. Her eyes darted around, and she said, Grandpa, look at my boots. Uncle Dahu wove a pair of straw sandals to cover them. Worn inside, no one will notice. What matters is that we stay warm and don't suffer. Your old cold legs will feel some relief, and you won't be in so much pain, right? This. Old Guan hesitated. Old Madame Ma was more decisive. She took the shoes from Su Nuoqi and said, All right, Lachine gave them to you, so take them. From now on, we'll be doubly good to Lachine. There's an urgent matter at home, and Lachine says she needs your help. Don't you dare refuse. Scolded by old Madame Ma in front of the younger generation, old Guan felt a bit embarrassed. Su Nuoqi chuckled inwardly. This was exactly like her grandparents in her past life. Even their interaction was identical. She climbed onto the Kong and sat beside old Guan. Grandpa, making soap requires a large amount of plant ash water. Please go to village chief Guan and ask him to collect plant ash from the entire village. We'll pay 3 won per caddy. Whether he collects it at 2 won or 1 won per caddy, we don't care. Then ask the village chief to introduce 5 or 6 poor, honest, and hardworking villagers to come and make plant ash water at our home. The wage is 20 won a day plus a free lunch. If we make money while helping the villagers become prosperous, we won't become a target. The tallest tree is the first to be struck by lightning. If we make money quietly, without sharing with others, it will be hard to stay in Guan family village. Old Guan opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word for a long time. His chest was filled with an indescribable emotion, and his nose tingled with tears. He never imagined that the girl they had saved from the river would bring so many surprises. They had thought they would lose all their land, sell their children, and face family ruin. But unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon them. With this girl's help, if only she were truly his granddaughter. However, he had promised to take Lu Xin to the county office in 7 days to ask the magistrate to help her find her family. With a sigh, he thought, we can only enjoy this girl's fortune for— Ha ha ha. 7th brother, a big job is tailor-made for you. Ha ha ha. Village Chief Guan's voice boomed from outside the door so loud that neighbors poked their heads out to see what the commotion was about. Old Madame Ma reacted swiftly, opening the Kong cabinet and hiding the leather boots in one fluid motion. Su Nuoqi jumped off the Kong and cheerfully welcomed Village Chief Guan inside, offering him a bowl of warm water. She thought to herself, well, speak of the devil, and he doth appear. Grandpa won't have to brave the cold after all. Watching Village Chief Guan hold the plain boiled water, Su Nuoqi, she mused, once the system recovers, I should buy some teacups, tea leaves, and sugar. We can't keep entertaining guests with earthen bowls and warm water. Warming his hands on the bowl, Village Chief Guan said, 7th brother Squire Wu from the neighboring village has a batch of account books he suspects have been tampered with. He's hired many bookkeepers, but after a day and night of checking, no one could find a single discrepancy. Squire Wu is in a desperate hurry. He needs the missing funds found within 2 days and has summoned all the bookkeepers from Yulin Prefecture for a full audit. Anyone who shows up regardless of the outcome gets 10 taels of silver as a token of appreciation. Whoever finds the problem, even in just 1 book, gets 100 taels of silver. This kind of deal is a godsend. The moment I heard, I thought of you first. Pack your things, brother, let's go. 100 taels. And go right now. Old man Guan's heart skipped a beat. His instincts told him that offering such a huge sum meant there must be a catch. Nothing in this world. Seeing old man Guan hesitate, Village Chief Guan urged, Squire Wu said the problem must be found within 2 days. Otherwise he can't answer to his superiors. Just for showing up you get 10 taels. Even if you can't find anything, it's easy money. Don't you think so, brother? Old Madame Ma, caught off guard, looked hesitantly at Su Nuoqi. She's seeking her counsel. In the past, if Village Chief Guan had mentioned a tintal reward, old Madame Ma would have eagerly packed old man Guan's things and shoot him out the door without a second thought. But now, having seen the world in Tuyao Town with Su Nuoqi, she had witnessed Lu Jingheng and shopkeeper Lu Han Su Nuoqi, she several hundred taels in banknotes. The allure of a mere 10 taels had significantly diminished. With the snow so thick outside, if the old man caught a chill, they'd have to spend money on medicine. It just didn't seem worth it. She'd rather keep him home to manage the soap business. Oh my! Village Chief Guan slapped his thigh and set down the bowl before old Madame Ma could refuse. How could I have forgotten this? He pulled 3 household registration booklets from his bosom. 7th brother, these are your registrations after the family division. They were finalized, greasing the wheels at the government office, tipping the registrar, and treating Officer Fong and the others to a meal. It all came to 3 taels and 200 coins. After speaking, he nervously gauged the expressions of old man Guan and old Madame Ma. Although he hadn't taken a single coin as a fee for handling the registration, common folk didn't understand how difficult it was to get anything done without greasing palms. The government offices were not known for their charity. Moreover, he had fronted this money himself out of respect for old man Guan's integrity. Over 3 taels was a significant sum for his own household. It was perfect timing that he brought such good news. If old man Guan took on Squire Wu's job, even if he couldn't find the accounting error head, get 10 taels for the trip, and the fronted money would be recouped sooner. Thinking back, he realized he had been a bit rash yesterday. The county office was far from the village, and running back and forth to inform his brother of the costs was a hassle. He had taken it upon himself to pay the fee. Now he realized he had been hasty. He should have come back and asked old man Guan for his opinion first before making such a decision. What if old man Guan and old Madame Ma insisted they never agreed to pay such a sum and refused to reimburse him? In essence, he had overstepped his bounds, and was now stuck with the bill. Village Chief Guan inwardly cursed his own carelessness, vowing never to be so thoughtless. Old man Guan took the registration booklets, flipping through them, with a heavy heart, feeling a tinge of regret about the family division. However, when he saw the name Guan Lexin listed under his own household, his eyes lit up instantly. He felt that Village Chief Shun had handled this matter exceptionally well. The more he interacted with Guan Lexin, the more he liked her. If it weren't for the promise to help her find her family, old man Guan would have gladly asked her to stay with them permanently. But one couldn't be so selfish. A girl so intelligent, gentle, and charming. How could a farming family like theirs hope to keep her? Her family was probably searching for her frantically. After all, if they had lost a daughter so pure and virtuous, he and his wife would be beside themselves with worry. Su Nuoqi, unaware of her grandparents' emotional turmoil, peeked at the registration booklet in old man Guan's hand and was overjoyed. In this feudal society, she now had a legitimate identity. She wouldn't have to be so cautious in her actions. At the right time, she could buy land and property and live the life of a carefree little landowner. Village Chief Guan truly lived up to his reputation as the most respected leader of the Guan family village. He had handled this matter. Su Nuoqi's eyes curved into a smile as she took out 4 taels of silver from her pouch and offered it to him with both hands. Thank you, Village Chief, for all your hard work in this cold weather. Please use the extra to buy some sweets for your grandchildren. Village Chief Guan's eyelids twitched, and his heart pounded involuntarily. In all his years of helping people, he had never received such a generous tip. Over 800 coins. A moment ago, he was worried about not getting reimbursed, and now this rescued girl was handing him a fortune in running errands. She was certainly generous. Just how wealthy was this girl to casually produce 4 taels of silver? Old Madame Ma's heart ached. That girl could earn money, sure, but she was also far too independent and free spending. 800 coins given away without a blink. It was sheer extravagance. Even if they wanted to thank the village chief, 2 or 300 coins would have been more than enough. Village Chief Guan still needed her old man's help with the accounts, so who should be thanking whom? Girl, do you realize how much coarse rice 800 coins can buy? It could feed a farming family for months. She truly didn't know the value of money. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corner of old man Guan's mouth. Why did he feel an inexplicable sense of pride? This girl's actions were bringing honor back to the Guan family. It seemed to restore a bit of the face he had lost in front of Village Chief Guan and the clan elder. Old man Guan's face remained impassive, but his heart was swelling with joy. The more he looked at Su Nuoqi, the more he approved of her. Guan Lexin was rendered speechless with fright. Only recently had the Guan family been driven to ruin by the gambling den's demands. Yet today they could casually produce 4 taels of silver and pay him 800 won in gratitude without batting an eye. Where did their silver come from? Could they have gotten involved in some shady dealings? Su Nuoqi saw Guan Lexing's apprehension and quickly brought up the matter she had discussed with old man Guan. Village head, my grandmother has taken on a major commission from Magistrate Lu's son. This silver is the deposit given by young Master Lu. The magistrate's son. Guan Lexing shot up nervously, stammering, Madame Guan knows the magistrate's son. Old man Guan felt a surge of pride, but waved his hand modestly, saying, it's nothing really. Just some small dealings between my wife and granddaughter with the magistrate's son. Not worth mentioning. Guan Lexing was stunned, his jaw nearly dropping. If they were doing business with the magistrate's son, how could it possibly be small dealings? He couldn't help but look at the girl the Guan family had taken in with newfound respect. Living in the same village, everyone knew everyone's business. Old man Guan could indeed read and do calculations, but it was nothing special. His skills wouldn't even qualify him as a bookkeeper for an ordinary merchant. If he were more skilled, he wouldn't be scraping by on odd jobs to feed the family. At over 50, no one had ever heard of him knowing any magistrate. This matter must surely be connected to the girl before him. As Guan Lexing pondered, Su Nuoqi playfully winked at old man Guan and raised 3 fingers. Old man Guan understood instantly and said, please inform the village household's village head. We'll be buying plant ash at 3 won per caddy. We'll take as much as available. Payment will be settled through you, village head. Whatever price you collected at is your business. We won't interfere. What? Plant ash? Guan Lexing's jaw dropped to the floor. This was the most absurd thing he had ever heard in his life bar none. Brother, have you lost your mind? Why would you buy useless plant ash at 3 when per caddy? Every household burns their Kong in winter and has at least 1,000 caddies stored up. Are you trying to bankrupt yourself? Old man Guan also thought it was a bit unreasonable. 3 won per caddy was indeed too high, even 1 won per caddy would have people scramble. But Su Nuoqi nodded with absolute certainty, mouthing the words 3 won per caddy. Old man Guan decided to trust Su Nuoqi. Thinking about it, if a bar of soap sold for 1 tael of silver and young Master Lu bought them at 500 won each, then 3 won per caddy for plant ash didn't seem too expensive after all. Old Madame Ma just wanted to get the finished soap made quickly. Compared to 500 won per bar of soap, 3 won per caddy was truly nothing. Seeing Guan Lisheng's disbelief, she quickly added, "Village head, this is the deal I've made with young Master Lu. Rest assured, just let the villagers bring the plant ash. Payment will be settled through you the same day. Whatever price you pay the villagers is your concern. Oh, we won't interfere." Guan Lisheng was speechless. He must have gotten out of bed the wrong way this morning. He must be hearing things. Before Guan Lisheng could even process this, Su Nuoqi spoke again. "Please spread the word, village head, that we're asking the butchers and villagers around to bring any pigs they slaughter to our house." Yes, yes. Old Madame Ma nodded eagerly. Not many people raised pigs, and most slaughtered them only during the new year. At this time, everyone still had meat left over or was reluctant to spend money on. Very few people slaughtered pigs, so if they wanted lard they'd have no choice but to buy the pigs directly. Guan Lisheng couldn't sit still any longer. He slipped and fell to the ground in shock, his heart pounding violently. Where on earth was the Guan family getting their fortune? They'd just met the magistrate's son, and now they were arranging pig slaughters. Were they planning to strike it rich? Bang! Clatter! Crash! The sound of bowls and dishes hitting the floor outside startled everyone in the room. Old Madame Ma dashed to the door, yanked it open, and saw the second daughter-in-law scurrying back into the second house. She planted her hands on her hips and cursed, "Li Guafin, you ignorant wretch. All that food has gone to the dogs. You just swore you'd change your ways, and not even half an hour later you're back eavesdropping at the main house. Get back to your Li family. Our Guan family doesn't want a daughter-in-law like you." Old Madame Ma paused to catch her breath, then looked at the mess of broken dishes on the floor, her face darkening as she roared, "Second son. If your wife doesn't clean every inch of this house today, you can both get out. From now on you're not to set foot in our Guan home, and don't you dare call me mother again." Guan Dajiang and Lu Yonghui shrank back, stealing a glance at the scolding old Madame Ma, then at the tightly shut door of the second house. In the end, they nervously went back to work with Guan Zixin, not daring to make a sound. Yi Kuehua bit her lip, peering through the crack in the woodshed door. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She covered her mouth and leaned against the wall, sobbing silently. The second sister-in-law had given birth to 2 sons and a daughter, and she was still being kicked out. As for herself, who couldn't produce a son, being thrown out was only a matter of time, wasn't it? What should she do? What should she do? Sob. The more Yi Kuehua thought about it, the more depressed she became, sinking deeper into despair. Her palms were cut from her own nails, blood dripping down, but she didn't even notice. Outside the woodshed, Guan Zhaodi pulled her sister to peek around, grinning with satisfaction. "Sis' second aunt got scolded by Grandma. Serves her right. She's always been lazy and sneaky, always scheming against us sisters. Look, she's finally pushed Grandma too far." Guan Pundi tapped her sister's forehead lightly and warned, "How many times have I told you? Don't be so blunt. You have no filter. One day it's going to get you into trouble." Guan Zhaodi stuck out her tongue, but the smile on her face just wouldn't fade. In the east room of the main house, Su Nuoqi patted old Madame Ma's back and said, "Grandma, don't get angry. Getting upset only hurts yourself. If your son's daughters-in-law and grandchildren won't listen, just make more money and let them be the ones to get angry. You just enjoy yourself." Old Madame Ma looked baffled, turning to stare at Su Nuoqi, who seemed to have grown thinner. Guan Lisheng and Old Man Guan looked at the old and young pair standing by the door, equally confused about what disobedient children had to do with making more money. Old Madame Ma looked baffled, turning to stare at Su Nuoqi, who seemed to have grown thinner. Guan Lisheng and Old Man Guan looked at the old and young pair standing by the door, equally confused about what disobedient children had to do. By then you can give your money to whoever you want. Give more to the filial ones, and not a single coin to the unfilial ones. When the unfilial ones see that, can they just sit still? Won't they be scrambling to serve you as best they can? The filial ones will feel the pressure too. Then everyone will be competing to see who can be more filial. They'll be the ones pitting against each other, exhausting themselves. You just sit back and watch the fire from across the river, doing whatever you please. You hold all the cards in the game. They'll do everything they can to keep you healthy and happy for a long life, and to help you accumulate more wealth. So how can you ever worry about your son's daughters-in-law or grandchildren not listening to you? Hiss. The 3 elders drew in sharp breaths. The reasoning was so sound they were left utterly speechless. Guan Lijing slapped his thigh, a flicker of admiration flashing in his eyes. Such a unique insight. In all my years I've never heard such a penetrating analysis. I am truly enlightened, ha. Old man Guan stroked his beard with pride. Indeed a brilliant scheme. As expected of a well-read young lady from a wealthy family. We country folk simply cannot compare. Guan Lijing was vexed. If only he had known that the girl rescued by old man Guan's family was so capable. He should have taken her into his own care back, then letting old man Guan reap such a windfall for nothing. Guan Lizhang's intestines were green with regret. Guan Zixin, feigning sleep on the inside of the Kong, had a glint in his eyes, his gaze brimming with endless radiance. It wasn't just the three elders who had learned. Guan Zixin himself had gained. Whoever has money calls the shots. That's the eternal law of the world. Among the four classes, scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Those scholars look down on merchants when they face difficulties. Don't they also need to seek help from merchants? Farmers rank after scholars, but how many farmers are trampled underfoot by merchants? Isn't it because the farmers lack silver and cannot afford to hire servants? Su Nuoqi, she never expected that her words of comfort to old lady Ma would leave an indelible and profound impression on the heart of a 12 or 13-year-old boy, becoming his lifelong belief. Guan Lijing had not forgotten the purpose of his visit. He stood up, dusted off his clothes, and said, "Have you considered the matter of tallying accounts for Squire Wu's younger brother? This is a golden opportunity to get acquainted with Squire Wu, not to be missed." Well, old man Guan had a bad premonition and intuition honed from years as an accountant. Yet seeing Guan Lizhang's warm recommendation, it was truly hard to turn him down. Just as he was caught in a dilemma, Su Nuoqi, she said, "Grandpa village head, when going to the Wu residence to audit the accounts, can we bring a retinue or a servant boy?" Guan Lijing was stunned, thinking to himself, where would a peasant family get a retinue or a servant boy? Yet on the surface he replied politely, "It should be possible. I've heard that other accountants can bring a servant boy to attend to their daily needs. Seventh brother bringing a grandson or son to serve you is also feasible." Su Nuoqi smiled and said, "All right then. Please allow Grandpa to prepare. Is it okay if we come to your house in an hour?" "Of course, but Squire Wu's men are waiting at my home. Please hurry a bit, younger brother Guan." With that, Guan Lijing was about to leave, but Su Nuoqi, she stepped forward to block him, taking out 21 taels of silver from her pouch. "Grandpa village head, this is the silver for purchasing plant ash. Would you please exchange it for some loose copper coins? First collect 7,000 jin of plant ash and settle on the spot when the villagers bring it." "Huh." Guan Lijing hesitated as he took the silver, swallowed, and said uncertainly, "Seventh brother, your family really wants to buy plant ash. Aren't you going to reconsider?" Old man Guan and old lady Ma shook their heads, speaking in unison with great determination. "No need to reconsider. We truly want to buy it." Guan Lijing carefully tucked the silver into his inner pocket and said, "All right then. Before going to Squire Wu's house I have nothing much to do. He'll go and arrange things for you right away." As soon as Guan Lijing left Su Nuoqi, she pulled old lady Ma and old man Guan aside and said, "Grandpa, please change your clothes and wash up. Remember to wear your warm leather boots. Grandma, find a set of men's clothes that fit me and he'll change into them. He'll accompany Grandpa." Old lady Ma's hands trembled as she said, "Luexine, you are a girl. It's not appropriate for you to go to a place where men do accounting." Old man Guan was about to speak, but Su Nuoqi, she shook her head and said, "Grandma, I can read and understand worldly affairs. Only I can help Grandpa. Rest assured I will bring Grandpa back safely." Old lady Ma's heart warmed, but she was still worried. "If you accompany the old man to Squire Wu's house, what about the soap business?" Su Nuoqi, she said, "They'll teach Grandma the steps and methods. With Uncle Dahu and Aunt Yi helping you, it will be fine. The method is very simple. Just be careful not to get burned by the caustic soda during the process." Old lady Ma widened her eyes in disbelief, pulled Su Nuoqi, she into a corner, and whispered, "Child, how can you be so careless? A recipe for making soap that is so profitable should naturally be kept in your own hands. How can you just tell others? Don't you understand the need to keep secrets?" Su Nuoqi, she smiled calmly, "Grandma, really don't worry. You and Uncle Dahu are family. Aunt Yi listens to you, so well she will surely not betray you. The secret recipe is in your hands, so it's not really being leaked, right?" Old lady Ma's eyes instantly reddened. She took out the 2 taels of silver from her waist and pressed them into Su Nuoqi's hand. "Luexine, your grandmother is uneducated and too narrow-minded. The silver from yesterday was all earned by you. It's not right to keep it here. Today you trust me so much. I swear that this secret recipe will never be leaked from our family. If anyone in the family betrays you, you can hold." Su Nuoqi, she took out 30 taels of silver and together with the 2 taels pressed them into old lady Ma's hand. "Grandma, it's really not that serious. If the soap recipe is gone, I have other things. From now on I am your own granddaughter. It's only natural for a granddaughter to help her grandmother earn money. Keep this silver. While Grandpa and I are away for a few days, don't stint yourself and Uncle Dahu's family. When Grandpa and I return with the money we've earned, we'll buy you a house and land, make you a landowning old lady, sitting at home, counting money until your hands go numb. Lu Xin Wu. Old Lady Ma was so moved that she was a mess, hugging Su Nuoqi, she tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably. None of her own children and grandchildren were so considerate. A girl who had been picked up just a few days ago was treating her with such wholehearted devotion. How much good fortune had she accumulated in her past life to encounter such a wonderful child? Time was short. Su Nuoqi, she pulled Old Lady Ma into the kitchen. Step by step she explained and demonstrated how to extract potassium carbonate from plant ash, how to make potassium soap, and how to shape it, doing it all thoroughly. Old Lady Ma, accustomed to kitchen work, understood everything after just one look. Su Nuoqi, she pointed to 2 large vats in the corner. Grandma, those 2 vats contain oil that I asked young Master Lu to buy. If you don't have enough lard, use the oil from those vats. The effect is similar. Don't worry about the lard. Don't neglect Uncle Daqing and Uncle Day. They may not be tight-lipped and can't do technical work, but they are competent for collecting plant ash and going out to buy lard. The 2 aunts are fine with washing and cleaning. As long as everyone has clear duties and does their own jobs, it's easy to remember who did how much work. You have a plan in mind. Well, keep track of work points and pay them at the end of the month. Those who don't work will surely regret it bitterly. Old Lady Ma nodded repeatedly, indicating she had remembered everything, secretly thinking about how to deal with Li Guifan, that lazy, gluttonous, and crafty daughter-in-law, at the end of the month. An hour later, the washed and cleaned old man Guan and Su Nuoqi, she disguised as a man, drove a mule cart to Guan Lizhang's house. Old man Guan wore the leather boots Su Nuoqi, she had bought for him, with his usual straw sandals over them, feeling warm from the soles of his feet to his heart. Old Guan and Su Nuoqi, fearing the cold, were bundled up from head to toe, leaving only their eyes exposed to see the path. Having just exchanged copper coins, village head Guan did not notice who Old Guan had brought with him. He hurriedly introduced Old Guan to the servant sent by Squire Wu to pick them up, and watched as they drove the mule cart out of Guan family village. Village head Guan then summoned his 2 sons, and carrying the copper coins they went to the Guan household. After a round of announcements, the entire village was thrown into a frenzy. Third Uncle Guan rushed into the house in a flurry and dashed to the backyard, grabbing Zhao, who was beating clothes, and stammered in panic, "Stop washing. At 1 per piece of clothing you'd wash for an eternity and earn barely 100 a day. Do you know village head Guan is helping 7th brother's family collect plant ash, saying they'll pay 2 a gene, buying as much as there is with on-the-spot payment." What? Zhao's eyes widened, she dropped her beater and jumped up, her entire face contorted in shock. Third Uncle Guan's eldest son Guan Dia put down his water buckets and carrying pole and ran next door, shouting, "Dad'll go check this out and be right back." Zhao's daughter-in-law Li Xiu glanced sideways at her mother-in-law's expression, secretly dropped her own beater, and slipped away from behind her in-laws, scurrying into her own room. She grabbed Guan Taitu, who was lying idle on the Kong, and whispered nervously, "Husband, father-in-law says they're buying plant ash for 2 a gene next door, paid on the spot by the village head. Go check if it's true." Guan Taitu looked at his wife as if she were an idiot and sneered, "Xiu, have you washed so many clothes that your head is full of water? What is plant ash? After a whole winter, who doesn't have a small mountain of it behind their house? Buying it at 2 a gene. Has 7th uncle been driven mad by the gambling den?" Li Xiu was speechless. Thinking about it, it was probably just her father-in-law mishearing things. Who has that much money to throw away? Since she was already back inside, Li Xiu decided not to go back out into the cold. She looked at her hands, wondering how rough they had become from all the work these past few days. They were covered in chilblains, painful and itchy, making it terribly hard to sleep at night. Outside, Guan Dia pulled his hard-working wife and 2 daughters aside and said, "Chantal, stop washing. Collect all the plant ash from our house and carry it over next door. The purchase at 2 a gene is real. Village head Guan is personally overseeing it at the Guan family's main hall, weighing on the spot and settling immediately without delay. They're only taking 7,000 gene, so if you're late, they won't accept any more. If the stepmother finds out, we won't get a share of our own ash. Hurry and get ready, you'll go inform second brother." With that, Guan Dia rushed off towards the back mountain where firewood was gathered, leaving Feng Shantao and their 2 daughters stunned in place. The Guan household was bustling with frantic activity. Guan Daqing and Guan De handled the weighing, while village head Guan meticulously recorded each transaction and announced, "Guan Lin's family 116 gene of plant ash 232 1. Village head Guan's eldest son Guan Muqing immediately counted out 232 1 and handed them to Guan Lin, saying, "Count your money and press your fingerprint here." Guan Lin held the copper coins in both hands, utterly dumbfounded, then burst out laughing, "Ha! It's real. Daha's family really is buying plant ash. Over 201. We can buy more food and won't starve come spring, ha!" A lump formed in village head Guan's throat. He suddenly felt that the girl saved by the Guan family was truly a blessing. Perhaps their whole village would prosper because of her. For his own family alone, taking a 1-won commission per gene, he had earned nearly 1 tael of silver in just a short while. If all 7,000 gene were collected, he would gain 7 taels. Village head Guan wouldn't have even dreamed of earning in half a day what would normally take him 5 or 6 years to make. This girl saved by Guan Kaida's family was extraordinary. Could their family's fortune be about to change? Meanwhile, halfway through their journey, old Guan and Su Nuoqi were blindfolded by a servant sent by the Wu family. On the road, all they could hear was the crunch of the wheels on the snow and the whisper of the cold wind. Old Guan was filled with regret. He had sensed this accounting trip would be risky, yet he still came. Now he had dragged this delicate girl Lachine into suffering with him. He was already half buried in the earth. Even if he lost his life, he would have lived his fill. But what about Lachine? Her skin was fair and radiant, and she had grown thinner and more beautiful lately. What if her reputation was ruined? Sensing old Guan's trembling, Su Nuoqi reached out and grasped his hand, which was rough and knobby from years of hard labor. Feeling Su Nuoqi's comforting touch, old Guan's heart gradually steadied. He resolved that if danger arose, he would sacrifice his own life to protect this girl. The mule cart traveled for a long time. As dusk began to fall, old Guan and Su Nuoqi were led into a spacious room. The sound of abacuses clicking filled the air. Hearing the familiar noise, old Guan's anxious heart settled back into place, and he secretly let out a sigh of relief. A familiar voice suddenly reached Su Nuoqi's ears. Where was this accountant hired from? How was his ability in checking accounts and calculations? The servant who had brought old Guan immediately knelt on one knee and clasped his hands in a salute, reporting to the master, "This man is a renowned accounting expert throughout the villages around Tiao Town. His late father-in-law was accountant Ma, and he has inherited his true skills. It is said that he has calculated the taxes and accounts for Guan family village for decades without a single error or omission." Guan family village. Shanxi's temple throbbed. Could it be that same village? He stepped forward and said, "Remove their blindfolds and hoods." Before the servant could move, Su Nuoqi tore off the blindfold and the thick winter hood covering her head in one swift motion. Shanxi's legs went weak and he nearly fell to his knees. Oh my, his men certainly knew how to pick people. Why had they brought this mistress here? He had been tormented by that leather-making manual of hers. From yesterday until now, Shanxi hadn't slept a wink. Besides supervising the accountants, he had to find time to copy the manual. And the girl's illustrations were far too exquisite. Compared to her skill, his own drawings looked like a child's scribbles, absolutely embarrassing to look at. When Su Nuoqi confirmed who the man was, her tense heart relaxed, and she thought to herself, what is this joker up to now? With this many accounts, there must be at least 50 accountants here, right? Wow, what kind of accounts could be so flawless that all these accountants can't find a problem? Old Guan was stunned into silence by the scene, and his just settled heart rose back into his throat. What was he seeing? Accountant Gu, Accountant Zhu, Accountant Li. Some of the most prominent accountants in Yulin Prefecture were all here. Even the chief clerk from the Tiao Town Yamen had been invited. What kind of status did Squire Wu have to be able to summon such distinguished accountants? If they couldn't find anything wrong, what could he, a mere amateur, possibly do? Each of the three harbored their own thoughts, sizing one another up. The moment he stepped through the door, Squire Wu's eyes landed on the shabbily dressed old Guan and Su Nuoqi. He strode forward, pointing at them with a furious roar. Who brought you here? Have you no manners? Who gave you the audacity to stare at Master Shan? Su Nuoqi was speechless. Good heavens, this man's girth rivaled her own when Uncle Da, who had first pulled her from the river. His belly was so round it could easily accommodate an entire elephant. Fortunately, she had slimmed down on a diet of coarse grains and mixed flours at the Guan residence. By a stroke of luck, she had also consumed a mysterious potion from the system, which purged all impurities from her body. In just over 30 days, she had shed over 40 pounds, and was now in a state of slight baby-faced plumpness. Had she been like this man, she would surely have to worry about the 3 highs and various chronic diseases. Old Guan was so startled he flinched and shrank back. Squire Wu, seeing that Su Nuoqi was completely unmoved by his words, not only unafraid, but appraising him openly, felt his anger surge uncontrollably. He pointed at Su Nuoqi and bellowed, "Guards! Seize this impertinent and disrespectful brat. Take him out, and give him 30 heavy strokes of the board to teach him a lesson." "Yes, sir." 2 household guards scurried forward, reaching out to grab Su Nuoqi. She sidestepped, evading their grasp, and shot a fierce glare at Shan Shi. The light bursting from her jet-black, grape-like pupils made Shan Shi tremble all over. "Stop! All of you halt! Anyone who dares to harm her will answer with their head." A strange, unnoticed panic laced Shan Shi's harsh voice. At that moment, Shan Shi felt Su Nuoqi's gaze was comparable to Prince Yun's. It was just a casual glance, yet it was suffocatingly oppressive. Old Guan, whose legs had gone weak and was about to kneel and beg for mercy, was firmly supported by Su Nuoqi, she preventing him from falling. The near miss nearly scared the wits out of him. What kind of place was this? Who were these people? They were all so ferocious and brutal, resorting to beatings at the slightest disagreement. How had they offended Squire? Squire was face changed faster than a chameleon's. He quickly bowed and scraped, offering apologies to Shan Shi. Forgive me, Lord Shan. Seeing this person's disrespect, I overstepped my bounds and took it upon myself to discipline him. I meant no offense. Shan Shi slapped the back of Squire was bowed, had his tone harsh. Remember this clearly, this young lady and her grandfather are my friends. Anyone who dares to touch them touches me. If any of you blind fools dare to defy me behind my back, don't blame me for being ruthless. Squire Wu and his guards were terrified, almost soiling themselves. They dropped to their knees with a thud, kowtowing frantically. Mercy, my lord. We didn't know this young master was your friend. We truly couldn't believe someone dressed in such rags could be your associate. Ignorance is not a crime, my lord. Please give us one more chance. We won't fail to recognize your esteemed friend again. Shan Shi let out a cold snort. You're begging the wrong person. Squire Wu and his servants immediately turned and kowtowed desperately to Su Nuoqi, she wailing. Young master, we were foolish and ignorant. Please be magnanimous and let this matter pass. Old Guan was dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? A powerful and influential squire was kowtowing to common folk like them. Why did it feel so satisfying? He remembered kowtowing to the scar-faced man to save his family's lives. The humiliation he had endured then was now being repaid with this sweet vindication. Old Guan glanced at Su Nuoqi, she from the corner of his eye. All of today's fortune was thanks to this girl. Without her by his side, he might not have made it home safely, let alone received such respect. Old Guan's heart swelled with emotion. Su Nuoqi, she however stared at the kowtowing Squire Wu, sensing that he was not a simple man. Dealing with the king of hell is easy, but the minor demons are troublesome. Su Nuoqi, she knew well the wisdom of offending a gentleman rather than a petty man. She didn't make things difficult for Squire Wu, gesturing for them to rise. It was merely a misunderstanding. Please get up. Squire Wu and his men didn't get up immediately. Instead, they turned to Shan Shi. Lord Shan, this young master has forgiven us. What shall we do? Shan Shi snorted. For the sake of Miss Guan. I mean, young master Guan, I'll forgive you this time. But if you offend again, I will not be lenient. Yes, of course. Thank you, Lord Shan. Thank you, my lord. The men rose, bowing and scraping. Squire Wu had a fleeting look of malice and resentment in his eyes as he subtly scrutinized Su Nuoqi. And what a look it was. His eyes nearly glued themselves to Su Nuoqi's face. She was a demoness. It was the dim, yellowing light of the room at this late hour that had prevented him from seeing clearly. This petite and adorable young gentleman was actually a girl disguised as what a pair of starry, sparkling eyes, a dainty, high-bridged nose, and skin as fair and smooth as lard, tinged with a delicate lotus-like pink. She was as lively and ethereal as a sprite descended from a celestial mountain. Despite her coarse hemp clothes covered in patches, she was graceful and otherworldly, not like a mortal. How could he have been so blind as to not see this peerless beauty, and in doing so needlessly offend the living hellhound Shan Shi? Squire Wu finally understood why someone as noble as Shan Shi would back a country bumpkin. If he guessed right, Lord Shan had taken a fancy to this girl and planned to take her into his household when she came of age, right? Tsk. She looked only 13 or 14, and at this tender, unbloomed age, she was already this stunning. Give her a few more years and her beauty would be enough to topple nations. Squire Wu concealed the dark, resentful light in his eyes and bowed his head respectfully. The main hall is crowded and noisy. Would the elder and the young master please move to a private room to review the accounts? The chief accountant Li Chung and the other accountants abruptly stopped their work, frowning as they looked over. A wave of sour envy spread through the hall. They were all accountants, they knew each other's skills. Old Guan's mathematical abilities were mediocre at best, only good enough for simple calculations. The task of auditing these accounts was surely beyond his shallow understanding. Why should that shabby old man get to work in a warm, comfortable private room while they had to freeze in this great hall? These 50-odd top accountants from Yulin Prefecture hadn't had a proper wink of sleep in 2 days and a night. Old Guan had just arrived without any merit. Wasn't this treatment a bit unfair? However, who was Squire Wu? He practically monopolized the gambling houses and the underworld of Yulin Prefecture with countless deaths on his hands. Who dared question his orders? The accountants and the clerks from various county offices ground their teeth in silent fury, watching with sour, envious eyes as Old Guan and Su Nuoqi, she entered the warmly lit private room. Maidservants carried in trays of delicate pastries and tea, and the oil lamps inside were turned up to be twice as bright as those in the main hall, pushing everyone's jealousy to its peak. They wished they could shoot countless blades from their eyes to pierce the grandfather and granddaughter who had entered the private room. Old Guan had never witnessed such extravagance. Had Su Nuoqi not been supporting him, he would have long since collapsed, his legs too weak to hold him. As the maidservant finished setting out the tea and refreshments, and lingered to attend them, Su Nuoqi, she waved her hand with an air of calm indifference. You may all withdraw. The gesture was so practiced, as if performed 1,000 times before, that even Shanxi was stunned into silence. Had he not personally visited the dilapidated Guan residence and witnessed their destitute circumstances, Shanxi would have believed Su Nuoqi to be the cherished pearl of some noble house. Su Nuoqi knew her grandfather was deeply shaken by the events and needed time to recover, so she did not press him to examine the accounts. She guided old Guan to sit behind the writing desk, then skillfully boiled water and brewed tea. Her movements were fluid and graceful, as though etched into the very depths of her soul. Shanxi's jaw nearly dropped. He could find not a single flaw in Su Nuoqi's tea ceremony. He mused inwardly, this girl is no simple soul. Born into a poor farming family, yet her mastery of the tea arts is so refined. Such skill is unmatched except perhaps by our own prince. Shan Tianlin was not present to witness this scene. Had he been there, or had someone told him of Su Nuoqi's extraordinary nature, he would have certainly sought to uncover the truth and delve into her background. Had he done so, many things might not have been missed for years. One could say that encountering Shanxi, this single-minded creature, was both a blessing and a curse. Wu Yuanwei narrowed his eyes, finally understanding why this young woman wore peasant clothes, yet did not seem like a village girl. How deceptive appearances could be. Shanxi's attentiveness to the girl was remarkable. Could it be they had hired a palace matron to instruct her in tea ceremony, training her to such perfection? Su Nuoqi sensed several gazes fixed upon the room and frowned. She rose to close the door, shutting out the prying eyes from outside. Returning, she offered a cup of hot tea with both hands. Grandfather, have some tea to calm your nerves. Old Guan took the cup, downed it in one gulp, and let out a long, slow breath. His gaze upon Su Nuoqi grew increasingly gentle. In their past life, what virtues had the Guan family cultivated to be blessed with such a fine girl, just as they stood on the brink of despair? As old Guan sighed Su Nuoqi fetched hot water to wash his hands. Grandfather, you must be hungry after the journey. Let's wash up and have some refreshments to tide us over. Grumble. At the mere mention, old Guan's stomach responded with a loud protest. A flush crept up old Guan's weathered face. He lowered his head to wash his hands, completely swept along by Su Nuoqi's rhythm, having quite forgotten their purpose here was to audit the accounts. Su Nuoqi's hearing was exceptionally sharp. She overheard the two accountants near the private room murmuring, "These ledgers show no problems at all, truer than true. Do you think Wu Yuanwei has more silver than he knows what to do with, and is just toying with us? I find it strange too. It's been 2 days and a night. I've checked 172 ledgers, big and small, and not one has a single error. If Wu Yuanwei isn't playing with us, then the person who made these books is extremely skilled." Curious, Su Nuoqi picked up a ledger while nibbling on a pastry. A single glance revealed the problem, and she smiled knowingly. So that's it. No wonder these accountants couldn't find the issue. The problem lay in the current bookkeeping method itself. Tianqi bookkeeping only tracked income and expenses, requiring only that they balanced. What nonsense. Su Nuoqi tossed the ledger aside and focused entirely on her pastries. Old Guan lacked Su Nuoqi's composure. He didn't touch the pastries, instead picking up a ledger to examine it closely, reaching for an abacus. Su Nuoqi gently stayed his hand. Grandfather, I already know where the problem lies in these books. You just focus on filling your stomach first. Your granddaughter will give you the answer shortly. Huh? Old Guan stared at her in bewilderment. You just flipped it open and glanced at it, and you already know the problem. No, Lachine, these are account books, a very rigorous matter. Even a forged ledger wouldn't reveal its flaws so easily. We must not be careless. If what we report to the official differs from the contents of the books, or is too far off, we cannot answer to our employer. Su Nuoqi nodded in understanding. Don't worry, grandfather. I know the stakes. Once I've eaten, I'll tell you how to verify them. You'll tell me. Old Guan was utterly baffled by her words. She was just a girl, barely 14 or 15. What could she possibly know of such matters, let alone teach him how to audit accounts? Had Su Nuoqi not performed so admirably thus far, old Guan would have taken her aside and given her a thorough lecture on humility. One should not speak boastfully and invite ridicule. Thankfully, it was just the two of them in this room. If the top accounting experts outside were to hear her bold claims, the two of them would likely be drowned in a sea of scorn. They wouldn't even be able to hold their heads up back in Guan family village. Grandfather, this taro roll is quite good. Try it. Su Nuoqi brought the plate over to old Guan, picked up a delicate pastry, and popped it into his mouth. She watched with a smile as he chewed and swallowed. She then dutifully offered him a cup of tea, cheerfully holding it to his lips. Old Guan shook his head with a wry smile. Oh, well, the girl is still young. They'll just guide her more in the future. The grandfather and granddaughter ate and drank their fill of tea and pastries. Suddenly, the clatter of abacuses from outside the private room ceased. A powerful, resonant male voice filled the entire room, Gentlemen, after all this auditing, have you found any discrepancies? Su Nuoqi, she covered her own and her grandfather's ears, inwardly griping. So what if you know martial arts and can project pressure? Using such formidable inner strength to intimidate these helpless accountants is just bullying. Outside the private room, the accountants were left numb by Gufei's display, as if struck by a massive electric shock, their bodies going limp and weak. After a long while, the head accountant Li Cheng crawled forward trembling. Please, sir, grant us a moment to compile our findings. Gufei nodded and casually took a seat in a nearby chair. No one dared to dawdle. The frantic clicking of abacuses grew even louder than before. Su Nuoqi, she casually picked up a ledger and flipped to a page. Grandfather, look here. This is a transaction record from a daily journal. Right. Old Guan nodded, habitually reaching for his abacus. This page is correct. Su Nuoqi, she shook her head. No, grandfather, this page is wrong. Daily journals primarily record income and expenditure. On the surface, the income on this page equals the expenditure, making the whole account balanced. However, ignore everything else and focus only on the numbers in the ledger. In this set of data derived from real life, the probability of a number starting with 1 is about 30% of the total, nearly 3 times the intuitive expectation of 1/9. In other words, the larger the leading digit, the lower the probability of its occurrence. Look at this page. The other digits add up to less than 20%. The discrepancy is far too great. This is a fraudulent ledger. Old Guan was utterly bewildered. After decades of handling accounts, he had never imagined that loopholes could be uncovered in such a manner. It was truly an eye-opening experience. In truth, Su Nuoqi had merely introduced Benford's law from the 20th century to detect whether the data in these ledgers had been falsified. It was only by standing on the shoulders of giants, having studied nearly 30 years more than the people here, and enduring the relentless drilling of countless teachers, that she could so effortlessly pinpoint the crux of the issue. To better demonstrate the discrepancies among the false data in the ledgers, Su Nuoqi took an oversized sheet of paper, drew up a table, and taught Old Guan to fill in the numbers from the account books one by one. Old Guan exclaimed with praise. Also, this is how accounts can be managed, laid out in a table with every entry crystal clear. Using the method Lu Xin mentioned, these mountains of fraudulent accounts become utterly transparent. Excellent, truly excellent. Outside the door, Gufei's voice rang out once more. How are the accountants coming along with their calculations? Li Cheng and the other accountants who had been compiling the data exchanged uneasy glances before tremblingly stepping forward and prostrating themselves. In reply, Your Excellency, we have gone over the ledgers here more than 3 times, examining a total of 10,993 volumes, and not a single one contains any error. Here is the compiled data for your inspection. Gufei took the ledger that Li Cheng presented with both hands, carefully leafed through it, and frowned deeply. How could any set of accounts be flawless? Even genuine accounts are prone to mistakes. Over 10,000 volumes, not a single error. Don't you gentlemen find these ledgers too perfect? The crowd fell silent, heads bowed. This was precisely why they had scrutinized the books repeatedly. Slap. Gufei smashed the armrest of the Taisher chair with one palm, casting a cold glance over all the accountants and Squire Wu. He'll give you one last night. If you still can't find any discrepancies in the accounts by then, I have reason to suspect that you are colluding with the forger. When that time comes, don't blame me for disregarding old ties. I'll have you all tried as accomplices. Whooshed. All the accountants' legs gave way as they fell to their knees, kowtowing and pleading for mercy. Your Excellency, please be clear. We have examined every single entry and truly found no errors. We beg you to grant us a little more time, or we will surely what? None could finish the sentence. The vast revenues and expenditures recorded in the 10,000 volumes piled here were enormous, and as skilled accountants, they could tell at a glance that these figures likely involved the imperial military supplies. Who would dare tamper with military supplies? The answer was obvious. And who would dare launch such a massive audit? Their identity went without saying. When gods clashed, mortals like them suffered. The accountants felt utterly wronged. Squire Wu was drenched in cold sweat. Having just escaped the clutches of Shanxi, he was now under Gufei's scrutiny. What a predicament. Having lorded it over Yulin Prefecture for so many years, he had never felt so stifled. Suddenly, Squire Wu caught a glimpse of the closed door to the private room out of the corner of his eye, and an idea struck him. He crawled forward 2 steps. Your Excellency, half an hour ago, an accountant named Guan, who is exceptionally skilled in arithmetic, was examining the books in that room. Perhaps you might wish to hear his opinion. Shanxi shot a furious glare at Squire Wu. So you Wu are ignoring my words. Just you wait. Once this matter is settled, I'll make sure you regret it. Squire Wu forced a fawning smile, but when he caught the faintly mocking expression on Shanxi's face, a chill ran down his spine, and he wished he could slap himself hard. He had only thought of how to escape the predicament, seeing the impoverished old man and his granddaughter in the private room as the perfect scapegoats. How could he have forgotten that the girl inside was the apple of Shanxi's eye? And Shanxi was a trusted aide of Prince Yun, having grown up with Gufeihu as if they were brothers. Dragging Shanxi into this was digging his own grave, wasn't it? Gufeihu glanced at the unreliable Shanxi, not holding much hope for old Guan. He waved his hand dismissively, then invited Accountant Guan out. The door to the private room opened, and Su Nuoqi helped old Guan out. Gufeihu, who had been lounging carelessly, suddenly sat bolt upright, staring blankly at Su Nuoqi as she approached. But when he saw her clearly, he slumped back into the tie-shirt chair in disappointment. He let out a wry laugh. What was he thinking? How could this woman be her? That plump girl as bloated as a fat pig. Could she have lost dozens of pounds in a single month? Moreover, the capital was 1,000 miles away. That woman was a phoenix in the sky, this girl was a sparrow on the ground. The two had nothing to do with each other. Why had he in that instant linked two such different people? Gufeihu shook his head. His eyes dropped, and his thoughts drifted. Without realizing it, his brow furrowed deeper. He completely overlooked the impropriety of a woman mingling among the accountant. Old Guan stepped up to Gufeihu, clasped his hands, and reported, "Your Excellency, I have made a simple review of 29 ledgers, and every single one of them is false." Impossible. Li Cheng jumped up, fists clenched in fury. Over a dozen of us worked day and night to sort out 327 volumes that were flawless, and we stored them in that private room. The revenues and expenditures in those books are perfectly balanced. There is absolutely no error. Old Guan, we all know your capabilities. Don't spout falsehoods to fool the magistrate just to avoid punishment. Yes. Accountant Hao rose, hands on his hips, glaring at Old Guan. I organized all the ledgers in that room. I checked them 5 times and confirmed there was not a single mistake before setting them aside. In fact, even if the books in the main hall have issues, the ones in that private room cannot possibly be flawed. More than a dozen accountants stood up simultaneously, declaring that they had participated in verifying the ledgers in the private room, and there were no errors whatsoever. Gufeihu snapped back to attention, looking at Old Guan with keen interest. So many people attest that the accounts are correct. What do you have to say, Accountant Guan? This. Old Guan, who had never been confronted by so many people, felt a surge of fear and instinctively stepped back. Su Nuoqi steadied him and said, "Gentlemen, how about a wager?" Li Cheng eyed Su Nuoqi disapprovingly, wanting to lash out, but restrained by the presence of Gufeihu and Shanxi. He forced himself to be patient. What kind of wager? And how do you propose to play? Su Nuoqi smiled confidently. Let's bet on whether these ledgers are fraudulent. If my grandfather can produce proof that they are false, then all the 10 taels of silver you gentlemen earn as wages shall go to my grandfather. Accountant Hao fumed, his beard bristling. And if the books are not false? Su Nuoqi beamed. Then I will Shanxi nearly fell over backward. Damn. Over 1,000 taels. Can she really afford to pay that? Girl, what kind of family do you have to play such a game? The accountants exchanged glances and nodded. Li Cheng immediately made the decision. Fine, it's a deal. Chief Accountant Hao held his head high, gesturing with a sweep of his hand. Go on, Chief Accountant Guan. Let us see what you can uncover in less than half an hour. Pressed by the crowd, Old Guan faltered, swallowing hard as his legs threatened to give way. Su Nuoqi steadied him with a hand at his back, whispering, "It's all right, grandfather. Take out the table, and use what I taught you to wipe that smugness off their faces." Old Guan was speechless. Good heavens, girl, how can you be so calm? With all these wolves watching, aren't you afraid at all? Gufeihu and Shanxi, both martial artists, caught every word. They exchanged a glance, sizing up Su Nuoqi with a newfound intense curiosity. Emboldened by Su Nuoqi's eyes' encouraging look, Old Guan produced the table listing over 20 account books and spread it on the nearest desk. Please, Squire Wu, have the 29 ledgers from the private room brought out. Squire Wu waved his hand, and a servant soon appeared with a thick stack of books. Old Guan picked one up, opened it to the first page for all to see, and began explaining, pointing to a section of the table. Initially hesitant, Old Guan soon found his rhythm, growing more confident with each point. He watched as the other accountants' arrogance turned to ashen faces, their expressions twisted with discomfort. Old Guan's fear vanished, replaced by surging confidence. Hao and Li felt their faces burning with humiliation, red, as if they had been slapped. After reviewing the last book, Old Guan nearly applauded himself. Gufeihu burst into laughter, clapping enthusiastically. Brilliant. Absolutely. Shanxi breathed a sigh of relief, a swell of pride for his little sister rising in his chest. Squire Wu stared in astonishment. So this was how you could spot accounting discrepancies. He wondered if he should audit the books of all his other businesses to see if his own accountants were cooking the books. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was necessary. As soon as this audit was done, he'd check his own accounts, certain he'd root out a few rotten apples. He never would have guessed that this Old Guan fellow had real skill. He had clearly underestimated him. The other accountants were dumbfounded, at a loss for words to describe their shock. Accountant Yin stepped forward, bowing deeply to Old Guan. There is always a better man. I've been an accountant for nearly 40 years, but I've never known fraud could be detected so simply. Thank you for sharing your knowledge so openly. Here are 50 taels of silver. I hope you can forgive my earlier rudeness. Without waiting for a reply, Yin pressed the silver into old Guan's hands, insisting, don't refuse. Learning such valuable knowledge is worth far more than 50 taels. I'm the one getting the better deal. Yan's gesture broke the dam. All the accountants surged forward, pressing 10 or 20 taels each into old Guan's arms. Silver and notes flowed like a flood he couldn't stem. Squire Wu laughed heartily. Bring the 580 taels from the bet, and another 500 as a reward for finding the fraud. Old Guan nearly fainted from the sheer amount of silver. That very night, all the accountants learned the table method Su Nuoqi she had taught him. They immediately set to work re-auditing the mountain of over 10,000 account books. Old Guan and Su Nuoqi she were given rooms in the guest quarters of the Wu estate. They each had their own room. Su Nuoqi she luxuriated in a hot bath, feeling utterly refreshed. Old Guan, unaccustomed to being waited on, remained tense and rigid. He finally managed to wash and dress in the new clothes Squire Wu provided, but he couldn't sleep, tossing and turning in bed. Eventually he got up, dressed, and knocked on Su Nuoqi's door. Lachine, are you asleep? I can't sleep. I need to talk to you. Being in someone else's home, Su Nuoqi she remained vigilant. She was fully dressed, planning to sleep in her clothes. She hadn't been asleep anyway, pondering how to discreetly acquire some massive warehouses. Once the system finished upgrading, she'd need to buy 500 taels worth of grain. Where would she store it all? And more importantly, how would she sell it? And to whom? This damned system with its impossible tasks was both a blessing and a curse. Hearing old Guan's voice, she got up and opened the door. Grandfather, what's the matter? Let's talk in your room. She closed her own door and helped him back to his room, shutting out the cold wind. Is the bed too unfamiliar, grandfather? With me keeping watch, you can rest easy. Old Guan's nose tingled with emotion. In that moment, he truly felt she was his own granddaughter. He patted her hand and gave her the large pouch of silver he'd received. Child, the method was yours. You've been protecting me since we arrived. This money should be yours. I can't keep it with a clear conscience. It weighs on me. Su Nuoqi she wanted to reassure him, but then thought better of it. The silver would be safer with her anyway. Besides, her grandparents were frugal to a fault. If she turned the silver into goods and necessities for them, it would be the same as giving it to them. It would also spare her a long, drawn-out argument and let him sleep in peace. So she readily agreed and carried the silver back to her room. The weight lifted from old Guan's shoulders. He sighed in relief, locked the door, and was soon fast asleep. Now it was Su Nuoqi's eyes turned. Oh my goodness! What a windfall! In less than 2 hours, she had made over 1,600 taels. She was rich. Ding! System upgrade complete. Deducting 1,000 taels for upgrade costs. What the hell? What's going on? Su Nuoqi she stared in disbelief at the disappearing banknotes, then berated the system. Damn it! You don't give me a heads up before shutting down, and now you charge me without warning. Who's in charge here, you or me? The system was speechless. Oh no, she's really mad. If she stops providing quality resources, how can it ever become a top-tier system? Su Nuoqi's eyes heart ached. Her grandfather had entrusted her with the money for safekeeping, and she had already lost most of it. How was she supposed to explain this to him? The system said ingratiatingly, in recognition of the host's early completion of the system's upgrade, you are awarded 5 low-grade marrow cleansing pills and a 10 cubic meter storage space valid for half a year. Su Nuoqi was unimpressed and retorted angrily. Is this all you're giving me? Are you trying to fob me off like a beggar? The system fell silent. 5 low-grade marrow cleansing pills were indeed the best reward it could offer at its current level. Realizing this host was not to be trifled with and fearing abandonment into slumber once more, the system decided to go all out. Ding. As a final reward, the host is granted the ability to teleport 50 meters. Su Nuoqi's eyes lit up. This was useful. Transportation in ancient times was inconvenient, everywhere had to be reached on foot, and her feet were nearly worn out. Immediately Su Nuoqi rubbed her hands together, stowing all the items and silver into the storage space, thinking to herself, in the dead of night is the time for arson and murder. Oh no, it was the time to test the teleportation. Closing her eyes and clasping her hands in a prayer-like gesture, Su Nuoqi silently chanted teleport. After a dizzying whirl, she opened her eyes to find herself behind the rockery, and while this skill was incredible, if only she could teleport 100 meters, or even 1,000, it would be even better. Ding dong. The system immediately prompted, with each level up there will be corresponding rewards. To teleport further, the host must not be lazy. Complete more tasks to accelerate the upgrade progress. The current task has been activated. The host must administer all the marrow cleansing pills to different individuals within 12 hours. Furthermore, you must ensure that all who take them successfully survive the dangerous process of marrow cleansing and tendon purification. Remember, those who are frail can only take half a pill, or even less. Otherwise, the potency of the medicine will be too strong, and cause the person to explode and die. Damn it. The system was too cunning. She was still at the Wu mansion with no certainty of returning home tomorrow. How could she waste such precious pills on those irrelevant people at the Wu mansion? Su Nuoqi rolled her eyes thinking forget it, I'll give grandfather a small half a pill first. Even if I can't take care of the entire Guan family in the end, at least, I'll secure his share first. She closed her eyes and chanted silently teleport. And then, nothing happened. Hey, system, are you messing with me? Su Nuoqi was furious. Where's this place? Why can't I get back to my room? The system coughed awkwardly. Because the level 1 system has limited capabilities, the teleportation granted to the host has flaws. The host needs to practice and explore to find the correct positioning. With that, the system promptly fell asleep. Su Nuoqi wanted to vent her anger, but had no target, leaving her feeling incredibly frustrated. Never mind for now, she could only try to teleport back to the small courtyard where she was staying. Teleport, 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 lotus pond, rockery, pavilion. Su Nuoqi lost count of how many times she teleported. The more she tried to hurry back, the further she drifted from the small courtyard. Standing in a courtyard that boasted rockeries and waterside pavilions, Su Nuoqi's determination only grew stronger with each failure. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and chanted again, teleport. Suddenly Su Nuoqi's wrist was seized by an ice-cold large hand. The world spun around her, and she was pressed against a cold wall. The room was pitch black. A man, one hand against the wall, and the other gripping Su Nuoqi's throat, spoke in a voice strained with pain and menace, hoarse, and gritting his teeth. Who are you? How did you enter the room so silently? Who sent you to administer the poison? Are you courting death? Su Nuoqi stared wide-eyed, trying to see the man before her, but she couldn't see her own hand in front of her face. All she could perceive were his blood-red eyes burning with fury. The scent of fresh grass and cold spring water was familiar. Shan Tianlin's strikingly handsome face instantly flashed in Su Nuoqi's mind. It's you. A sharp pain shot through her throat, and she could only manage a garbled sound. Su Nuoqi warned herself that this place was dangerous. She had to teleport away immediately. Suddenly unable to bear the turmoil within him, the man lowered his head and accurately captured her tempting lips. The man's lips were cold, yet his breath was scorching hot. Su Nuoqi never imagined that her imprecise teleportation practice would inadvertently lead her into Shan Tianlin's room. It was evident that the man had been dosed with an aphrodisiac and his willpower was on the verge of collapsing. Shan Tianlin slowly released his grip on her throat, then grabbed her chin with a deft movement. Su Nuoqi's tightly shut lips involuntarily parted, and a cool sensation took advantage of the opening, exploring possessively dominant and unyielding. Thump, thump, thump. Both their heartbeats raced uncontrollably. Panicking, Su Nuoqi raised her knee, aiming a powerful strike at the man's abdomen. However, Shan Tianlin was stronger and more agile. Even in his delirious state, he precisely pinned Su Nuoqi's legs, rendering her immobile. She struggled fiercely, but it was futile. A fleeting moment of despair flashed through her heart. This was ancient times. She knew what a woman's chastity meant. She could only imagine the immense difficulties losing her virginity before marriage would bring to her. No, this couldn't happen. Su Nuoqi suddenly remembered the low-grade marrow cleansing pill the system had given her. Since it could cleanse the marrow and expel impurities, then it should be able to expel the poison from Shan Tianlin's body. With a thought, Su Nuoqi held a marrow-cleansing pill in her mouth, preparing to bite it in half, one half for each of them. But unexpectedly, the man's tongue was faster than her thoughts. It lightly curled, and with a gulp the pill was swallowed whole. Caught completely off guard, Su Nuoqi was panicking. Damn it! The system had said the marrow-cleansing pill was a celestial object. For mortals, even the lowest grade taking a whole pill could cause one to explode and die. If this man vanished from the Wu mansion tonight, could she and her grandfather ever go home? But in just a few moments a trace of coolness rose from Shan Tianlin's dantian. A certain power surged from his core, flooding the meridians throughout his body. The man, regaining a sliver of rationality, slowly released Su Nuoqi. Before he could even get a clear look at the person in his arms, she seized the opportunity and teleported away, disappearing from his room. After more rounds of teleportation, struggling for nearly an hour and a half, Su Nuoqi finally figured out the trick to correct positioning and managed to return to her own room. Exhausted both mentally and physically from the scare, Su Nuoqi collapsed, weakly sliding down the door to sit on the floor. The extreme weakness and tearing headache made her feel like she was in hell, yet her heart pounded inexplicably. With her last vestige of willpower, Su Nuoqi summoned a marrow-cleansing pill from the system's storage and swallowed it. Su Nuoqi was gambling. She gambled that her body, having undergone a round of transformation after consuming the mysterious potion, could withstand the immense impact of a whole marrow-cleansing pill. A tearing pain, as if her skin and bones were being ripped apart, instantly engulfed her entire body. It felt like being drawn and quartered, with every pore dilating. Damn it! Could the system have given her a fake pill? This was truly agonizing. Su Nuoqi collapsed to the ground, biting hard on her sleeve to stifle any sound that might alert the night patrol guards of the Wu estate. Time crawled by. When dawn finally broke, Su Nuoqi had weathered the worst of it. Her body felt as light as if it had been reborn, but a nauseating stench assaulted her senses. Looking down, she saw her entire body coated in a sticky black-gray sludge, as if she had just crawled out of a swamp. It was utterly unbearable. Su Nuoqi dashed into the bathhouse, opened the system mall, and bought her favorite chamomile shampoo and shower set. She also purchased a large quantity of hot water and a bathtub, scrubbing herself over 10 times before she felt clean. The system was surprisingly cooperative this time, automatically recycling the dirty water in the tub. Otherwise, she'd have no idea how to explain the sudden appearance of a dozen extra tubs and foul wastewater to the Wu estate servants. Su Nuoqi let out a long, relieved breath. She clicked the system mall again, buying a full set of new underwear and thermal undergarments. Finally, she chose an ancient-style dress very similar to the one she had worn yesterday to wear on the outside. A sudden curiosity struck her. She wanted to know what she looked like now. Since arriving at the Guan family, she had only seen her reflection once in a wooden basin of water. On the day she regained consciousness, revealing a face as round as a plate. Overcome by a sudden whim, she bought a Western-style vintage full-length mirror. What she saw nearly stole her own soul away. In the mirror, she saw an oval face, cherry lips, a delicate nose, and skin as smooth as silk. Her cheeks held a faint blush, her waist was as slender as a willow branch, and a subtle sweet fragrance emanated from her very being. Though her figure wasn't fully developed, it already hinted at a seductive potential subtly forming in scurv. Good heavens, this was nothing like the Su Nuoqi who had been rescued by Guan Dahu, the one who was as fat as a pig. It was a complete transformation. Su Nuoqi quickly pulled at her collar. There on the bone near her heart, the alluring manjasaka flower seemed to have gained a life of its own, vivid and full. In this ancient world with its weak laws, such a face, without a powerful background or protector, would only invite trouble. Su Nuoqi decisively opened the system mall and bought a bottle of waterproof wheat-toned foundation and a full set of cosmetics. Using the contrast of light and shadow, she skillfully modified the contours of her face. Her breathtakingly beautiful features gradually became ordinary, yet she remained recognizable as Su Nuoqi. After finishing her disguise and tidying her clothes, she stored the mirror and all other items in her storage space. Only then, with a faint blush, did her hand touch her own delicate rosy lips, her mind unconsciously drifting back to Shan Tianlin's arrogant and domineering kiss. Her heart fluttered wildly, a strange current tingling through her body. She wondered if her male god had taken the marrow-cleansing pill, whether the poison was gone, and how he was faring. In the main courtyard on the other side, Shan Tianlin lounged lazily on a soft couch, his deep gaze fixed on the servant, changing the 21st bathtub of the night, filled with its lukewarm, dirty water. His thoughts were consumed by the woman who had suddenly appeared in his room. He didn't understand why he who was always allergic to women could touch them repeatedly here in Yulin Prefecture. First it was the little girl from the Guan family, and then last night the mysterious woman in his room. And what was that unfamiliar flutter he felt during those uncontrollable drug-induced moments? What kind of pill had that mysterious woman given him? Did she intend to save him, or did she want him, Shan Tianlin, to die from an overload of energy? The servant finished cleaning up and retreated respectfully. Shan Tianlin's voice, cold and devoid of any emotion, called out softly, "Long Yi, your subordinate is here." A burly man wearing a dragon-scale mask emerged from the shadows and knelt on one knee with respect. Shan Tianlin propped his head on his hand, a deep, unreadable look in his eyes. "Find out who the woman who entered the main courtyard tonight is, and who dared to light the odorless phantom shadow incense in my quarters." "As you command." Long Yi acknowledged the order, and with a wisp of smoke he vanished instantly. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Long Yi reappeared, kneeling on one knee. "My prince, the one who lit the phantom shadow incense, was a spy planted in the mountain villa by Defense Commander Xie. When I found him, he had already died from poison. The woman who entered the villa is the distant niece of Defense Commander Xie, named Gu Yanjiao. Late last night, Commander Xie bribed the villa's steward to dress Gu Yanjiao as a maid and send her into the estate. Our shadow guard saw her lurking suspiciously outside your door in the dead of night." Having said this, Long Yi's figure dissolved into the darkness, and all fell silent again. Shan Tianlin's brow furrowed deeply, a nameless irritability stirring within him. Why did the woman last night feel so familiar? That warmth was exactly like the one he felt when he nearly drowned in the icy pond on New Year's Eve. Using Su Nuoqi's reconciliation method, over 50 accountants easily identified a military supplies deficit of over 10 million taels of silver. Li Cheng suppressed his jealousy towards old Guan and handed over the fully audited accounts. Gu Feihu nodded with satisfaction. "Master Wu, although these accountants lost the bet to Accountant Guan, they have worked hard. Give each of them 10 taels of silver and arrange for someone to escort them home." With that, Gu Feihu took the audit tables and left with Shanxi. Old Guan and Su Nuoqi drove the mule cart back to Guan family village, arriving just around noon. Old Madame Ma was bustling about with Guan Da's family, sending the first and second branches of the family to a neighboring village to buy lard. Not wanting outsiders to know the secret of the soap, she had ignored Su Nuoqi's suggestion to hire poor villagers to make the plant ash water. Su Nuoqi shook her head helplessly. She hadn't wanted her grandmother to work so hard, but things had turned out this way. Suddenly the system beeped, task ending countdown 1 hour. Damn it! Su Nuoqi roared. System, you cheated. Didn't you say the task would end after 12 hours? Why has the time suddenly been cut in half? What are you trying to pull? The system remained silent. It hadn't planned to end the task early either, but it wasn't its fault that the host hadn't followed the designated task of giving half a marrow cleansing pill to each person. Su Nuoqi endured it. She found He Xiao and said, I happen to obtain some miraculous pills that can strengthen the body during my visit to the Wu estate. I don't want grandfather and grandmother to feel they owe me too much. Could you, brother, do me a favor and give them under the names of the divine healer and yourself? He Xiao pursed his lips, seemingly lost in thought. Su Nuoqi lowered her eyes, hiding the fleeting dimness within them. Forget it, I was being presumptuous. Brother, pretend I never mentioned this. With that, Su Nuoqi turned and began to walk away without hesitation, but He Xiao quickly said, I agree. A flash of brilliance passed through Su Nuoqi's eyes as she turned around joyfully. Really? Thank you. Unbeknownst to them, fine snowflakes had begun to drift down from the sky. Su Nuoqi bounced away happily and quickly divided the 2 marrow-cleansing pills evenly into 4 parts. She told Guan Dahu Yi Kuehua Guan Pundi and Guan Zhaodi that these were the miraculous pills developed by the divine healer, and she watched each of them take their dose. Worried that her grandparents couldn't handle the potent energy, she divided the last pill into 3 equal portions. The extra portion was given to the severely injured Guan Zixin. It was unclear when the delicate snowflakes transformed into heavy snow, falling gracefully for a considerable time. Su Nuoqi and He Xiao stared unblinkingly at Old Man Guan and the others. After enduring a day and night of painful torment, everyone finally managed to get through it safely. He Xiao could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Miss Guan, what kind of pill did you give everyone? How does it expel impurities from the body, enhance physical strength, and even reverse aging? As he said this, He Xiao felt a chill run down his spine, imagining that if such a miraculous medicine were known to others, the Guan family, and even the entire Guan family village, would never have peace. Su Nuoqi raised a finger and shushed him, saying, Please, young master, do not speak of this. If the opportunity arises in the future, I will get one for you and Grandpa He as well. He Xiao was speechless. How could a celestial pill that even the palace does not possess be so easily obtained? 2 horse-drawn carriages braved the wind and snow, making their way to Guan family village while the coachman inquired about their destination. The quiet village became lively and bustling due to the rare sight of carriages. The moment Lu Jingheng stepped out of the carriage clad in a fox fur coat, the villagers, watching the spectacle, gasped in unison. Hundreds of people gathered to watch, yet no one dared to utter a word. The Guan brothers who were out collecting pigs were unable to return home on time due to the snowstorm. Old Man Guan and Old Lady Ma were still diligently bathing, and a few people in the courtyard were suffering from the lingering stench after taking the cleansing essence pill. He Xiao and Physician He, with their special identities, hurriedly avoided being seen and entered the house, not wanting outsiders to know they were there. Su Nuoqi blocked the entrance, her voice crisp as she said, There's still a day left until the delivery time. Has young Master Lu arrived too? On this snowy day, Lu Jingheng flamboyantly waved a folding fan, his eyes crinkling as he replied, Oh, coming to your home doesn't necessarily mean I'm rushing for goods. Can't I visit a friend too? Speaking of which, you look a bit darker and thinner. It hasn't been sunny lately. Are you not eating well? Should I send you some white flour? Su Nuoqi shrugged. Young Master Lu, you've seen it. Our family is poor and cannot host someone of your status. As for white flour, if I want it, I can earn money to buy it myself. Thank you for your concern, young Master Lu. Since you are here, I cannot let you leave empty-handed. I will get the goods ready. With that, Su Nuoqi dashed into the firewood room and locked the door behind her. Lu Jingheng paused, feeling as if a flock of bald chickens had flown over. What kind of approach is this? When the son of the governor visits, shouldn't he be warmly invited inside with hot tea? Oh no, considering the Guan family situation, hot water would suffice, along with a few farmhouse specialty dishes, then politely host himself for a meal before discussing anything else. Leaving him out in the yard to be drenched in snow for the villagers to gawk at while she disappears without a trace. What is Su Nuoqi thinking? Has she offended Lu Jingheng, the golden patron, jeopardizing future business? Inside the firewood room, Su Nuoqi she quickly counted. Old Lady Ma and Guan Dao had made approximately 200 bars of soap at home. She opened the system shop and spent 1,800 coins to buy 800 bars of plain soap with no stamps or packaging along with 4 wooden. After comparison confirming that this plain soap was not much different from what Old Lady Ma and the others had made, she proceeded to pack the soap into the wooden boxes. After some thought, she spent 300 coins to buy 5 bars of osmanthus handmade soap and 5 sheets of vintage wrapping paper. Once she wrapped the soap, she opened the door and said, "Young Master Lu, everything is ready. We have made 1,060 bars of soap at home, and the remainder is a gift for you. Thank you for coming personally in this cold weather to collect the goods." Saying this, Su Nuoqi, she handed the packaged osmanthus soap to the servant beside Lu Jinghing, adding, "I apologize for the inadequate hospitality today. This osmanthus soap is my apology to you, young Master Lu." Lu Jinghing's gloomy mood melted away like the first snow as he waved his fan and said, "Not at all, it was my fault for arriving unannounced without a formal invitation. Dongzi arranged for people to load the goods." "Yes, young master." Dongzi, accompanied by several other servants, crunched through the snow as they ran into the firewood room. Lu Jinghing smiled brightly at Su Nuoqi and asked, "Miss Guan, are you not inviting me inside to sit for a while?" In the main house, old man Guan Dahu and Guan Zisen, who were busy washing up, heard the commotion outside and became flustered, hastening their bathing process. Unfortunately, the impurities expelled from their bodies were too numerous. It was not something that could be cleaned up immediately. Old Lady Ma and the others who were not supposed to entertain male guests were equally flustered and made frequent mistakes. The sounds of various items falling inside the thatched cottages continued, and dirty water flowed out through the cracks of the door. Lu Jingheng could not control himself and gagged, using his fragrant fan to cover his nose as he remarked, "It seems Miss Guan's household is indeed quite inconvenient. I shall visit again on another day." After saying this, he took out a banknote from his sleeve and handed it to Su Nuoqi, she eagerly climbing back into the carriage. Taking a few deep breaths, he quietly told the shadow inside the carriage, "Keep a close watch on this family, especially that Guan Lexin. She is certainly not just a country girl." "Yes." The shadow vanished in an instant as if it had never been there. Su Nuoqi, she lowered her eyelashes, her emotions unclear, already prepared to hand over the soap formula. At the guard's office, Madame Xia covered her mouth and sobbed, denouncing Su Nuoqi, she whom she had encountered at the first shop. She spoke of how sharp-tongued she was, how she tarnished the reputation of the guard's office, and how she made the chief guard feel as if he was being grilled over a fire. Xia, the chief guard, slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Someone investigate the identity of the girl Madame Xia mentioned. Anyone who dares to humiliate me will know how blue the sky is and how deep the water is." "Yes." A guard responded and stepped out. Suddenly the steward rushed in, colliding with someone and becoming dizzy. Without caring about his injured leg, the steward hurriedly said, "Sir, something big has happened. The Guan accountant from Guan Family Village has provided the Cloud King with a brand new method of auditing accounts. Overnight, our account deficits have all been laid bare, and they are already presented on the Cloud King's desk. What should we do?" Xia, the chief guard, staggered back a few steps, took a deep breath, and narrowed his eyes, saying, "Do not forget who is supporting us from behind. If the Cloud King investigates further, that person will certainly not sit idly by." The steward's expression eased slightly as he whispered, "Sir, the person behind us values profit. If sacrificing you will allow him to escape the Emperor's punishment, what do you think he will do?" Xia, the chief guard, clenched his fist, his eyes filled with malice. "Our accounts are seamless. Order an investigation into what kind of method that Guan accountant is using. Anyone who dares to oppose me must be prepared for retribution. They will sooner or later regret it. The urgent matter now is to find ways to cover up the account deficit and minimize the Emperor's punishment." Madame Xia's eyes glinted coldly as she said, "Does the master still remember what I mentioned earlier? After returning from the first shop, I sent someone to investigate. The Guan accountant mentioned by the steward is Su Nuoqi, she's grandfather, who lives in Guan Family Village. A few days ago they were pushed to the brink of ruin by a gambling house, and are just a family of no background and humble origins. I really don't understand where they get the audacity to be so arrogant." Steward Xie Jingshu fell silent for a moment, then spoke in a low voice, "Master, Mistress, the mission at the mountain villa has failed. Miss Gu didn't even manage to knock on Prince Yun's door. We've lost several undercover agents. Stirring up more trouble now would be unwise. Should we postpone our actions against the Guan family?" Defense Commissioner Xie nodded. "Indeed, the military accounts are the top priority. Crushing those peasants is a trivial matter. If Prince Yun uses this as leverage, we'd be at a disadvantage. Let's set it aside and focus on the garrison's provisions." Madame Xie's eyes flashed with unwillingness. She clenched her teeth and tore the handkerchief in her hands, silently cursing Gu Yanjio's incompetence. The path had been paved for her, yet she couldn't even get a glimpse of Prince Yun. Useless. A young servant hurried to the door and announced, "Sir Magistrate Yu of Tiao Town requests an audience." Defense Commissioner Xie's brow twitched, a shadow of gloom flickering in his eyes. Show Magistrate Yu to the flower hall. I shall be there shortly. Inside the flower hall, Magistrate Yu paced back and forth, his face etched with anxiety as he glanced towards the door. Seeing Defense Commissioner Xia appear, he knelt and kowtowed deeply. Sir, I beg you to save me for the sake of my years of diligent service. Defense Commissioner Xia leisurely took his seat at the head of the hall. I am aware of the incident at Tuyao Town. A fire is a grave matter and Prince Yun is known as the cold-faced king. I am powerless to intervene. Magistrate Yes' heart tightened. He thought Xie Zhibin, you're trying to discard me after I'm no longer useful. That depends on whether he'll allow it. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Perhaps Magistrate Yes' gaze was too direct. Defense Commissioner Xie's crow's feet crinkled as he forced a smile, rising to gesture for him to stand. The floor is cold, Magistrate Yu. Please rise. To be honest, brother, I am also in a dire predicament. Prince Yun has thoroughly audited the garrison's accounts for the past 3 years. I can barely save myself, so how can I save you? Defense Commissioner Xie let out a heavy sigh, suddenly appearing decades older. Magistrate Yu was stunned, then a thought struck him. He leaned in and said, Sir, on the day of the fire, I inadvertently saw a shadow guard reporting to Prince Yun. It seemed they mentioned Prince Yun's tiger tally had been lost, and his men were searching for it in secret. If this is true, could it save you and me? Is this true? Defense Commissioner Xie was startled, then elated. Haha, Magistrate Yu, you've rendered a great service. I will put in a good word for you with the higher-ups. Without the tiger tally, Prince Yun can't interfere in military affairs, and his audit has no legitimacy. The tiger tally is crucial, the very lifeblood of the nation. If the emperor learns of this, Prince Yun's position is as good as finished. Not only will we be free of blame, but the higher-ups will also owe us a great favor. I will have this verified immediately. The Wu Mansion's villa was in fact the Malian villa hidden under Prince Yun's name. Inside the flower hall, Gu Yinjiao nervously lowered her head, twisting her handkerchief, occasionally stealing glances at Shan Tianlin, who was brewing tea at the head of the hall. She spoke with unease. May I ask what business your highness has with me? Shan Tianlin's obsidian eyes locked onto Gu Yanjiao's like a cold pool. Why did you infiltrate my Dingguo hall? Gu Yinjiao collapsed to her knees, stammering, I didn't know you were here, your highness. I was curious, and must have wandered into the wrong place. As she spoke, she wished she could bite her tongue off. Such a flimsy excuse wouldn't convince Prince Yun, nor even herself. Shan Tianlin's expression was unreadable. That night, what kind of medicine did you give me? Gu Yanjiao's scalp tightened. She couldn't admit to the poisoning, so she blurted out a lie without thinking. What I gave you wasn't poison, it was an antidote. It really was you. Shan Tianlin's throat tightened, a feeling worse than swallowing 1,000 flies. Just thinking about that night, holding Gu Yinjiao in a deep kiss, made his skin crawl. He felt the urge to scour his skin raw in a bath and replace his teeth and tongue. Shan Tianlin had been allergic to women since childhood. Being alone in a room with one for more than 3 breaths made his entire body tense and unbearable. Guan Lixin from Guan family village was the sole exception. He could not only stay with her, but also deeply enjoyed her scent. That was why on that day he had given her the iron certificate without a second thought. Shan Tianlin glanced at Gu Yanjiao, frowning as he pondered. The love potion I was given must have been too strong, causing me to lower my standards, and touched. Regardless, the antidote she had given him had inadvertently expelled a great deal of impurities from his body, unblocking his long stagnant meridians. In a short time, his martial arts had advanced by 2 major realms, and the restless chill poison in his body seemed to have been suppressed. Unwilling to be indebted to Gu Yanjiao, Shan Tianlin downed his cup of tea in one gulp, enduring his discomfort. You helped me. What do you want? As long as it's within my power, I will grant it. What? Gu Yanjiao looked up at Prince Yun in surprise. Recalling the 2 entangled figures in his room that night, a suspicion formed. Her mind raced as she probed. Your Highness, I have already given my purity to you. If anyone were to learn of that night, I would have no face left to live and would have to hang myself from a branch, crying in shame. She began to sob pitifully, kneeling on the ground, looking utterly helpless. The scent of various powders and incense wafting from her assaulted Shan Tianlin's nostrils, making it hard for him to bear. Shan Tianlin held his breath, resisting the urge to kick her away. I have not yet taken a consort. Being a concubine would be too lowly for you. It's fine, I'm willing. Before he could finish, Gu Yanjiao quickly kowtowed in acceptance, fearing he might change his mind. Shan Tianlin's head throbbed. He had actually meant that being a concubine was too lowly for her, and he would instead find her a good marriage. With him as the matchmaker, her future husband wouldn't care about that night. Gu Yanjiao, unaware of his true intention, was solely focused on getting close to him, dreaming of cultivating affection over time and rising from concubine to princess. Unable to bear being in the same room with a woman any longer, Shan Tianlin stood up. Since that's the case, you may stay in the Lanja courtyard. For any necessities, speak with Steward He. With that, he left through the back hall, without looking back, moving as if fleeing from a mortal danger. That night Su Nuoqi exited the Guan family's main house, wiping the cold sweat from her brow caused by lying to her grandparents, and returned to the wooden cabin Guan Dao had built for her. While fumbling for the fire starter to light the oil lamp, she was mentally reviewing her explanation to her grandmother about the origin of the 800 bars of soap, checking for it. Suddenly a chill gripped Su Nuoqi's wrist, and her body uncontrollably fell backward. A strong arm wrapped around Su Nuoqi's slender waist, pulling with sudden force. Su Nuoqi and the newcomer both fell into the cotton quilt newly made by Yikuawa. This time Su Nuoqi, she couldn't even utter a single sound. Her lips were instantly sealed, and a kiss even more fervent than that night swept over her, nearly suffocating her. Shan Tianlin himself didn't know what was wrong with him. He frantically rinsed his mouth and bathed, almost scraping off a layer of skin. Whenever he thought of Gu Yanjiao feeding him the antidote with her mouth, the wave of nausea hit him, and he uncontrollably remembered this girl from Guanjiao village. As if summoned by some force, Shan Tianlin used his lightness skill to swiftly traverse to the Guan family. After repelling the hidden experts lurking near the Guan residence, he followed the fragrance and stealthily entered the girl's room. Su Nuoqi struggled in vain, biting down hard on Shan Tianlin's tongue. Shan Tianlin felt the pain but did not release Su Nuoqi. His fierce storm turned into a gentle breeze, his movements extremely tender and lingering. Su Nuoqi turned her head away, and Shan Tianlin's kisses fell in fine, dense patterns on her smooth, tender face, trailing down her neck. A faint, elegant, sweet fragrance drifted into Shan Tianlin's nostrils, utterly different from the thick scent of rouge and powder on Gu Yanjiao. The scent on Su Nuoqi, she was delightful, making one feel as if falling into a lush, misty mountain forest with babbling springs. Such a familiar, a face as profound as a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship, and a pair of eyes as bottomless as a cold pool appeared in Su Nuoqi's mind. "It's you." Su Nuoqi pushed hard against the man pressing on her. Shan Tianlin snapped out of his uncontrollable thoughts, suddenly realizing what he had done. A wave of vexation surged through him as he quickly released Su Nuoqi and said hoarsely, "Sorry, that was an accident. He'll take responsibility for you. He'll send a matchmaker to your family to propose marriage. How about being my secondary wife?" A secondary wife? That's just an openly kept mistress. Su Nuoqi, she couldn't accept the ancient concept of multiple wives and concubines. No matter how high this man's status and position, she would never agree. She turned over, straightened her clothes, found a fire starter to light the oil lamp, and using the pillow as cover took out the iron tablet and thumb ring from her storage space. "This is the iron token you forced into my hand. Please take it back. This thumb ring fell in our house when I saved you that day. Returning it to you. I hope you won't come to Guanjiao village again and never appear in my life. Marriage should be about matching families. Our humble household can't match a wealthy young master like you. Please leave." Su Nuoqi, she walked to the door, pulled it open, and made a gesture of seeing him out, her attitude as resolute as if Shan Tianlin were some monstrous flood beast. In a daze, Shan Tianlin felt a dull pain in his chest without the joy of recovering the tiger tally. He was utterly baffled by Su Nuoqi's behavior. He raised his hand and waved to close the door, trapping Su Nuoqi, she between his arm and the wall. "Why, oi? We have already shared intimate contact. You are already my woman. If you don't marry me, who else can you marry?" Su Nuoqi, she had never felt so passive. She realized once again how frustrating it was in an ancient era with incomplete legal systems to be powerless without martial arts skills. Learning martial arts was imperative. Su Nuoqi, she clenched her fists secretly, her gaze meeting Shan Tianlin's eyes with neither humility nor arrogance, her mind clear and her attitude resolute. "I would rather be a poor man's wife than a rich man's concubine. In this life, I only hope to be like my grandparents. One couple for a lifetime, growing old together without parting, supporting each other until the end of our lives. Young Master Shan's life is too far beyond my reach, something I cannot aspire to. Please find someone else." Having said that, Su Nuoqi, she pressed her hands against Shan Tianlin's chest and pushed outward with all her strength, trying to break free from. She couldn't be a gilded cage bird in a high-walled mansion trapped within the city walls, playing domestic intrigues with countless women for the favor of the same man. Sorry, this girl just couldn't do it. The sky is vast for birds to fly, the sea is wide for fish to leap. Su Nuoqi, she was that soaring eagle. However, the man stood motionless, his gaze growing deeper, locking onto Su Nuoqi's eyes, and a faint smile gradually appeared at the corners of his mouth. Shan Tianlin, whose sword-practicing hand had developed thick calluses, cupped Su Nuoqi's chin, lowered his head, and captured her cherry lips, tasting them lightly before saying, "I remember." The man gently tucked a stray strand of Su Nuoqi's hair behind her ear, then pressed the iron tablet into her hand. "This token represents power beyond your imagination. Since I gave it to you, it's yours. Keep it safe. You never know if you'll need it one day." Until Shan Tianlin vanished like a gust of wind, Su Nuoqi, she stood dazedly against the wall, not understanding what Shan Tianlin meant by, "I remember." What did he remember? Was it rather be a poor man's wife than a rich man's concubine? Or one couple for a lifetime growing old together without parting? Well, Su Nuoqi, she couldn't fathom a man's thoughts. Suppressing the faint flutter in her heart, Su Nuoqi, she took out a small notebook and continued planning her grain-selling scheme. Ding dong. System notification. Host has successfully returned a lost item belonging to another. Upgrade points increased by 200. Reward a planar map for Su Nuoqi's eyes lit up. While this map radiates from Guanjia village to cover 3 surrounding counties. The mountains, rivers, paths, and forests near Tiao town are marked clearly and in great detail. The small red dot at the Guan family must be her current location. The system notification sounded again. System upgrade mission difficulty increased. Host must purchase 1,000 taels worth of grain from the system within 3 days and successfully sell it. Mission complete. Reward a mystery gift pack. Mission failed. Hee. The host understands. Su Nuoqi. Shan Tianlin returned to Malian Manor. Shan Shi hurried out to greet him and whispered, "Your Highness, Garrison Commander Xie has cut off the grain supply for the 100,000 garrison troops in Yulin Prefecture. He claims that without the tiger tally, Your Highness has interfered in Yulin's military affairs. The Imperial Court has ordered the sealing of Yulin's granaries for audit. If the garrison's grain cannot be supplied within 3 days, the garrison troops are to seek Your Highness to resolve the grain issue." Shan Tianlin's steps faltered. "How much grain does the garrison need daily?" Shan Shi presented an account book. With 100,000 garrison troops calculated at 3 jin of grain per person per day, 90,000 jin are needed for 3 days. 623 horses require 10,000 jin of fodder daily plus over 1,600 jin of feed. The Yulin garrison has cut off all these supplies on the grounds that Your Highness interfered in the accounts. What should be done? Shan Tianlin closed the account book. How much is the deficit in Commander Xie's accounts over the past 5 years? Gu Feihu presented 2 tables with both hands. Reporting to Your Highness, this is the account deficit of Yulin garrison for 5 years, and this is the deficit for 3 years. The amount is so large that it could sustain 200,000 garrison troops for 5 years of military expenditure. Shan Tianlin unfolded the tables, a flash of admiration in his eyes as he listened to Gu Feihu lay out the full details of the audit. In his mind, Su Nuoqi's lively face appeared along with her chattering lips, speaking of the resolute determination for a lifetime with one partner. A faint smile unconsciously spread across Shan Tianlin's lips as he said, "Ride with haste to report this to the Imperial Father and issue a military order to confront the renowned Yulin garrison commander." Gu Feihu hesitated. "My lord, your tiger tally has yet to be found. Our campaign lacks justification, I fear." Shan Tianlin toyed with the tiger tally on his left thumb, his gaze profound. At the garrison commander's residence. The steward Xie Jingshu rushed frantically into the study. "My lord, the Prince of Yun's mansion has sent an account ledger and a military supply order commanding you to surrender at least 3/10 of the embezzled military funds by the Qin hour tomorrow or face court-martial." Xie, the garrison commander, set down the letters he was organizing and said calmly, "What is there to fear? An order without the tiger tally seal holds no authority." Xie Jingshu hastily presented it. "The strange thing is this order bears the tiger tally seal. I have compared it. The seal is genuine. Could it be that the Prince of Yun's tiger tally was never lost, and this is all a ruse to deceive us?" The letters on Xie's desk scattered to the floor with a clatter. He collapsed into his chair, breathless with tension. How is this possible? If the tiger tally was never lost, then the Prince of Yun's search for it was an act far too convincing. Xie Jingshu, drenched in cold sweat, said, "My lord, there is not a single grain of rice in the garrison's granary. If we push the Prince of Yun too far, and he opens the granary to inspect, what then?" Xie, the garrison commander, was greatly alarmed. He opened a hidden compartment in the study and retrieved a gold-lacquered wooden box. "Investigate the surrounding counties with utmost haste. Purchase every grain of rice and wheat you can find, whether fine or coarse, and stock it all into the garrison storehouses. No mistakes." "Yes." Xie Jingshu took the box and immediately set to work without delay. At the county office of Tuyao Town Magistrate, you received a letter of reprimand from Garrison Commander Xie and slumped to the ground in despair. A moment later, he sprang up, hurried into his study, and retrieved the silver he had embezzled over the years as magistrate. He handed it to his trusted aide. "Go quickly to the surrounding villages and towns. Ask who has surplus grain. Even scraps a caddy, 2 caddies, 10 or 8. Gather it all. The people of Tuyao County whose homes were burned down must not freeze or starve. Not a single one." "Yes." The aide took the box and departed swiftly. At the same time, Su Nuoqi stored the iron certificate of amnesty into her space, studied the map carefully, and used the system shop to purchase night gear and night vision equipment. She extinguished the oil lamp, locked the door, and with a thought teleported away. Past the third watch Su Nuoqi stood at the bedside of the head steward of the largest brokerage house in Changshan County, the farthest from the Guan family village. Pressing a dagger to the steward's throat, she shoved a thumb-sized piece of dark chocolate into his mouth and spoke in a sinister, distorted voice. Ghost Mill has a big deal that requires Steward Zhou's mediation. Succeed and you'll get the antidote and a handsome reward. Fail, and hee, your entire family has consumed a lethal poison. Without the antidote, in 3 days you'll all reunite in hell. Hee. Steward Zhou trembled violently, his bedding soaked with urine, stammering, "What does the hero require of me? I will do everything in my power." Su Nuoqi tapped the flat of the blade against Zhou's lean dark cheek, hooked a chair over with her leg, and sat down with a rogue's air. Ghost Mill has nearly 400,000 caddies of grain that must be moved within 3 days to raise some silver. Find a manor or house with ample storage and easy transport to temporarily hold the grain for a few days. And spread the word through your connections. Ghost Mill accepts only hard cash, no banknotes. By the third watch tomorrow I expect good news from you, Steward Zhou. With that, Su Nuoqi vanished in an instant. Steward Zhou, drenched in sweat, scrambled to his feet and ran to his parents' and children's rooms, finding the same brown, sticky substance on their lips. He slumped to the ground in despair. Soon after, he rose and hurried to the brokerage house, spending the night poring over records of vacant manors and courtyards. At dawn, Su Nuoqi returned to the Guan household, her spiritual energy utterly depleted, and collapsed into sleep. After an unknown time, a growing commotion outside her door was punctuated by old woman Zhao's heart-wrenching wails. "Ma, you wicked old crone. You deliberately gave me all the laundry work in Tiao Town. You knew we couldn't wash that much in time, and we lost all our money. Wah! You're so evil you'll die a horrible death. Wah!" Su Nuoqi snapped her eyes open, rolled out of bed, dressed swiftly, and flung open the door. She delivered a resounding slap to old woman Zhao's face. "Take those words back. Heaven's punishment can be forgiven, but self-inflicted ruin cannot. You forced my grandmother to give up that work. She yielded out of sisterly regard, and you lost through your own doing. How dare you curse my grandmother?" The gathered villagers, grateful that the Guan family had purchased their plant ash days ago, earning them several hundred won each, and some even over a tael of silver, turned on old woman Zhao. "Auntie Zhao, you're old enough to know better. Why do you keep hounding Auntie Ma? Right? What has Ma done to you? She gave you the laundry work. Isn't that enough? And you still slander her at dawn. She doesn't know when she's well off. The Guan family's 7th branch worked hard for that ox, and you threw a fit at the family division and took it. Now you're attacking them again. You're just jealous they've been paying well for plant ash lately, and want a cut of that, aren't you?" Old woman Zhao, stunned by the slap, took a long moment to recover. Hearing the crowd's remarks, she leapt to her feet and roared, "What do you know? Old Ma's been buying plant ash to make something called soap. That stuff cleans clothes perfectly. Every wealthy household in the county uses it. A palm-sized bar costs a tael of your plant ash sells for a few in a caddy. You've all been fooled by old Ma. Sold, and still counting the money for her. Serves you right for being so stupid." The villagers were stunned. They turned to old Ma in disbelief, exclaiming, "What? A tael of silver for 1 bar? That's worse than robbery. How can plant ash be worth so much? Old Zhao must be mistaken. Heaven's a tael a bar, and we sold our ash for 2 in a caddy. We've been robbed. Guan family, pay us back." "Yes, pay up. You sold our ash so cheap and pocketed a fortune. Don't you feel guilty?" Old man Guan, old Ma, and the others were forced back step by step. Guan Dao moved to shield them, glaring at the crowd with clenched fists, barely restraining his fury. A glint of cunning triumph flashed in old woman Zhao's eyes as she mentally tallied how much silver she could extort from the Guan family this time. Su Nuoqi sneered and snapped, "The method of making soap is a secret of our family. I am willing to teach it to Grandpa Guan and Grandmama. What business is it of yours? Moreover, in this weather every household has plant ash. Can't we collect it from neighboring villages or purchase it in the county town? If anyone thinks the price we pay for plant ash is too low, they are free to sell it to others. From today onward, we will no longer collect it in the village." "What?" The crowd froze and stepped back. The Guan family not collecting plant ash? How could that be? Village head Guan's authoritative voice rang out behind them. "Humph, the plant ash from the past few days has earned you all too much money. Others provoke you with a few words, and you forget your place. The recipe belongs to someone else. What does it have to do with you?" The villagers hung their heads in shame and silently retreated a few steps. Village head Guan walked over to Su Nuoqi and continued, "Do you think the soap sells for 1 tael of silver per piece in Tiao Town? How much can Uncle Guan Chi actually earn? Soap is such a useful thing, it must contain many ingredients. Apart from plant ash, have you calculated the cost of other inputs? Selling it for 1 tael of silver per piece is their skill. If it were you who could sell it at such a high price. Moreover, who among you knows the young master of the prefect's mansion? Cooperating with him to sell goods, the lion's share goes to him. How much can we common folk get? Brother Guan and Miss Luoqi are willing to let everyone earn a little. That's their kindness. But you're a bunch of ungrateful wolves. Who will be willing to help you in the future? Who would dare to offer you work? The crowd stepped back again, so ashamed they wished they could bury their heads in their necks. Su Nuoqi's eyes glittered. No wonder the old saying goes, the older the wiser. A few words awakened the villagers of the Guan family. At the same time, she had curried favor with her grandparents and implicitly praised herself, hinting that she would continue to help everyone when there were opportunities to earn money. Su Nuoqi, she had intended to unite the Guan family villagers into a cohesive force, and she seized this opportunity to give them a mental reset. She turned to Guan Zhaodi beside her and said, "Go to the kitchen and grab a handful of chopsticks, as many as possible, and find a hair tie." "All right." Su Nuoqi's eyes, little admirer, dashed back into the house. Guan Zhisun looked at Su Nuoqi expectantly, as if to say, "I can help too. Call me. Su Nuoqi, she did not disappoint him. "Bring the table from the main room over here." "Okay." Guan Zhisun jumped 3 feet high and rushed back into the house joyfully. After undergoing the marrow cleansing, Guan Zhisun had become more and more trusting of the young lady his family had rescued. Village head Guan finished reprimanding the villagers, then turned to Guan Senshu and said, "Guan San, if you can't control your second wife, then please take her and leave our Guan family village." For hundreds of years, although there have been minor squabbles in the village, there has never been such troublemaking and insatiable greed. "Wife of Guan San, if you continue to be so unreasonable and constantly provoke others, don't blame me as village head for opening the ancestral hall, invoking the clan laws, divorcing you, and expelling you from the clan." Village head Guan and the Guan family villagers were simple and kind-hearted. They had always felt sympathy for Zhao Pozi, a widow who remarried and often went easy on her. But Zhao Pozi's behavior had become increasingly excessive, affecting the village's harmony. Village head Guan had no choice but to offer a word of caution. Guan Senshu and Zhao Pozi were so frightened their legs trembled, and they repeatedly admitted their fault. "The table is here." Guan Zhisun placed the table in front of Su Nuoqi, she looking up with a face seeking praise. Guan Zhaodi handed the hair tie and chopsticks to Su Nuoqi, she wearing the same expression. Su Nuoqi, she smiled, and gave both of them a thumbs up. She swept her gaze across the crowd. Except for a few young children and their families, almost the entire village was here. The eldest and second branches of the Guan family, who had gone out to collect pigs, arrived late and had not heard the earlier argument. They craned their necks from behind the crowd, wondering what had happened to their family. Village head Guan didn't understand what Su Nuoqi she intended to do, so he stepped back and yielded the stage. Everyone watched as Su Nuoqi, she carried a large bundle of chopsticks to the table and thrust them into it. All the chopsticks scattered like a pile of loose sand, cluttering the table in chaos. Su Nuoqi's eyes, voice clear and melodious like a hollow drum, said, "Fellow villagers, you have seen it. These chopsticks cannot stand on the table. As soon as they are inserted, they topple over." Some people sneered, "Such thin chopsticks. How could they possibly stand up? Even a child knows that. What's there to say?" Indeed. Su Nuoqi, she paid no heed, and continued, "These chopsticks are like you now. Only good at bullying within your own circle, scheming against your own. What have you gained from your scheming? When you face difficulties, you have no relatives or friends to help. When you are poor, neighbors keep their distance. Think about it. What do you have left?" The villagers began to reflect on their past experiences. Su Nuoqi, she gathered all the scattered chopsticks, aligned them neatly, and tied them together with the hair tie. With the same force, she inserted the bundle into the table. The bundle stood firmly. The villagers felt a jolt in their hearts as if struck by a drumstick. Su Nuoqi, she pointed at the chopsticks and said, "See, as long as you stick together, even chopsticks can stand invincible. The Guan family village is one big collective family, and all of you are members of this family. What we should do is unite around village head Guan, share the village's urgency, and share its worries. If you occasionally give without counting the cost, you will find that what you gain is more than what you lose." "Great. Well said," someone shouted excitedly. The villagers were stirred with fervor and spontaneously burst into applause. "We never thought of it that way. We really should help each other. Juhua, when you came to borrow salt yesterday, I was too stingy. He'll go home and get it for you now. Don't take it to heart." "Not at all. It was my words that were unpleasant. Please don't mind, Annie. Your family has few strong laborers. Later I'll have my husband fetch water for your house and bring some firewood." For a moment, harmony and joy filled the villagers. Village head Guan was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Of course, some villagers were unimpressed and sneered at Su Nuoqi's words. "Helping others, what good does it do us? All the benefits go to outsiders. What do we get?" Su Nuoqi, she seized the moment. "My grandparents said that the villagers should unite and help each other. Knowing that everyone has difficulty obtaining salt, they begged a favor from the young master of the prefect's mansion. From today onward, any Guan family villager who weaves 20 small baskets, wooden boxes, or dustpans, each the size of a palm, Can exchange them at our house for a small packet of salt. First come first served until supplies last. Of course the items must be of good quality, no burrs, and not too rough. After speaking Su Nuoqi, she took out a small paper packet containing about 1 tael of salt and unfolded it before the crowd. Wow! Oh my! Such fine salt. I've never eaten such good salt in my life. This small packet, how much silver must it cost? It's too precious. Gasps of shock echoed through Guan family village. Old man Guan and old woman Ma felt their hearts ache with each throb. What a waste. This girl was skilled at earning money, but she was equally skilled at spending it. There were many ways to help the villagers. Why on earth did she have to give away salt? Were the silver they had earned in the past few days even enough to buy salt for all the villagers? Village head Guan wiped away a tear of gratitude, stepped forward, and said, "The Guan family has shown great righteousness. We must not repay kindness with enmity. No one is to breathe a word about the salt for baskets exchange. If any household dares to spread this matter, I as village head will immediately open the ancestral hall and expel that entire family from Guan family village." That's right, that's right. The crowd voiced their agreement in unison. Uncle Guan VII's family is righteous. They're willing to share something as precious as salt with everyone. We must be grateful. Indeed, private salt trading is a crime punishable by imprisonment. Uncle VII's family is under tremendous pressure to give us this benefit. Immediately many grandmothers pulled their daughters-in-law aside and sternly instructed them, "Daughter-in-law, I know your heart aches for your natal family, but this matter could cost us our heads. We must have a conscience and cannot speak of this lest we bring disaster upon Uncle VII's family." A hot-tempered elder sharply scolded, "As a daughter-in-law of the Guan family, you must abide by the rules of Guan family village. If you tell your natal family about this, then don't ever return to this household. They'll have my son write a letter of divorce and cast you out." Hearing this, even those who harbored the faintest thought of telling their families quickly suppressed any such notion, sealed their lips tightly, and dared not utter a single word. Village head Guan then spoke again. "Everyone knows that Miss Lachine is the young lady who was rescued by Brother VII's family from an ice hole. We don't know what calamity befell her family to end up falling into a frozen lake in the middle of winter. If Miss Lachine has enemies who trace her here to Guan family village and learn of her origins, it would be a catastrophe for her." The villagers exchanged bewildered glances, wondering why the topic had suddenly shifted from salt to the young lattice background. Observing their expressions, village head Guan continued, "Miss Lachine barely recovered from illness, was willing to share her own formula purchase plant ash in the village, and lead everyone in earning silver. Now she's risking her life to let you trade unsellable little baskets for salt. Such great kindness we cannot repay. From this day forward, no matter who comes inquiring about Lexin's origins, our Guan family village must stand united and remain silent. Anyone who asks, we say Lachine is the eldest daughter of the Dao family. If anyone dares to reveal what happened a month ago, don't blame me as village head for turning ruthless. We won't say a word. None of us will say a thing. Right? Lachine has been a villager of Guan family village since she was young. Whoever says she was found somewhere will have to deal with me, Guan Daya. What my brother said is exactly what I mean." In an instant, several hunters who were close to Guan Dahu all stepped forward to support the village. It was only then that old man Guan and old woman Ma realized their mistake. They had been trying to help the girl find her family all along. How had they not considered that wealthy households also have enemies? If she were targeted, how could they possibly protect her? Old woman Ma grasped Su Nuoqi's hand tightly and said, "Child, taking you to the county office to seek your family was thoughtless of us. Tell us what you have in mind, and we'll discuss it together as a village. Let the elders also offer their advice." Su Nuoqi patted old woman Ma's hand, swept her gaze across the entire village, and finally fixed her eyes on old man Guan's face, saying, "Grandpa, Grandma, you saved my life. From now on I am your own granddaughter. As for finding my family, let fate decide. If one day I can remember all my kin, we can discuss it then." Indeed, as village head Grandpa said, as the daughter of a prominent family, I would surely have had servants at my beck and call at home. During the height of the New Year celebrations, when families gather for reunion, how could I have fallen into an icy lake alone? If I was truly framed, who would be my enemy? And how did I end up in that frozen lake? I can't remember anything. The villagers couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking even the daughters of wealthy families don't have it easy. Some dangers are simply beyond the comprehension of common folk like them. Su Nuoqi looked at village head Guan and said, "Thank you, village head Grandpa, for thinking of me. Let's do as you suggest. I ask all the villagers to help keep this matter hidden. Once I recall my past, my origins, and my enemies, I will deal with it then." With that, Su Nuoqi placed her hands at her waist, bent her knees slightly, and performed a stand. The villagers of Guan family village hastily waved their hands, promising to keep Su Nuoqi's secret. And so Guan family village came to share a collective secret, and the hearts of the people began to draw closer, step by step, toward a common center. Just then someone broke the somber silence with a shout. My family's almost out of salt. Good thing we all know how to weave baskets. I'm heading back to work right now. Right. Weaving baskets is what matters now, haha. In the blink of an eye, all the villagers dispersed, each hurrying home to get to work. Su Nuoqi re-wrapped the salt on the table, then took out 2 equally sized paper packets and pressed them into village head Guan's hands, saying, "Thank you for helping me out of a tight spot today, village head grandpa. This small gift of salt is but a token of my gratitude." Village head Guan's hands trembled, nearly dropping the packets. This was salt. Even with money, it wasn't always easy to come by. And this girl just gave it away like that. And so much of it. Where did she get it all? Su Nuoqi winked playfully and said, "Village head, this is through young Master Lu's connections brought in from the Ning Kingdom. You should keep this to yourself. Please don't breathe a word of it, and don't go out of your way to thank him either. Some thanks we keep buried in our hearts, not necessarily spoken aloud, right?" Right. Village head Guan stammered, his hands still trembling with excitement, as he leaned closer to Su Nuoqi and whispered, "Child, this old man understands. Getting salt isn't easy for the prefect's son. He's also afraid of being found out and bringing disaster upon himself. I won't say a word. When I get home, I'll gather my sons and make the rounds to every household to remind them again. Just as you said, our Guan family village should stand united, helping one another to walk far into the future." Su Nuoqi nodded in satisfaction and watched village head Guan leave. Guan Daqing scurried over and tugged at Su Nuoqi, saying, "Girl, when did you come to know the prefect's son? Introduce me to him too. Have him take me under his wing and get me a position working for the prefect. How about that? Once I'm familiar with the prefect's household, they'll definitely put in a good word for you and your family. You'll be handsomely rewarded." Guan De, with a serious expression, walked in with his hands clasped behind his back and said, "Big brother, stop dreaming. Even the errand boys by the prefect's side are literate. You can't even read a single character and can't keep straight accounts. Don't bring shame upon our family." With that, Guan De lowered his head, bent his waist, and said with a grin, "Lixin, what about your uncle here? I may not know many characters either, but at least my arithmetic is decent. I could keep some small accounts for the prefect's son and earn a bit extra for the family each month, right?" "Enough." Old man Guan slammed his hand on the table, his face burning with disappointment and fury. "I sent you 2 to collect lard or pigs 3 days ago. Where are the pigs? And where is the lard?" Lu Yonghui and Li Guifan shrank their necks, subtly stepping backward. Li Guifan, the craftier one, slipped directly behind Lu Yonghui, using her sister-in-law as a human shield. Lu Yonghui, seethed with resentment, silently vowing to push the second daughter-in-law out first next time. Guan Daqing's eyelids twitched as he quickly stepped behind Guan De, trying to bury himself like an ostrich. Old Madame Ma grabbed Guan Daqing by the ear and yanked him out, demanding, "Even if you didn't buy the pigs, the silver should still be there, right? Don't tell me you squandered every last coin." Ow. Mother, please go easy." Guan Daqing shielded his ear with both hands, stumbling along with his mother's grip as he pulled a handful of loose silver from his chest. Mother, the silver is all here. The pigs in the surrounding villages were slaughtered before the new year. We asked around several villages, but with the snow and no wild vegetables on the mountains, no one raised pigs this year. We couldn't buy any. Ow, it hurts. Mother, please loosen your grip, or my ear will fall off." Old Madame Ma checked the silver, not a single coin missing, and released her eldest son. "At least you were sensible enough not to spend it all. And the dry rations you took." Guan Daqing clutched his ear on the verge of tears. "Mother, the snow blocked the roads. We walked there and walked back. The rations were gone long ago. Besides, you didn't give us much to begin with. We all rationed carefully. You should be burning incense in gratitude that we didn't starve to death out there. What did you say?" Old Madame Ma snatched up a broom and rained blows on Guan Daqing's backside. "I packed you 5 days of rations for the round trip, and you devoured them in 3 days without accomplishing a thing. Young Master Lu already came and took the soap, and you still weren't back. Why didn't you just starve to death out there?" "Oh, mother, stop hitting me." Guan Daqing hopped around, dashing across the courtyard. "Mother, I'm a father now. At least save me some face in front of the children, won't you?" "Stop hitting me." Guan Zhaodi pulled Guan Pundi behind Guan Dahu, their shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Guan Zixin and Guan Zixin watched their father dodge the beating, their brows furrowed into little mounds. Other people's fathers were towering mountains, supporting half the sky for their children. But their father, he just drifted through life, accomplishing nothing, acting without thought, and never learning from his mistakes. His only virtue was his timidity. He wouldn't dare defy grandmother's orders. Sigh. Doctor, he watched Madame Ma discipline her son, concealing the envy in his eyes. At least she had a son to scold when her descendants failed her. What about him? Huff. Doctor, he took a deep breath, closed the door, and let He Shao back inside to sort through the herbs they had salvaged from the fire. Su Nuoqi stepped forward and tugged at old Madame Ma's sleeve. Grandmother, stop hitting him. Why don't we go to the county town today to pick up the custom-made shoes and buy some household goods? Old Madame Ma set down the broom, her feelings indescribably complex. She nodded and rattled off a long list of chores for Guan Dajiang's and Guan Da's. Only then did she lead Su Nuoqi and Old Man Guan back to the eastern main room. Once inside, she immediately locked the door and said, "Lixin, I know you have some skills and connections beyond what we common folk have. The 800 bars of soap that peddler brought from Ning country solved a huge problem for our family. But regarding the salt business from earlier, you really shouldn't have drawn attention. We must know how to hide our brilliance. Salt is so precious. 20 small baskets for one tael of salt. You'd bankrupt yourself. Listen to your grandmother. Bring out a dozen or so packs, just for show, and trade them with the villagers closest to us." Su Nuoqi's chest felt warm. She held Old Madame Ma's hand and said, "Grandmother, the villagers all suffer from goiters and mental deficiencies. These are all caused by iodine deficiency. The salt I gave you can supplement the iodine in everyone's bodies. But since the villagers haven't eaten this kind of salt, their symptoms will only worsen while our family becomes healthier and healthier. Gradually, our family's appearance will become incompatible with the villagers, and that will push us into the spotlight even faster. I have a channel for selling salt. It costs only 3 when per caddy, far cheaper than the coarse salt you buy. But for the villagers, it's a lifesaver. Trading hand-woven baskets for salt is just to prevent them from developing a mindset of dependency." How much? 3 when per caddy. Old Madame Ma's heart pounded wildly, her mind entirely consumed by the price of salt, overlooking the unfamiliar. Su Nuoqi, she pressed her advantage, whispering close to her ear, "Grandmother, you must never breathe a word of this. Smuggling salt is a capital offense. I'll only trade with the folks of our Guan family village. If anyone comes asking questions, I'll deny everything." Old Man Guan and Old Madame Ma felt a lump in their throats, a wave of sourness rushing to their noses. This child was taking such a huge risk, all for the sake of their Guan family. Old Man Guan patted Su Nuoqi's shoulder and said hoarsely, "Child, you've borne so much. Ever since you recovered from your illness. You've been tirelessly managing this household, finding ways to earn money, and now you're taking such a risk to help our family. Your grandfather's heart aches with shame." Well, letting grandfather and grandmother believe she had connections with foreign peddlers would make it easier to buy things from the system in the future. After breakfast, Old Madame Ma gathered all the sons, daughters-in-law, grandsons, and granddaughters of the 3 branches and admonished them sternly. "Lixin is our family's treasure. When you're out and about, keep your mouth shut tight. No one is to utter a word about anything unusual regarding Lixin. If you notice anything out of the ordinary about her, you turn a blind eye and gloss over it. No one is to pry or ask questions. Do you all understand?" Everyone shrank their necks, etching Old Madame Ma's warning deep into their memories. Old Madame Ma had always ruled this household. Even the sly Li Guifan and the quick-witted Lu Yonghui reigned in their thoughts. Who would dare defy the old matriarch? Old Man Guan carried a jar of wine he had treasured for half his life and knocked on Dr. He's door, making the same request of the doctor and his grandson. No one was a fool. Living together for so long, they were bound to notice things. Dr. He had been saved by Guan Dahu, and Su Nuoqi and the doctor and his grandson themselves harbored many secrets. They readily agreed to Old Man Guan that they would reveal nothing. However, Dr. He flatly refused to accept such a precious gift as wine. The 2 elders went back and forth in polite refusal, and in the end they shared the wine with the appetizers made by Yi Kuohua and drank themselves into a stupor. Yi Xiao shook his head helplessly, yet felt a sense of relief. Since the He family's downfall, his grandfather had carried too much on his shoulders. Being able to vent today and dispel most of the pent-up gloom was a good thing. Guan Dahu harnessed the mule cart heading to Earth Kiln Town with Guan Zixin and Su Nuoqi. Halfway there, Guan Zixin blocked their path. "Third uncle, I haven't been to the county town in over a year. I've already informed Grandma, so let me come along." Guan Dahu hesitated. Guan Zixin said, "Third uncle, if you want take me, I can walk there myself." Su Nuoqi waved her hand and shifted aside, saying, "Come sit here. Uncle Dahu and Zixin can share one cart while the 2 of us can take this one. You drive." Guan Zixin chuckled and jumped onto the cart, taking the reins as he whispered, "I'm sorry about the lard incident a few days ago. I was wrong. Can you forgive me?" Su Nuoqi rolled her eyes and said, "Do you think I'm that petty? I've long forgotten." Guan Zixin gave a flattering smile and said, "All the soap-making work at home has been given to Uncle Dahu's family. Actually, our eldest branch could do it too. If you don't trust my parents, you can entrust it to me, okay? I swear I'll never leak the formula. If I do, may I die a miserable death. Who asked you to make such a vicious oath?" Su Nuoqi shot Guan Zixin a glare and said, "The soap formula can't be kept secret. I think next time young Master Lu comes for the goods, we'll have to hand over the formula." "Why?" Guan Zixin's face turned pale and his voice involuntarily rose. Su Nuoqi pulled the quilt tighter around herself and said, "Because of power. Our family has neither influence nor connections. If the prefect's son wants the formula, can you refuse?" Guan Zixin shuddered, recalling how a few days ago he had been pinned under the scar-faced man's foot and spanked. A wave of humiliation flooded him. He turned to Su Nuoqi and said, "Teach me, how can I gain power, so that my family won't be bullied?" Su Nuoqi looked at the boy's unwavering gaze and asked back, "Are you afraid of death, hardship, fatigue, or of not being able to persevere?" Guan Zixin was stunned for over 10 seconds before slowly shaking his head. "I'm only afraid of death." "Good, then study." Su Nuoqi was very satisfied with Guan Zixin's reaction. If he had answered, "Not afraid," without a second thought she would have doubted the sincerity of his words. "Study." Guan Zixin was puzzled. Su Nuoqi said firmly, "Yes, study. Studying makes one understand reason, and studying allows one to comprehend worldly affairs. Studying can lead to the imperial examinations. If you pass the provincial exam and become a jiren, you can become an official and power will naturally be yours. Of course, if you don't take the exams, you can also join the military. The court will eventually go to war one day. Those who have studied military strategy can become generals. Those who know nothing will only be foot soldiers, meat shields for others." "War," Guan Zixin muttered. Su Nuoqi nodded. "Yes, war. Tianqi is too weak, surrounded by the great states of Diyu Yin and Ning. These countries all want a piece of Tianqi. One day they will provoke war to seize Tianqi's resources. As subjects of Tianqi, conscription is inevitable. Since we can't escape, we must sharpen ourselves. Learn more useful knowledge so you can protect yourself on the battlefield and not die from ignorance." Guan Zixin felt another chill. How could a woman understand matters that even men were unaware of? Su Nuoqi looked at the lost in thought Guan Zixin and asked, "Will you study?" Guan Zixin said firmly, "Yes, I want to study military strategy." Su Nuoqi smiled slightly. "Good." That smile was confident and radiant like a warm sun, dispelling winter, captivating the heart. Guan Zixin's heart surged as he looked at Su Nuoqi's bright face, feeling she was like the most brilliant star in the sky, distant and unattainable. The mule cart entered the town. Su Nuoqi suggested they split up. She would buy grain and other items, while Guan Dahu and the others would go to the first shop to pick up goods. They agreed to meet near the alley close to the city gate at the end of the Shen hour. Guan Dahu wanted to say that it wasn't safe for a young woman to go alone, but Su Nuoqi had already stuffed over 30 taels of silver into his hand and disappeared in a flash. Su Nuoqi had many things to do, none of which she could tell Guan Dahu and the others. She first found a few ordinary-looking villagers and gave each 50 coppers to spread the news that Changshan County had a large quantity of grain for sale. After that, she found a quiet, deserted alley, opened the system mall, and bought a lot of cotton, grain, dried vegetables, and fodder. At the intersection, she hired an ox cart for 100 coppers and had the driver deliver the goods to the agreed-upon meeting place near Guan Dahu and the others. Finally, she detoured to Green Cloud Tower to see if she might luckily run into Lu Jingyang. The conversation with Guan Zixin on the road suddenly awakened Su Nuoqi. Why should she limit herself to the small world of Tianqi, its 3 prefectures, and 72? The world outside was vast. Wouldn't it be great to find a partner and explore together? These days the bold thrive and the timid starve. Trade and commerce between nations could deepen her understanding of this world. Having been reborn, why should she live a mediocre life again? She had to do something to make this journey to a different world worthwhile. 2 luxurious carriages came from the intersection, clip-clopping past Su Nuoqi, splashing her with half-melted muddy ice. Su Nuoqi frowned and looked up. The carriages stopped at Green Cloud Tower. Shan Tianlin and Gu Yanjiao got out one after another from the 2 carriages and entered the tower without looking back. Gu Yanjiao's young maidservant fawned over her, smoothing her skirt, and said cautiously, "Concubine, be careful, the ground is slippery." A pang of bitterness swept through Su Nuoqi's chest. Had Shan Tianlin already taken a concubine so soon? Men of ancient times were truly fickle, tender and affectionate last night, yet already embracing a new love today. Su Nuoqi looked up, forcing back the inexplicable bitterness in her eyes, and was about to turn away when a passionate voice came from upstairs. "Hey, Miss Lixin, why didn't you inform me when you entered the city? I would have come to the city gate to pick you up." Then came the thumping sound of footsteps descending the stairs along with a wave of gentle sandalwood. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jingyang was standing before Su Nuoqi, saying happily, "I was just about to go to your house to find you, and here you appear before me. Don't you think we have a spiritual connection?" Upstairs, a tall figure silently approached the window. His deep dark eyes were like a cold pool, fixedly locked on the 2 engrossed in conversation downstairs. "What is the prince looking at?" Gu Yanjiao moved to the window as if boneless, deliberately leaning against Shan Tianlin. Shan Tianlin disgustedly pressed a dagger against Gu Yanjiao's lower back and subtly stepped back. From Su Nuoqi's perspective downstairs, the 2 upstairs seemed intimate, with Gu Yanjiao practically falling into Shan Tianlin's arms. Shan Tianlin from behind wrapped his arm around her slender waist and appeared to whisper something. Gu Yanjiu's face was full of shyness, a blush spreading across her cheeks, making her look even more coquettish as a newlywed. Yes, with Su Nuoqi's 10+ years of medical experience, she could tell at a glance that Gu Yanjiu was no longer a virgin. Men were always unable to resist loneliness. One shouldn't hold any hope for these noble sons who could take 3 wives and 4 concubines. Su Nuoqi suppressed the inexplicable bitterness in her heart, and said with a smile, "It so happens that I also have matters to discuss with Master Lu. Shall we talk upstairs?" "After you, miss." Lu Jingheng was overjoyed and gestured for Su Nuoqi to enter first. The private room he had reserved was quite warm, with 3 braziers burning brightly with silver wire. To avoid suspicion, they left the door open after entering. Waiters filed in carrying various dishes, tea, and snacks, quickly filling the table. Lu Jingheng, well versed in the art of wellness, attentively served Su Nuoqi a bowl of black chicken soup, and said, "Drink this soup first to warm your stomach." Su Nuoqi stirred the soup with her spoon, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards the open door of the opposite private room. Distractedly she asked, "Master Lu, what did you wish to see me about?" Lu Jingheng picked up a piece of fish, carefully deboned it, and placed it before Su Nuoqi. "I admire your straightforward nature, miss. How about we discuss the—" Su Nuoqi finally pulled her thoughts back from the opposite room. Instead of answering, she simply said, "Let's eat." After that she didn't say another word, focusing entirely on her meal. It must be said her manner of eating was quite pleasing to watch. She finished her soup without a sound, her lips perfectly clean. Her chopsticks moved continuously, her small mouth chewing earnestly, resembling a little hamster. It was quite an endearing sight. Lu Jingheng unconsciously assumed the role of a waiter, smiling as he diligently served her food, all the while wondering, isn't this girl supposed to be a village lass? Why does she seem so at ease with me serving her? It's as if she grew up in such an environment, completely accustomed to these etiquette norms. With a crack, Shan Tianlin crushed his 5th wine glass in the opposite private room. The chopsticks on his table snapped like broken bamboo. Gu Yanjiu dared not even breathe, following Shan Tianlin's gaze to Su Nuoqi, she who was eating happily across the way. She couldn't understand it. Why would Lu Jingheng, one of the 3 talents of Tianqi, personally serve a mere village girl? What has gotten into Prince Yan? Could he be jealous over a woman? A whoosh of wind passed, and only Shan Tianlin's cold, sharp aura remained in the private room. Gu Yanjiu sat there, stunned, a foolish expression on her face, staring at the empty seat left behind after Su Nuoqi was taken away. Lu Jingheng's chopsticks holding a peeled shrimp froze midair. It took him a moment to slowly turn his head towards the window, now missing half its— What the hell? His guest had been snatched away by Prince Yun, the one who was supposedly allergic to women. How absurd was this? In a dimly lit alley, Shan Tianlin pinned Su Nuoqi against the wall, with one hand, the other gripping her slender waist, pressing his forehead against hers. "What's your relationship with Lu Jingheng? Are you two that close? You were laughing and chatting while eating together. He was very attentive, couldn't stop staring at you, smiling like a fool." Su Nuoqi curled her lips in displeasure and turned her head away. "What kind of person is he? He can hold women in his arms, but I can't even have a meal with a man." Besides, there was no confirmed romantic relationship between her and Shan Tianlin. Her meal with Lu Jingheng was purely a business dinner between— Wasn't the door of the private room left open to avoid suspicion? What a domineering man. Shan Tianlin's eyes darkened. He reached out, grabbed the back of her head, stepped closer, and whispered in her ear, "What, having been intimate with me, you still seek others? I reprimand you, and you're still upset. Are my words just wind?" A wave of numbness spread from her ear through her entire body. Su Nuoqi bit her lower lip, but remained stubbornly turned away, ignoring him. Shan Tianlin was so angry he laughed. He gently bit her plump earlobe. "What are you doing?" Su Nuoqi shrank back, trying to push him away to escape his intense advance. Suddenly the sound of whistling projectiles filled the air. Several arrows flew towards them from behind Shan Tianlin. Frowning, he reacted swiftly, wrapping his arm around Su Nuoqi's waist and spinning them 720 degrees to dodge the first 2 volleys. Arrows thudded into the wall, some falling to the ground as they lost momentum. Over a dozen burly men in black attire and white cloaks appeared on the rooftops, each holding a bow. They took aim and unleashed another barrage of arrows at Shan Tianlin. "Bloody hell," Su Nuoqi cursed. She had inadvertently been caught up in Shan Tianlin's martial world feuds, and now she was a target too. Su Nuoqi had no knowledge of martial arts, only some rudimentary close combat skills. She could handle a few thugs, but against these Jianghu experts with inner energy, she was a novice. All she could do was cling tightly to Shan Tianlin's neck, trying to make herself as small a target as possible. She kept telling herself that if she survived this, she would definitely learn martial arts. Definitely. He Xiao seemed to know Qinggong. She would ask him if he was willing to take on a disciple when they got back. Amidst the clanging of metal, Shan Tianlin deflected the incoming arrows with his sword, while giving her slender waist a firm squeeze. "What are you thinking about? Focus, hold on tight, let's go." Su Nuoqi snapped back to attention, wrapped her arms around his neck, and with him, she soared into the air, darting across the rooftops like an arrow released from its bow. Arrows continued to whiz past them like relentless rain. Shan Tianlin carried Su Nuoqi, she weaving up and down, swaying left and right, but he never loosened his protective grip, using his own back to shield her from the relentless volley of arrows. Su Nuoqi heard the sickening sound of arrows piercing flesh and smelled the thick scent of blood mixed with a sour poisonous tang. Let me go? With me you can't focus on the assassins. If we keep this up, neither of us will escape. Shut up. Shan Tianlin pressed her tightly against his chest, as if afraid she would vanish the next second. Ignoring her struggles, he leaped from the rooftop and dashed into a pitch-black alley. Countless deadly arrows flew past them. Su Nuoqi, she said urgently, if you let me go you can run faster. With your skills you could even fight them for 300 rounds and easily escape. If Shan Tianlin would just let her go, she could use her teleportation to avoid these men and arrows, find Guan by the city gate. This way she was just dead weight to him, and they'd both be captured. Foolish woman, you're asking for death. Shan Tianlin muttered, dumbstruck. This woman, after only a few meetings, was willing to risk her life for him. How foolish. Well, he had misunderstood. Su Nuoqi, she valued her own life greatly. Her relationship with Shan Tianlin was not deep enough for her to sacrifice her life for him. The fierce wind howled, and Shan Tianlin carefully gathered the fox fur robe around him, wrapping Su Nuoqi entirely within. A pang of bitterness surged through Su Nuoqi's heart, her nose tingling as her large, dark, grape-like eyes gradually moistened. What kind of man are you, Shan Tianlin? In such a dire moment you can still be so calm, domineering, and attentive. A series of whistling sounds came from the side once more. Su Nuoqi took a deep breath. Since teleportation was unavailable, she had to find another way. She opened the system store and asked, how much is a Zhuge repeating crossbow? The system replied, your current level does not meet the requirement. Purchasing a weapon beyond your level will deduct upgrade points at double the price. Do you wish to proceed? Su Nuoqi urged, my life is on the line, why bother with points? How much is it? The system answered, the 6-shot crossbow costs 36 taels and deducts 200 points. The 9-shot crossbow costs 56 taels and deducts 500 points. You currently have 501 points. Which would you like to purchase? Before Su Nuoqi could respond, the system made the choice. 500 points and 56 taels of silver successfully deducted. You have purchased 1 Zhuge repeating crossbow with 36 arrows gifted. At the same time, the mission to purchase 1,000 taels of grain and fodder has entered a countdown of 24 hours. If the mission is not completed, the remaining points and all previously earned silver will be deducted. Take care, host. With that, the system screen went black, leaving only a 48-hour countdown displayed. Damn. A torrent of unspeakable curses surged through Su Nuoqi's mind. She gripped the Zhuge crossbow and abruptly shifted her posture. She rolled over, pressing herself against Shan Tianlin's chest, wrapping her legs around his waist and climbing up his neck to pull open the fox fur robe. Using his shoulder as an armrest, she fired 9 arrows in rapid succession at the pursuers behind them. A series of cries of pain followed, and figures toppled from the rooftops, crashing heavily to the ground. Some didn't even manage to cry out before their throats were pierced by the crossbow's recoil, their bodies drifting away like kites, with broken strings vanishing into the vast snowy expanse. Shan Tianlin, who was sprinting with light-foot agility, adjusted his grip on Su Nuoqi's hips, a hint of admiration and satisfaction curling at the corner of his lips. Well done. Compared to those women who only know how to cry at the first sign of trouble, the girl in his arms was truly formidable. The assassins behind were thrown into disarray by Su Nuoqi's counterattack, yet one arrow still shot forward with unstoppable force, its power utterly different from the previous ones. It struck at a cunning angle, heading straight for Shan Tianlin's back. A sound of arrow-piercing flesh followed. Shan Tianlin coughed up a mouthful of blood which trickled down Su Nuoqi's neck. Shan Tianlin. Su Nuoqi cried out, her hands trembling uncontrollably as she fired another volley of crossbow bolts. This time only 2 or 3 of the enemies behind were struck, while the rest dodged. Taking advantage of the pause, Shan Tianlin gritted his teeth and veered sharply into a nearby compound where the lights were just beginning to glow. Amid the row of buildings they vanished without a trace. Damn it, chase them. If we let the Prince of Yun escape this time, we'll answer with our heads. Yes. The group resumed their frantic pursuit, but upon entering the compound they realized it was the infamous Flower Street of Tuyo Town. The area was a maze of brothels and entertainment houses. As night fell, the women dressed in their finest began their bustling nocturnal activities of welcoming guests. Where are they? The leading black-clad figure punched the wall in frustration, leaving a deep crater. He glared at the surroundings and said, the Prince of Yun is allergic to the scent of perfume on women. He won't stay long in this place. Search every single room if you have to. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary, but bring me his head. Yes. The black-clad men dispersed, splitting into groups of 3 to conduct a thorough search. In the most secluded room of the attic, Su Nuoqi bolted the door and helped Shan Tianlin onto the bed. The sight of the horrifying arrow made her gasp sharply. Even if the arrow hadn't struck a vital spot, the blood loss would have been fatal, and every arrowhead was coated with lethal poison. Su Nuoqi carefully tore open the fabric of his back and whispered, her voice trembling, "Are you immune to all poisons? So many toxins, and they don't seem to affect you at all." Shan Tianlin forced himself to stay conscious, flashing a teasing smile. "Don't you know? You possess a mysterious power that not only suppresses the cold poison within me. Just now when I was struck, that power began devouring the toxins and the latent cold poison that was threatening to resurface." As he spoke, Shan Tianlin's consciousness began to blur, and he didn't notice Su Nuoqi quickly injecting him with an anesthetic. Once Shan Tianlin was completely unconscious, Su Nuoqi donned a mask and drew all the curtains to block out the flashlight's beam. She deftly cut away the fabric near his wound, disinfected, made incisions, and stopped the bleeding. With practiced skill, she separated the arrowhead lodged near his heart from the artery, extracting the most lethal bolt with minimal damage. Phew. Su Nuoqi let out a long breath, removing the next arrowhead while muttering, "I must have owed you in my past life. I spent all my silver to buy this set of surgical instruments and medicine from the system beyond my level. Am now 300 points in debt to the system, and those points will accumulate interest. Do you realize that in 47 hours, if I fail to complete the system mission, I'll owe another 1,000 taels and 2,000 points, and my body will be forced into a state of weakness and lethargy for 24 hours. Where am I supposed to get over 1,000 taels in such a short time? Woo, you've really doomed me." Despite her complaints, Su Nuoqi's hands never stopped, puncturing, extracting arrows, suturing, without a moment's hesitation. Bam, bam, bam. Downstairs, door after door was kicked open by the black-clad men. Inside, people were either drinking or engaged in fierce combat. "Where are they?" The leading black-clad man's face was grim, a large blade dripping with blood in his hand. The bodies of several brothel guards lay scattered on the floor. The music ceased, and the sounds of clinking glasses and revelry fell silent. Both the men seeking pleasure and the women welcoming guests stood frozen against the walls, trembling in fear. The black-clad men returned to their leader one by one. "Boss, 103 rooms in the west courtyard, no trace. 72 rooms in the east wing, nothing. South courtyard, not found." When the last group reported the search was fruitless, the leader was enraged. An invisible aura of energy surrounded him. Suddenly he struck out with a palm. A powerful gust of wind swept up everything in its path, tables, chairs, bottles, and glasses, forming a tornado that slammed into a wall, leaving a massive crater. A thunderous roar shattered the eardrums of everyone present, followed by a cloud of dust and debris. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. Everyone in the hall covered their mouths, coughing. As the dust settled, the leader grabbed the madam by her collar, pressing an ice-cold dagger against her throat. He asked in a sinister tone, "Apart from the places we've already searched, are there any other rooms here?" Everyone was silent, trembling with fear. Many glanced at the deep pit over Tinzhong wide, then shrank further into the corners where there was no. The madam trembled uncontrollably, a dark stain spreading on her skirt. She shook her head, repeatedly stuttering, "No more rooms. Please don't kill me." Just as she finished speaking, the leader raised his blade. When the cold steel was a mere hair's breadth from her throat, she suddenly cried out, There is a loft. It's where our master rests, hidden behind a secret door at the very top." The leader lowered his blade, his face grim. "Take us there. If we don't find the person, I'll make sure you die 1,000 deaths." The madam's limbs went limp, and she couldn't muster the strength to climb to the loft. 2 men in black grabbed her arms and dragged her along. In a few moments they reached the secret door she had mentioned. With a thunderous crash, the room's doors shattered into pieces. Inside there were no windows, and utter darkness prevailed. "Light the lamps." At the leader's command, rows of oil lamps on the walls were lit, revealing the entire room. The bed was in disarray, with dark red bloodstains from poisoning everywhere. Extracted arrows lay scattered on the floor. There were also bloodstained silk fabrics and shredded mink fur, but not a single person in sight. "Search. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to, but find them." The leader, clearly out of patience, split the madam in two with a single stroke of his blade. Downstairs in a corner room 5 doors away from the loft, a pale-faced Su Nuoqi, she sat beside the soft couch where Shan Tianlin lay. She was drenched in cold sweat despite the winter, her head splitting with pain. She never imagined that teleporting across several towns by herself would only cause slight dizziness that would pass with rest. But carrying Shan Tianlin after just 2 teleports from upstairs to downstairs nearly drained her spiritual energy and made her a fool. Su Nuoqi, she was a skilled surgeon in her past life. She had already removed all the arrowheads from Shan Tianlin's back, cleaned and sutured the wounds, and wrapped them in white gauze. Due to time and location constraints, Su Nuoqi, she couldn't administer 4 fluids. She could only give him 2 anti-inflammatory injections. Now the problem was that while she could handle surgery, detoxification was beyond her expertise. Due to time and location constraints, Su Nuoqi, she couldn't administer 4 fluids. She could only give him 2 anti-inflammatory injections. Now the problem was that while she could handle surgery, detoxification was without teleportation. He had escaped from 1,000 assassins weaving through a storm of arrows and had only been struck by 3. Luckily, he wasn't her enemy at the moment, or she wouldn't have known how she died. Suddenly Su Nuoqi, she remembered what Shan Tianlin said before he passed out, that a mysterious force could devour poison. Su Nuoqi, she moved closer to the bed and placed her hand on Shan Tianlin's arm, attempting to use the mysterious force within her to detoxify him. But the moment her hand touched him, a red thread uncontrollably surged into his body, frantically devouring all the toxins. It felt like a starving person encountering a lavish feast. With each bit of poison the thread consumed Su Nuoqi, she felt her spiritual energy grow stronger. The transition from a tearing dizziness to ultimate relief took only a few minutes. Wow, this mysterious force was incredibly powerful. What an eye-opener. It was getting late and the town of Tuyao was under curfew. She wondered if Uncle Dahu and the others had found a place to stay or return to the village. She hoped they weren't foolishly waiting by the city gate for her. Soon a commotion arose outside the room, and before Su Nuoqi, she could use her teleportation again. With a loud bang, the door burst open. Gufei's tall, imposing figure appeared in an instant, bellowing, "How dare you attack our young master? Prepare to die." His long sword thrust towards Su Nuoqi's throat, and the immense pressure made it hard for her to breathe. She couldn't resist, and just closed her eyes, thinking, this is truly the end for me. However, the anticipated pain never came. The pressure on her gradually weakened until it disappeared completely. Su Nuoqi, she cautiously opened her eyes a sliver, then widened them in shock. A large, well-defined hand was tightly gripping Gufei's sword tip, stopping its advance. "Young master, you're all right." Gufei was overjoyed. Shan Tianlin let go, looking weak, and said, "Don't hurt her. She saved me." Gufei's expression changed, and he immediately sheathed his sword. He knelt on one knee with an apologetic look, cupping his fists and saying, "Thank you for saving my master's life. I was rude just now. Please forgive me. If there is ever anything I can do for you, I will gladly give my all, even if it means laying down my life." What an honorable man. Su Nuoqi's opinion of him rose significantly. She gestured for him to rise and said, "You are too kind, warrior. No blame for the ignorant. You were just being loyal. Please get up." Inside the Prince Yun's villa in Jioga Pavilion, Tiaotown, Su Nuoqi, she stored the 1,300 taels of silver notes she had borrowed from Gufei into her storage space. With a thought, she left her temporary residence, Mayuxian. With a few quick flashes, Su Nuoqi, she arrived at the spot she had agreed upon with Guan Dahu. Oh my. Su Nuoqi, she was ecstatic. After absorbing the poison, her control over her spiritual energy and physical coordination had greatly improved. In the past, such high-intensity teleportation would have left her breathless, needing a long rest to recover. After searching around, Guan Dahu and the others were not near the city gate. Su Nuoqi, she avoided the patrolling guards, and with a thought teleported into the escort agency. Sure enough, Guan Dahu and the others were temporarily staying at the escort agency, hosted warmly by Chief Escort Song. However, Guan Dahu and Guan Zixin looked visibly anxious. Su Nuoqi, she teleported back outside and knocked on the side door of the agency. Guan Dahu rushed to the door like an arrow, quickly unbolted it, and opened a crack. Upon seeing Su Nuoqi, he let out a long sigh of relief and said, "Lixin, where did you go? You left a whole cart of supplies, but were nowhere to be found. You've worried your uncle to death." Su Nuoqi, she slipped in through the door crack and said, "I ran into an acquaintance and had some minor trouble. He'll explain in detail another day." Chief Escort Song greeted Su Nuoqi. She warmly and cheerfully arranged the best single room for her. It was late, and everyone retired for the night. Even though Guan Dahu and the others had many questions, they knew the escort agency wasn't the right place to talk. Entering her room and locking the door, Su Nuoqi, she took out the clothes she wore the previous night, put on the voice changer, and after several teleports arrived at the room of Manager Zhou in Changshan County. Half an hour later, a crisp clatter rang out. Steward Zhou, who had been sipping tea, trembled and dropped his teacup, shattering it. He looked up at Su Nuoqi, she who had appeared out of thin air, swallowed hard, and fell to his knees with a thud. Stammering, he said, Master, everything you asked me to do is done. There's a manor for sale on the west side of the city, currently vacant. The manor's owner was murdered a month ago. The authorities have repossessed it and are selling it. It meets all your requirements. Would you like to take a look? That one will do." Su Nuoqi, she glanced at the brochure and simple map provided by Steward Zhou and nodded in agreement. The manor's location was indeed excellent, with convenient transportation. Most importantly, since it was under the government's name, after the secret grain sale, the authorities would find it awkward to investigate who had pulled the strings. Perhaps this transaction could even be done with the yamen. Steward Zhou nervously glanced at Su Nuoqi, his heart filled with unease, but he dared not speak. Su Nuoqi understood his thoughts immediately, and said, "You only need to provide me with the address. Leave the rest to me. Besides you and me, no one will know I was here. The authorities want traceability." Steward Zhou let out a long sigh of relief and tentatively asked, "Hey, the antidote? Don't worry about the antidote. They'll give it to you tomorrow once the deed is done." With that, before Steward Zhou could react, Su Nuoqi had vanished. Early the next morning, as the brokerages opened for business, a note reading, "Grain for sale," was found on the desk of every brokerage in Changshan County. It read, "The Millstone Ghost has for sale 5 caddies of polished rice, 1 caddies of brown rice, 1 caddies of coarse grains, 200 caddies of fine salt, and over 100 caddies of rapeseed oil. Interested buyers should prepare 9715 taels of silver and come to the manor on the western outskirts at dusk to exchange money for goods." The news caused a stir, and the officials of Changshan County, prominent grain merchants from the vicinity, and the major powers of Tiao town all moved swiftly upon hearing it. At the same moment Su Nuoqi left the Prince Yun's Juku retreat, Shanxi galloped at full speed to the Guan family village. He discreetly knocked on Dr. He's door and quietly took away the physician and his grandson. Inside Prince Yun's chamber, after Dr. He had re-bandaged the wound on Shan Tianlin, he exclaimed in amazement, "The wound on your highness was treated exceptionally well. In my decades of practice, I have never seen a wound stitched so neatly like sewing clothes. The person who detoxified you is not only a master of external injuries, but also a genius at neutralizing poisons. An ordinary person would have no chance of survival after being poisoned with Qiqiao Zhuihun San, but the poison in your highness has been mostly neutralized. The tiny residue left can be completely cleared with the prescription I just wrote after a few days of recuperation. This person's medical skills are likely superior to mine. A true master indeed. That's not all," He Xiao said, handing the damp towel back to Dr. This person is remarkable. The cloth used to bandage his highness is unlike anything we've ever seen. In terms of both material and breathability, it's of the highest quality for wounds. Not just in Tianxi, but even in Ningguo or Yinghua, it would be hard to find such excellent cloth. If this could be used in our Tianxi army, it would greatly reduce the rate of wound infection and decrease casualties. Do you know who treated your highness? Could you introduce us?" Shan Tianlin hid the pride he felt for Su Nuoqi and said seriously, "This person's identity is a mystery. When the time is right you will meet. Shanxi escort Dr. He and his Dr. He hid his disappointment, and bidding farewell to Prince Yun with He Xiao, they were escorted by Shanxi, quietly returning to the Guan family village without alerting anyone. Meanwhile, Su Nuoqi, having finished her business, teleported into the Moyu pavilion of Prince Yun's retreat at dawn. After washing up and greeting Gufeihu, she left through the side gate. Finding a secluded corner, she teleported back to her room at the escort agency, the timing seamless. If Prince Yun hadn't coordinated their stories with Guan Dahu and the others, no one would ever have known that Su Nuoqi had crossed all of Tuyao Town and made a round trip to Changshan County in a single night. This series of actions by Su Nuoqi had really put Gufeihu in a tough spot. When Shan Tianlin woke up and learned that Su Nuoqi had left without even visiting him, he was quite upset. Not borrowing money from him, but openly asking his subordinate was already a blow to his pride. Now this ungrateful girl had left his retreat without even saying goodbye to him, the master of the house. She was certainly bold. How many people in the world dared to be so presumptuous with him, the ghost-faced Rakshasa? Yet no matter what Su Nuoqi did, Shan Tianlin just couldn't stay angry with her. Unable to vent his inexplicable frustration on the girl, he directed it at Gufeihu, who had so tactlessly lent her the money. For the next period of time, Shan Tianlin found fault with everything Gufeihu did, making life difficult for him in every way possible. Meanwhile, every faction in Yulin Prefecture was stirred into a frenzy like a piece of meat dropped into a shark pool. Everyone rushed to the manor on the west side, each wanting to enter and investigate, but they were held in check by mutual suspicion and watchful waiting. As the delivery time approached, no faction had managed to enter the manor. It was at this moment that Defense Commissioner Xie arrived at a gallop. The various factions instantly deflated like punctured balloons, abandoning any thoughts of seizing the grain. Tianxi wasn't a land of plenty, and this much grain was a tempting prize everyone wanted a piece of. But alas, who dared to challenge the undisputed leader of Yulin? After all, Defense Commissioner Xie held the military power of the Yulin garrison. If he took a disliking to someone, he could simply dispatch troops to eliminate them. He could easily slap on a charge of colluding with the enemy and have the entire family executed with no one to appeal for justice. Unable to provoke him, they had no choice but to keep their distance. Still, everyone was curious whether the manor actually contained so much grain. It was said the original owner of the manor was the renowned philanthropist Guan of Changshan County. A month ago, his entire family came to this manor for the new year, but were suddenly attacked by bandits. All 100 or so family members along with the manor's stewards, servants, and tenant farmers were brutally murdered. Since then the place had become the most famous haunted house in Changshan County. People often said that supernatural events frequently occurred there surely because Guan Darren's family refused to leave their spirits lingering restlessly. Last night, all the brokerages had anonymously received the letter from the millstone ghost. Many speculated whether it was the ghosts of this very manor causing mischief. After all, Guan Darren had made his fortune in the grain trade, so it wouldn't be strange for him to have surplus grain at home. But the strange thing was after the Guan family's tragedy, the authorities investigated searching the manor and the surrounding area for hundreds of miles multiple times. The manor had been completely cleared out, even the furniture and decorations were gone, leaving it a mere empty shell. How could it possibly hold tens of thousands of caddies of grain? What was even more incredible was that given the suddenness of the incident, the county magistrate had posted yamen runners on rotating guard duty for the past month. They had seen no traces of any carts or horses entering or leaving the manor. How then could the note claiming hundreds of thousands of caddies of grain have been transported into the manor so covertly and without a trace? Could they all have fallen for this? After lying in wait here for a whole day, without a single grain of rice or millet, what was the purpose of this charade? As dusk descended amidst a flurry of wild speculation, a wooden crossbow bolt whistling with piercing force embedded itself firmly into the intricately carved rosewood gate of the manor. A close aide to Commander Xie darted forward, snatched the letter pinned by the bolt, and respectfully presented it to Commander Xie, who had hurried over upon hearing the commotion. The various factions lurking nearby craned their necks, desperately wishing they could snatch the letter from Commander Xie's hands to scrutinize it themselves. Advisor Qian sidled up, curiosity piqued. "Sir, what does the letter say?" Commander Xie tore the letter to shreds with a cold laugh. "The millstone ghost wants us to open the chests of silver and count the money." Huh. Advisor Qian chuckled as if he had just heard a delightful joke. "And what if we don't? We have 2,000 soldiers with us. Why should we fear him? So let's send a few men in to scout the place first. Don't let this be a trick leading us on for nothing. And at this time of year, who could possibly procure such a vast amount of grain, selling it at cost barely breaking even?" Commander Xie nodded. 5 squads of soldiers stepped forward, immediately tore off the seals on the gate, and filed into the manor. Before long, the first squad emerged from the estate reporting, "Sir, the manor is completely empty. There's no grain here." The second squad followed shortly after, delivering the same report of finding nothing unusual. The subsequent squads all returned with identical accounts. Commander Xie narrowed his eyes, seething. "If I find out who's behind this trickery, they'll make sure they pay dearly." Advisor Qian, leave some men to look into this. Find the prankster, and he'll have his head. "Rest assured, sir. Leave it to me." Advisor Qian immediately donned a sycophantic expression, bowing and scraping with utmost servility. Commander Xie, quite pleased with the display, nodded and waved his hand. "The rest of you follow me back." Commander Xie wheeled his horse around and rode off, his soldiers jogging closely behind, kicking up a trail of mud. Advisor Qian bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle, playing his role as the loyal lackey to the hilt. The moment Commander Xie was out of sight, Advisor Qian straightened up, waving his greasy, pudgy hand dismissively. "Brothers, it's not every day we get to visit Changshan County. This place has the most beauties around. Why would we waste our time guarding a haunted mansion? Are we fools? You heard the man. Let's go, brothers." Ha ha ha. The squad leader waved his hand, and the group followed Advisor Qian with laughter and chatter, their voices fading into the distance in no time. A few skeptical souls, believing Commander Xie was playing a diversionary game, lit torches and ventured inside in small groups. They scoured the entire estate, not finding so much as a ghostly shadow. Cursing under their breath, they emerged. "Bah, what kind of person does this? Lying to us about tens of thousands of caddies of grain for sale, and there's not a single grain to be found. It's freezing cold out here, the wind cuts to the bone." What was the point? Maybe his intentions lie elsewhere. Perhaps his goal was to lure Commander Xie away. With that, he gave his companion a knowing look. All the factions that had gathered, convinced they understood the truth of the matter, sneered as they analyzed the current state of the imperial court, then disappeared one by one into the night. Even the constables sent by the Changshan County government to guard the haunted mansion and investigate the massacre of the Guan family all left in groups of 4 or 5. They had been guarding the place for over a month without seeing a single ghost. Besides, everyone knew the bandits were responsible for the massacre. With their meager martial skills, they'd be nothing more than a snack for the outlaws. Were they just supposed to offer themselves up as a meal? The county magistrate was far too kind-hearted, wanting to investigate everything to a conclusion. Did he even consider whether he had the capability to handle such a delicate matter? Only when the area fell completely silent, confirming no one was around, did Magistrate Yu of Tiao Town cautiously emerge from behind a crooked willow tree. He scanned his surroundings repeatedly, his heart filled with doubt, and stammered tentatively, "A millstone. Oh no, G-Ghost Lord, I've brought the silver you requested. It's all here, not a coin short," and I rounded it up. The full 10,000 taels of silver are hidden in the haystack by the roadside. If I may ask, where exactly am I, this humble official, supposed to collect the grain and oil you mentioned? Silence reigned. The only sound was the occasional rustle of wine through the grass. Two constables disguised as commoners trembled their legs, shaking uncontrollably. Why, your honor, this place is so eerie, not a soul around. We've been tricked for sure. Let's go back and think of another plan. Magistrate Yu, unwilling to give up, took out his flint, and in the faint light examined the anonymous letter in his hands once more. That's right, the millstone ghost said the deal would happen right here. Tonight, after everyone leaves him, to exchange the silver for the goods. Nearly 10,000 taels of silver isn't a small sum. Who wouldn't be tempted? Let's wait a little longer. In truth, Magistrate Yu was desperate for grain, utterly desperate. With limited connections, he had come to view this transaction as his last lifeline. If he couldn't procure grain to aid the people in the western slums within 3 days, losing his official position would be the least of his worries. If his entire clan were implicated, that would be a catastrophe beyond measure. Why, your honor, listen. What's that sound from the manor? Are we really seeing ghosts? A constable with exceptionally sharp hearing shrank back towards the willow tree, straining his ears for another moment, then grabbed his companion beside him. Did you hear that? There's something moving inside the manor. Should we go in and take a look? Magistrate Yu swallowed hard. You, take 2 men and go in for a look. If anything happens, shout loudly, and he'll lead the men in to rescue you. Captain Zhao cursed inwardly. Easy for him to say. This magistrate was the most cowardly of them all. If they ran into trouble and called for help, the magistrate would be the first to flee. Could they refuse to go in? Of course not. He was their boss after all. Captain Zhao unhooked his gourd of wine from his belt, took a deep swig, and passed it to his brothers nearby. After a few mouthfuls of liquor, the constables seemed to find their courage. Gripping their blades and clubs, they cautiously stepped into the legendary haunted mansion. Magistrate Yes' heart was in his throat. The night was pitch black, the wind howling, dark clouds obscuring the moon. There wasn't even a sliver of moonlight to be seen. The remaining constables crowded forward. Sir, Captain Zhao and the others have been in there for a while now. Why isn't there any sound? Could they have run? Oh my god. Wow. Exclamations from Captain Zhao and his men erupted one after another, each one more excited than the last. Those waiting outside were bewildered. What was going on? Should they go in and check? Just as Magistrate Yu and the others were hesitating, Captain Zhao, looking as joyful as a child, came bounding out of the manor, holding a piece of paper aloft. He presented it with both hands. Why, your honor, the millstone ghost didn't deceive us. The storehouse is packed to the rafters with grain, and there's even an extra few hundred caddies of salt, as white as snow. Huh. Refined salt. Magistrate Yu stammered, his tongue tied with nervousness, barely able to utter coherent words. He hastily snatched the note, relit his fire starter, and scrutinized it repeatedly before bursting into ecstatic laughter. Ha 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 ha. Lord Grinding Demon truly honors his word. He demanded 9,715 taels of silver in ready coin, and this official has topped it up by 285 taels to make a round sum. He left us 500 jin of edible salt. Such a precious commodity. Haha. Next time Lord Grinding Demon offers goods for sale, we must race there without delay. Let us go inside and see. What does salt whiter than snow look like? At those words, Magistrate Yu led the charged torch in hand, dashing headlong into the haunted manor. Fear utterly forgotten. Heavens, is this truly salt? It would be an insult to price it at less than 2 or 3 taels per jin. No. Even at 5 or 6 taels per jin, noble households would scramble to acquire it. It surpasses the coarse salt eaten in this official's own household by manyfold. Surely, even the emperor partakes of such refined salt. Constable Zhao murmured appreciatively. Not necessarily. The humble servant dares say even His Majesty may never have tasted salt of this caliber. Magistrate Yu, stunned and uncertain, set down the salt he held and urgently commanded, "Quick! Mobilize laborers to transport the goods immediately. Ensure absolute secrecy. Complete the entire operation before dawn. Every participant tonight shall receive 2 jin of this salt as reward. This official's word is law." Understood. A chorus of excited cheers erupted from the constables and hired laborers. Salt. In Tianqi Prefecture, salt is rationed strictly per household. Wealth alone cannot guarantee access. Even when obtainable, only overpriced coarse salt is available. Nothing remotely resembling the exquisite quality found here. If kept for personal use, 2 jin could fetch over 10 taels on the black market. Many affluent families actively seek such premium salt. They lack neither status nor fortune. With that thought, all knelt in unison, bowing deeply toward an unseen direction, grateful that Lord Grinding Demon had chosen their magistrate for this transaction. Numerous parties have entered the haunted manor to investigate, yet none saw the mountainous grain stores gleaming openly in the warehouse. Is it not astonishing? Lord Grinding Demon is certainly no mortal. Mere mortals like us must approach with reverence and awe. Perched silently in a tree, Su Nuoqi's lips curved faintly upward. She slipped noiselessly to a haystack, deposited the silver into her storage space, then teleported instantly back to her room in Guanjikin village. Tonight had been exhausting. She had spent considerable effort gathering intelligence on Tuyao Town and Yulin Prefecture to pinpoint her target. To surreptitiously deliver such vast quantities into the haunted manor, undetected beneath the watchful eyes of countless martial cultivators, had drained much of her spiritual energy. A chime rang. Alert: the host purchased 1,600 taels worth of grain from the system and completed the transaction 3 hours ahead of schedule. The host's outstanding points deficit has been settled, and the bathroom within the Western-style villa space has been unlocked. As a prerequisite, the host must first resolve bodily necessities and bathe before entering. The bathroom cannot function as storage space. Only its pre-installed fixtures may remain. No additional items may be stored therein. Moreover, the bathroom is strictly prohibited as a refuge. Hosts safeguard your life above all else. Wow. Back in her Guanjikin room, Su Nuoqi leapt with unrestrained elation. Had she not feared drawing the entire family with excessive noise, she would have shouted triumphantly 3 times. Enduring hardship here was bearable, but the village's open-air latrine pit was truly unbearable. Granny Ma prized cleanliness. Thus the Guan family's waste pit lay outside the outhouse, supported by 2 thick wooden planks for footing. For villagers of this era, such a latrine ranked among the cleanest available. Yet for Su Nuoqi, who had grown accustomed to modern hygienic toilets, using this outhouse felt like torture. Within just over a month, psychological constipation had already taken root. The latrine had become her greatest psychological barrier. Now the system had resolved this monumental dilemma. She was nearly beside herself with joy. Ha 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 ha. Alert: next system mission activated. Within 3 days, locate and render maximum aid to a fallen noble lord and his retinue. Mission completion rewards: 3 low-grade bone cleansing pills, 2 mid-grade bone cleansing pills, and 2,000 advancement points. Mission failure incurs double penalties: 3 days of complete paralysis, 4,000 advancement points deducted, and 5,000 taels of earned silver forfeited. Wait, what exactly was the mission again? Euphoric Su Nuoqi heard only the failure clause. The earlier details vanished on. The system immediately entered standby mode, ignoring her entirely. Ugh, unscrupulous system. Is tormenting hosts amusing? Will your code crash if you repeat yourself? No matter how fervently Su Nuoqi called out, the system remained silent. Profoundly, persistently silent. Fine, let fate unfold as it will. We'll respond to each challenge as it arises. Setting aside all else, Su Nuoqi slipped into the bathroom, finally indulging in a thorough, blissful cleansing. Come spring, I'll discuss with Grandpa and Grandma, not only my own bathing autonomy, but the entire family's. Lice infest every head here, a contagious scourge. Personal hygiene alone is insufficient. It is time to construct 2 separate bathhouses, one for men, one for women. Ha ha ha. Guan fun. I tell you, the match I've arranged for Yuan Di is among the wealthiest families in our village. A cacophony of boisterous voices roused Su Nuoqi from deep slumber. She rubbed her eyes and rose. Last night's bath had been so soothing that she'd slept especially soundly. Stretching languidly, she entered her spatial realm to wash and groom herself casually. After applying wheat-toned protective cream, she reached for the door, when a sardonic feminine voice pierced the air. Pan Di Zhao Di, where's that wealthy young lady Uncle picked up? Did you perhaps let her die? I warned you both beforehand. Such a delicate lady is far beyond your capacity to save. Listen closely. Here's a whisper I overheard at my grandmother's in Changshan County. 2 counties away lives a benevolent magnate named Guan. His estate spans 10,000 mu of fertile land. His household employs countless maids and servants, and yet on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, bandits slaughtered his entire clan. Only his daughter vanished without trace. Some claim she was abducted, others insist she drowned herself to preserve her honor. Still others believe she escaped under the protection of loyal retainers and guards. Rumors abound. So tell me, could that plump girl Uncle rescued truly be Guan's missing daughter? Guan Dea was so excited that his voice cracked. Is that true? If Lixin is really the daughter of the benevolent Guan, should all of Guan's property be inherited by her? Oh my, we've struck it rich. Who would have thought that 3rd brother would bring us a gold nugget? Aunt. Guan Yuandi cried out in surprise, then said with a playful pout, Father, why do you walk so quietly? You startled me. The door to Su Nuoqi's room creaked open. Guan Pundi and Guan Zhaodi hurried over. Guan Zhaodi asked worriedly, Sister Lixin, is what Guan Yuandi said true? Are your family really? Guan Pundi tugged at her younger sister's sleeve and shook her head gently. Sister Lixin must be very sad. They shouldn't pry into her background. Before Su Nuoqi, she could respond. Li Guifan rushed over like an arrow from a bow, grabbed Su Nuoqi's arm, and looked her over with concern. Child, are you alright? Annie has heard already. Are you the daughter of the Guan family from Changshan County? You jumped into the river to escape the bandits and preserve your chastity, didn't you? You poor thing, why did such a well-behaved child have to suffer this? Yi Kuei-hua, standing nearby, wore a saintly expression of pity, finally finding someone worse off than herself to compare with. Her inferiority over not bearing a son faded somewhat, replaced by sympathy for Su Nuoqi. Guan Dahu stammered, Child, don't worry. Even if you've lost your family, we are your family now. From now on you live with us. As long as Uncle Dahu has food, you will never go without. From this day forward you are my daughter Guan Dahu. Anyone who dares to bully you will have to step over my dead body. Su Nuoqi was deeply moved by Guan Dahu's protection, but she knew that the name Guan Lixin was a temporary one she had chosen based on the Guan family's surname. Moreover, she clearly remembered that she had transmigrated into the body of a girl with the same name, not a girl named Guan. In other words, the benevolent Guan family of Changshan County had nothing to do with her. Should she explain? No, let everyone think that way. At least it gave her a respectable identity, so people wouldn't keep guessing where she came from. Guan Daqing stepped forward and said earnestly, Third brother, that's not right. Knowing that Lixin is the daughter of the benevolent Guan and might inherit all his property, you come running to claim her as your daughter. Are you trying to hog all the benevolent Guan's legacy? Guan De, with an expression of knowing exactly what Guan Dahu was thinking, patted his shoulder and said, Third brother, I'm not criticizing you, but having some schemes is fine. However, you shouldn't scheme against your own family, right? Lixin has been a member of our family since she arrived. If you lock her into your household, all the benefits go to your family. That's too much, don't you think? No, I didn't. Guan Da broke out in a cold sweat. He just felt sorry for this girl and had never thought of taking advantage of her. He hadn't even considered getting anything from her. Su Nuoqi observed everything. Having been in the Guan family for so long, she had a thorough understanding of everyone's thoughts and personalities. She spoke up. After I fell into the icy lake, I couldn't remember who I was or where I came from except for my name. Uncle Dahu and his family took care of me without any complaint or expectation of rewards, saving my life. Uncle Dahu and Aunt Yi may well be considered my second parents. Don't forget my household registration is still under Uncle Da's name. Grandfather has already divided the property among the 3 branches. Guan Dajiang and Guan De choked, their minds clearing as they remembered this. They looked at Guan Dahu with a mix of envy and jealousy. Su Nuoqi, she continued, I don't remember who my parents are, so I want recklessly claim the benevolent Guan's inheritance. Uncle Dajiang, Uncle De, do not mention inheriting the benevolent Guan's estate again. If the authorities investigate and find out that I am not their daughter, it would be a crime of false claim punishable by prison and flogging. The 2 men stepped back in fear. The government was not something common folks like them could meddle with. They had been careless. Old Madame Ma led Su Nuoqi. She toward the main house, glaring at her sons. Dajiang De, have you finished all your chores? If you have nothing to do, go up the mountain and gather some firewood. You're too idle. All of you disperse. Guan Yuandi, Guan Zimiao, and Guan Zian, who had just returned, stood dumbfounded as they watched their grandmother protect Su Nuoqi into the main house. They couldn't understand why, after only a little over 20 days away, their grandmother was treating an outsider better than her own grandchildren. Strangely, there was a pang of bitterness in their hearts. At the same time, in Lu Jingheng's study, Dongzi cautiously glanced at his master's expression and ventured, Young master, if Miss Guan is really the daughter of the benevolent Guan, should we lend her a hand and retrieve her property from the Changshan County magistrate? Lu Jingheng closed the confidential letter and shook his head solemnly. The benevolent Guan was a man of considerable influence with many friends and countless household guards. And what happened in the end? His entire family was wiped out, their wealth seized, and they met a miserable end without a proper burial. Miss Guan is a lone orphan, no money, no power, no influence. Even if I help her recover the property with her and those peasant Guans, she wouldn't be able to. It's better to let her stay in Guan family village and live a peaceful, joyful life. Dongzi gaped in astonishment, swallowed hard, and lowered his eyes. Still uneasy, he stole a sidelong glance at his master. Oh no, their young master had changed. Had never been so concerned about any girl before. Could it be that he had taken a fancy to Miss Guan? If the master and mistress found out, would they blame him for not keeping a close watch on the young master and break his leg? And what about the young master's fiancée? Wouldn't she turn the entire government office upside down? At Prince Yun's 9-bend retreat, Shan Shi presented the latest investigation results with both hands. Your Highness, the experts previously stationed near the Guan family were the secret guards of Magistrate Yuan. Lu Jingheng is currently investigating Miss Guan's background. From all signs and our own inquiries, it is highly likely that Miss Guan is the daughter of the benevolent Guan from Changshan County. I found a minor steward from the manor on the day of the massacre. According to his recollection, on that day their young lady jumped into the river to preserve her chastity. Many saw that just as the bandits blocked her way, she leaped without hesitation. After a few bobs, Miss Guan's figure was lost. It seems fate had not abandoned her. She drifted downstream and was rescued by Guan Dahu of Tiao Town. Shan Shi rattled off the findings and conjectures, concluding with a sigh, "Poor Miss Guan, once a young lady of wealth, now reduced to a village girl. That leather crafting technique of hers is truly exquisite. I only finished copying it today. I wonder how she managed to write it down from memory in just a few hours at the first shop that day." Shan Tianlin's ink-black eyes, like a pebble cast into a frigid pool, stirred a ripple before settling back into stillness. At last they were in unfathomable cold, and he called out curtly, 11. Huh. Shan Shi, still lost in boundless sympathy for Su Nuoqi, was caught off guard by the call and reflexively uttered a sound. He broke out in a cold sweat and immediately knelt on one knee. "Your subordinate is here." Shan Tianlin shot a glance at this fool, consoling himself, I chose this. His tone grew colder still. Cut off Lu Jinghang's sources of information. He is not to keep watching Miss Guan. Investigate the county magistrate of Changshan County and those who frequent the yamen to see if any of them are colluding with the band. Understood. Shan Shi clasped his fists in acknowledgement, then left Juku Buyuan clutching the leatherworking manual he had wept while transcribing. Shan Tianlin watched his retreating figure and said, "Feihu, your subordinate is here." Gu Feihu stepped forward and knelt on one knee. No emotion could be read in Shan Tianlin's icy eyes, but his words were, "Have Taing investigate all of the benefactor Guan's properties and assets. Within 6 months, take them all back for me without missing a single one. Her belongings must not fall into anyone else's hands. She is but a fragile woman who cannot protect them herself, so I will protect them for her." Gu Feihu looked up in astonishment, his face full of disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. As he left to carry out the order, he was still baffled. Had their prince been swapped with someone else? Since when did he change his nature and come to care about a woman? That Miss Guan did have some unique qualities, but surely not enough to warrant such effort from their prince. Baffled as he was, the orders of the Prince of Yun had to be carried out to the letter. Gu Feihu dared not be negligent, and he galloped off at full speed to personally deliver the message to Taing. In the eastern room of the main Guan residence, Li Gaifin's mother, old Madame Li, was earnestly praising the fine match she had found for her granddaughter to old Madame Ma. "I tell you, dear-in-law, Li Mingshun is one of the finest young men in our Li family village. He inherited his father Li Cheng's skill with numbers and works his abacus with remarkable proficiency. Just yesterday he was hired as an accountant by Squire Wu, earning 2 taels and 5 maces of silver a month. On top of that, there are gifts and clothing for the festivals, and when he does well, his master often gives him bonuses. All the girls in our village are dying to marry him, yet Li Mingshun has set his eye on our Yuandi. You are Yuandi's grandmother, so the final say must be yours. This is a chance not to be missed, for it won't come again." Guan Yuandi proudly raised her head and cast a sidelong glance at Su Nuoqi, a surge of pride welling up within her. So what if she was a young lady from a great household? She had still ended up in their poor remote mountain valley. Without her family's protection, Guan Lexin would find it hard to marry well. But Guan Yuandi was different. Marrying brother Mingxuan, she would enjoy a life of plenty. Though she might not have servants to command, she would surely fare better than that orphan girl with no family to rely on. Perhaps one day Guan Lexin would even have to curry favor with her. If she ever faced any trouble in her marriage, wouldn't she still have to come to the Guan family for support? With this thought, Guan Yuandi became even more smug and haughty, her chin held high as she looked down at Su Nuoqi. Su Nuoqi felt Guan Yuandi's hostile gaze, but simply shrugged nonchalantly. She was just a girl with no experience of the world. In her past life, she would have been a middle school student, just graduating. In this ancient era, she was to be married off before she had even grown up. A pitiful sight. And old man Guan frowned and took a puff from his pipe, which still had no tobacco in it. "In law, I've dealt with this man Li Cheng for most of my life. I shouldn't speak ill of him behind his back. But when it comes to my granddaughter's marriage, I feel I must say a few words. Li Cheng is a stubborn and self-opinionated man who never listens to anyone. If my granddaughter marries into their family and happens to displease this father-in-law, her days will not be easy." Old Madame Ma also shook her head. "In law, when choosing a family for our granddaughter, we must consider not only their wealth, but most importantly their character and household. Li Cheng's wife is notoriously shrewish in the village and dotes on her eldest son's wife. If our Yuandi marries into that family, she will have to contend with both her father-in-law and her mother-in-law's moods. Her life may not be a happy one. It would be better to find an honest, simple family that doesn't mistreat their daughters-in-law. As long as one is hardworking and willing, one can make a good life anywhere." Guan Yuandi pursed her lips and tugged at her mother's sleeve. Li Guifan immediately spoke up. "Mother, what are you saying? How can life be good for a poor couple? Not only are there countless troubles within the household, but without money one can't even take a single step. Our Yuandi is one of the prettiest girls for miles around. Why should she marry into some miserable family and suffer?" Old Madam Li agreed wholeheartedly. Yes, that's the logic. The Lis are from an accounting background. If this skill is passed down, they'll have food on the table for generations to come. Unlike us common folk who have neither skills, nor land, nor money. We never know where our next meal will come from, surviving on wild vegetables and tree bark, scraping by year after year. Even the prettiest girl would be worn down to half her life within a few years. Old Man Guan and Old Madam Ma were left speechless. They exchanged a glance, and Old Madam Ma said, "What the in-law says also makes sense. We have already divided the family, and the second branch has been separated by the old man. The marriages of the children should be decided by each branch for themselves. The old man and I are too old to be of much help to our children and grandchildren. We can only offer our opinions. If the second branch and you think it's good, then do as you see fit. However, the path is of your own choosing. If things don't go well in the future, you'll have to grit your teeth and endure it yourselves." Guan Day smiled and rubbed his hands together as he stepped forward. "Father, Mother, don't worry too much. I've met Li Mingxuan, and he seems like a fine young man. Let's have him come over tomorrow so you can take a look and make a judgment. Yuan is not getting any younger, and any more delay, and shall be considered an old maid. Let's settle this matter now." Guan Yuan beamed at Su Nuoqi, grinning from ear to ear. Old Man Guan and Old Madam Ma waved their hands in agreement, and thus Guan Yuan's marriage was decided. "Run! The bandits are coming! Ah! Help! Ah!" A commotion erupted outside the door, and the door to the eastern room was thrown open with force by Guandao. "Father, Mother, hurry to the mountain." Su Nuoqi pressed a hand on Old Madam Ma and Old Man Guan, who were about to gather their belongings. "Grandma, there's no time. Our lives are what matter most. Leave the rest to me." With that, she swiftly bundled up the newly made cotton quilts and bedding, shoving them into Guanda's arms. She turned to Guandahu by the door. "Uncle Dahu, take grandfather and grandmother and go first." In the ensuing chaos, Old Madam Li and Li Guifin stumbled along, supporting each other, crashing into the walls several times in their panic. Old Man Guan and Old Madam Ma were pulled along by Guan Zixin and the others, constantly looking back and calling out, "Lixin, run!" Guanjia village erupted in chaos as villagers fled desperately toward the mountains, clutching their families and belongings. Guan Dajiang hauled sacks of grain snatched from the kitchen, even grabbing 2 chickens from the coop on his way out. Lu Yonghue, Li Guifin, and the other sisters-in-law, all skilled homemakers, scrambled frantically in the kitchen amidst the pandemonium. In the blink of an eye, the Guan women had stripped the kitchen bare, not even leaving a single chopstick behind. The entire village, burdened with grain sacks, iron woks, and bedding, herded their parents, wives, and children in a frantic rush up the mountain. In the distance, hooves thundered. Bandits on horseback, brandishing an array of weapons, charged into the village, howling, "Kill them all! Rob them all! Burn them all!" Those on foot waved sabers and spears, shrieking with excitement as they ran, "Kill them all! Rob them all! Burn them all! Ha ha! Everything in the village is ours! Women, girls, here we come, ha ha!" Screams of, "Help! Save me!" erupted from the households nearest the village entrance, those too slow to escape falling victim to the marauders. The desperate cries for help echoed behind those fleeing up the mountain, spurring them on. Faster, run faster, for to slow down was to die. "Mother! Run! My child, Mother's coming to save you, he'll fight you all." Heart-wrenching screams rose from behind, but no one dared look back. They only ran with all their might, dragging their families to safety. Old Madame Zhao next door had just stepped out when she tripped over her own feet and tumbled down. Her 2 sons each grabbed an arm and dragged her up the mountain, her feet barely touching the ground. The mountain was fraught with danger. Unfamiliar with the terrain and trails, the bandits wouldn't risk their lives to give chase. Only by quickly disappearing into the woods could they find a moment's respite. Su Nuoqi intercepted the old miracle doctor and his grandson, who were hastily gathering herbs. "He shall get your grandfather to safety. They'll hide the supplies here. Your lives are what matter most." He shall cast a worried glance at Su Nuoqi, but was compelled by her calm, resolute gaze. He hoisted his grandfather onto his back and said, "If you can't hide it, let it go. Herbs are just possessions. If they're lost, I can gather more later. Hurry and catch up." With that, he shall, carrying the old doctor, dashed ahead with swift, practiced strides, catching up to Old Man Guan and Old Madam Ma. So he does have martial arts skills, Su Nuoqi. She thought, a faint smile curving her lips as she slipped into the woodshed. With a wave of her small hand, everything in the shed, including the firewood, vanished into her space. Then, following the same pattern, she scoured the other rooms meticulously, leaving not even a table leg for the bandits. Finally, Su Nuoqi slung the doctor's medicine box and a small satchel of herbs over her shoulder. With a thought, she appeared behind the fleeing. She quickened her pace and reached out to support the panting Old Madam Ma. "Grandmother, grandfather, don't worry. I've hidden everything from the house." As she ran, she called out to the old doctor on He Xiao's back. "Doctor," he rest assured. "Yours and He Xiao's belongings, along with the herbs, are all safe. I brought your medical kit and some common medicines in case we need them on the mountain." The old doctor was moved to tears. Good child, good child. Those are all worldly possessions. The most important thing in a crisis is to protect your own life. Thank you, child. Guan Dahu thrust his belongings into his wife's and daughter's hands. You all go on ahead. Go get some men and set up traps. We can't let those bandits catch up. Su Nuoqi with her keen hearing caught Guan Dahu's words. She handed her own bundle to Guan Zixin. I'm going to help Uncle Dahu. Take care of grandfather and grandmother. Hey. Guan Zixin started to say setting traps is men's work, what can a girl do? But before the words left his mouth, Su Nuoqi's figure had already been swallowed by the crowd. Uncle Dahu, this is how you set the trap. Su Nuoqi suddenly appeared beside Guan Dahu and Guan Daya, startling them so much they nearly slipped and tumbled down the mountain. Guan Da's face darkened. Lixin, what are you doing here? Get up the mountain now, we've got this under control. Su Nuoqi shook her head and using her sleeve as cover produced paper and a charcoal stick from the system's marketplace. With a few swift strokes, she sketched the trap's basic structure, principle, and placement, explaining it all clearly. Guan Daya slapped his thigh in admiration. Dahu Lexin's trap design is simpler and more efficient than our usual hunting traps. Let's use this one. Guan Arya pulled a sickle from his waist, starting to cut suitable branches and vines. If we set up the traps Lixin drew, they could even catch big game. Those bandits won't know what hit them if they come up the mountain. But we need to warn the villagers so none of our own people wander into them by mistake. The men setting traps with Guan Dahu nodded in agreement. The group of over 20 quickly divided their tasks and set to work cutting trees, and Guanjia village boasted a unique geographical advantage. Behind it lay an endless expanse of primeval forest. Halfway up the mountain was a massive cave, and the fleeing villagers intimately familiar with the terrain made a beeline for it. But despite its size, the cave couldn't accommodate the crush of over 800 people from 50-plus households. In these ancient times, families didn't split, as long as the elders lived, brothers, sisters, uncles, and all their kin remained under one roof. Even when living separately, there were always minor squabbles. Now crammed together in one cave, the conflicts multiplied exponentially. You stepped on my foot. Your family's taking up our space. Our family's all old folks and kids, can you make some room? There's no place to sleep. Why are you taking our things? Give my child a place to sit. Why are you so domineering, taking up all the space? The Guan family living at the foot of the mountain were among the first to enter the cave. He Xiao, seasoned by many escapes, immediately led the Guan family to secure a strategic position, one that offered both easy defense and a quick retreat, and it was surprising. The other villagers all relied on weaving small baskets to trade for salt from the Guan family, so no one dared to offend them. Thus no one contested their claim to that spot. Once settled, He Xiao, heedless of the dirty ground, plopped down onto a thick pile of straw, greedily gulping down the fresh mountain air to cleanse his lungs. The frantic dash while carrying his grandfather had taken its toll even on someone with his martial arts foundation. Amidst the quarreling over space, someone suddenly collapsed to the ground, wailing in despair. This morning we were greeting each other, and now they're gone, just gone. Whoa, dozens of people from our village are dead. We couldn't even bring many of our belongings up the mountain. How are we supposed to live from now on? Life has become unbearable. The landlord raised the rent again this year, and now we're beset by bandits. We didn't even bring our pots and pans when we fled. What are we to do? Woe is us. As the crowd huddled together, one person's weeping ignited a chain reaction, and soon everyone was wailing in despair. The crescendo of sobs echoed and magnified, plunging the already heartbroken crowd into deeper desolation. After struggling to regain his composure, He Xiao glanced around and urgently asked, where is Miss Guan? Wasn't she with us just a moment ago? Guan Zixin placed the medicine chest and herbs at the feet of Divine Dr. He and replied, she went with Uncle Dahu and the others to set up traps. The crowd was speechless. It was hard to imagine a young lady, especially Su Nuoqi, who came from a wealthy family, engaging in such a task. Guan Yuandi caught her breath and said, third uncle is setting traps. What business does a girl have meddling in it? She'd better not be a hindrance. Guan Zimiao stood up for his elder sister, a pampered young lady from a noble household, waited on hand and foot. What does she know? She'll probably ruin third uncle's traps and let the bandits up the mountain to wreak havoc on us. Li Guifan spoke with a sarcastic edge. Who knows if the bandits down the mountain were lured here by Lixin? Wasn't her family ransacked by them? Perhaps the bandits want to eliminate all traces and traced it back to Lixin, and now they've come to finish the job. The cave fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone turned to stare at Li Guifan, their eyes asking what she meant. Li Guifan swallowed hard, took a step back, and blustered, the girl our family rescued from the river is the daughter of the charitable Guan of Changshan County. A month ago their family was raided by bandits, so I'm just guessing that the bandits in our village are after her. Old woman Zhao suddenly stepped forward. Oh, I see. Our village was perfectly fine, and suddenly bandits appear. So it's all because of you, Sister Ma's family, that we're in this mess. We have no quarrel with the bandits. If we hand over Guan Lixin, they'll achieve their goal and leave us alone. Isn't that right, fellow villagers? A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. The bewildered villagers desperately needed an outlet for their anger. Those who had wailed the loudest, having lost loved ones, shouted with agitation, "She's a curse, a blight on our village. Hand her over, and we'll be safe." Boo-hoo. Yes, give them Guan Lixin. She's not from our village. We took her in out of kindness, and now she's brought this disaster upon us. Beat her to death. Beat her to death. Beat her to death. Village head Guan, exhausted and gasping for air after entering the cave, pounded his chest trying to stop the crowd, but unable to utter a word. He waved his arms frantically, but it was futile. Guan Dahu and the others who had just arrived near the cave exchanged bewildered glances. "Guan Dia," said Dahu, "tell Lixin to hide somewhere for now. Let the villagers calm down, then you can explain." Guan Arya added, "Yes, let Lixin lie low. We'll go inside and see what happened." Why are the villagers so riled up wanting to beat her to death? The 20-plus men who had been setting traps were equally puzzled. Without Lixin's traps, the bandits would have caught up by now, and the villagers would have no safety at all. Ever since Su Nuoqi had taken the mysterious elixir and the marrow-cleansing pill, her hearing had become exceptionally sharp. She caught fragments of the conversation and could tell with her pinky toe that someone was stirring up trouble. Hiding was not the solution. Su Nuoqi had never been one to run from a problem. She strode into the cave and declared loudly, "My fellow villagers, there are only about 100 bandits in the village. Instead of thinking how to resist them, you want to use me, a weak woman, to blunt their blades. Do you really believe that throwing me out will make the bandits achieve their goal and retreat? Who told you they came for me? To put it bluntly, I am just a girl with no strength to truss a chicken. How much of a threat could I possibly be to them?" The cave gradually quieted. Everyone turned to look at the girl silhouetted against the light at the entrance. The stark contrast between the interior gloom and the exterior brightness gilded Su Nuoqi's figure in a golden aura. The crowd saw a deity clad in coarse linen yet untouched by worldly splendor advancing toward them step by step. Su Nuoqi swept her gaze across the assembly, her eyes lingering on Li Guifan and her daughter. The icy glint in her eyes made the two involuntarily retreat a couple of steps. Su Nuoqi looked away and said, "Fellow villagers, just now the bandits followed our tracks and were closing in. Uncle Dahu along with the 20-plus uncles and brothers behind me disregarded their own safety and stepped forward to set up trap after trap. The bandits charged 5 times, but were held back by the traps, sustaining over a dozen casualties. The villagers were dumbfounded. They looked in disbelief at the men behind Su Nuoqi, their eyes asking if it was true. Guan Fugue bared his yellowed teeth, stepped forward, and began to speak, with spittle flying, taking on the role of a storyteller. "Haha. Fellow villagers, you have no idea. The traps Miss Lixin taught us are simply brilliant. When the bandits came, I cut the vine with my sickle, and the simple wooden arrows we made flew straight at them, whizzing and thudding like they had eyes. Then we watched as the bandits, clutching their wounds, howled in pain and retreated. Every year many bandits come to our village, but this is the first time we've driven back hundreds without a single one of us getting hurt." "Huh. Yes. Let me tell you," another man chimed in. "Dahu led us to set traps. At first we were going to make the usual hunting kind, but then Miss Lixin came and taught us a whole new mechanism. It was like the traps had souls, they came alive instantly. The 20 of us each guarded a choke point. No matter which direction the bandits attacked from, they were hit with heavy losses. In all my life, I've never heard a bandit before. This is the first time. Huh. What a thrill. What a thrill." As the man recounted, the trap setters became animated, each sharing their glorious victories. The cave dwellers listened stunned. Someone started clapping. "Good, well done. Kill those bastards who plague our village every year." "Yes, kill them. Avenge my mother." "Boo-hoo." Not far from Guan family village, Li family village, Wang family village, and others had all suffered varying degrees of bandit raids. Yet they were not as fortunate as Guan family village. With just a few dozen bandits chasing the villagers up the mountain, they had killed and plundered ruthlessly. Most of the villagers were killed or injured, while the bandits suffered no casualties. They returned smugly to the village, ransacked everything, and seized many young women for their pleasure. Of this the people of Guan family village were unaware. Some were still mired in endless fear. "Oh Dahu, you've stirred up a hornet's nest. Bandits are no pushovers. You were lucky to drive them back just now, but once they catch their breath and attack again, it won't be so easy." "That's true. It's over, we're doomed. What are we going to do? Guan Lixin, you've ruined us." Zhao Puzi suddenly slapped her thigh and wailed at the top of her lungs. "It's over, my cow, it's going to die. That cow is my life." Without warning, Zhao Puzi sprang to her feet and charged madly at old lady Ma. "It's all your fault, Ma. You brought that jinx into our home, and now the whole village has to hide in this cave. If my cow dies, I'll take your life to repay it." Guan Dajiang and Guan De instinctively retreated a few steps, shrinking behind Old Man Guan. Their movement left Old Man Guan and Old Lady Ma exposed. Guan Dahu rushed towards Old Lady Ma with lightning speed, but he was too far away to stop the impending confrontation. A sharp crack echoed through the cave. Zhao Puzi spat out a mouthful of blood, then crashed to the ground with a thud, tears streaming down her face as she spat out a tooth, too stunned to even cry. No one saw Su Nuoqi move. In the blink of an eye, she was standing in front of Old Lady Ma at the cave entrance, having just delivered a resounding slap to Zhao Puzi's face. Your cow, eh? Is that really your cow? Without my grandfather's hard work keeping accounts and my grandmother's endless laundry, could the Guan family have ever afforded a cow? Don't think that just because you hold the position of third sister-in-law you can boss taking my grandfather's cow. That was my grandmother being generous and not quibbling with you. It doesn't mean our seventh branch has no backbone and will tolerate your nonsense every single time. The cave fell into an eerie silence. Over 800 people watched Zhao Puzi get slapped, and it felt incredibly satisfying. Guan Aria's wife, holding Yaya in her arms, lowered her head and bit her lip to stifle a laugh, almost bursting with joy. That stepmother of hers, relying on her father-in-law's authority, acted so high and mighty, causing trouble day and night. She deserved to be put in her place. Still, it was a pity about the cow, truly a shame. Su Nuoqi stepped forward, her expression turning colder. Third grandma, you're upset because your family didn't bring the cow out. Well, our family has 2 mules we left behind. Aren't we upset? The bandits have raided our village every year, burning and looting. In all those years, Guan Lixin never set foot in Guanzhou village. So was it me who attracted the bandits? Zhao Puzi choked on her words, covering her face, unable to find a rebuttal. Su Nuoqi looked up at the crowd and said, you all know better than I do what happened in previous years when the bandits came. Do you really think that if you offer them a girl they'll be satisfied and leave and never come back? No, they won't. Gao Tietue, Guan Damia's husband, stepped forward, his eyes red with anger. The bandits are insatiable. Taking our things only fuels their greed, making them want even more. 3 years ago they stormed into our home and took 2 tiger skins and a python skin. But they didn't retreat after getting those. Instead, they forced my father to hand over even more. The horror of that year is still vivid in my mind. My parents died so miserably. The bandits' greed knows no bounds. We can't just wait here to die. Fellow villagers, let's charge down the mountain, kill them all, and avenge our fallen loved ones. Gao Tietue was extremely agitated, itching to rush down and annihilate them. The villagers murmured amongst themselves, all of them survivors of the bandits' annual raids. At Gao Taichue's words, everyone recalled the tragic fate of Old Man Gao, and they bowed their heads silently, wiping away their tears. The atmosphere in the cave grew increasingly gloomy. Someone sobbed softly, kill the bandits. Easier said than done. We all want to, but they are skilled in martial arts and strong. How can we mere farmers compare to them? If we charge down there, we'd be lucky to come back alive, let alone kill any bandits. Many nodded in agreement. Gao Taitu buried his head in his hands and squatted on the ground, his expression one of utter torment. Father of my children, please don't be like this. Guan Damii rushed forward and wrapped her arms around Gao Taiata's head, sobbing loud. Gao Taiata's 2 sons clung to their parents' sides, their eyes filled with fear and despair for the future, tears silently streaming down their faces. Old Man Guan and Old Lady Ma finally snapped out of their shock and stepped forward, intending to comfort their daughter and son-in-law. Suddenly, from the deepest part of the cave, Lu Juhua let out a heart-wrenching wail as she collapsed to the ground. Ah, I can't go on. Erden, how could you grab the wrong sack? You carried a bag of quicklime up the mountain. How is your little brother supposed to survive? Lu Juhua wailed and slapped herself repeatedly. A 10-year-old girl kneeling and holding a baby in her arms sobbed. Mother, stop hitting yourself. He'll give my blood to my little brother. I won't let him starve. My child. Lu Juhua clutched the little girl, radiating pure despair. Another 10-year-old boy wiped his tears and vowed, Mother, don't cry. It's my fault. He'll go down the mountain right now and bring the grain sack back. With that, the boy didn't wait for Lu Juhua's reaction. He suddenly got up and ran towards the cave entrance. Lu Juhua reached out to grab him, screaming, Guan Ergu, come back. Don't go. Ergu. Her voice cracked, her throat bleeding, but she couldn't stop the boy from running out. Su Nuoqi lunged forward and grabbed the boy by the collar. Look at your mother. If you go down there and get yourself killed, will that make her feel better? The boy struggled and screamed, Let me go. Let me go. The bandits killed my father. My mother has no milk. I can't let my little brother starve. Let me go. Just as he was about to bite Su Nuoqi's wrist, Guan Dahu clamped his hand on the child's jaw. Su Nuoqi shot Guan Dahu a grateful look and said, I have some rice paste here. Later we'll set a trap on the mountain and see if we can catch a nursing you. With all of us villagers here, we won't let your family be left helpless. Trust me, your little brother will survive. Perhaps it was Su Nuoqi's firm gaze that calmed the boy. He gradually stopped struggling, looked up, and asked in a muffled voice, Really? You'd really lend the rice paste to my family? Guan Dahu released his grip. Su Nuoqi smiled and nodded, appreciating that the boy had said, lend, rather than give. Su Nuoqi turned and walked to the corner where the Guan family's basket was. She rummaged through the items on top and using the basket as cover purchased 2 bags of baby rice cereal from her system space. The system was quite helpful in this regard, replacing the packaging with the local hemp cloth sacks to avoid looking out of place. Su Nuoqi handed the rice cereal to Guan Ergu. This is cooked rice flour. Just mix it with warm water, and it's ready to eat. Thank you. Thank you. Guan Ergu fell to his knees in excitement, thumping his head on the ground several times. He'll work hard and pay you back. Hey, get up, will you? It's no big deal, stop kowtowing. Su Nuoqi took a couple of steps back, genuinely uncomfortable with people bowing and scraping to her. What was that all about? Juhua led her daughter over to Su Nuoqi, and they both knelt down saying in unison, "Thank you 7th Uncle, 7th Grandpa, 7th Aunt, 7th Grandma, and Miss Lachine, Aunt Lachine for saving our lives." Damn it, I said don't kneel, and you're still at it. Su Nuoqi shrank behind Elder Guan and Old Lady Ma. She was least adept at handling such matters, and the kowtow rituals of the feudal hierarchy would take her a while to get used to. Old Lady Ma held Juhua and comforted her for a long, while finally calming her emotions. Suddenly the clanging of a bronze gong echoed from halfway up the mountain. Guan Da's face turned ashen. Not good, the bandits are coming up the mountain. Heavens! What do we do, what do we do? The bandits are coming up the mountain, we're doomed. No, I don't want to die. The villagers were in a panic, and a few were so scared they wet themselves, a foul stench rising in the cave. Village head Guan was at a loss, trying several times to step forward, but his legs gave way, and he retreated. The young women and girls secretly vowed that if the bandits came up the mountain, they would set the forest ablaze. Even if they perished in the flames, they would not let the bandits defile a single finger of theirs. Su Nuoqi looked at Juhua and said, "Quickly give me all the quicklime your family brought up the mountain." Guan Ergu, nimble as ever, shoved the sack into Su Nuoqi's hands without even asking what she needed it for. Guan Dajiang said in despair, "It's over, it's over. The bandits are numerous and the traps on the mountainside won't hold for long. We'll all die here." "No," a boy of 7 or 8 sobbed. "We must go down to give Grandpa and Grandma a proper burial. We can't let them die without a place to rest." For a moment, dissenting voices rose within the cave. Some supported going down the mountain because they had relatives who were too slow to make it up and were left behind in the village, their fate unknown. But the majority were filled with dread, so terrified of the bandits that the mere mention of the word made their legs tremble uncontrollably. Su Nuoqi addressed all the villagers in the cave. "There are only 100 or so people down there, but we have over 800 villagers here. 800 against 100. Are the bandits really that numerous? This isn't a case of us being outnumbered, it's them being outnumbered. If we fight defeat, isn't necessarily ours." The villagers were stunned into silence. No, that's not how numbers work. The bandits know martial arts, and apart from the 200 or so able-bodied young men among us, everyone else is old, weak women or children. How can we possibly fight them? Is this girl out of her mind? Su Nuoqi stepped forward and said, "Everyone, the traps on the mountainside can only hold the bandits for a short while. The situation is extremely critical. We have over 200 able-bodied young men. You often go up the mountain to hunt and gather firewood, so you know the terrain well. We have a distinct geographical advantage. The remaining old, weak women and children can chop wood, start fires, and carve wooden spikes to supply the front lines. Remember, we are an inseparable whole. As long as we stand united, we can overcome any difficulty. What are you all afraid of? Do the bandits have 3 heads and 6 arms? Aren't they just like us with a pair of ears and 2 eyes? Can they really eat us alive?" Gao Tietue suddenly stood up and shouted with a clenched fist, "Sitting here waiting for the bandits to come is death, and going down to fight them is also death. We might as well die a glorious death protecting our wives and children. Let's go down and fight." "That's right, let's fight. Let's fight." One by one, hot-blooded men stood up, their eyes bloodshot, wishing they could tear the bandits below limb. Su Nuoqi's eyes welled up with tears as she said, "Today, either the bandits die, or we do. Those with courage willing to stand with us against the bandits step forward." Guan Dahu was the first to step out, followed by Guan Zixin and Guan Zixin, who, not wanting to be outdone, stepped forward with firm resolve in their eyes. One after another, nearly 200 able-bodied laborers stepped forward unanimously, and even dozens of old men over 50, still relatively sturdy, refused to be left behind. Su Nuoqi said, "Do you remember what I told you the other day? A single chopstick is easy to break, but a bundle of chopsticks is unyielding. Now all those who are the only son in their family, those over 40, and those with leg injuries that hinder their movement, take a step back and remain in the cave. No, let us oldtimers go." A man in his 60s stepped forward and said, "The lads are still young, they have their whole lives ahead of them. We're already halfway in the grave. Going down to serve as a meat shield for the boys would be a worthy death for us." A man in his 60s stepped forward and said, "The lads are still young, they have their whole lives ahead of them. We're already halfway in the grave. Going down to serve as a meat shield for the boys." Su Nuoqi said, "If you want to help us, then follow orders. Those staying in the cave will be divided into 4 groups of 100 each under the unified command of village head Guan. Group 1 cut down trees and make rolling logs. Group 2 carve wooden arrows following this arrowhead design, as many as you can. Those skilled in carpentry form Group 3 under my grandfather's command and build simple catapults and crossbows according to the blueprints I've drawn. As she spoke, Su Nuoqi rapidly sketched out a series of simple diagrams clearly annotating the assembly steps for the weapons and handed them to Elder Guan. The last group will be made up of the women and children responsible for all our food, water, and other logistical support under the charge of my grandmother. After saying this, Su Nuoqi pushed forward a few backpacks from the Guan family and said, "In extraordinary times we must take extraordinary measures. This is our family's grain. From now on it's to be entirely distributed by the logistics group. After all, no one knows if the bandits have reinforcements or how long we'll be staying on this mountain." Having arranged for those staying behind, Su Nuoqi looked at the young men and said, "The able-bodied men going down to fight the bandits will also be divided into 4 groups from left to right. Each group will have 45 people. The person standing at the front of each group will be the captain, and the one behind the captain will be the vice-captain. The remaining 6 people will serve as messengers. They will be assigned to the 4 groups, with 1 staying by my side, and Uncle Dahu, and 1 staying in the cave solely responsible for relaying messages." With clear task divisions and arrangements, the villagers were no longer confused and quickly found their respective teams based on their positions. "Move out." Su Nuoqi waved her hand, her commanding presence rivaling that of a seasoned general. Overawed by her innate authority, the villagers instinctively chose to obey her, and not a single person questioned why they should listen to a woman. After running to the vicinity of the traps with the quicklime, Su Nuoqi made a stop gesture and said, "Uncle Dahu, take the first group and build more traps right here, and here following the same design as before." Su Nuoqi explained as she drew her simple sketches so clear and straightforward that everyone understood instantly, requiring no further. "The second group, led by your captain, will take position here. After a quarter of an hour, send your messenger to the cave. Tell the logistics team to transport the logs and boulders to your location. When you hear 3 consecutive gong sounds, immediately hurl all the boulders and logs down the mountain." The bandits who had plundered the Guan family village, seeing the villagers flee up the mountain, gave chase immediately, never expecting that in such a short time extremely formidable traps had been set halfway up the slope. Having suffered a setback at the very start, the bandit leader, nicknamed Wild Wolf, who had never endured such a great loss, felt utterly humiliated. The other bandits were far from willing to let the matter rest. After a brief reorganization and summarizing their experience, they ascended the mountain once more. Clearly having learned from their first ascent, the bandits grew much more cautious, probing and feeling their way step by step, thus avoiding many traps and mechanisms. In order to reduce casualties, or even avoid them entirely, the bandits slowed their pace considerably, lingering on the hillside for over an hour. It must be said that the bandits, hardened veterans of slaughter and plunder, were indeed seasoned warriors, aside from the initial lack of caution that had left over a dozen injured. These times the traps on the mountain only hindered their advance up the slope without inflicting any substantial harm upon anyone. Now on guard, the bandits split into 3 groups. 1 group confronted the enemy head-in, appearing to attempt various ways up the mountain, yet all were feints, deceiving those who were watching over the traps. Another group took a roundabout route, circling far around to slowly creep up from the rear flank of the mountain, now merely half an hour's journey from the cave where the villagers had taken refuge. The last group scaled the cliffs from the side front, aiming to climb directly above the cave and attack from the high ground, catching the villagers completely off guard. Truly, these bandits had crawled their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They possessed both martial prowess and strategic cunning. In contrast, the villagers were far too naive and oblivious. Even with Su Nuoqi's arrangements, many shortcomings remained. They merely followed orders mechanically, never thinking beyond what Su Nuoqi had instructed, not even sparing a moment for consideration. This created an information asymmetry. While everyone guarded against the bandits from the front and the side rear, they overlooked the group that was scaling the cliff. Su Nuoqi knew that given the disparity in martial strength, engaging the bandits head-in would be like lighting a lantern in a latrine, seeking death. Even if all 800 villagers charged down together, they would merely be offering themselves up as prey. A sharp-faced gaunt man nicknamed Xiao Si sneered. "Chief, those villagers up there are really stupid. They keep moving around to find hiding spots, but they're making so much noise. Tree shadows sway, snow falls from the branches in a loud rush, and you can spot where they're hiding at a glance. A bunch of brainless chickens. It's hilarious, ha." Wild Wolf curled his lips into a sinister smile and waved his hand, saying, "Brothers, we've been wasting too much time at Guan Family Village. The brothers from Li Family Village, Wang Family Village, and Du Family Village have all reported success and are preparing to move on to Tiao Town. We have the most men and the best equipment. We can't let other brothers outshine us." Listen to my orders, shield bearers advance, archers take the rear, and spearmen and swordsmen provide support. Form groups of 5 or 6 advance in a pincer formation up the mountain. Charge. There are young women beauties and food supplies up there. Whoever gets them first keeps them. Charge. Charge. Seize the first glory. The extremely confident bandits split into different groups with shield bearers leading the way, vying with one another to see who could go faster, surging up the mountain like ravenous ants. Su Nuoqi stood in a tree, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on the situation below. Guan Zixin's hand holding the rope to trigger the traps was sweating with tension as he whispered, "Can we pull the rope now? They're getting closer, closer, and closer. Loxian, if we don't pull now they'll walk out of the trap range, and it'll be too late." Guan Zixin's heartbeat accelerated, his voice trembling with a sob, a lump stuck in his throat, and he nearly fainted from nervousness. But Su Nuoqi remained extremely calm, saying, "Wait a little longer, not yet. If we wait any longer they'll feel their way up." Guan Zixin swallowed hard, unable to suppress the panic in his chest. The people lying in ambush around kept glancing at the trap mechanism, thinking to themselves, could that unreliable Guan Zixin be so scared he's wet himself? The bandits had already felt their way up, and were only 2 steps away from leaving the trap range. Why hadn't the mechanism been triggered yet? Should they charge out now? It's over, it's over. The bandits have already moved out of the trap range. If they aren't stopped now they'll directly ascend the mountain. Gao Tietue could no longer bear it, and in a fit of impulse wanted to rush out, but Guan Dahu grabbed his shoulder and said in a low voice, "Don't move. Guan Zixin's mechanism hasn't been triggered yet. If we go out now, we'll be walking to our deaths." Gao Tietue punched the snow-covered ground and gritted his teeth. "How long do we have to wait? The bandits have already passed the trap range. Maybe the mechanism Guan Zixin is controlling wasn't even built properly." Release. At Su Nuoqi's eyes command, Guan Zixin almost reflexively yanked the rope hard. Whiz whiz whiz. Whiz whiz. Sharpened bamboo poles and wooden sticks shot forth with overwhelming force, hurtling toward the backs of the bandit. Watch out behind. The archers, swordsmen, and others who had been hiding behind the shield bearers, unprepared for an attack from the rear, were struck in the back and fell dead on them. The quick-reacting bandits lightly tapped their feet, leaping into the air, performing several flips, and using their lightness, skill, and the bushes to evade the lethal strikes. Su Nuoqi grabbed Guan Zixin by the collar and hid behind a tree, holding her breath to minimize their presence. She hadn't expected that such a formidable trap would only injure a little over a dozen men. The bandits were indeed not to be underestimated. The villagers lay prostrate on the ground, tightly hugging spots safe from the traps, completely stunned. Good heavens, the mechanism that Loxian had them prepare was actually meant to shoot from behind the bandits. If they had lost their composure and rushed out earlier, they would have been the ones injured or dead. Thank goodness they had listened to Lu Xin's words and hadn't charged out prematurely. The crowd patted their chests in relief. Wild Wolf was enraged. "Damn it, brothers, charge up the mountain. Kill these foolish birds and avenge our brothers. Charge. Charge. Avenge the brothers." The bandits raised their sharp blades, broadswords, and spears, rushing toward the area where heads were bobbing. Rip. Clang, clang, clang. Blades pierced through clothing and struck. Wait, no, what were they stabbing? Damn it, they're all just scarecrows. Chief, we've been tricked. Retreat. Fall back quickly. Wild Wolf realized something was wrong and urgently ordered the bandits to withdraw, but it was already too late. All the scarecrows suddenly exploded, sending countless wooden splinters like a storm of pear blossoms and needles straight into the faces of the bandits. Although they failed to break bones or tendons. Why did these scurrying hedgehogs look so comical? Ha! Gao Tietue burst into wild laughter, and in his excitement, he triggered a mechanism that should not have been opened at that moment. Click, click, click. Whiz, whiz. Rows of wooden racks with sharp barbs converged from all directions, forming an inescapable net that enveloped the bandits. Wild Wolf let out a resonant shout. "Everyone heed my command. Net sword formation." Yes. The remaining uninjured bandits roared in unison, their momentum magnificent, instantly regrouping from the chaos wrought by the traps. Su Nuoqi observed the bandits, organized into groups of 9, standing in the 4 cardinal directions back-to-back with their swords held at the ready, while the last member stood guard. As the wooden barricade with spikes approached them, it was shattered into fragments by a coordinated attack from several individuals. Su Nuoqi sighed. These wooden barriers were meant to be deployed as a weapon when the bandits were exhausted. This disruption of order would greatly diminish the effectiveness of all subsequent traps and mechanisms. Seeing that the wolves and their companions were about to break free from the encirclement of traps, Su Nuoqi issued a command: activate all traps, seize the bandits' weapons nearby, and form a spirit snake formation with groups of 5. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Crash. Having just experienced a simplified version of the rain of pear blossom needles, the bandits were suddenly bombarded by mud balls, fell into pits, and tripped over obstacles. The rapid development left them bewildered. The wolves were too exhausted to ponder how the villagers from Guan family village could set up so many relentless traps in such a short time. As the day darkened, not a single villager was in sight, and the bandits were left feeling utterly despondent. Just as they were contemplating this, several groups of young strong men rushed out from all directions, picking up the shields and swords dropped by the bandits and charging forward in a frenzy. Su Nuoqi facebombed. Where was the spirit snake formation they had agreed upon? Before the battle, they had clearly stated that in groups of 5, 4 should hold shields to protect the one wielding a weapon. Using shields to clear the way, they would strike the bandits, without shields ensuring that 5 could take down one bandit, thereby minimizing injuries. With numerous wooden spikes lodged in his face, the wolf moved with surprising agility, sweeping through the ranks. 7 or 8 people, including the one with the iron head, crashed hard into a tree trunk, wincing in pain, unable to get up for a while. In a state of panic, Su Nuoqi, she peeked out from behind a tree and shouted loudly, "Spirit snake formation, Uncle Da, who set up the spirit snake formation?" The villagers, suddenly enlightened, struggled to pick up their shields and weapons surrounding one person, but the effort was still quite challenging. The battle halfway up the mountain was intense, with both sides suffering injuries, locked in a fierce stalemate. Inside a cave, Li Xiu held Yaya in her arms, pointing with her finger, her bright eyes gazing toward Li family village, saying in a childish voice, "Mom, look at that sunset over there, it's so red like fire." The women who were cooking heard this and immediately got up to investigate. Soon many villagers noticed the commotion. Everyone tiptoed to look in the direction of Li family village, and those who were good at climbing trees had already scrambled to the treetops, shouting, "Li family village and Wang family village are both on fire. It must be the bandits doing. Damn the bandits." Old Lady Li slapped her thigh, sitting down on the ground, wailing, "Oh, my child's father, my grandchildren, please don't come to harm. Otherwise, how will I live? Oh. Li Guifan embraced Old Lady Li, unable to stop choking back tears, saying, "Mom, what should we do? The bandits from Li family village, could they have come from us?" Old Lady Li paused, stopping her cries, her face full of indignation. "That's right, it's all your family's fault that Guan Lixin led the villagers down the mountain to block them. The bandits from Guan family village couldn't ascend this mountain, which is why they diverted to Li family village. It must be so. What a sin. Why lead the villagers from Guan family village to obstruct the bandits? If they hadn't come up the mountain, Li family village wouldn't have been attacked. It's all that Guan Lexin's fault. When she returns, just wait until I deal with her. Oh. The scene fell into an eerie silence as Li Guifan stopped sobbing, puzzled, and looked up. "Gay," she choked, nearly frightened to the point of wetting herself. The remaining 600 or so villagers from Guan family village were all glaring at the mother and daughter, their eyes filled with a rage that seemed ready to tear them apart. Guan Ergo gritted his teeth, saying, "Sister Lixin, a girl risked her life to come down the mountain to block the bandits for our safety. How can you repay kindness with enmity, speaking ill of Sister Lixin? Get out of our Guan family village. We do not welcome you here." "Yes, get out of Guan family village. Oh, our men have not even had a hot meal yet, fighting down below the mountain. Your Li family village is useless. You had no one to stop the bandits' invasion. What does that have to do with us? Why do you blame our Lixin, who is protected?" Guan Lizheng, leaning on a makeshift wooden cane, struck the ground hard a few times, saying, "If you want to harm Lixin, you must first ask whether the elders of our Guan family village will agree. Don't wait for her to return to the cave and be bullied by you. Let's take care of you first. Someone drive this vile person from Li family village away. You are not even from our Guan family village. Oh, why should you come here to eat and drink? Yes, drive her out. Drive her out." Li Guifan stared blankly as her mother was dragged away by the villagers, unable to utter a word for a long time. Guan Yuandi tugged at Li Guifan's collar quietly, leading her to the resting area of the second house. Guan Lizheng shot a glance at Li Guifan and addressed the gathered crowd. "My kin from the Guan family, you all have seen. Li family village and Wang family village failed to stop the bandits plundering, and now they are engulfed in flames. Not to mention whether Guan Lixin and the young men from the village could have held back the bandits. Just the fact that they allowed us to live a few more peaceful hours makes them our benefactors. Villagers, we must not forget our roots. When others have shown us kindness, we cannot repay it with enmity. No, we want Grandpa Li Zheng." Guan Ergo raised his head, his expression clear and resolute. "We will never forget everything Sister Lixin has done for us. When Ergo grows up, he will also be a person like Sister Lixin, standing tall and taking responsibility. Yes, we should all be that kind of person." The remaining villagers echoed in agreement. Guan Lizheng raised his hand to calm them down. "Continue working according to your respective duties. We need to prepare more weapons to block the bandits' men. This will increase our chances of victory and reduce casualties. Also, have you all gathered the food for the logistics team? Don't let our Lizheng know if anyone is hiding anything. Otherwise, when the bandits leave, I will definitely call a meeting and expose those selfish individuals." "We handed everything over, not leaving a single thing behind." "Yes, we handed ours over too." The villagers hurriedly expressed their solidarity, for when disaster strikes, being united is the only option left. The villagers were unaware that the battle on the hillside had reached its climax. Another group of bandits who had crept up from the flank were scattered and routed by rolling stones and massive logs. Those who survived with minor injuries returned to the wolf pack and joined the bandits in the frontal assault. The two teams led by Su Nuoqi and Guan found themselves under mounting pressure, suffering heavy casualties. Whizzing sounds suddenly filled the air as a volley of arrows rained down from above upon the men of the Guan family village. Guan's eyes narrowed as he shouted urgently, "Dodge, take cover." As he spoke, he seized a bandit by the collar, flipped over, and used the bandit as a shield to block the arrows hurtling down from the mountain. Damn it, when did the bandits climb to the top of the cave? Tai Hammer, mimicking Guan's move, grabbed another bandit to use as a human shield. Su Nuoqi rolled swiftly behind a tree and shouted everyone except those manning the giant catapults retreat into the cave, now. After half an hour of battle, the villagers of Guan family village had come to treat Su Nuoqi's voice as an order, responding reflexively, without hesitation. The wolf scanned his surroundings, trying to locate the speaker, but again failed to pinpoint the owner of the voice. Damn it, he gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he roared, "Stop them. Kill all the able-bodied men on the hillside." Bang! Suddenly, an unidentified object exploded on the wolf's face. My eyes. The wolf collapsed in agony, clutching his face and rolling on the ground. The villagers and bandits were all stunned, turning and staring at the wolf in unison. "What are you looking at? Obey orders and run." Su Nuoqi shouted in anxiety, hurling objects like grenades. Bang! Another deafening explosion erupted as an earthenware pot detonated among the bandits, splashing scalding lime water everywhere. Splatters stuck to the bandits, burning them and making them wince in pain. Su Nuoqi grabbed the villager who had been relaying orders and said, "Lead everyone back quickly. Tell everyone to enter the cave and not come out for any reason." Several arrows shot towards Su Nuoqi. She pushed the villager aside and rolled to the ground, landing beside a tree. Guan Zixin reached out, grabbed her collar, and yanked her behind the tree. Thud, thud, thud. Several arrows struck precisely where Su Nuoqi had been moments ago. Guan Zixin patted his chest and took several deep breaths before calming down slightly. Guan Zixin crawled from behind a large rock and scrambled over to Su Nuoqi, asking, "What now?" "We've used all the traps, but we've only eliminated about 30% of the bandits on the mountaintop are skilled archers, or we're no match for them. If this continues, the people inside the cave will all be wiped out." Su Nuoqi, drenched in sweat, pushed several earthenware pots toward the two men and said, "Fill these pots with quicklime, just like this one. As many as possible and hurry." Guan Zixin and Guan Zixin obeyed, without question, too exhausted to wonder where Su Nuoqi had managed to find so many pots amid such fierce fight. Clang, clang, clang. Tai Hammer, clutching his wounded shoulders, stood back to back with Guan deflecting the rain of arrows as they struggled to move behind a large tree. Guan shouted urgently, "Lashin Zixin, why aren't you running? They'll cover you. Go now." Su Nuoqi peered out and said, "The bandits have split into two groups. One is chasing the villagers toward the cave, and the other is encircling us. If we retreat, the people on the mountain will be doomed. We've fought so hard, we can't let their sacrifices be in vain. We retreat, the people on the mountain will be doomed. We've fought so hard, we can't let their sacrifices be in vain." With that, Su Nuoqi handed the quicklime-filled earthenware pot to Guan and said, "Uncle Il, go out and lure all the bandits chasing the villagers toward me. Do you see that protruding rock at the top of the mountain covered in thick snow?" Guan nodded. Before he could offer to lure the bandits himself, Su Nuoqi continued, "As soon as the bandits turn back, pour the water from your waterskin into the pot. Then plug the mouth as fast as you can and use the giant catapult tied to the tree to launch the pot into the crevice of that rock. Once you hear a loud explosion and feel the mountain shake, find a huge rock nearby to take cover behind." Without waiting for their response, Su Nuoqi slid nimbly down the snowy slope. "Hey, I know where the cellar with the huge stash of grain is. Anyone who wants the grain, follow me." Su Nuoqi cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted at the top of her lungs. That voice. The wolf, his eyes swollen and vision blurred, perked up his ears and said, "All of you listen. Come back and capture that speaking girl. She dared to ambush me. I'll ride her hard, and after I'm done, I'll give her to you. I want her to know the consequences of ambushing us and our brothers. Grab her. Ha ha. Here we come, girl." The bandits chasing the villagers turned around and charged down towards Su Nuoqi with lewd laughter. Su Nuoqi spun around and ran. The bandits, waving their weapons, chased after her in excitement, roaring all the way. "Hurry into the cave. The bandits are coming. Hurry into the cave." The busy villagers turned to see the 100 or so young men who had descended the mountain so valiantly, now covered in blood, staggering near the cave. No one knew whether the blood was theirs or the bandits'. The men kept waving and shouting, "Go back to the cave. Get in the cave. The bandits are coming." In truth, no one quite understood why returning to the cave was the right move when the bandits arrived. Shouldn't they flee into the depths of the forest? Yet everyone reflexively scrambled into the cave in panic. Even old Madame Li, who had been driven out earlier, sneaked in amid the chaos. Boom. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions thundered above their heads. Crack crack. Rumble. The snow that had accumulated atop the mountain all winter cascaded down, with overwhelming force, carrying rocks and vegetation, swallowing everything in its path. Your Highness, avalanche. Retreat. Shanxi, who had just galloped into the village entrance, urgently reined in his horse and forced it to turn. Hey, Your Highness. There's an avalanche. Come back. Shanxi pulled the half-turned horse's head, reaching out to grab the wildly charging Shan Tianlin. But in the blink of an eye, Shan Tianlin shot forward like an arrow, lightly stepped on the horse's head, and vanished into the rolling wall of snow. Su Nuoqi sprinted toward the largest rock on the mountainside, but when she glanced back, the avalanche was bearing down on her like a tidal wave. Damn it! Su Nuoqi cursed. In her haste, she tripped over a branch, lost her balance, and pitched forward. Staring at the massive tree trunk that took 3 men to encircle, her heart sank. This was it. Either buried by the avalanche or dashed against the tree to her death. Su Nuoqi gritted her teeth, straining with all her might to twist aside and evade the fatal blow. Suddenly a wave of sweet, cool air swept over her, and before she was even a meter from the great tree, she found herself falling into a solid, warm embrace. With a swift whoosh, Shan Tianlin spun Su Nuoqi around several times, circling from the front of the tree to its back. A thunderous crash, a cascade of splintering wood, and a series of sharp cracks filled the air. The heavy snow slammed against the tree with devastating force, whipping up a fierce gale that carried branches, rocks, and clumps of earth, pelting the two of them relentlessly. With a groan, the thick trunk of the tree, unable to withstand the avalanche's power, issued a warning crack before giving way. Shan Tianlin bent down, shielding Su Nuoqi tightly within his arms, and rolled with her beneath a massive boulder 2 stories high, using his tall and powerful frame to block every bit of harm. Su Nuoqi nestled in his embrace like a docile kitten, her nose stinging and her breath hitching as she choked back sobs. Instinctively, Su Nuoqi opened her arms and wrapped them tightly around Shan Tianlin's waist, pressing her small head against his chest, listening to the strong, steady beat of his heart. Even in this life-and-death moment, she felt an extraordinary sense of peace. Sensing the dependence of the woman in his arms, a tender and lingering smile unconsciously curved at the corner of Shan Tianlin's lips. Time seemed to stand still. The immense force of the avalanche pressed the 2 clinging figures even closer together. After a few minutes, everything fell silent. Shan Tianlin held on, as if cradling a priceless treasure, unwilling to let go for a long, long time. The broad embrace offered an endless sense of security, filling Su Nuoqi with profound calm. She wished they could stay wrapped together like this for a little longer, and then a little longer still. Time seemed frozen in that moment until a clueless, half-witted fool shattered the tranquility. Why, Your Highness? I mean, young master, are you alright? Shan Tianlin itched to smack Shanxi on the back of his head. What a tactless fool. Su Nuoqi gently pushed against Shan Tianlin, her face flushed, as she stepped out of his embrace, and said, "Thank you for saving me, young master. Your surname is Wang, not Shan, isn't it?" Huh? What? Shan Tianlin was still reeling from the loss of her warmth. Her sudden question caught him completely off guard. Surnamed Wang, not Shan. What on earth was she talking about? Hey, my master's surname is Shan, not Wang, Shanxi said, waving his hand, and looking at Su Nuoqi, as if she were a fool. Who told you his surname was Wang? Su Nuoqi shot the fool a withering glare, thinking to herself, didn't you just call him Prince Wang? Oh right. Su Nuoqi suddenly snapped back to reality, turning and shouting at the top of her lungs, Uncle Dao. Guan Zixin. Guan Zixin. Little uncle. Where are you all? A shadow darkened Shan Tianlin's eyes. She find the villagers of Guan family village and the bandits who came to plunder. I want them found, alive or dead. Understood. Shanxi's playful expression vanished. He thumped his chest with his right fist in a standard Tianxi kingdom military salute. Over here. We're over here. Guan Zixin waved Guan Daha's bow, calling out urgently, come quick, Sister Lixin. Little uncle is badly hurt. It's not looking good. Su Nuoqi looked toward the voice, but as she took a step, a large hand wrapped around her slender waist. The sudden loss of balance startled her, and she instinctively clung to Shan Tianlin's waist. In the blink of an eye, they were standing steadily beneath the massive rock wall beside Gao Tiechui. The guards brought by Prince Yun all gaped in disbelief. Was this the same cold, aloof prince who usually kept his distance from women? Could he have been swapped out by someone during the avalanche? Sensing their suspicious gazes, Shan Tianlin furrowed his brow and swept his eyes over the crowd, his voice low. What? Have you all found the people I ordered you to look for? The overwhelming pressure was unmistakable. This was indeed their prince, no imposter. The guards snapped to attention and immediately sprang into action. Su Nuoqi administered emergency treatment for Gao Taichua's wounds, stabilizing him for the moment. However, his broken ribs and forearm would require further care. Guan Dahu's back and arms were covered in bruises from the fight, slashed with bloody gashes from blades, branches, and jagged stones, but none were fatal. Inside the cave, after a dizzying tremor, everything settled into stillness. The entrance was buried under thick snow, plunging the cavern into darkness. After a long while, someone struck the first flint, igniting a fire starter. One by one, torches were lit, illuminating the dark cave as brightly as day. A voice whispered, "Village head, what do we do now? The entrance is blocked. We have no idea what's happening to those outside. Let's find a way out and check. My eldest son is still out there, Wu. Village head, save my father. I can't lose him, Wu." Gao Taichua's son clung to village head Guan's legs, sobbing uncontrollably. Guan Damei sat on the ground, staring blankly at the sealed entrance, consumed by a despair so profound that not a single tear would fall. Old Madame Ma held her daughter, patting her repeatedly. "Damei, snap out of it. Wake up, please. Kichue will be fine. He won't come to any. If not for anything else, you must stay strong for your two sons. Your father and I are still here with you. Wake up, please." Suddenly, muffled voices drifted in from outside the cave. "Over here. We found the cave entrance. Everyone dig quickly." This was followed by the sound of frantic shoveling through snow. "Listen, there's movement outside. Could it be the bandits survived and found us?" At that, everyone panicked and scrambled backward. Guan Damei suddenly rose to her feet, grabbed a cleaver, and stood guard at the cave's edge. Her eyes were bloodshot, wild with a crazed, man-eating intensity. Gradually, all the remaining women silently lined up behind Guan Damei, their eyes reflecting a grim resolve for death. Just as Sister Lachine had said, if they stood united, perhaps they could forge an unexpected outcome. If the bandits broke in, they as women would surely die. Rather than suffer a humiliating death, they would rather fight to preserve their honor and hope for a better rebirth in the next life. Outside the cave, as Shanxi dug, he pulled a bandit out from the snowdrift. The two stared at each other, eyes wide. While the bandit was still dazed, Shanxi shoved his head back into the snow. After a moment's thought, he wasn't satisfied. He scooped up more snow from around and buried the man deep, stomping it down firmly to pack it tight. Su Nuoqi, Guan Dao. Everyone who witnessed the scene couldn't help but wince for the bandit buried beneath the snow. Yet watching the murderous, plundering bandit get such treatment filled them with a deep sense of satisfaction. Guan Zixin, Guan Zixin, and the dozen or so villagers who had helped fend off the bandits exchanged glances, instantly understanding one another's intent. They immediately sprang into action, scouring the area for any trace of the bandits. Even a mere scrap of clothing in the snow was enough. They'd laugh with glee as they buried it and packed it down tight. As the last rays of sunset streamed into the snow-cleared cave, the villagers stood frozen, staring at Guan Zixin and a dozen other young, sturdy men as they buried the bandits beneath the snow. Heavens above! These were the honest, hard-working farmers of their village, yet they had shown such a ferocious side. Still, was it not deeply satisfying? 2 days later, Mother Guo, who had just returned from the Guan household with a fresh supply of salt, said to her husband, "Father of my child, guess what I heard on the road home." "What?" the man asked, shifting his injured body into a more comfortable position. Mother Guo carefully set the salt aside and said, "Wangjia village and Lijia village suffered terribly. I heard that combined fewer than 1,000 people survived. The county office has issued a notice merging the two villages into one, settling them at a saddle-shaped spot between the two old sites to be called Mon Village." The man sighed heavily, his voice full of emotion. "Thank goodness Miss Lachine risked her life to lure the bandits away and used the quicklime and water explosion to trigger an otherwise our village would have fared far worse than the other two." "You're absolutely right." Mother Guo tucked the quilt around her husband and said, "I heard that the bandits who came to our village were twice as many as those in Lijia village and 30 to 40 more than in Wangjia village. With our simple minds, we would have only cowered before them. And that miracle doctor, old he and his granddaughter, who treated the villagers. I heard they were rescued by Miss Guan and Dao. When I think about it now, we owe our very lives to Miss Guan's great fortune." The man nodded in full agreement. "Exactly. That's why I say Miss Lachine is a lady from a great household. She's read more books than we've eaten salt. She never panics in a crisis, always thinking 3 steps ahead, anticipating every possible danger and protecting the whole village in times of peril. I've come to see it clearly now. Whenever the village or our family faces something we don't understand, we should just listen to Miss Lachine." Yes, yes, yes. Mother Guan nodded vigorously. "Listening to her is the right call. Oh, we won't lose out." Village head Guan, looking at the consolation silver brought back from the county office, said, "Old woman, I've finally seen the truth. No matter the times, a person must read. If this village hadn't had Miss Lachine, who has studied the art of war 2 days ago, might well have been the day I was buried, and there would have been one more share of this consolation silver for me." The village head's wife shuddered at the thought. "Ah, you're right. This time Miss Lachine saved all our lives, hundreds of people." And if she hadn't known such an influential person, the authorities wouldn't have granted consolation silver to the families of the dozen or so who died. 10 taels, each a small comfort at least. Village head Guan let out a heavy sigh. Clutching the ledger and the silver, he stepped out of the house. He couldn't bear to stay inside. Distributing the consolation silver to each household would lighten his heart. After this ordeal, the villagers of Guan family village had, without realizing it, come to regard Guan Lixin as the pillar of their community. In the study of the Prince of Yun's ninefold retreat, Su Nuoqi, she leafed through the regional chronicles of Tianqi, a strange sense of familiarity washing over her. She thought to herself, I've read this book somewhere before. Where could it have been? Why can't I recall a single detail? Gu Yanjiao stood outside the study door with tea and pastries in hand, her eyes brimming with venom. Why should that village girl surnamed Guan be allowed into the study when even she, a concubine of the prince's household, was forbidden entry? Gu Feihu silently gestured for Gu Yanjiao to leave, his meaning unmistakable. None of the guards wished to shatter the tranquility within the study. Since the prince had arrived at Earth Kiln Town, his attacks of the cold poison had noticeably diminished, and it was a rare sight to see their prince take an interest in a young lady. In fact, these guards had grown up by his side and had never once seen him so much as approach a woman. How could they allow this tactless Gu Yanjiao to disturb such a moment? Inside the study, Shan Tianlin breathed in the faint, elegant sweetness emanating from Su Nuoqi, every pore of his body relaxing into pure bliss. As he bent over his desk reviewing secret dispatches, a single glance up at the serene girl reading by the bookshelf filled his chest with a profound sense of completeness. A rare ray of early spring sunlight filtered through the window lattice, casting a golden halo upon the girl's back. Absorbed in her reading, she was tranquil and untroubled, at peace with the world. Watching Su Nuoqi, like this warmed Shan Tianlin's heart. Never before had he felt such warmth, from his very soul to his body, merely by gazing at a girl. Ever since the cold poison had taken root in him, Shan Tianlin could no longer remember when his body had last felt this warm. He wished only that time would stand still, forever frozen in this beautiful. Snapping back to reality, Shan Tianlin lowered his head and realized that all the secret dispatches on his desk had been reviewed without his even noticing. Glancing at the water clock, he was astonished. He had completed the work in less than half the usual time. Shan Tianlin's eyelashes trembled slightly, a flicker of an unfamiliar emotion passing through his heart. He set down his brush, rose, and walked briskly toward the bookshelf. Suddenly Gu Yanjiao's voice rang out. My prince, I've prepared a bowl of bird's nest soup with snow fungus for you. It's still warm. Please have it while it's hot. Su Nuoqi, she set down her book and turned toward the door. Gu Yanjiao stood there smiling like a blooming flower, gentle and graceful, the very picture of a modest maiden. Su Nuoqi, she thought wryly, how could I have forgotten that Shan Tianlin has this delicate little concubine, Gu Yanjiao. Placing the volume aside, Su Nuoqi, she said, Thank you, Master Shan, for allowing me to borrow these books. It's getting late, and I've been away from home for quite a while. I'll take my leave now. After offering a graceful bow, Su Nuoqi, she nodded to Gu Yanjiao and stepped out of the study. A dull, suffocating weight pressed upon Su Nuoqi's heart. 2 days had passed, yet she could still vividly recall the tender embrace of Shan Tianlin as he had saved her from the avalanche. Suddenly, a cold, large hand seized her wrist. Shan Tianlin's voice left no room for refusal. Do you still remember what you promised me 2 days ago? Su Nuoqi, she lifted her gaze to the man before her, who seemed to have stepped straight out of a comic book, and pressed her lips together in silence. Shan Tianlin asked, You haven't already forgotten, have you? I gave you the court's secret formula bone knitting ointment to mend your uncle's broken bones. In return, you promised to be my page for 3 days, attending to my reading and writing. Only 2 days have passed. Are you going back on your word? Su Nuoqi, she was left speechless. She had indeed agreed to be Shan Tianlin's page for 3 days, but these past 2 days he hadn't asked her to serve him with brush and ink at all. Instead, he did his work and she read her books. There seemed to be an unspoken understanding between them, neither intruding on the other, yet perfectly in harmony. But now with Gu Yanjiao's appearance, that harmony seemed shattered, and Su Nuoqi, she felt with painful clarity that she was merely an outsider. Su Nuoqi, she pulled her wrist free from his grip and said, Master Shan has his beautiful concubine to attend to him. It would be most improper for a village girl like me to linger here. The noon hour has already passed, and you must be nearly done with your affairs for the day. Could I repay the remaining day and a half another time? If I stay out much longer, my grandparents, uncles, aunts, and siblings at home will begin to worry. Shan Tianlin clenched his fist. The soft warmth that had vanished from his palm seemed to hollow out a piece of his heart, leaving a trace of loss he himself had not noticed. Su Nuoqi curtsied gracefully once more, then turned and walked away with resolute determination. To Shan Tianlin, her steps were so carefree they seemed to carry away not a... Shan Tianlin gritted his teeth. They had kissed and embraced. Could she really feel no lingering attachment to him? Gu Yanjiao handed the tray to a maidservant, then approached Shan Tianlin, and leaned close to him saying, "Your Highness, you have labored all day? How about I return to your chamber and massage your tense muscles?" Every word of these remarks fell distinctly upon Su Nuoqi's ears, as she had not yet walked far. The fissure that Shan Tianlin had just opened in her heart instantly sealed shut. Su Nuoqi unconsciously quickened her steps, even breaking into a trot desperate to flee this place as soon as possible. Thus she missed the subsequent scene where Shan Tianlin furiously rebuked Gu Yinjiao and ordered her placed under house arrest. When it came to matters of the heart, Su Nuoqi had no desire to be the third party in someone else's marriage, nor did she wish to share a man with other women. Although in this land polygamy was legal and the vast majority of households practiced it, she truly could not accept it. If she must marry in the future, Su Nuoqi thought she would likely seek a man who suited her, one with whom she might share little affection but could grow old together. Su Nuoqi boarded the carriage prepared for her by the Prince of Cloud's manor in a daze. Gu Yanjiao's words lingered in Su Nuoqi's mind, and she involuntarily pictured Shan Tianlin being attended to by Gu Yinjiao languid and comfortable. The thought made her heart even more stifled. The carriage swayed gently, and Su Nuoqi's eyelids grew heavier, fluttering as they fought to stay open. Soon her mind became muddled, gradually slipping into a semi-conscious state. Suddenly the carriage hit a stone, jolting violently. Su Nuoqi snapped awake for an instant. An unusual aroma reached her nostrils, alerting her. She immediately opened the system mall and purchased 2 bottles of essential balm, applying some beneath her nostrils and on her temples. Shaking her head, Su Nuoqi cleared her mind. She took water from her spatial storage and doused the incense burner that held the sedative smoke, then gently lifted the carriage curtain. Her eyes darkened. This was not the road back to Tuyao Town, it went in the opposite direction toward Changshan County. Having used spatial teleportation to travel between the two places many times, she knew the terrain by heart. Who had sent the driver? Why were they taking her elsewhere? What did they intend? Regardless of the reason, protecting herself was paramount at this moment. Su Nuoqi exerted her while using teleportation to leave the carriage, attempting to teleport all the way back. However, she overestimated her own abilities and underestimated the strength of the sedative. Having only teleported to the hollow near Guanjia village, she was already gasping for breath, her head so heavy it felt as if it were no longer her own. The tearing pain made her wish she could rip her head off. She knew all too well how dangerous it was to be alone in this wilderness in ancient times. Yet now even lifting a single step was a luxury. As they say, misfortunes never come singly. At that moment the system notification exploded in Su Nuoqi's mind. System mission countdown has begun. In the final 2 hours, if the host fails to complete the mission, the penalty will double: 3 days of limp paralysis, deduction of 4,000 upgrade points, and deduction of 5,000 silver earned. Wait, what is the system mission? I didn't hear it clearly that day. Su Nuoqi cried out. Her head was splitting. What could she accomplish in 2 hours? And more importantly, what was the system mission? What should she do? Su Nuoqi held her head in her hands, slid down against the tree trunk by the roadside, and sat on the ground. At the 9-curve retreat of the Prince of Cloud's manor, Go Feihu rushed breathlessly into Moyu Pavilion, where Su Nuoqi had stayed, and indeed found their prince there. What brings you here in such haste? Shan Tianlin, seated on the soft couch and toying with Su Nuoqi's hair ribbon, slowly looked up, his eyes revealing no emotion. Go Feihu knelt with a thud, confessing, "Your Highness, the shadow guard assigned to escort Miss Guan back to the village was assassinated in the stable." Miss Guan. Swoosh. Shan Tianlin's figure vanished from the room, leaving behind Go Feihu, who had not finished his report. Soon all the side gates of the Prince of Cloud's manor swung open and countless shadow guards streamed out from different entrances, spreading out like a radial net centered on Tuyao Town, conducting a thorough search. Shan Tianlin personally led a squad following the carriage tracks and frantically pursuing toward Changshan County. At this moment, he was consumed by regret. He should never have let Yuxian, a woman, return alone to the village. What had been wrong with him? How had a mere tantrum from the girl made him lose all reason and basic judgment? Giddy up. Faster! Faster! The driver whipped the carriage to breakneck speed, bypassing the road to Changshan County and racing straight toward a cliff. Stop! Halt the carriage! Stop now! Behind them, Shan Tianlin and his escort of shadow guards gave chase, watching the carriage draw ever closer. Shan Tianlin's pupils contracted, his throat constricted, as if strangled, nearly losing his breath. He leaped into the air, taking several strides to land atop the carriage. "Your Highness! Be careful!" Shan Shi and the guards shouted in panic, their voices cracking as they lashed their horses again, driving them forward with desperate urgency. The horses' hindquarters were bloody and raw, yet still it felt too slow, far too slow. No! The carriage has reached the cliff's edge. A guard broke out in a cold sweat, unable to stifle a cry of alarm. The driver, clearly a well-trained man, saw the horses uncontrollably plunging toward the abyss. He rolled sideways, leaping off the speeding carriage, then bounded nimbly through the air several times before disappearing into the nearby woods. Shanxi and the others tried to seize the driver, but were too slow. Their priority now was to rescue the Prince of Cloud and Miss Guan. Shan Tianlin's figure flickered. He twisted sideways, vaulted down from the carriage roof, and kicked the side panel hard with both legs, ripping it open. Uxine, come out quickly. I am here. Before he could finish, his gaze softened slightly, a hint of admiration curling at the corner of his mouth. He released the carriage, kicked off again, and landed steadily on the cliff's edge with a few strides. The horses neighed as they plunged into the abyss. The carriage crashed against the cliff face with a thunderous roar, shattering into pieces. Shanxi didn't wait for his horse to stop. He flipped off in a single bound, dashed to the cliff's edge, and crouched down, shouting in panic, "Miss Guan." Shan Tianlin rolled his eyes in exasperation, kicked the silly man's rear, and said, "Get up. I'm standing at the edge without worry, and you still haven't realized Miss Guan is safe." A flock of crows seemed to caw over Shanxi's head. He immediately composed himself, flipped upright, brushed the dirt and dust from his robe, scanned the shadow guards who had followed, cleared his throat awkwardly, and said, "I knew it. Miss Guan is so clever, she would surely find a way to protect herself." Heh, heh. The shadow guards, seeing Shanxi covered in mud and filth, gritted their teeth and suppressed their laughter, nearly giving themselves internal injuries. Shan Tianlin turned his horse around and galloped away. He could not rest easy for a single moment without seeing Su Nuoqi. The warm spring sun gradually sank in the west, painting the sky a fiery red. Old Madame Ma, leaning against the doorframe, strained her eyes toward the village entrance. Guan Yuandi pursed her lips and said sourly, "Grandma, you've been standing here all afternoon. Guan Lixin is off enjoying the high life. She's probably forgotten all about us by now." "Nonsense." Old Madame Ma glared at her granddaughter in anger. "Lixin is the most sensible and filial child I have ever seen. She went to be a study companion to earn money for the bone-knitting ointment for your uncle. A young lady should mind her tongue. If you have that much free time, go back inside and work on your dowry." Guan Yuandi, hearing her grandmother defend, Su Nuoqi retorted, even more sourly, "Who knows if she went to be a study companion for Master Shan, or to keep him company in other ways." A sharp smack echoed. Guan Yuandi's face was red and swollen from old Madame Ma's slap, 5 distinct finger marks visible on her fair, delicate skin. Old Madame Ma retorted furiously, "Shut your stinking mouth. You're an unmarried girl, what do you know? Lixin is the most proper girl I know, and Master Shan is a true gentleman. How dare you speak of them in such a filthy and vile manner?" Guan Yuandi, holding back tears, bit her lower lip and trembled, saying nothing, but her defiance was plain for all to see. Old Madame Ma had no time for her heart wholly focused on Su Nuoqi, who had yet to return home. "Da, my heart has been pounding erratically since this afternoon. Take Zixin and Zixin to the village entrance to meet Lixin. It's this late, and she's still not back. Could something have happened?" "Yes." Guan Dahu agreed and hurried out with Guan Zixin and Guan Zixin. Old woman Zhao's figure appeared at the neighboring wall, gloating, "Oh, your Lixin still hasn't returned. Wasn't she so great for saving the village? What, she sees a noble young master and runs off with him, abandoning all of you." Old Madame Ma grabbed a broom and smacked it against the wall, furious. "You ungrateful wretch. Your cattle weren't lost only because our Lixin risked her life to protect them. You've barely had 2 days of peace, and you've forgotten your place, starting trouble again. Io, 7th sister-in-law is trying to kill me." Old woman Zhao, struck by the broom, slipped and tumbled down the stairs, wailing as she sat on the ground. "Io, is there no justice in this world? A sister-in-law attacking her elder, bullying your elders. Everyone come see." Woo. Hearing the commotion, the neighbors put down their work and came out to rebuke her. "Old woman Zhao, at your age, why is your tongue still so venomous? What has Lixin ever done to you to deserve such slander?" "Exactly. Miss Lixin is a person of integrity, not one to curry favor with the rich and powerful. If she hadn't risked her life to save us, the bandits would have burned our village to the ground. Where would you find your peaceful days then? You're just sour grapes. Don't you regret that when Daya and Arya saved her, you didn't let Miss Lixin recover at your house? Now that she's repaying 7th uncle's family, you're green with envy and trying to get a piece of the pie, aren't you? Give it a rest. She thinks everyone is a fool but herself. Does she think Miss Lixin can't tell right from wrong?" You. Old woman Zhao, choked by the unanimous criticism, pointed a trembling finger at the crowd, nearly fainting. Guan Daya took a deep breath and finally spoke up. "Mother, Miss Lixin went to the county town to find medicine for Brother Tietue. She left in the morning and was supposed to return by afternoon with guards escorting her the whole way. How can you casually slander the girl's reputation?" Guan Arya added, "Master Shan looks like an upright, and with his status, he could have any girl he wants. Why would he need to deceive Miss Lixin with some excuse to help him?" "Exactly." The villagers nodded in agreement. Old woman Zhao scrambled to her feet, pointing at her 2 sons. "Fine. You 2 ungrateful wretches. Am I not your own mother? You'd side with outsiders to bully me. They'll tell your father to write up a separation agreement and kick you both out." In the past, Guan Dia and Guan area would have worried about the shame of separation affecting their children's marriage prospects. But now after seeing their Uncle Guan's successful separation, they couldn't wait to leave and be free of their stepmother's tyranny. Guan Dia lowered his head and sighed heavily. My brother and I know you've never approved of us since you married into this family. Since you've made your decision, we as sons must obey. Well, do as you say. Guan area understood his brother's implication, and playing along said with tears in his eyes, Mother has probably been wanting to kick us out for a long time. Since it's all out in the open now, we brothers can't very well stay. Old woman Zhao's ears rang. She had only been trying to scare her sons as she always had to make them submit. How had the words escalated to this point today? The neighbors, long tired of old woman Zhao's arrogance, quickly fetched the village head and the elders. Guan Sanshu came out from the main house, saw the situation was beyond his control, and reluctantly agreed to the separation. He had planned to use the lack of family property to force his sons out empty-handed. Unexpectedly, Guan Dia and Guan area seemed resolute, even readily agreeing to leave with nothing. With the decision made, Guan Sanshu could do nothing to change it. With trembling hands, he pressed his thumbprint on the separation agreement, then added through gritted teeth, "You two will pay for the cost of registering your new households yourselves." The villagers sighed and whispered among themselves, wondering what had gotten into Guan Sanshu to abandon his own sons, treating the sons his new wife brought into the family as if they were his own flesh and blood. The sun had fully set and dusk was falling. The village head and elders finished their business and went home. The villagers, using the last glimmers of light, returned home to light their cooking fires. Not only had Su Nuoqi not returned, but even Guan Dahu and the others who had gone to meet her were nowhere to be seen. Old Madame Ma's heart grew even more anxious. Old Master Guan, unable to sit still, squatted by the gate, chewing on his unlit pipe, his brow furrowed so deeply it could crush a fly. Suddenly the sound of hooves thundered through the quiet mountain village. Shan Tianlin arrived at a gallop, calling out before even dismounting, "Has Miss Lixin returned?" Old Madame Ma, disregarding Shan Tianlin's noble status, grabbed his reins and asked in surprise, "Wasn't Lixin taken by you to be a book? Isn't she with you?" Shan Tianlin's pupils constricted, his heart tightening. He told old Madame Ma to let go and prepared to turn his horse around to search elsewhere. Jingling. A string of bell sounds, a carriage drew closer and stopped in front of the Guan residence. The door opened and Lu Jingheng stepped down, carrying the unconscious Su Nuoqi horizontally in his arms. Lixin. Old Madame Ma's eyes lit up and she trotted forward. Unexpectedly, someone was faster than her as she felt a gust of wind pass by, and Su Nuoqi had already been steadily transferred into Shan Tianlin's embrace. The two men's eyes met, sparks flying between them. Finally, Lu Jingheng looked away and turned to old Madame Ma with a gentle demeanor, saying, "Grandma Lixin was probably too tired and fell asleep under the poplar tree in the grove at the village entrance. Seeing this, I took the liberty of carrying her out of the carriage. Please don't blame me." Old Madame Ma quickly checked Su Nuoqi's clothing and found nothing amiss, then waved her hands repeatedly, saying, No, thank you for your help, Master Lu. It's enough that our Lixin has returned safely." Saying that, old Madame Ma reached out her hands and said, "Please trouble yourself, young Master Shan, just hand Lixin over to me." Shan Tianlin stepped back, avoiding her hands, and strode into the Guan family courtyard. Familiar with the way, he pushed open Su Nuoqi's door, gently placed her on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and ordered coldly, "She invite Dr. He to examine Miss Lixin and see if there is anything wrong." Dr. He and his grandson had been watching the commotion in the courtyard, long wanting to check on Su Nuoqi's condition. When Shan Tianlin spoke Dr. He quickly shouldered his medicine box and entered the room. He Xiao wanted to step forward to help. A strong arm blocked his advance. Shan Tianlin said coldly, "Men and women should not touch each other. Please wait in the outer room, little doctor." He Xiao. "Oh, come on. Aren't you a man, Shan Tianlin? Isn't my grandfather a man? Why bring up men and women should not touch at a time like this? Miss Lixin was taken by you personally. If you couldn't guarantee her safety, shouldn't you, Prince, bear the main responsibility?" However, these thoughts merely flashed through He Xiao's mind. He cast a worried glance at Su Nuoqi, then turned and walked out of the room. After a short while, Dr. He withdrew his hand, removing the handkerchief from Su Nuoqi's wrist, and said, "Your." He paused, glanced at the people guarding the door, and changed his address, saying, "Young Master." Miss Lixin inhaled a large amount of knockout smoke. She probably managed to return to the village with sheer willpower, but the drug has already entered her bloodstream. Shan Tianlin's knuckles cracked, veins bulging on his forehead. Suppressing the rage in his chest, he gritted his teeth and said, "What treatment is needed?" "Whatever medicine, Dr. He feel free to prescribe it." Dr. He shook his head. "No medication is needed. Just let Miss Lixin sleep peacefully until she wakes naturally." Just then, Guan Daha's anxious shouts came from outside. "Dr. He saved them quickly." "Dr. He looked at Shan Tianlin, who nodded. He hurriedly grabbed his medicine box and ran out of the room, but couldn't help gasping as he asked, Dahu, where did you bring this child from? Why is he so injured? Guan Dahu didn't stop walking. He carried a boy of about 4 or 5 years old and placed him on the family's brick bed, saying, I found a man under a cliff tightly protecting this child. Both of them were still breathing. Zixin and Zixin are still guarding that man. They'll go find people to carry him back. Please, Dr. He saved the child. With that, without waiting for the puzzled crowd to ask questions, Guan Dahu hurried out again, called the neighboring brothers Dia and Arya, and ran toward the cliff. Old Madame Ma's eyelid twitched. She had sent her son Dahu to welcome Lixin, but he had brought back a half-dead child. And that wasn't all. He was going to rescue a severely injured man. What's wrong with him? Ever since they saved Lixin, why did they keep picking up people? Old Madame Ma and Old Master Guan wanted to stop Guan Dahu, but they swallowed their words. There were also 2 formidable figures in the house, and the air was thick with tension, as if a fight might break out at any moment. All branches of the Guan family were silent as cicadas, each shrinking into a corner. Old Guan tucked his pipe into his belt, opened his mouth, but his voice seemed stuck in his throat, not knowing how to advise the 2 men. Lu Jingheng glanced in the direction of Su Nuoqi's room, clasped his hands toward Shan Tianlin, and said, Since Lixin is not seriously injured, I will come to visit another day. Shan Tianlin said in an unfriendly tone, Lixin is not familiar with you, Master Lu. Please don't call her Lixin so casually. It's better to call her Miss Guan. Huh. Lu Jingheng curled his lips. He bowed to Old Master Guan and Old Madame Ma, then turned and boarded the carriage. He was a man of Prince Chung, destined to be opposed to Prince Yun. Since things had come to this, there was no need for hypocritical politeness. As for Miss Lixin, Lu Jingheng's eyes were deep as a whirlpool. He dropped his cynical demeanor and looked like a very wise strategist. Su Nuoqi was groggy, and in her dream, she seemed to hear a system prompt. Guan Dahu has rescued the master and servant from a superior kingdom. This can be considered as the host completing the task, but only half the reward will be issued. 1 low-grade marrow cleansing pill, 1 mid-grade marrow cleansing pill, and 1,000 upgrade points. Please claim them within 48 hours, otherwise all rewards will be withdrawn. At the same time, since the host did not personally rescue the master and servant from the superior kingdom, the penalty is that the host will be paralyzed for 12 hours. Take care. Shan Tianlin, with dark circles under his eyes, kept watch by the bed and asked Dr. He worriedly, what's going on? It's been 2 days and 2 nights. Why hasn't Lixin woken up yet? Is there something harmful in the knockout drug? Should we give her an antidote? Dr. He finished taking her pulse, stroked his beard, and shook his head. Logically, the drug in Miss Lexin's body should have dissipated by now. She should have woken up. Why is her pulse and body normal, yet she remains unconscious? He Xiao, leaning against the wall, said, Perhaps Miss Guan is too worried and exhausted, and she wants to rest a bit longer. That's possible. Dr. He nodded while stroking his beard. Miss Lixin has a deficiency, naturally cold constitution. She is 14 and has not yet had her first menstruation. When she wakes up, she needs to be nurtured for a few years with gentle tonic medicines. She must avoid cold water and try not to catch a chill. Otherwise, when she marries, she might have difficulty bearing children, and the monthly periods will be very painful. Shan Tianlin was completely confused. What is a woman's first menstruation? And what are the monthly periods? However, this did not prevent Shan Tianlin from understanding Su Nuoqi's physical condition. Cold syndrome. How could that be? Every time he embraced her, he felt an unusual warmth. Couldn't that mysterious power within her regulate her own body? Need warm tonic. Shan Tianlin remembered Dr. His advice and said, Please provide a list of necessary herbs, Dr. This prince will have someone procure. He'll write it down. He Xiao took out paper and brush, laid them on the new table Guan Dahu had crafted, and by the light of the oil lamp listed a lengthy array of recipes and medicinal dietary formulas. He handed them to Shan Tianlin with both hands, but as the prince reached out to take them, he Xiao withdrew his hand and said, Your Highness, Miss Guan is a truly wonderful girl. If you hold sincere feelings for her, please do not do anything to hurt her. Otherwise, even if it means defying the world's conventions, He Xiao will find a way to take her away from this place of conflict and find a secluded spot where we can live out our days in peace. Physician, he was stunned. Good heavens, in just a few days had his oblivious grandson fallen for the girl. Physician, he cast a quick appraising glance at Su Nuoqi. She would indeed make a fine granddaughter-in-law, but he looked up at the Cloud Prince's murderous expression and wisely chose to protect himself. He Xiao, what nonsense are you talking? Don't forget our current situation. Physician, he tugged at his grandson's sleeve, pulled the list from He Xiao's hand, and presented it to Shan Tianlin with both hands before bowing and taking his leave with his grandson. Shan Tianlin closed his eyes briefly, then flicked his robes aside and sat by Su Nuoqi's bedside. Do you realize just how special you are? Even He Xiao, a man who only ever cared for medicine, speaks of protecting you. Perhaps I should hide you away so no one else can ever set their eyes upon you. As he spoke, he reached out to grasp Su Nuoqi's delicate, slender hand. Ahem. Old Madame Ma coughed. Shan Tianlin's hand hovered near hers, but the cough startled him into pulling back immediately. He couldn't quite understand why he felt so flustered. Old Madame Ma adjusted her slightly displeased expression and entered with a bowl of plain noodles. Young Master Shan, it's late. I've prepared a simple meal. We are but humble mountain folk with nothing fine to offer you. Shan Tianlin rose and took the bowl from her hands. Thank you, grandmother. Old Madame Ma cleared her throat. Young master, you are from a noble family. We are but a modest household. I dare not be called grandmother by you. Look, the night is growing late. You must be a busy man, and it wouldn't be proper for a man and a woman to share a room for so long. It wouldn't reflect well on our Lexin's reputation, don't you agree? Shan Tianlin understood. The old woman was showing him the door. Though reluctant, he knew it was indeed inappropriate. He stood up with the bowl and said, Thank you for the reminder, grandmother. He'll be more mindful next time. He'll take my leave for tonight. Farewell. With that, he wolfed down the noodles in a few quick bites, returned the empty bowl to old Madame Ma, and left the Guan household clutching the recipe list. The room next to Su Nuoqi's, once a cluttered storage space, had been cleared out and temporarily converted into a room for the man and child Guan Da. Both the man and the child were gravely wounded. Physician, he exerted every effort, but without access to proper medicinal herbs, he could only do so much. Like Su Nuoqi, they remained in a deep coma, showing no signs of waking. Guan Dahu approached physician, he rubbing his hands together nervously. I'm sorry for all the trouble we've put you through, elder. How are the man and the child in that room doing? Physician, he pressed a bottle of treasured medicine into Guan Da's palm. These are some of my last remaining remedies. Give 1 pill to the man every day. For the child, divide a pill into 3 portions and administer 1 portion daily. As for when they wake, that will depend on their own will to survive. He Xiao added, the man used all his power to shield the child when they fell from the cliff. Though it cushioned the impact, it caused his blood to flow in reverse and ruptured his meridians. Even if he wakes, his martial arts will be completely destroyed. He'll be an invalid. Guan Dahu sighed deeply but asked out of kindness, is there no way to heal him? Physician, he and He Xiao both shook their heads. Physician, he said, perhaps the middle tier or upper tier nations have miraculous medicines. Our Tianqi is the lowest tier nation, a target for bullying even by our neighbors Ning and Yan. Medicines that can reconnect meridians are but a distant fantasy for us. We've only heard of them, never seen them. Oh, Guan Dahu said, his spirits sinking. He had heard of Ning and Yan from Su Nuoqi before, but had only known them as neighboring countries. This was the first time he had learned that Tianqi was a lower-tier nation. He wondered what life was like for the people of the upper-tier nations and how they differed from his own. Physician He's discourse on the upper, middle, and lower-tier nations planted a seed in Guan Da's heart and cast a shadow over the mind of the man who had just regained consciousness. Yet the man's gaze remained resolute and unwavering, carrying the steadfast endurance of a true warrior. Su Nuoqi slowly opened her eyes, recalling the regional records and histories of Tianqi. She had perused in the Cloud Prince's mansion, a mist of depth and contemplation veiling her gaze. A strong nation brings prosperity to its people. Tianqi could be annexed by another country at any moment, and common folk like them risked being reduced to slavery. They had to become strong enough to command respect. Even if the nation were swallowed up by a greater power, the Guan family and she herself could still carve out a place in this world. The door of the Guan household was pounded once more. Another group of villagers arrived under the cover of night, bearing the small baskets they had meticulously woven. In just 2 days, these small baskets had filled the wood shed to the brim. Old Master Guan and old Madame Ma were anxious, unsure how such tiny baskets could ever be sold. Yet they had to honor the promise Su Nuoqi had made to the villagers. They took out small packets of salt and exchanged them for the baskets as agreed, not forgetting to warn. This salt is for your own consumption only. If anyone dares to sell it and invites trouble, don't blame us for turning our backs on you. Whoever brings trouble upon themselves must deal with it alone. If anything happens, well, stop the exchanges immediately. The villagers expressed their endless gratitude, repeatedly insisting, we'll eat all this salt ourselves. We would never dream of selling it. The salt brought by the prefect's son is far too fine. Selling it would only invite disaster. The village head has warned us many times. Old Madame Ma nodded. The salt is limited. To ensure every family gets some, those who have already exchanged need not come again. Please spread the word to those who haven't yet exchanged. We have fewer than 50 packets left. The villagers' hearts sank at this news, but there was nothing they could do. Everyone knew the Guan family was righteous and Miss Lachine was generous. Salt was precious. To obtain over 10 caddies of it in exchange for worthless woven baskets was nothing short of a godsend. No one dared to ask for more. They took their leave politely and went to spread the word that the Guan family salt was running low. Early the next morning, Lu Jingheng's carriage once again graced the remote mountain village. Farmers tending their fields straightened their backs, casting envious glances toward the departing carriage and murmuring among themselves, the Guan family has hit the jackpot. The prefect's son, a man of such high status, visits them so frequently. They're bound to rise in the world. The Guan family's rise to prominence is all thanks to Miss Lachine. Why wasn't it our family that saved her back then? I don't dwell on it. That's just fate, but it's not something we can envy. Let's just stick to tending our fields. The villagers continued their labor, with visible reluctance, their pace slowing considerably. Several families frequently paused their work, standing and gazing wistfully in the direction of the Guan household. The children, cooped up all winter, were finally let out. Laughing and shrieking, they chased after the carriage. Some stumbled and fell in their haste, only to scramble back up, oblivious to any pain, their joy as boundless as if it were the new year. The carriage came to a steady halt outside the Guan family's courtyard. Lu Jingheng alighted and uttered a single dismissive word, reward. Dong's face turned green. He fumbled inside the cloth bag at his side for a long while before reluctantly pulling out a handful of copper coins and tossing them towards the group of children. Wow! The children, as if given candy, scrambled frantically to find the coins. Each one they found sparked an excitement that rivaled the joy of the spring festival. Watching the children's ecstatic faces, Dongzi curled his lip. Clutching his money bag, he scurried into the small courtyard. If it weren't for the young master's orders, he wouldn't give a single coin to these grubby little brats. Su Nuoqi, she having just claimed her system rewards that morning, was in high spirits. She bounced into the kitchen and said to Yi Kuehua, "Annie, you go about your business. I'll handle breakfast today." Yi Kuehua was taken aback. In the past, the Guan family only ate lunch and dinner, skipping breakfast to save resources. But ever since Miss Lachine had recovered, they had switched to 3 meals a day, and she had enjoyed a few days of that benefit herself. With a complex mix of emotions, Yi Kuehua took off her apron and walked out of the kitchen, looking back repeatedly. She was deeply grateful to Miss Lachine for her kindness. At the same time, she felt a small pang of jealousy that Lachine had won over the old lad's heart so completely. Yi Kuehua secretly scorned her own inner conflict. Su Nuoqi, she closed the kitchen door and opened the system shop on her interface to buy various seasonings. With practiced ease, she fried pancakes, steamed egg custard, and simmered porridge. Soon the irresistible aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen. Guan Zisin, Guan Zimiao, and Guan Zian stood by the door drooling. 80-year-old Guan Zian, for what felt like the umpteenth time, asked his brother Guan Zisin, "Brother, when will breakfast be ready? I can't take it anymore. It smells too good." Guan Zhaodi waved her hand, shooing them away. "Scram, scram, scram. We've divided the family. What does our breakfast have to do with you lot from the first and second branches?" Guan Zian refused to back down. He plopped down on the ground, slapped his thighs, and let out a wail that shook the heavens. "What? No, I don't want to divide the family. I want to eat. I'm starving." "What?" Su Nuoqi, she pricked up her ears and raised an eyebrow. Guan Zian had truly inherited Li Gaifen's knack for theatrics, perfectly enacting his mother's classic routine of crying, fussing, and making a scene. Lu Jingheng, holding his jade flute, walked in right at that moment and witnessed the spectacle. His eye twitched involuntarily, and he instinctively stepped back to put some distance between himself and the children. The ground was a mess of mud and chicken droppings. How on earth could that child just sit down in that? Ugh! Lu Jingheng couldn't help but let out a dry heave, the sound loud enough to be heard. Li Guifan, who had been peering towards the kitchen, turned her head at the noise and immediately rushed over with a warm welcome. "Oh my, isn't this Master Lu? What brings you here so early? Please come inside and have a seat." She scurried ahead to lead the way, her voice rising to a shrill pitch as she called out, "Father, Mother, Master Lu is here. Come out and greet him." Inside the kitchen, Su Nuoqi, she frowned. Who comes visiting during breakfast time without even sending a name card first? Didn't they know that was incredibly rude? Su Nuoqi, she opened the kitchen door, stepping past the metal wood water fire quartet waiting outside. "Pundi Zhaodi, breakfast is ready. Bring the dishes and utensils to the main hall." Coming. Guan Pundi and Guan Zhaodi scampered into the kitchen happily. Guan Zhaodi emerged carrying a large basin filled with meat-stuffed pancakes, shooting a defiant look at the boys from the first and second branches. Her heart sang with glee. "Dividing the family is great. We get meat pancakes while you can only chew on those rock-hard bran mixed cornmeal buns." The 4 boys' tears flowed shamelessly from the corners of their mouths. They truly regretted not having objected when their grandfather had proposed splitting the family. Su Nuoqi, she walked past the 4 of them with her hands clasped behind her back, then suddenly turned around. "If you boys from the first and second branches memorize 10 characters a day and diligently complete 1 task I assign, you'll speak to grandfather and grandmother about sending some meat pancakes your way. How does that sound?" "Yes." Without a moment's hesitation, the 4 of them shouted in unison. It was clear they had only registered the words meat pancakes and paid no real attention to the tasks or learning characters. A faint smile played on Su Nuoqi's lips as she walked, hands clasped behind her back, into the eastern room of the main hall. Shortly after, Guan Zhaodi, with a sulky expression, carried the meat pancakes, rice porridge, and egg custard to the first and second branches. Guan Zian eagerly reached out to grab one, but Guan Pundi smacked his hand away with a sharp smack. And scolded Sister Lachine said that if you want to eat the meat pancakes, she makes you have to wash your hands thoroughly with soap first. Look at your paws. They're so black and grimy, you can't even tell their original color anymore. Li Guifan reluctantly led her sons and daughters outside to wash their hands, muttering under her breath, such a fussy young lady from a big family. Why does eating have to be so complicated? As Guan Zixin and Guan Zisin washed, they explained to Guan Dajiang and Lu Yonghui, Dr. He and Miss Lachine said that if our hands are dirty, we can easily swallow lots of— Our whole family has roundworms. Miss Lachine said she'll find a way to get us deworming medicine. From now on we must wash our hands properly before eating. Otherwise that medicine is so expensive we poor folks could never afford it. We should just listen to Miss Lachine. Guan Dajiang was dismissive. How could we have worms in our stomachs? What does a little girl like her know? She's just a spoiled young lady who thinks we're dirty and is using this as an excuse to make us wash. Guan Dai with a roguish air casually rinsed the soap off his hands and added, Big brother is right. Lachine just looks down on us for being filthy. If it weren't for the fact that she's the one buying our food, I wouldn't go through all this hassle. Washing hands at the drop of a hat is just too pretentious. In the eastern room of the main hall, Lu Jingheng had overheard the conversation outside. He looked at Su Nuoqi with an air of detached amusement and asked, Miss Lachine, do you find it difficult living here? Is it hard to get used to? I've heard about the tragedy of the great benefactor Guan. I offer my deepest condolences. I happen to own a mountain estate in Changshan County, surrounded by beautiful scenery. If you find village life too uncomfortable, perhaps you might consider relocating there for a while. Old Master Guan and old Madame Ma's fingers, which were gripping their chopsticks, turned white. Every hair on their bodies stood on end as they stared intently at Su Nuoqi, she dreading the possibility of hearing that she wished to leave. Su Nuoqi ladled a bowl of plain congee for Lu Jingheng and said, I appreciate your kind offer, Master Lu. But what would it look like for me with no proper standing to move into your private estate? Let's not mince words. What is the real purpose of your visit today, Master Lu? Why not be straightforward and tell me directly? Lu Jingheng was momentarily speechless, then gave a self-deprecating laugh. He had considered the possibility that Miss Lachine might refuse his offer of the estate, but upon seeing her, he couldn't help blurting it out. He had been too hasty again. He fell silent, a wry smile lingering on his lips. Seeing her had simply made him lose his composure, a lapse in judgment he immediately regretted. Old Guan and Old Ma breathed a long sigh of relief. As long as Lu Xen stayed, anything could be settled. Lu Jingheng poked at the rice porridge in his bowl with his chopsticks, showing no desire to eat. He had high standards for tableware, and this coarse pottery bowl made him lose his appetite. In contrast, Old Guan Guandahu and the others ate with great relish, having grown tired of coarse grain porridge and hard cornbread. The meat pies and white porridge on the table were like divine food to them. Old Guan raised his thumb and urged repeatedly, Young Master Lu, why aren't you eating? Lu Xin's cooking is truly superb. This is the best food I've ever tasted. Lu Xian is so filial. In the past our family never ate breakfast. We only had lunch and dinner, just 2 meals a day. Since Lu Xian came to our home, life has been getting better and better, and the food has undergone earth-shattering changes. Lu Jingheng nodded with a smile. The meat pies are golden and tender, the porridge thick and soft, and the egg custard yellow and delicate. They indeed look appetizing. Old Ma pursed her lips discreetly. Appetizing, you say? Then why don't you eat? Clearly insincere. He looks down on their rustic country fare, doesn't he? Thinking back to yesterday when young Master Shan unhesitatingly finished the plain noodles she had made, that was true sincerity. Old Ma compared Shan Tianlin with Lu Jingheng and suddenly felt that Shan Tianlin was more worthy of deep friendship. Lu Jingheng thought long and hard, weighing the pros and cons in his mind through countless twists and turns before finally saying, Miss Lu Xin's soap sells extremely well. I wonder if we can continue our cooperation. Su Nuoqi put down her bowl and chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and said, How does young Master Lu intend to cooperate? Lu Jingheng raised an eyebrow. What a deft deflection. For a woman she was indeed a formidable negotiator. He felt a tinge of wariness at Su Nuoqi's shrewdness. After a moment's thought he said, Would the young lady be interested in selling the soap for— Everyone in the Guan family stopped eating, staring at Lu Jingheng with cold eyes, their impression of this noble young master plummeting instantly. Su Nuoqi showed no strong reaction, merely saying calmly, And how much silver would the young master be willing to pay for it? Lu Jingheng's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, Miss Guan agreed so readily. Could there be a catch? Seeing his silence, Su Nuoqi curled her lips slightly and said, A flat price of 5,000 taels. They'll give you the soap formula and sign an agreement with you. From now on, apart from the soap we use at home, I won't sell the formula or soap to anyone else. Lu Jingheng's eyes darkened, puzzled by what Su Nuoqi was really up to. Su Nuoqi was well aware of how profitable soap was. If production were expanded to sell across the country, or even to other kingdoms within 2 months, they could earn over 10,000 taels of silver. Why would Miss Guan be willing to sell the formula for a mere 5,000 taels? Such a disadvantageous deal would not be easily accepted by any normal person. Su Nuoqi found it amusing. What? Is young Master Lu worried I might deceive you? No, it's not that. Before Lu Jingheng could finish, the door creaked open. Shan Tianlin's tall, imposing figure appeared at the low doorway of the Guan home. He strode in with firm, steady steps, completely ignoring the flustered Lu Jingheng. He entered the room, greeted old Guan and old Ma politely, and then sat down beside Su Nuoqi, saying, "Since young Master Lu doesn't want the soap formula, how about I cooperate with Miss Guan? He'll handle the sales, and you'll handle the production. Well, split 50-50. With that, Shan Tianlin helped himself to the clean tableware, ladled a bowl of porridge, picked up a scallion pancake, and devoured it in a few bites. Delicious. I've never had such tasty pancakes. I came on an empty stomach, and it was the right choice." Su Nuoqi was speechless. Weren't these young masters supposed to be wary of poison and extremely cautious when away from home? Hadn't Lu Jingheng sat there for ages without touching a single grain of rice? Lu Jingheng gritted his teeth, a torrent of unmentionable thoughts racing through his mind. He looked down at the utensils in his hands, tried a few times, but still couldn't bring himself to eat with composure. He couldn't help but admire the Prince of Yun. No wonder he was the biggest rival to Prince Cheng, able to stoop or stand calm and composed anywhere. Old Guan and old Ma were a bit confused, sensing the tension between Shan Tianlin and Lu Jingheng. However, everyone in the Guan family at that moment particularly liked Shan Tianlin, who didn't look down on them as common folk. Lu Jingheng's eyes darkened slightly. Judging by the Guan's reactions, the Prince of Yun probably hadn't revealed his identity to them. Realizing this, he didn't need to be restrained. Smiling, Lu Jingheng cupped his hands and said, "Young Master Shan, you've come too late. Miss Guan has already sold the soap formula to me, so I'm afraid we won't be able to cooperate." "Oh, is that so?" Shan Tianlin looked at Lu Jingheng with a sly smile. "I didn't hear young Master Lu agree to Miss Guan's proposal. Have you two signed a contract? If not, then nothing is settled, and there's still room for negotiation, right?" Lu Jingheng was speechless. Damn, he had miscalculated. When would he ever get rid of his indecisive flaw? He had only hesitated for a moment, and the Prince of Yun had seized the opportunity. A flock of bald chickens flew through Lu Jingheng's mind, but he maintained a calm expression and said, "I believe Miss Guan is a woman of her word. Since she proposed those terms, she will surely honor them." Su Nuoqi sneered inwardly. He certainly thought highly of her. They barely knew each other. In their few brief encounters, Lu Jingheng had always been calculating, a scheming, smiling tiger. To prevent Lu Jingheng from fixating on the Guan family and herself, she had considered selling the formula, for everyone's benefit. But her woman's intuition told Su Nuoqi that choosing Shan Tianlin offered more security than Lu Jingheng. With that thought, Su Nuoxi's eyes curved into crescents as she said, "I'm very pleased to have had a pleasant cooperation with young Master Lu. Selling the formula was only my last resort. Since young Master Shan is willing to discuss a partnership, a share of the profits suits me better." Lu Jingheng was taken aback. This outcome was foreseeable once the Prince of Yun appeared. In the end, it was his own hesitation that had cost him the chance to buy the formula outright. Who could he blame? Lu Jingheng put down his chopsticks, stood up, and cupped his hands in a salute. "If that's the case, no deal, but goodwill remains. If Miss Guan has a better formula next time, don't forget me. Farewell." Su Nuoqi stood up to see him off with a smile. As she took a step, Shan Tianlin grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. Off balance, she plopped down onto the straw mat and turned to glare at Shan Tianlin. Shan Tianlin leaned in and whispered, "He's just the son of a prefect with no official rank or title. No need to be so polite." Su Nuoqi was speechless. "Seriously, big brother. You don't even put the prefect's son in your eyes. What exactly is your status?" The Guan family was awkward, baffled by Shan Tianlin's series of actions. By the time they came to their senses, Lu Jingheng's carriage had already driven off, and it was too late to see him off. Shan Tianlin was thoroughly pleased with the Guan family's reaction. Showing no restraint as a guest, he instead played host, saying, "Grandparents, uncles, aunts, why are you all just standing there? The meat pies won't taste as good once they get cold." The Guan family was taken aback, wondering if this was their home or young Master Shan's. How could someone so effortlessly turn the tables and act as the host in another's home, and not only avoid causing offense, but also evoke a sense of familial warmth in the hosts? After the meal, Shan Tianlin set down his chopsticks, pulled 2 contracts from his robe, and handed them to Su Nuoqi. "These are the contracts for selling soap and leather goods. He'll give you 50% of the net profit. If you have any thoughts, we can negotiate." "Leather goods?" Su Nuoqi was surprised. She took the contracts and skimmed through them quickly, then said with understanding, "So the leather shop in Tiao Town is your business. As we agreed before, I gave the leatherworking technique to Manager Lu. He already paid me for it, which is the same as purchasing the technique. I can't accept this 50% profit." "Huh?" Shan Tianlin couldn't help but laugh again in front of Su Nuoqi. What an interesting girl. She used him to escape Lu Jingheng's harassment, yet she was clear about her debts and grudges, and was not greedy. Faced with such a significant benefit, she could hold her ground. Many men couldn't do that, let alone a woman. Su Nuoqi rose, and went to her room, returning with the paper and brush she had bought in Tiao Town a few days prior. She revised the contract, saying, "The leather business is your own, young Master Shan. I won't interfere with it. As for the soap, I don't just have the recipe for regular soap, but also for various handmade soaps, scented soaps, and aromatherapy soaps. Let's do as you said and split the profits 50-50. However, this time I will lower the production cost and selling price of the soap so that ordinary families can also afford it. You can set the price for the scented and aromatherapy soaps based on local market conditions." All right. Shan Tianlin agreed without a second thought. His intention wasn't really to do business with Su Nuoqi or to make a fortune from her, but to find an excuse to bind the two of them together. The girl's eyes were too clean, like the pristine Bibo Lake, so clear that they stirred a desire in him to quietly protect her. Shan Tianlin simply didn't want Su Nuoqi to have any connection with Lu Jingheng, let alone allow her to come into contact with the master behind. No one knew his third brother better than he did. He was a ruthless, duplicitous, and sinister man who killed without batting an eye. There were countless naive girls like Su Nuoqi who would fall into Prince Cheng's trap, get sold, and still help him count the money. In the most remote part of Prince Yun's estate, the Jiu Biyuan stood Huayuxian. Gu Yanjiao tore a strip of cloth to shreds, screaming hysterically, "You uncultured village girl! You slut! You seductive fox!" A man dressed as a guard waved his hand, dismissing all the attending maids. The maids breathed a sigh of relief and filed out, making sure to close the door tightly behind them. The guard turned, bolted the door, and with a lecherous grin wrapped his arms around Gu Yanjiao from behind, nibbling her earlobe. "For the royal family, offspring are the most important thing. All you need to do is give Prince Yun a bouncing baby boy. Since Prince Yun doesn't care for you, how about your cousin helps you out?" Gu Yanjiao was panicking. She kept glancing towards the door, her ears straining to catch any sound from outside, and pushed the man away with all her might. "Cousin, please stop this. The only reason I sought your help before was because I accidentally ingested the aphrodisiac meant for Prince Yun. Let's end this between us. If Prince Yun ever finds out, losing our lives would be the least of our worries. Our families would be implicated, and committing the crime of passing off a bastard as royal blood would result in the extermination of our entire clans." Xie Chuanyu, panting heavily, held Gu Yanjiao tightly, his kisses moving from her earlobe down her neck to her collarbone, and whispered seductively, "Don't worry. This time I'll make sure Prince Yun takes the bait, and is too confused to realize the child in your belly is his. For now you just need to have a child. So relax, let your cousin take care of you, my dear cousin." Gu Yanjiao's heart pounded wildly. Tears welled up in her eyes as she struggled continuously. "No, we can't. There are maids and matrons outside. Walls have ears. Please stop this now." The arrow had to be shot once it was on the string. Faced with Gu Yanjiao, the fair and delicate girl he had always cherished, Xie Chuanyu couldn't stop. "Don't worry, cousin. The people outside are all our trusted confidants. No one will know about us." Gu Yanjiao continued to struggle, but Xie Chuanyu grabbed her face and forcefully silenced her chattering mouth with a kiss. Outside, the two personal maids exchanged glances, blushed, and retreated far away. Gu Yanjiao's governess turned pale, feeling helpless. She staggered into the small kitchen to stoke the fire and boil water, praying that the garrison commander's son would know his limits and not leave too many marks on Gu Yanjiao's body. At the same time, at the garrison commander's residence, Commander Xie slammed his fist down, knocking the inkstone off the desk, his face contorted with rage. "You damn mill ghost. How dare you toy with me? If I ever find out who you are, I'll make you wish you were never born." The steward Xie Jingshu flinched and ventured cautiously, "Sir, shall we send men to Tiao Town to intercept the grain magistrate you purchased?" Commander Xie panted, slumping heavily into the chair behind the desk. After a long pause he said, "No. Have men keep a close watch on Magistrate Yu. Find out the time and place of his next transaction with the mill ghost. Magistrate Yu is just a powerless nobody. We need to uncover the power behind the mill ghost. He managed to procure over 100,000 jin of grain and several hundred jin of salt without a trace. He's definitely not an ordinary man. We must not be careless." Xie Jingshu cupped his fist in agreement. "Understood. I'll see to it immediately." Back at the Guan residence, Gu Feihu rode up at full speed. Before his horse had even stopped, he leaped off and hurried to Shan Tianlin's side, whispering a few words. Shan Tianlin's expression turned cold instantly. He turned to Su Nuoqi and said, "I have urgent business. Leave the soap matter to Shuri. If anything urgent comes up, leave a message with Manager Lu in Tiao Town. He'll deal with it as soon as I receive it." Su Nuoqi nodded, watching Shan Tianlin leave her heart in turmoil. She had been standing close to him and inadvertently overheard a crucial piece of information: the garrison troops were in revolt. Who exactly was Shan Tianlin? What was his connection to the garrison troops? A soldier's revolt was a major event in any dynasty. Could it lead to war? Su Nuoqi couldn't help but recall the line from "How Li Xing bones lie exposed in the wild, and for 1,000 miles no rooster crows." Throughout history, war was always cruel, and it was the common people who suffered the most. Su Nuoqi was insignificant and couldn't do much, but at the very least she had to protect the Guan family and the villagers of Guanjia village. Since coming to this place, Su Nuoqi had come to understand a truth: unity is strength. The power of an individual can never match that of the collective. Only by sticking together could they overcome any obstacle and survive in peace. Ding! The long silent system notification sounded. The system trial period has entered its final countdown. In 12 hours the system will lock all items above level 1, restrict purchases to items under 10 yuan, and close the livestock trading market. What? So the system she had been using was merely in its trial phase. Now that all product categories above level 1 are closed, narrowing her options, how is she to cope with the potential conflict looming ahead? Su Nuoqi took a deep breath and tapped on the product selection page. The once colorful interface had faded to monochrome. Many items she could previously purchase, such as mules and chicks, were now showing countdown timers. All medicines were grayed out, clicking on them yielded nothing, and even spending double points couldn't secure a purchase. At level 1 the system only permitted the purchase of salt rice, brown rice, and other cheap daily necessities. Moreover, the daily supply of rice, brown rice, and salt was strictly rationed. How could Su Nuoqi possibly feed the entire population of Guan family village with such a system? For someone who loved to stockpile, this sudden restriction from the system filled her with a deep sense of crisis. "Lachine, could Grandpa discuss something with you?" Old Master Guan's voice snapped Su Nuoqi back to reality. She turned her head, offering a gentle smile. "Grandpa, please go ahead. I'm listening." Old Master Guan rubbed his hands together, nervously licking his dry lips. He struggled to find the right words before finally voicing his thoughts with difficulty. "I know that all the food, clothing, and silver we've had recently have come from your hard work. I shouldn't be making any demands, but we are a farming family. We live off the land. Your grandfather is useless, half buried in the earth, yet I've managed to lose our life savings and our fields. Spring plowing is about to begin, and we can't just keep buying grain to eat. Could we buy a few acres of land in your name? I promise your uncles, and I will tend to it with the utmost care. We'll pay you the same rent as any of the village's tenant farmers. What do you say?" "Oh, Grandpa, what are you talking about? That's so distant." Su Nuoqi linked her arm through Old Master Guan's as they walked towards the main house. "I've said it before, I am your granddaughter. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so formal with me in the future. It makes me sad." "I understand," Old Master Guan said, his voice choked with emotion. Su Nuoqi's words had touched his heart deeply. After helping Old Master Guan sit down, Su Nuoqi lowered her voice. "Grandpa, I just heard from Guard Gu, who serves young Master Dan, that the garrison troops in Yulin Prefecture have mutinied." "What?" Old Master Guan's face turned ashen. He shot up from his seat, startled, his hands flailing uselessly at his sides. Su Nuoqi patted his hand reassuringly. "So now is not the time to buy land. If unrest breaks out, our priority must be to ensure our survival. If we are forced to flee with our family's land, would only become a burden. It'd be a pity to abandon it, but impossible to hold on to. Would be caught between a rock and a hard place." "Old man, what are we going to do?" Old Madame Ma's hands trembled as she grabbed Old Master Guan's other arm, her legs beginning to cramp from fear. Su Nuoqi tried to soothe them. "Grandpa, Grandma, don't panic. Let me go to the village head's house and explain the situation to him, so he can be prepared. Our most urgent task is not buying land, but purchasing pack animals to prepare for the worst-case scenario." A chill ran down Old Master Guan's and Old Madame Ma's spines, their faces turning pale. Years ago, 2 families who had fled famine were resettled in Guan family village by the authorities. They had told the villagers many stories about their harrowing journeys. They spoke of having no food, no water, of rampant plagues and disease, and of the common practice of trading children for food. Back then the villagers had only listened as if they were hearing tall tales. Unexpectedly, it seemed the world was once again on the brink of chaos. Su Nuoqi patted Old Master Guan's hand, said a few comforting words to Old Madame Ma, then got up to find Guan Dahu and head to village head Shin's residence. Half an hour later they returned from the village head's house. Su Nuoqi suggested that Guan Dajiang, Guan De, and Guan Dahu, along with a few of the younger lads in the family, make a trip to Tiao Town to purchase some mules, horses, or oxen for transport. Guan Dajiang and Guan De, unaware of the underlying reason, were ecstatic upon hearing they'd be buying livestock. They could barely contain their excitement, eager to show off to their neighbor third Uncle Guan and boast under the big willow tree at the village entrance. If Su Nuoqi hadn't bought so many mules and horses in the county town and needed people to drive the carts, she wouldn't have dreamed of bringing those 2 unreliable fellows, Guan Dajiang and Guan De, along. Guan Yuandi wiped her tears as she watched the group depart, sobbing softly to her motherly Guafin. Motherly family village was raided by bandits. Brother Li Cheng's mother was killed, and he has to observe a 3-year mourning period. What's going to happen to my engagement? Why doesn't father seem worried at all? Li Guifan dismissed her concerns nonchalantly. Our two families never formally agreed on the betrothal, and the Li family never even sent a matchmaker. Why are you getting so worried? Your father has gone to the county town to buy livestock. Tell me who else in the village can afford to buy several animals at once. Once your father returns with them, your status will rise. Are you afraid you won't have better young men lining up to meet you? When that time comes, he'll find you someone from a better family than the Li's. Maybe we can even marry you to the young master of a wealthy landlord. You'd live a life of luxury with servants at your beck and call. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Guan Yuandi stopped sobbing, clutching her handkerchief, and staring blankly at her mother. A small smile tugged at her lips, growing wider and wider until she was grinning from ear to ear. Mother, are you telling the truth? You're not just teasing me, are you? Li Guifan playfully poked Guan Yuandi's forehead. You are my own flesh and blood. How could I ever do anything to harm you? Guan Yuandi immediately hugged Li Guifan's arm, acting cute, and speaking in a sweet soft voice. Mother, you're the best. Upon arriving in Tiao Town, Su Nuoqi used her old trick. Concealed by her sleeve, she produced 300 taels of silver from her spatial space, and pressed them into Guan Dahu's hands. Uncle, take the others to the pharmacy, and stock up on common medicines. Then go to the blacksmith shop and buy some kitchen knives, axes, hammers, and the like. They'll head to the mule and horse market to select the animals. Afterwards, let's meet near that alley we used last time. If I haven't returned, just take everyone back to the village. Don't wait for me in the county town like last time. Guan Dajing, Guan De, and the others were stunned, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. They had never seen so much silver in their entire lives. Oh ho, if it isn't the 3 Guan brothers. Where have you fellows been making your fortune? You've even got yourselves a mule cart. Mind letting your big brother in on the action? Su Nuoqi would never forget that voice. Of all the people to run into, it had to be the scar-faced man who had robbed the Guan family blind. Guan Dahu, who had been about to refuse the silver, quickly stuffed it into his inner pocket with trembling hands, eyeing the scar-faced man warily. As the scar-faced man and his gang of a dozen or so hooligans approached, Guan Do became instantly alert, his hand instinctively moving to secure the silver in his inner pocket, his gaze fixed intently on the scar-faced man. Tisk tisk tsk. Look at you lot, all high and mighty now, aren't we? Managed to get yourselves a mule cart. I never would have guessed. The scar-faced man looked over the 2 glossy-coated mules, his eyes gleaming with naked greed, a shine so bright it was impossible to ignore. Shanzi, who had been kicked out of the leather goods store by manager Lu, came forward with a sycophantic smile. He pointed at Guan Dahu and said ingratiatingly, Master Dao, the one with the money is the girl behind him. Last month, she bought a bunch of stuff from the leather store, at least several hundred taels worth. Guan Dahu furrowed his brows, standing resolutely and upright before Su Nuoqi. She is gaze as sharp as a blade. The scar-faced man smirked. Oh, brother Guan wants to challenge us brothers. A dozen thugs swiftly formed a circle tightly surrounding Su Nuoqi and her group, all with hostile expressions. Guan Dajing and Guan De immediately cowered, cowardly hiding behind Su Nuoqi. Guan Zixing yearned to be brave, to step forward like he had against the bandits last time. Yet the scar-faced man was his lifelong psychological shadow. Hearing his voice nearly made, 12-year-old Guan Zixing, despite his legs trembling, stood firmly by Su Nuoqi's side. The scar-faced man sneered. Miss, since we've met, how about treating my brothers to tea and wine? My brothers are a bit tight on cash lately. Lend us some silver coins, and I'll remember your favor, how about it? Guan Dahu reached for a thick wooden stick on the cart. Su Nuoqi stopped him with a slight shake of her head and faced the scar-faced man. Since we're treating, why not invite Lord Wu, the backer of Hirue gambling house, as well? It's rare to come to town. I have some matters to discuss with him. The thugs burst into laughter. Did you hear that? A country girl brazenly claims to know Lord Wu. She even plans to invite Lord Wu out for a meal, ha. Who does Lord Wu think he is that you can just invite him? The scar-faced man crossed his arms and said leisurely, since you know Lord Wu, let's go to the Wu residence and see if he'll give you face. Su Nuoqi's heart pounded, but her face remained calm. Then let's go. No need to waste time here. All the thugs instantly dropped their mocking smiles and looked at the scar-faced man hesitantly. The scar-faced man grew uneasy. Could this girl really know Lord Wu? She was too composed. Su Nuoqi, she was also probing, aiming to unsettle him, hoping he would back down. She had only met Lord Wu once during an accounting, and that encounter had involved a quarrel and unpleasantness. If they actually went to Lord Wu's residence, being thrown out would be the best case. If the Wu residents accused them of ulterior motives, the scar-faced man and his thugs would have their way with them. She had to put on a show. Su Nuoqi, she stepped forward, staring aggressively into the scar-faced man's eyes. The surroundings fell into pin-drop silence, and turmoil raged within the scar-faced man. Good heavens, where did this brat of a girl get such an intimidating presence? Time ticked by and cold sweat gradually beaded on the scar-faced man's forehead. His scalp felt as if it were splitting as steel needles pierced through his eyes straight into the depths of his mind. By then he wanted to look away to avoid Su Nuoqi's eyes gaze, but it was too late. His mind had lost the ability to think. A wave of terror shot from the scar-faced man's spine to his chest. If this continued, he would surely become an idiot. This woman was eerily sinister. Su Nuoqi's heart churned with shock. Good heavens, the mysterious power within her could actually transform into spiritual energy. This spiritual attack was her first attempt, and it felt rather effective. A group of horsemen emerged from the city, kicking up a cloud of dust as they galloped past Su Nuoqi and her companions. The leader suddenly reined in his horse, turned around handsomely, and said in surprise, "Isn't this Miss Lachine? What brings you to the county today?" Su Nuoqi withdrew her spiritual sense and looked at Shanxi, giving a sweet smile. "Brother 11, where are you off to? Riding so fast, be careful not to bump into someone." The scar-faced man clutched his head in agony, dazed while tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Shanxi cheerfully turned his horse and guided it slowly to Su Nuoqi's side. His whip cracked loudly, striking the scar-faced man's back and instantly cutting through the skin. The scar-faced man howled in pain, fell to the ground, and all the thugs trembled and backed away, not daring to breathe. Only the scar-faced man knew that the pain in his head was 100 times worse than the whip. Shanxi said with a roguish air, "Oh, who's this? Some blind fool. A good dog doesn't block the way, got it? Get lost. Don't stand in the middle and interrupt my conversation with Miss Lachine." The bodyguards urged their horses forward, forcing the thugs aside. Shanxi dismounted, walked up to Su Nuoqi, and respectfully clasped his fists in greeting. "I greet Miss Lachine. Where are you headed? Would you like 2 guards to escort you?" Su Nuoqi glanced at the thugs and said, "Brother 11, go about your business. If I need anything, I'll seek your help." Shanxi reached out and tousled her soft hair. "All right, don't bear burdens alone. With your brother around, anyone who dares bully you will bully their whole family for revenge." Su Nuoqi nodded obediently, looking like a sweet little girl next door. Shanxi glared at the thugs and issued a stern warning. "I've marked every one of you. If my sister loses a single hair or encounters any trouble in the county, I'll make sure you all end up in the mass grave outside the city." Trembling with fear, the thugs fell to their knees and kowtowed repeatedly. "Please spare us, sir. We would never dare to bully the young lady. Mercy, mercy." "Humph." Shanxi cracked his whip, giving each one a heavy lash. "Remember your words. If I see you surrounding my sister again, I'll make you taste what Shanxi, just imagining it, couldn't help but retch and backed away. Others might not know who Shanxi was, but he knew all too well. Even Manager Liu, who dared to defy Lord Wu, had to tread carefully and show respect to this man. They, the lowlifes who relied on Scarface for survival, couldn't afford to provoke him. Shanxi mounted his horse and casually pointed to 2 bodyguards. "You 2 stay and protect Miss Guan. Follow her orders. If anyone dares to act recklessly, act first and report later. The young master will take responsibility." The 2 bodyguards dismounted and saluted with clasped fists. Even without Shanxi's orders as bodyguards of the Prince of Yun's mansion, they feared no one. Shanxi led his men away in a hurry. The 2 bodyguards turned to Su Nuoqi and bowed respectfully. "Subordinates Qingsong and Subai, greet the young lady. We await your orders." Su Nuoqi gestured for them to rise. "No need for formalities. Please follow my uncles to buy some supplies later. I have some personal matters to attend to, and we'll meet up afterward." With that, Su Nuoqi vanished. Qingsong and Subai stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. Good heavens, a country girl's lightness skill was many times faster than their seasoned bodyguards. How could they face themselves? Su Nuoqi, she couldn't care about revealing too much. The countdown was drawing near. If she didn't hurry to buy mules and horses, by the time the system's countdown ended, she would have to buy the expensive, old, and weak animals from the local market. A terrible deal. Watching Su Nuoqi depart, Qingsong and Subai asked in unison, "Is it all right for Miss Guan to go alone? Should we follow her?" Guan Zixin, suppressing his inner pride and admiration, shrugged and said, "She's already out of sight. Let's heed her words, finish our business quickly, and wait for her at the agreed place." With deep concern etched on their faces, Qingsong and Subai abandoned the injured thugs and left with Guan Dahu and the others. Little did anyone know if Shanxi had arrived. Even half a moment later, Su Nuoqi would have crushed the scarred man's mind into a fool with her spiritual force. Shanxi's sudden appearance had inadvertently saved the scarred man, not Su Nuoqi. Near the mule and horse market, Su Nuoqi found a quiet, secluded alley. She accessed the system and began an unprecedented shopping spree. Were it not for the system's limit of 3 mules, 1 water buffalo, and 2 milk goats, Su Nuoqi could have assembled a small caravan. Through continued use, the storage space had become independent of the system. Even if the system shut down, upgraded, or malfunctioned, the space remained fully full. Having experienced several system glitches, hoarding the storage space to the brim was the wisest strategy. Grain, salt, and fodder were essential, filling half the space, while milk and mineral water occupied the other half. She also purchased a large quantity of fodder, loading it onto the newly bought carts, covering it with dry hay, and securing it firmly with ropes. Old Guan and Old Lady Ma were shrewd. By stocking up generously, she could keep them guessing about the exact amount, making it easier to operate discreetly in the field. Gazing at the 4 fully loaded carts, Su Nuoqi touched her smooth skin and resolved to spend over 2,000 taels, equivalent to over 200,000 in modern currency. She purchased various small bulbs, large red bottles of toiletries, and cosmetics in different shades of foundation. Having been reborn, she would never neglect her skin again. Besides, cosmetics could alter her appearance at critical moments, aiding her plans. Uncertain when the system would unlock premium cosmetics, Su Nuoqi seized this opportunity to spend. Suddenly recalling the roundworm affliction plaguing the Guan family, Su Nuoqi frowned and murmured, "Since the system's trial period isn't over, why can't I access the medicine page?" In truth, medicine is the scarcest commodity in this resource-poor land. A system prompt appeared. Upgrade to a higher level to unlock the medicine purchase page. Host may try the health products page for pagoda candy, which also has deworming effects. Bingo! Su Nuoqi snapped her fingers and bought several large boxes of pagoda candy. Not only did the Guan family need deworming medicine, but the villagers of Guan family village did as well. Since she had decided to lead the village in sticking together, she shouldn't show favoritism, right? Seeing that half of the 10,000 taels of silver from Magistrate Yu was spent, Su Nuoqi clapped her hands in satisfaction, ready to drive the carts and leave. The system prompt sounded again. Ding dong. Host has spent 5639 taels of silver, converted to 5639 points. Combined with previous points, the system has met the upgrade condition. Upgrade now. Su Nuoqi was just about to tap confirm. Suddenly a sharp pain struck her lower abdomen, followed by an uncontrollable warm gush. Oh no, was she getting her first period right now? Damn it, I can't upgrade now, my sanitary pads aren't sorted yet. Su Nuoqi tried to tap, no. However, the system was too devious, auto-confirming and entering the upgrade state. This is killing me. Su Nuoqi was in so much pain, she doubted her own existence, cursing the system for being such a trap. Taking a deep breath, she flashed into the bathroom. Fortunately, this bathroom was from her previous residence, where a few packs of emergency sanitary pads were always stored in the drawer. Opening the drawer, Su Nuoqi found only 2 packs of nightus, 2 packs of day use, and 1 pack of safety pants. Oh no, she had also forgotten to stock up on toilet paper. The smart toilet in this bathroom had no power, so the bidet function was useless. She had only stocked 2 rolls of toilet paper. How could she have forgotten something so crucial? Su Nuoqi was on the verge of tears. After cleaning up and changing, she silently took out her notebook and meticulously listed all the items she needed to purchase, ready to stock up once the system upgrade. Halfway through writing her notes, Su Nuoqi was mercilessly ejected from the space. Damn it. She clutched her stomach, her back too sore to straighten. It truly was when it rains it pours. The bathroom was only meant for bathing and using the toilet. She couldn't stay a second longer. Couldn't the system be a little less precise? Su Nuoqi rubbed her sore bottom and slowly rose, her petite figure completely hidden behind the water buffalo. Suddenly 2 men's voices reached her ears. "Sir, we've searched everywhere. There's no one here. No matter if there's an owner or not, these things belong to this lord. Go fetch some men to haul them away." Su Nuoqi froze. The voice sounded exactly like the one from the men who had pursued her and Shan Tianlin that day. No, it was unmistakably the same person. A faint, elegant sandalwood scent characteristic of Lu Jingheng wafted from the black-clad man. She had smelled it during the chase with Shan Tianlin last time, and now the scent was present again. Su Nuoqi guessed the black-clad man might know Lu Jingheng. She could only say might because she was certain the man before her was not Lu Jingheng himself. Having lived a second life, Su Nuoqi chose caution above all. Whether the black-clad man merely brushed shoulders with Lu Jingheng, picking up the scent, or whether they were intimately acquainted and often together, Su Nuoqi didn't want to gamble. This was the main reason she decisively severed ties and ended business dealings with Lu Jingheng. Arg. She should have checked the almanac before going out. This was ridiculously bad luck. Su Nuoqi closed her eyes, tried to steady her breathing, and peeked out. For now, there were only 2 black-clad men. Fighting was certainly out of the question. Besides, she barely had the strength to walk, let alone run away. Before long, the alley filled with chaotic footsteps. The mule carts and the ox cart began to move slowly, punctuated by the occasional bleating of the 2 goats. Su Nuoqi hid in the hay, closing her eyes for a light doze. In her mind, she pulled up the system map, watching the moving red dots to precisely track their. As the sun dipped westward, Guan Dahu and his group saw the city gates about to close, with Su Nuoqi still absent, and worry crept onto everyone's faces. Guan Zixin suggested. Lexin said that if she hadn't returned by this time, we shouldn't wait for her in the city. Let's follow her advice and head back to the village. They were all uncertain. Qingsong and Cui Bai exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Qingsong said, since Miss Guan had previously instructed us, she must have foreseen the possibility of a late return. Let's do as she said. We'll escort you back to the village first, then return to the residence to report this to our master and let him decide. After a moment's thought, the Guan family found this plan feasible. Master Shan had far more connections than they simple country folk. If Master Shan could help, it would be for the best, and Lexin would have an extra layer of protection. As the Guan family returned home under the fading glow of sunset, Su Nuoqi's heart pounded violently in the private residence of Garrison Commander Xie. Good heavens, what had she just overheard? The black-clad assassins pursuing Shan Tianlin were in fact the Prince Cheng's shadow guards adept at murder, robbery, and kidnapping. More critically, Su Nuoqi had also stumbled upon several earth-shattering secrets. It turned out that 5 years ago the fire at the Yulin official granary was a scheme orchestrated by Commander Xie himself. His purpose was to secretly divert all the emergency relief grain stored within the Yulin government offices. That grain, enough to feed 200,000 people for 3 years, had been smuggled away by Prince Cheng. Half of it was sold, and the other half was used to support his. Now Prince Cheng's personal troops already numbered over 150,000. If this trend continued, his intentions were clear for all to see. Su Nuoqi's eyes darkened. With several swift teleportations, she trailed the black-clad figure to the study and concealed herself within the darkest shadow in the corner of the room. A man clad in a blue robe embroidered with golden serpentine patterns sat in the seat of honor. Commander Xie knelt trembling below, cold sweat tracing down his temples, not daring to move a muscle. Su Nuoqi guessed this man was likely Commander Xie's master, Prince Cheng. Due to the angle, she could only see the lower hem of the man's robes as he sat, unable to discern his face. Prince Cheng deliberately lowered his voice, its tone unreadable. What is the current situation in the military camp? A black-clad figure knelt on one knee to report. Reporting to Your Highness, Prince Yun has entered the camp. All mechanisms and traps were designed specifically for him. With his injuries unhealed this time, we will ensure he never returns. With a sharp smack, Prince Cheng slammed the table and rose. What I want is not your speculation, but confirmed intelligence. That Shan Tianlin is like a cat with 9 lives. He's weathered countless hardships and brushed with death, yet only grows stronger with each setback. Unless I see his corpse, I cannot rest easy. Do you understand my meaning, Xing Ying? Xing Ying bowed with clasped fists. This subordinate understands. I will personally go and keep watch. The moment there is any news, I will report to Your Highness immediately. Prince Cheng pinched the bridge of his nose wearily and waved his hands, signaling him to leave at once. Su Nuoqi lowered her gaze, thinking so. Shan Tianlin had also gone to quell the rebellion in the garrison army. What was his connection to Prince Yun? Suddenly the study door burst open. A man covered in blood stumbled and rolled inside, coughing up bloody froth as he gasped, Prince Yun. Prince Yun has quelled the revolt. The entire garrison force has sworn allegiance. Before he could finish, the messenger pushed to his limits, drew his last breath, and died. The black-clad man grabbed the messenger's collar, shaking him violently. You bastard. Get up, and explain clearly. How did Prince Yun quell the revolt? Did he make promises to the garrison? Where is Prince Yun now? Did you send assassins? The messenger was already dead. Cheng Ying's barrage of questions only made Prince Cheng's temples throb. He shot to his feet, knocking over his chair. Cheng Ying, we cannot waste another moment in Tiao Town. We leave for the capital immediately to intercept Prince Yun's memorial to the throne. As his words faded, a flash of blue streaked by, and Prince Cheng vanished. The faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the air. Su Nuoqi's heart tightened. This fragrance was slightly stronger than the one on Lu Jingheng, but it was definitely the same scent. Recalling her first meeting with Lu Jingheng, his hearty, gentle laughter, his flamboyant demeanor as he waved his folding fan while retrieving the soap, Su Nuoqi felt a heavy stone lodged in her chest, sinking and suffocating. Putting everything else aside, Su Nuoqi genuinely wished to befriend Lu Jingheng, yet she could not accept that he belonged to the same faction as the brutal Cheng Ying. Commander Xie collapsed limply on the floor, a conspicuous dark stain spreading beneath him. He knew that once Prince Cheng reached the capital, regardless of whether the memorial was intercepted, his household would be nothing more than a stepping stone on the prince's path to supremacy. No, he could not sit idly by and wait for death. Commander Xie struggled to his feet, staggering towards the desk. With a series of creaking sounds, the desk shifted aside, revealing a staircase descending into a secret chamber. Su Nuoqi, who had been preparing to head to Jukubiyuan to gather information, darkened her gaze and silently followed Commander Xie into the hidden passage. Indeed, 10 years as a clear magistrate, 100,000 taels of silver. The saying held true. Inside Commander Xie's modest secret chamber, gold, silver, and jewels were piled everywhere. The wooden chests meant for treasures were so overflowing that their lids couldn't close. The walls were adorned with authentic masterpieces by great artists, and hidden compartments were stuffed with rare, unique editions. Their value was utterly immeasurable in terms of mere money. After rummaging for a long while, Commander Xie finally pulled out a money pouch from a corner pile of gold and silver. Su Nuoqi melted back into the shadows, watching him stagger out with the bulging pouch, then curled her lips disdainfully at the chamber full of treasures. Her storage space was already completely full. To take these items, she would have to remove the rice flour and oil stored within. In Tianqi, where resources were scarce, having food was essential for survival. Yet she truly couldn't bear to leave so much gold and silver in the hands of a corrupt official. What a dilemma. Ding dong. A notification sound rang out. System upgrade successful. Upgrade fee of 5,000 and upgrade points of 5,000 deducted. You can now purchase items listed on the product page priced under 100 yuan. Medicine page activated. You can now search for and purchase medications priced under 10 yuan. Storage space doubled. Teleportation distance expanded tenfold. The study barrier of the villa space has been unlocked. Host may use the study for no more than 1 hour per session. Su Nuoqi watched a pile of silver vanish before her eyes and jumped with excitement. Awesome. System, you've outdone yourself this time. Charging Commander Xie's secret chamber silver for the upgrade. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Ha ha ha. First let me get a painkiller for my period. I've got a big job to do. All the gold, silver, jewels, antiques, and paintings in the chamber vanished at a visible speed amidst Su Nuoqi's laughter. Ding dong. The notification sounded again. Host storage space has reached maximum level. System intelligent butler Momo activated. Reward 1 animal storage space. Wow. Su Nuoqi was so thrilled she could fly. With a thought, she instantly appeared near the stables, and with lightning speed collected the animals and fodder she had purchased. Goodness, this teleportation ability was incredibly convenient. Close her eyes and open them, and she could be anywhere on the map. As the map expanded, would she be able to reach any corner of the country in the blink of an eye? Ha ha ha. Su Nuoqi couldn't stop her excitement. With a casual wave of her hand, she looted the 3 fine horses and the mountain of feed in the stables. The system butler Momo flashed into view. Master has collected enough animal species and quantities to meet the animal space upgrade requirements. Momo can now have a shape and form. I hope Master will continue to collect different animal species so Momo can take shape sooner and stay by Master's side. Keep it up. On the screen, the outline of a little fox wiggled happily, seemingly trying to break free from the screen's confines. Su Nuoqi's eyes sparkled. What an adorable fox. Just having it on the interface would brighten her mood. Who's there? The groom who had returned from eating shouted a warning, and immediately a group of guards came running at the sound. Not good, we've been discovered. Su Nuoqi's afterimage flickered and vanished into the air. When she opened her eyes, she had already entered Prince Yun's 9-bin retreat. Who goes there? Show yourself. Shan Tianlin, ignoring his unbandaged wound, threw on his outer robe and thrust his sword toward the beam. Wait, it's me. Su Nuoqi's scalp tingled as the blade drew closer, and she completely forgot she could teleport. Her feet slipped, and she plummeted straight down. She resignedly closed her eyes, filled with regret. As the saying goes, when the heavens are arrogant, there is rain. When a person is arrogant, there is disaster. Indeed, look at this. Overexcited, and karma strikes immediately right. Yet the pain Su Nuoqi had imagined never came. She opened her eyes a slit, and found herself lying securely in Shan Tianlin's arms. The man looked at her with a hint of amusement, a fleeting joy flickering in his eyes before his gaze turned cold, replaced by a bottomless, icy abyss. Su Nuoqi rubbed her eyes, thinking she must have seen wrong. How could someone as noble, aloof, and unapproachable as Shan Tianlin ever— How did you slip into my room without anyone noticing? Shan Tianlin's face darkened, his voice laced with reprimand and lingering fear. Do you realize that if my sword had been half a second faster, you would now be lying decapitated? Guilt-ridden, Su Nuoqi only heard Shan Tianlin's reproach and anger, completely missing the concern in his words. Su Nuoqi gave an awkward laugh, nimble, as she slipped out of Shan Tianlin's arms. Fidgeting with her fingers, she changed the subject. How did you get hurt again? Did the wound I bandaged earlier split open? Let me see. With a rustle, Shan Tianlin's outer robe was caught off guard and fell into Su Nuoqi's hands. The wound on his right chest, as long as a palm, was deep, but hadn't severed an artery. Perhaps because Shan Tianlin had taken a marrow-cleansing pill, the residual medicinal power in his body was still potent. The bleeding had stopped, but the pale, everted flesh looked gruesome. Su Nuoqi gasped, feeling the pain for Shan Tianlin. Only then did she notice his pallid face, the thin sweat on his temples, and his bloodless lips. Why can't you take better care of yourself? Turn around, let me check if the wound on your back has split. Su Nuoqi's voice was fierce, but childlike, carrying a hint of punishment. She intended to let his hideous wound linger a while longer, making him suffer a bit more so he would remember the lesson. Shan Tianlin's heart trembled. He was actually a little afraid of an angry Su Nuoqi. The reprimand on his lips died away, and he obediently turned around, a warm current flowing through his chest. Su Nuoqi pouted, carefully examined the wound on Shan Tianlin's back, then reapplied medicine and bandaged it, saying, "Good thing it was sutured earlier, otherwise the wound would definitely have split. Come over and sit, let me treat the wound on your chest." Su Nuoqi took Shan Tianlin's wrist, led him to the soft couch, and helped him lie down. Using her sleeve as cover, she retrieved a wooden box containing suturing instruments and antiseptic supplies. She administered local anesthesia to Shan Tianlin and meticulously stitched the deepest layer thread by thread. Last time Shan Tianlin had been unconscious and the wound was on his back, so he couldn't fathom what divine physician he meant by sewing up a wound like a garment. Today Shan Tianlin witnessed the miracle of suturing firsthand on his own chest. Even the word tempest couldn't describe the turmoil. If this technique could be used to treat soldiers who survived the battlefield, how many lives could be saved? After all, not all soldiers die in combat. More than half succumb to wounds that fester, suppurate, and cause fever and other ailments. Tianqi's population was already smaller than that of the other nations. Every soldier in the army was a treasure, and the loss of even one was a tremendous blow. Shan Tianlin stared at Su Nuoqi's deft little hands, his thoughts drifting, completely unaware that his wound had already been stitched up. Su Nuoqi applied medicine, placed a gauze pad, and gave the direction to secure the bandage. Then she leaned over, passing the bandage around Shan Tianlin's back, repeating the motion several times. Shan Tianlin caught the sweet fragrance unique to Su Nuoqi, and his earlobes turned as red as dragon fruit. Shan Shi entered with the medicine chest, and without any preparation saw Su Nuoqi leaning over Shan Tianlin, her head buried in his neck. Flustered, he turned to leave. "Sorry. Continue. Please continue." He slammed heavily into the doorframe, stars spinning before his eyes, dizzy and disoriented. Su Nuoqi straightened up, tied a bow on Shan Tianlin's chest to secure the bandage. Involuntarily, she flinched at Shan Shi's collision, feeling the pain for him. Shan Tianlin was exasperated, his face utterly lost. In a voice laced with frost, he said, "Bring the medicine chest in. You're a grown man, but you act without thinking. Go down and receive 20 strokes of the board to teach you a lesson." Shan Shi's scalp tingled. With a mournful face, he turned around and pitifully placed the medicine chest on the low table beside the couch. Only then did he see that Shan Tianlin's chest wound had already been dressed. So what he had just seen, Miss Yuexin leaning over his master, was her bandaging the wound. See, a misunderstanding. Shan Shi, when will you ever grow a brain and cure yourself of carelessness? Thinking thus, Shan Shi mumbled awkwardly, "Sister, I'm sorry. Brother Shi didn't see clearly and made assumptions wronging you. Don't take it to heart. Brother apologizes." Shan Tianlin's face turned green. "Brother? Sister? Well, Shan Shi, who gave you permission to call Yuexin sister?" Shan Shi chattered on, completely oblivious to Shan Tianlin's displeasure. Suddenly remembering something, he changed the subject. "Sister, rest assured. Qingsong and Suibai have escorted your uncles back to Guanjia village. Everything went smoothly. They were worried about you and wanted to report to the master to find you. Now that you're with the master, I have no worries. They'll have Moyu Xian, where you stayed, cleaned up immediately." Shan Tianlin's face had turned black as a pot bottom, but Shan Shi was still oblivious. Su Nuoqi tried several times to tug his sleeve to warn him, but Shan Tianlin glared her back. She silently mourned for Shan Shi for 3 seconds. "Brother Shi, I can't help you. You'll have to fend for yourself." The temperature in the room dropped to freezing. Shan Shi felt a chill down his back and involuntarily shivered. He turned his head mechanically and saw Shan Tianlin's expression. Shan Shi was so scared he nearly wet himself. His legs gave way, and he sat down heavily on the floor, bewildered. "Master, what kind of look is that?" Heh. Shan Shi tried to laugh to ease the tension, but his laugh was uglier than crying, and eventually, he could only emit mechanical. He was too stunned to think why his master was looking at him, as if he were a dead man. Su Nuoqi was sweating for Shan Shi, but in the end she couldn't change his fate of being beaten. Gu Feihu, who had returned after handling the remaining affairs of the military camp, pressed his forehead in exasperation. When would this younger brother whom he had watched grow up learn to draw inferences and stop being foolish? His freshly healed backside was likely blooming again. Poor little thing. Su Nuoqi seized the opportunity to repay the emergency silver she had borrowed from Gu Feihu. Free of debt, Su Nuoqi stretched lazily, ready to return to Moyu Pavilion for a comfortable sleep. Gu Feihu rushed out of the house, clutching the bag of silver, and said urgently, "Miss, the master has suddenly collapsed, burning with fever. Could you please look after him while I send someone to fetch the house physician?" Acting on the ingrained habit of a military doctor in her past life, Su Nuoqi immediately turned back and quickened her pace. On the bed, Shan Tianlin's jaw trembled uncontrollably. The extreme fever had turned his entire body the color of a boiled shrimp, with the thermometer reading over 41 degrees. Su Nuoqi dared not delay. She clicked into the system mall and spent 9 coppers to buy a capsule of acetaminophen. In a daze, Shan Tianlin seemed to sense her presence beside him and swallowed the pill without any resistance. When the house physician entered, Shan Tianlin had begun to sweat, his body drenched as if pulled from water. After feeling his pulse, the physician exclaimed repeatedly, "Master Guo, what miraculous fever-reducing medicine did you give them, master?" For an ordinary person with such severe injuries, a persistent high fever could cause brain damage. I have never seen such a rapid fever reduction in my life. The efficacy is truly extraordinary. Gu Feihu looked bewildered and shot a suspicious glance at Su Nuoqi, who winked playfully at him. His heart tightened, and he avoided the topic of the fever medicine, asking the physician, "How is my master's condition?" The physician replied with full confidence, "As long as the fever breaks, the master will be out of danger. With proper care, he will be fine once he regains consciousness." No sooner had he spoken than the apprentice beside him cried out, "Master! Master, look! The young master's body is cooling rapidly and frost is already forming on his feet." The physician's legs turned to jelly, nearly giving way beneath him. He hastily ordered the apprentice, "Quick, get a blanket for the master. Master Gu, tell the servants to prepare several hot water bottles immediately. If this continues, the master will freeze to death." Gu Feihu did not move. He knew that hot water bottles were useless against Shan Tianlin's cold poison, yet he did not stop the others from covering the master with blankets. The physician was frantic, having never seen or heard of such symptoms in Shan Tianlin, and was at a loss. Gu Feihu signaled to the shadow guards to take good care of the master, then turned and leaped out of the bedchamber. These physicians from Yulin Mansion were clearly unskilled. They had not even diagnosed the cold poison. If they prescribed the wrong medicine, their prince would be in grave danger. At this moment, the only option was to go to the Guanjiao village and summon the legendary physician, he and his grandchild, using their family's ancestral acupuncture technique to suppress the cold poison in the prince's body. While no one was watching, Su Nuoqi quietly approached the bed, slipped her hand under the silk quilt, and grasped Shan Tianlin's large knobby hand. A mysterious force, like a starving man who hadn't eaten for days, surged wildly into Shan Tianlin's body, devouring the unknown substance growing within him. The unknown substance devoured from Shan Tianlin's body transformed into spiritual energy, cascading like a waterfall into Su Nuoqi's mind. Su Nuoqi's sea of consciousness expanded several times in an instant, as if parched land had finally received rain, nourishing the soil and withered trees deep within her mind. Good heavens, what exactly was that thing inside Shan Tianlin? Just a few days ago she had absorbed part of it through the mysterious force, and now it had grown back to its original extent. Su Nuoqi was filled with questions, but soon she was too overwhelmed to think further. The infusion of spiritual energy exceeded the capacity her body could hold. Her mind had been clear and her body comfortable, but now it felt like a balloon overinflated with air on the verge of bursting. "It's rising. It's rising. The master's body temperature is coming up," the apprentice exclaimed joyfully. The physicians preparing medicines dropped everything and rushed to Shan Tianlin's side. Sweating profusely, Su Nuoqi nervously withdrew her hand. The mysterious force, like a startled rabbit, shot back into her body, and having eaten its fill, soon entered a dormant state. Shan Tianlin's large hand, as if it had eyes, chased after hers, and grasped her soft palm firmly. "I'm done for. Man, aren't you unconscious and unresponsive?" The physician lifted the blanket to find Shan Tianlin's hand for a pulse, only to see the tightly clasped hands. He stared at Su Nuoqi in shock, his expression clearly accusing her of taking advantage of their master while he lay ill. A look of utter embarrassment was written all over Su Nuoqi's face. Luckily, she had applied a thick layer of wheat-colored foundation, so her cheeks, red as a monkey's bottom, were not visible. Who would have thought that Shan Tianlin, even in a coma, could be so domineering? His hand was like an iron clamp, nearly crushing Su Nuoqi's small hand. Su Nuoqi was drenched in sweat as she tried to pry open Shan Tianlin's fingers one by one, but she couldn't budge them even a fraction. Her wrist was rubbed raw, and the pain made her forget her embarrassment. Only then did the physician and the apprentice realize that their master was the one refusing to let go of the girl, as if afraid, even in his coma, that she would leave. A young man full of vitality indeed needed a caring girl by his side. What did you mean by that look of understanding? Don't tell me you think she and Shan Tianlin are involved. Su Nuoqi was more wrong than Doi. There was no clear relationship between her and Shan Tianlin at all. Okay. Hey, wake up. If you don't come to, my wrist will be crushed by you. Su Nuoqi used her other hand to slap Shan Tianlin's face, trying to rouse him. The shadow guards hidden in the dark were stunned, nearly biting off their own tongues. The physician raised a hand to stop her. "Miss, this is the master, a person of noble status. Even Squire Wu must kneel before him. You cannot." Before the word hit could escape his lips, Shan Tianlin's eyes suddenly snapped open, the grip of his hand instantly loosened, and his sharp gaze swept toward the physician like a blade. A powerful pressure laced with crushing force like shards of ice bore down upon them. The physician and the apprentice, unable to withstand it, felt their knees buckle uncontrollably, crashing heavily onto the ground with a crack of splintering bones. Ah! A pig-like scream of agony echoed far and wide, sending a shiver through Gu Yanjiao, who was rushing over with her maids and servants. Immediately she thought of backing out. Xie Chuanyu, disguised as a maid, placed his large hand on Gu Yanjiao's back and whispered in her ear, "What's the big deal? The Prince of Yun is gravely injured. The house physicians must be useless, unable to treat his wounds, and have been punished by his shadow guards. You are the only woman of the Prince of Yun, even if only a concubine. You are the sole mistress of this 9-bin villa. No one dares to defy you. Follow our plan, and only then will the Xie mansion and you have a way to survive." Gu Yanjiao swallowed hard, closed her eyes, and took a few deep breaths to compose her expression. Then, leading several shadow guards from the garrison, she headed toward the Diantong Hall, where the Prince of Yun resided. Shan Tianlin propped himself up against the soft pillow, casually pulled open the bedside drawer to retrieve the medicinal wine, and massaged Su Nuoqi's small hand with a pained expression. "I apologize for hurting you while I was unconscious and unaware of my own strength." His voice was exceedingly gentle, causing all the shadow guards on night duty to drop their jaws in astonishment. Had their prince been possessed by some malevolent spirit? It was already surreal for him to apply medicinal ointment to a woman's hand, but to actually apologize. And critically, when had he ever been so tender? Su Nuoqi felt goosebumps rise all over her body. She tried to pull her hand back, but failed to free it, thinking to herself, "Master Shan, have you like me undergone a soul transmigration and been swapped at your core? My prince will will." Gu Yanjiao rushed into the room, wiping her tears, drifting like a specter to the bedside. This time it was Shan Tianlin's turn to get goosebumps. Taking the opportunity to withdraw her hand, Su Nuoqi looked at Gu Yanjiao, kneeling by the bed, feeling a dull ache in her chest. "My prince, how are you? Are your injuries severe?" Gu Yanjiao's tears gushed like a breached dam, sobbing between words. I heard the prince was injured, and my heart leaped to my throat." Wu. Shan Tianlin frowned in disgust, recalling the sensations of the night he was afflicted by the phantom. No, the person he held that night resembled Miss Guan more. But was that even possible? Shan Tianlin looked at Su Nuoqi with a heart full of doubts, feeling an unprecedented frustration with his own confusion. A maidservant carrying a bowl of herbal medicine, her head lowered, approached Shan Tianlin's bed step by step. A fragrant scent wafted from her, and her footsteps were light and graceful. Suddenly Shan Tianlin's gaze turned sharp. The small silver spoon in the medicine bowl beside him flew out, imbued with extreme inner force, and embedded itself firmly in the chest of one of the maidservants. Clatter! A tray and a dagger fell to the ground, the porcelain bowl shattered into pieces, and the spilled herbal medicine sizzled and bubbled on the floor. "Not good, it's poisonous." Su Nuoqi covered her nose and dashed over to push open the nearest window, with the guards following closely behind. In the blink of an eye, all doors and windows were flung wide, and the poisonous fumes dissipated completely. The maidservant who had brought the medicine fell backward without even a cry of pain, shuddered once, and then went still. A shadow guard appeared, and after a careful examination reported, "My lord, this maidservant is a man disguised as a woman skilled in the art of bone contracting." Shan Tianlin's expression was cold and unreadable, seemingly unsurprised by the man's disguise. He had sensed something amiss the moment the maidservant had entered with the medicine bowl. He was naturally allergic to women. Whenever Gu Yanjiao drew near, he felt uneasy all over, enduring it only through sheer willpower. Yet despite this maidservant's heavy perfume, Shan Tianlin felt no discomfort when she approached. This allergy to women was Shan Tianlin's greatest secret, unknown even to his closest confidants, who merely assumed he disliked being close to the fairer sex. Xie Chuanyu stood in an inconspicuous corner outside the door, eyes closed, and breath held a cold sweat drenching his back. He had never imagined that Shan Tianlin, despite his severe injuries, still possessed such formidable inner force. The pressure from that spoon toss just now was palpable. The man who was killed hadn't chosen not to dodge, he simply couldn't move. Even Xie Chuanyu, standing outside the door, had nearly been forced to his knees by the overwhelming aura, let alone the Xie mansion guards who had entered with the medicine. A miscalculation. Had he known Shan Tianlin was this formidable, Xie Chuanyu would never have acted so rashly. Shan Tianlin cast a displeased sidelong glance at the terrified, tearful Gu Yanjiao, and said coldly, "Someone investigate all the maidservants and matrons outside the door." Gu Yanjiao's heart skipped a beat, her face turning ashen as her heart threatened to leap from her throat. Ugh, ugh, ugh. She covered her mouth and retched violently, drawing everyone's attention and successfully halting the shadow guard who was about to head out. Seeing Gu Yanjiao's condition, the mansion physician harbored certain suspicions. Eager to distinguish himself and curry favor with Shan Tianlin, he said ingratiatingly, "Is Lady Gu feeling unwell? Allow this old man to take your pulse if you will." Su Nuoqi involuntarily took a step back. She might not have eaten pork, but she had certainly seen pigs run. Moreover, in her past life, Su Nuoqi had been a surgeon. She could guess Gu Yanjiao's condition without even taking her pulse. Any discerning eye could see that the recent assassination attempt was inextricably linked to Gu Yanjiao. Yet judging by Shan Tianlin's demeanor, he had no intention of pursuing the matter with her, showing her remarkable leniency. You can never wake someone who is pretending to be asleep. Shan Tianlin was willing to deceive himself for the sake of his concubine. Su Nuoqi found herself ridiculous. Why was it that the moment she heard the garrison rebellion had been quelled, the first person she thought of was Shan Tianlin? Knowing full well that Shan Tianlin had Gu Yanjiao as his concubine, she should have kept her distance from this man. Enough. Coming here today was for the best anyway. She had cleared Gu Fei's debt, sutured and bandaged Shan Tianlin's wounds, and saved his life at a critical moment. This conveniently repaid the debt of gratitude she owed Shan Tianlin for saving her from the avalanche, and they were now even. For the soap business in the future, she only needed to deal with Shan Shi. If that proved impossible, she could simply sell the soap formula to Shan Tianlin and find another avenue to make money. With this thought, Su Nuoqi retreated a few more steps, keeping her distance. Shan Tianlin clearly sensed Su Nuoqi's rejection, and an inexplicable panic gripped his heart. However, turning his head to look at Gu Yanjiao, who was being examined, Shan Tianlin suppressed the panic, thinking many things about the day I was afflicted by the phantom were amiss. Once I investigate the full story and confirm Gu Yanjiao's intentions, I will explain everything to Miss Guan. She is understanding, once I explain, she will surely comprehend and not be bothered by any misunderstandings. Yet Shan Tianlin overlooked the fact that women are creatures of emotion, and he also underestimated the rapid shifts in the political situation of Tianqi. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the mansion physician clasped his fists and said with obsequious fawning, "Congratulations, my lord, congratulations. Lady Gu is with child. However, the fetus is still small and needs careful nurturing. Conjugal relations must be avoided, and only after 3 months, when the pregnancy is stable, can some light activity be undertaken." These words caused everyone present to blush. Shan Tianlin looked towards Su Nuoqi in a panic, opening his mouth as if to tell her that he might not have had relations with Gu Yanjiao. But the words died in his throat, as any explanation now seemed utterly feeble and unconvincing without the truth being uncovered. Besides, upon hearing that Gu Yanjiao was pregnant, shouldn't the girl be crying and making a fuss, or at least acting a little jealous? Why was she just standing quietly by, observing Gu Yanjiao with such clear, bright eyes? Shan Tianlin was startled by the thought that Miss Lin might not like him, and for a moment he forgot to react. To everyone present, it appeared that Shan Tianlin was simply too overjoyed to speak, even forgetting to reward the physician and servants. Taking advantage of this distraction, Xie Chuanyu and the disguised guards from the garrison headquarters slipped away unnoticed. Gu Yanjiao, watching the shadows disappear from the corner of her eye, breathed a silent sigh of relief. She touched her lower abdomen, a wave of lingering fear washing over her. No one knew better than she who the father of this child truly was.